Contents. Preface. Part 1, Understanding Marketing Management. Chapter 1, Defining Marketing for the New Realities. The value of marketing. Marketing decision making. Winning marketing. The scope of marketing. What is marketing? What is marketed? Who markets? Core marketing concepts. Needs, wants, and demands. Target markets, positioning, and segmentation. Offerings and brands. Marketing channels. Paid, owned, and earned media impressions and engagement. Value and satisfaction. Supply chain. Competition. Marketing environment. The new marketing realities. Technology. Globalization. Social responsibility. Marketing insight. Getting to marketing 3.0. Marketing in practice. Marketing balance. Marketing memo. Reinventing marketing at Coca-Cola. Marketing accountability. Marketing in the organization. Company orientation toward the marketplace. The production concept, the product concept, the selling concept, the marketing concept, the holistic marketing concept. Updating the 4 P's. Marketing insight. Understanding the 4 As of marketing. Marketing management tasks. Developing marketing strategies and plans. Marketing memo. Marketers frequently asked questions. Capturing marketing insights. Connecting with customers. Building strong brands. Creating value. Communicating value. Delivering value. Conducting marketing responsibly for long-term success. Summary. Applications. Marketing excellence. Nike. Marketing excellence. Google. Chapter 2, Developing marketing strategies and plans. Marketing and customer value. The value delivery process. The value chain. Core competencies. The central role of strategic planning. Marketing memo. What does it take to be a successful CMO? Corporate and division strategic planning. Defining the corporate mission. Establishing strategic business units. Assigning resources to each SBU. Assessing growth opportunities. Organization and organizational culture. Marketing innovation. Marketing insight. Creating innovative marketing business unit. Strategic planning. The business mission. SWOT analysis. Marketing memo. Checklist for evaluating strengths, weaknesses analysis. Goal formulation. Strategic formulation. Program formulation and implementation. Feedback and control. Marketing insight. Businesses charting a new direction. The nature and contents of a marketing plan. Marketing memo. Marketing plan criteria. The role of research. The role of relationships from marketing plan to marketing action. Summary. Applications. Marketing excellence. Electrolux. Marketing excellence. Emirates. Sample marketing plan. Pegasus Sports International. Chapter 3, Creating Long-Term Loyalty Relationships. Building Customer Value, Satisfaction, and Loyalty. Customer perceived value. Total customer satisfaction. Monitoring satisfaction. Marketing insight. Net promoter and customer satisfaction. Product and service quality. Maximizing customer lifetime value. Customer profitability. Measuring customer lifetime value. Attracting and retaining customers. Marketing memo. Calculating customer lifetime value. Building loyalty. Brand communities. Winbacks. Cultivating customer relationships. Customer relationship management. Marketing insight. The behavioral targeting. Controversy. Summary. Applications. Marketing excellence. Audi. Marketing excellence. Harley-Davidson. Part 2, Capturing marketing insights. Chapter 4, Collecting information and forecasting. Demand components of a modern marketing information system. Internal records. The order to payment cycle. Sales information systems. Databases, data warehousing, and data mining. Marketing intelligence. The marketing intelligence system. Marketing insight. Digging into big data. Collecting marketing intelligence on the internet. Communicating and acting on marketing intelligence. Analyzing the macro environment needs and trends. Identifying the major forces. The demographic environment. Marketing memo. Finding gold at the bottom of the pyramid. The economic environment. The socio-cultural environment. The natural environment. The technological environment. Marketing insight. The green marketing revolution. The political legal environment. Forecasting and demand measurement. The measures of market demand. Marketing insight. Watching out for Big Brother. A vocabulary for demand measurement. Estimating current demand. Estimating future demand. Summary. Applications. Marketing excellence. Microsoft. Marketing excellence. Ferrero. Chapter 5, Conducting marketing research. The scope of marketing research. Importance of marketing insights. Who does marketing research? Overcoming barriers to the use of marketing research. The marketing research process. Step 1. Define the problem, the decision alternatives, and the research objectives. Step 2. Develop the research plan. Marketing memo. Conducting informative focus groups. Marketing memo. Marketing questionnaire. Do's and don'ts. Marketing insight. Getting into the heads of consumers. Marketing insight. Understanding brain science. Step 3. Collect the information. Step 4. Analyze the information. Step 5. Present the findings. Marketing insight, bringing marketing research to life with personas. Step 6. Make a decision. Measuring marketing productivity, marketing metrics, marketing memo, measuring social media ROI, marketing mix modeling, marketing dashboards, marketing memo, designing effective marketing dashboards. Summary applications. Marketing excellence, ideal marketing excellence. Intuit. Part 3. Connecting with customers. Chapter 6. Analyzing consumer markets, what influences consumer behavior. Cultural factors, social factors, personal factors. Marketing memo. The average US consumer quiz. Key psychological processes, motivation, perception. Marketing memo. The power of sensory marketing, learning emotions. Memory. The buying decision process. The 5-stage model: problem recognition, information search, evaluation of alternatives, purchase decision, post-purchase behavior, moderating effects on consumer decision making, behavioral decision theory and behavioral economics, decision heuristics, framing. Summary applications. Marketing excellence. Disney. Marketing excellence, i.e. Chapter 7. Analyzing business markets, what is organizational buying. A business market versus the consumer market. Buying situations, participants in the business buying process, the buying center influences, targeting firms and buying centers. Marketing insight, big sales to small businesses, the purchasing procurement process, status in the buying process, problem recognition, general need description and product specification, supplier search, proposal solicitation, supplier selection. Marketing memo, developing compelling customer value propositions or routine specification, performance review, developing effective business-to-business marketing programs, communication and branding activities, systems, buying and selling. Marketing memos, spreading the word with customer reference programs, role of services, managing business-to-business customer relationships, the benefits of vertical coordination. Marketing insight, establishing corporate trust, credibility and reputation. Risks and opportunism in business relationships, institutional and government markets. Summary applications. Marketing excellence, accentual marketing excellence. GE. Chapter 8. Tapping into global markets, competing on a global basis, deciding whether to go abroad, deciding which markets to enter, how many markets to enter, evaluating potential markets, succeeding in developing markets, deciding how to enter the market. Indirect and direct export, licensing, joint ventures, direct investment, acquisition. Deciding on the marketing program, global similarities and differences. Marketing adaptation, global product strategies, global communication strategies, global pricing strategies, global distribution strategies. Country of origin effects, building country images, consumer perceptions of country of origin. Summary applications. Marketing excellence, Twitter. Marketing excellence, L'Oreal. Part 4. Building strong brands. Chapter 9. Identifying market segments and targets, basis for segmenting consumer markets. Geographic segmentation, demographic segmentation, psychographic segmentation, behavioral segmentation. How should business markets be segmented? Market targeting, effective segmentation criteria, evaluating and selecting market segments. Marketing insight, chasing the long tail. Marketing memo, protecting kids online. Summary applications. Marketing excellence, HSBC. Marketing excellence, BMW. Chapter 10. Crafting the brand positioning, developing a brand positioning, understanding positioning and value propositions. Choosing a competitive frame of reference, identifying potential points of difference and points of parity, choosing specific POPs and PODs, brand mantras, establishing a brand positioning. Marketing memo, constructing a brand positioning bullseye, alternative approaches to positioning, brand narratives and storytelling, cultural branding, positioning and branding for a small business. Summary applications. Marketing excellence, Nespresso. Marketing excellence, Philips. Chapter 11. Creating brand equity, how does branding work? The role of brands, the scope of branding, defining brand equity models. Marketing insight, brand bubble trouble, building brand equity. Marketing memo, the marketing magic of characters, designing holistic marketing activities, leveraging secondary associations, internal branding, measuring brand equity. Marketing insight, the brand value chain. Marketing insight, what is a brand worth? Managing brand equity, brand reinforcement, brand revitalization. Devising a branding strategy, branding decisions, brand portfolios, brand extensions, customer equity. Marketing memo, 21st century branding. Summary applications. Marketing excellence, McDonald's. Marketing excellence, Procter & Gamble. Chapter 12. Addressing competition and driving growth strategies, growing the core competitive strategies for market leaders, expanding total market demand, protecting market share, increasing market share. Other competitive strategies. market challenger strategies, market follower strategies, marketing insight, the costs and benefits of fast fashion market, niche strategies, product life cycle marketing strategies, product life cycles, style, fashion, and fad life cycles marketing strategies, introduction stage and the pioneer advantage marketing insight, understanding double jeopardy marketing strategies, growth stage marketing strategies, maturity stage marketing strategies, decline stage marketing memo, managing a marketing crisis, evidence for the product life cycle concept, critique of the product life cycle concept, market evolution, summary, applications, marketing excellence, Samson marketing excellence, Subic part 5, creating value, chapter 13, setting product strategy, product characteristics and classifications, product levels, the customer value hierarchy, product classifications, differentiation, product differentiation, services differentiation, design, design leaders, power of design, approaches to design, luxury products, characterizing luxury brands, growing luxury brands, marketing luxury brands, environmental issues, marketing memo, a sip or a gulp, environmental concerns in the water industry, product and brand relationships, the product hierarchy, product systems and mixes, product line analysis, product line length, marketing insight, when less is more, product mix, pricing, co-branding and ingredient branding, marketing memo, product bundle, pricing considerations, packaging, labeling, warranties and guarantees, packaging, labeling, warranties and guarantees, summary, applications, marketing excellence, Nivea marketing excellence, Toyota, chapter 14, designing and managing services, the nature of services, service industries are everywhere, categories of service mix, distinctive characteristics of services, the new services, realities, a shifting customer relationship, marketing memo, lights, cameras, customer service, disasters, achieving excellence in services, marketing, marketing excellence, technology and service delivery, best practices of top service companies, differentiating services, marketing insight, improving company call centers, managing service quality, managing customer expectations, marketing memo, recommendations for improving service quality, incorporating self-service technologies, SSTS, managing product support services, identifying and satisfying customer needs, post-sale service strategy, summary, applications, marketing excellence, Club Med marketing excellence, Parkway Group Hotels, chapter 15, introducing new market offerings, new product options, make or buy types of new products, challenges in new product development, the innovation imperative, new product success, new product failure, organizational arrangements, budgeting for new product development, organizing new product development, managing the development process, ideas, generating ideas, marketing memo, 10 ways to find great new product ideas, marketing insight, P&G's connect plus develop approach to innovation, marketing memo, 7 ways to draw new ideas from your customers, marketing memo, how to run a successful brainstorming session using idea screening, managing the development process, concept to strategy, concept development and testing, marketing strategy development, business analysis, managing the development process, development to commercialization, product development, market testing, commercialization, the consumer adoption process, stages in the adoption process, factors influencing the adoption process, summary, applications, marketing excellence, Apple marketing excellence, Salesforce.com, chapter 16, developing pricing strategies and programs, understanding pricing, pricing in a digital world, marketing insight, giving it all away, a changing pricing environment, how companies price, consumer psychology and pricing, setting the price, step 1, selecting the pricing objective, marketing insight, trading up, down and over, step 2, determining demand, step 3, estimating costs, step 4, analyzing competitors' costs, prices and offers, marketing memo, how to cut costs, step 5, selecting a pricing method, step 6, selecting the final price, marketing insight, stealth price increases, adapting the price, geographical pricing, cash, counter trade, barter, price discounts and allowances, promotional pricing, differentiated pricing, initiating and responding to price changes, initiating price cuts, initiating price increases, anticipating competitive responses, responding to competitors' price changes. Summary. Applications Marketing Excellence eBay Marketing Excellence Air Arabia Part 6 Communicating Value Chapter 17 Designing and Managing Integrated Marketing Communications The Role of Marketing Communications The Changing Marketing Communications Environment Marketing Insight Don't touch that remote Marketing Communications Mix How do marketing communications work? The communications process models Developing effective communications Identify the target audience Set the communications objectives Design the communications Select the communications channels Marketing memo Celebrity endorsements as a message Strategy Marketing insight Laying tricks to build a brand Establish the total marketing communications budget Selecting the marketing communications mix Characteristics of the marketing communications mix Factors in setting the marketing communications mix Measuring communication results Managing the integrated marketing communications process Coordinating media Implementing IMC Marketing memo How integrated is your IMC program? Summary Applications Marketing Excellence Red Bull Marketing Excellence L'Oreal Chapter 18 Managing Mass Communications Advertising Sales Promotions Events and Experiences and Public Relations Developing and managing an advertising program Setting the advertising objectives Deciding on the advertising budget Developing the advertising campaign Marketing memo Print ad evaluation criteria Choosing media Marketing insight Off-air ad battles Marketing insight Playing games with brands Marketing memo Winning the Super Bowl of advertising Evaluating advertising Effectiveness Sales Promotion Advertising versus Promotion Major Decisions Events and Experiences Events Objectives Major Sponsorship Decisions Marketing memo Measuring High Performance Sponsorship Programs Creating Experiences Public Relations Marketing Public Relations Major Decisions in Marketing PR Summary Applications Marketing Excellence Evian Marketing Excellence Gillette Chapter 19 Managing Digital Communications Online, Social Media, and Mobile Online Marketing Advantages and disadvantages of online marketing communications. Online marketing communication options Social media Marketing memo How to maximize the marketing value of emails Social media platforms Using social media Word of mouth Forms of word of mouth Creating word of mouth buzz Measuring the effects of word of mouth Marketing memo How to start a buzz Fire Marketing insight Tracking online buzz Mobile marketing The scope of mobile marketing Developing effective mobile marketing programs Mobile marketing across markets Summary Applications Marketing Excellence Facebook Marketing Excellence Unilever, Axe and Dove Chapter 20 Managing Personal Communications, Direct and Database Marketing and Personal Selling Direct Marketing The benefits of direct marketing Direct mail catalog marketing Telemarketing Other media for direct response marketing Public and ethical issues in direct marketing Customer databases and database marketing Customer databases Data warehouse and data mining The downside of database marketing Designing the sales force Sales force objectives and strategy Sales force structure Sales force size Marketing insight Major account management Sales force compensation Managing the sales force Recruiting and selecting representatives Training and supervising sales representatives Sales rep Productivity Motivating sales representatives Evaluating sales representatives Principles of personal selling The 6 steps Relationship marketing Summary Applications Marketing excellence Progressive marketing excellence Victoria's Secret Part 7 Delivering value Chapter 21 Designing and managing integrated marketing channels and value networks The importance of channels Multi-channel marketing Integrating multi-channel marketing systems Value networks The digital channels revolution The role of marketing channels Channel functions and flows Channel levels Service sector channels Channel design decisions Analyzing customer needs and wants Marketing insight Understanding the showrooming phenomena Establishing objectives and constraints Identifying major channel alternatives Evaluating major channel alternatives Channel management decisions Selecting channel members Training and motivating channel members Evaluating channel members Modifying channel design and arrangements Channel modification decisions Global channel considerations Channel integration and systems Vertical marketing systems Horizontal marketing systems E-commerce marketing practices Pure click companies Brick and click companies M-commerce Marketing practices Changes in customer and company behavior M-commerce marketing practices Privacy conflict, cooperation, and competition, types of conflict and competition, causes of channel conflict, managing channel conflict, dilution and cannibalization, legal and ethical issues in channel relations, summary, applications, marketing excellence, Amazon.com, marketing excellence, Tesco. Chapter 22, managing retailing, wholesaling and logistics, retailing, types of retailers. Marketing memo, innovative retail organizations, the modern retail marketing environment, marketing decisions, marketing insight, the growth of shopper marketing, marketing memo, helping stores to sell private labels, role of private labels, private label success factors, wholesaling, marketing insight, manufacturers' response to the private label threat, trends in wholesaling market, logistics, integrated logistics systems, market logistics objectives, market logistics decisions, summary. Applications, marketing excellence, Zara, marketing excellence, Best Buy. Part 8, conducting marketing responsibly for long-term success. Chapter 23, managing a holistic marketing organization for the long run, trends in marketing practices, internal marketing, organizing the marketing department, marketing memo, characteristics of company departments that are truly customer-driven, relationships with other departments, building a creative marketing organization, socially responsible marketing. Marketing insight, the marketing CEO. Corporate social responsibility, marketing insight, the rise of organic socially responsible business models. Cause-related marketing, marketing memo, making a difference. Top 10 tips for cause branding, social marketing, marketing implementation and control, marketing implementation, marketing control, the future of marketing, marketing memo, major marketing weaknesses, summary, applications, marketing excellence, Starbucks, marketing excellence, Virgin Group, appendix, tools for marketing control, appendix. Sonic marketing plan and exercises, the 1 endnotes, E1 glossary, G1 subject index, I1. Preface. What's new in the 15th edition? The 15th edition of Marketing Management is a landmark entry in the long successful history of the market leader. With the 15th edition, great care was taken to provide an introductory guide to marketing management that truly reflects the modern realities of marketing. In doing so, classic concepts, guidelines, and examples were retained while new ones were added as appropriate. 3 broad forces, globalization, technology, and social responsibility, were identified as critical to the success of modern marketing programs. These 3 topics are evident all through the text. As has been the case for a number of editions now, the overriding goal of the revision for the 15th edition of Marketing Management was to create as comprehensive, current, and engaging a MBA marketing textbook as possible. Where appropriate, new material was added, old material was updated, and no longer relevant or necessary material was deleted. Even though marketing is changing in many significant ways these days, many core elements remain, and we feel strongly that a balanced approach of classic and contemporary approaches and perspectives is the way to go. Marketing Management, 15th edition, allows those instructors who have used the 14th edition to build on what they have learned and done, while at the same time offering a text that is unsurpassed in breadth, depth, and relevance for students experiencing marketing management for the first time. The successful across-chapter reorganization into 8 parts that began with the 12th edition of Marketing Management has largely been preserved, although several adjustments have been made to improve student understanding, as described below. Many of the favorably received within chapter features that have been introduced through the years, such as topical chapter openers, in-text boxes highlighting noteworthy companies or issues, and the marketing insight and marketing memo boxes that provide in-depth conceptual and practical entry, have been retained. Significant changes to the 15th edition include: brand new opening vignettes for each chapter set the stage for the chapter material to follow. By covering topical brands or companies, the vignettes are great classroom discussion starters. Almost half of the in-text boxes are new. These boxes provide vivid illustrations of chapter concepts using actual companies and situations. The boxes cover a variety of products, services, and markets, and many have accompanying illustrations in the form of ads or product shots. Each end of chapter section now includes 2 expanded marketing excellence mini cases highlighting innovative, insightful marketing accomplishments by leading organizations. Each case includes questions that promote classroom discussion and student analysis. The global chapter 8, previously chapter 21, has been moved in part 3 on connecting with customers and the new products. Chapter 15, previously chapter 20, has been moved into part 5 on creating value. The positioning and brand chapters 10 and 11 have been switched to allow for the conventional STP sequencing. These moves permit richer coverage of the topics and better align with many instructors' teaching strategy. A new chapter 19, titled Managing Digital Communications, Online, Social Media, and Mobile, has been added to better highlight that important topic. Significant attention is paid throughout the text to what a new section in chapter 1 calls the digital revolution. The concluding chapter 23 has been retitled Managing a Holistic Marketing Organization for the Long Run, and addresses corporate social responsibility, business ethics, and sustainability, among other topics. Chapter 12, previously chapter 11, has been retitled Addressing Competition and Driving Growth, to acknowledge the importance of growth to an organization. What is marketing management all about? Marketing management is the leading marketing text because its content and organization consistently reflect changes in marketing theory and practice. The very first edition of Marketing Management, published in 1967, introduced the concept that companies must be customer and market driven. But there was little mention of what have now become fundamental topics such as segmentation, targeting, and positioning. Concepts such as brand equity, customer value analysis, database marketing, e-commerce, value networks, hybrid channels, supply chain management, and integrated marketing communications were not even part of the marketing vocabulary then. Marketing management continues to reflect the changes in the marketing discipline over the past almost 50 years. Firms now sell goods and services through a variety of direct and indirect channels. Mass advertising is not nearly as effective as it was, so marketers are exploring new forms of communication, such as experiential, entertainment, and viral marketing. Customers are telling companies what types of product or services they want and when, where, and how they want to buy them. They are increasingly reporting to other consumers what they think of specific companies and products, using email, blogs, podcasts, and other digital media to do so. Company messages are becoming a smaller fraction of the total conversation about products and services. In response, companies have shifted gears from managing product portfolios to managing customer portfolios, compiling databases on individual customers so they can understand them better and construct individualized offerings and messages. They are doing less product and service standardization and more niching and customization. They are replacing monologues with customer dialogues. They are improving their methods of measuring customer profitability and customer lifetime value. They are intent on measuring the return on their marketing investment and its impact on shareholder value. They are also concerned with the ethical and social implications of their marketing decisions. As companies change, so does their marketing organization. Marketing is no longer a company department charged with a limited number of tasks, it is a company-wide undertaking. It drives the company's vision, mission, and strategic planning. Marketing includes decisions like whom the company wants as its customers, which of their needs to satisfy, what products and services to offer, what prices to set, what communications to send and receive, what channels of distribution to use, and what partnerships to develop. Marketing success. All departments work together to achieve goals. When engineering designs right products, finance furnishes the required funds, purchasing buys high-quality materials, production makes high-quality products on time, and accounting measures the profitability of different customers, products, and areas. To address all these different shifts, good marketers are practicing holistic marketing. Holistic marketing is the development, design, and implementation of marketing programs, processes, and activities that recognize the breadth and interdependencies of today's marketing environment. 4 key dimensions of holistic marketing are: 1. Internal marketing, ensuring everyone in the organization embraces appropriate marketing principles, especially senior management. 2. Integrated marketing, ensuring that multiple means of creating, delivering, and communicating value are employed and combined in the best way. 3. Relationship marketing, having rich, multifaceted relationships with customers, channel members, and other marketing partners. 4. Performance marketing, understanding returns to the business from marketing activities and programs, as well as addressing broader concerns and their legal, ethical, social, and environmental effects. These 4 dimensions are woven throughout the book and at times spelled out explicitly. The text is organized to specifically address the following 8 tasks that constitute modern marketing management in the 21st century. 1. Developing marketing strategies and plans. 2. Capturing marketing insights. 3. Connecting with customers. 4. Building strong brands. 5. Creating value. 6. Delivering value. 7. Communicating value. 8. Conducting marketing responsibly for long-term success. What makes marketing management the marketing leader? Marketing is of interest to everyone, whether they are marketing goods, services, properties, persons, places, events, information, ideas, or organizations. As it has maintained its respected position among students, educators, and business people, marketing management has kept up to date and contemporary. Students and instructors feel that the book is talking directly to them in terms of both content and delivery. Marketing management owes its marketplace success to its ability to maximize 3 dimensions that characterize the best marketing texts: depth, breadth, and relevance, as measured by the following criteria. Depth. Does the book have solid academic grounding? Does it contain important theoretical concepts, models, and frameworks? Does it provide conceptual guidance to solve practical problems? Breadth. Does the book cover all the right topics? Does it provide the proper amount of emphasis on those topics? Relevance. Does the book engage the reader? Is it interesting to read? Does it have lots of compelling examples? Acknowledgements. The 15th edition bears the imprint of many people. From Phil Kotler, my colleagues and associates at the Kellogg School of Management at Northwestern University continue to have an important impact on my thinking. Nidhi Agrawal, Eric T. Anderson, James C. Anderson, Robert C. Blackburg, Miguel C. Brendel, Bob B. J. Calder, Gregory S. Carpenter, Alex Chernev, and T. Coughlin, David Gall, Kent Grisson, Kirsten Hansen, Deepak C. Jain, Laxman Krishnamurthy, Angela Lee, Vincent Nijs, Yekayan, Mohnabir S. Sohni, Louis W. Stun, Brian Sternthal, Elise M. Tybout, and Andres A. Zoltners. I also want to thank the S.C. Johnson family for the generous support of my chair at the Kellogg School. Completing the Northwestern team are my former Ds, Donald P. Jacobs and Deepak Jain, and my current Dean, Sally Blount, for providing generous support for my research and writing. Several former faculty members of the marketing department had a great influence on my thinking: Stuart Henderson Britt, Richard M. Cluett, Ralph Westfall, Harper W. Boyd, Sydney J. Levy, John Sherry, and John Hoser. I also want to acknowledge Gary Armstrong for our work on principles of marketing. I am indebted to the following co-authors of international editions of Marketing Management and Principles of Marketing, who have taught me a great deal as we worked together to adapt marketing management thinking to problems of different nations. Sui Hu Eng and Siuman Leong, National University of Singapore Tian Tan, Singapore Management University Friedhelm W. Bliemel, Universitat Kaiserslautern, Germany, Lyndon Brown, Stuart Adam, Deakin University, Susan Burton, Macquarie Graduate School of Management, and Sarah Denez, University of Western Sydney, Australia, Bernard Dubois, Group HEC School of Management, France, and Delphine Mansue, ESCPAP European School of Management John Saunders, Loughborough University, and Veronica 1, Warwick University, United Kingdom, Jacob Hornick, Tel Aviv University, Israel, Walter Giorgio Scott, Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore, Italy, Peggy Cunningham, Queen's University, Canada. I also want to acknowledge how much I have learned from working with co-authors on more specialized marketing subjects: Alan Andresen, Krista Asplund, Paul N. Bloom, John Bowen, Roberta C. Ark, Karen Fox, David Jertner, Michael Hamlin, Thomas Hayes, Donald Heder, Uoden Hua, Deepak Jain, Somkaidi Jatusripitak, Hermavan Kartajaya, Milton Kotler, Neil Kotler, Nancy Lee, Sandra Liu, Suvik Mayasinsi, James Macon, Waldemar Foerch, Gustav Ruth, Irving Rain, Eduardo Roberto, Joanne Skeef, Norman Shawchuk, Joel Shalowitz, Ben Shields, Francos Simon, Robert Stevens, Martin Stoller, Fernando Trias de Bees, Bruce Runn, and David Young. My overriding debt continues to be to my lovely wife, Nancy, who provided me with the time, support, and inspiration needed to prepare this edition. It is truly a book. From Kevin Lane Keller, I continually benefit from the wisdom of my marketing colleagues at Tuck, Poonam Keller, Scott Nieslin, Kusum Elavavi, Praveen Kopale, Peter Golder, Ellie Kuhn, Yaniv Dover, Isha Sharma, Fred Webster, Gert Asmus, and John Farley, as well as the leadership of Dean Paul Darnos. I also gratefully acknowledge the invaluable research and teaching contributions from my faculty colleagues and collaborators through the years. I owe a considerable debt of gratitude to Duke University's Jim Beckman and Rick Stalin for helping to get my academic career started and serving as positive role models to this day. I am also appreciative of all that I have learned from working with many industry executives who have generously shared their insights and experiences. With this 15th edition, I received some extremely helpful research assistance from a talented group of Dartmouth undergraduate RAs: Caroline Buck, James Carlson, Ryan Galloway, Jack Hees, Jeff Keller, Jill Lyon, Richard Newsomwhite, Rahul Raina, and Cameron Woodworth, who were as accurate, thorough, dependable, and cheerful as you could possibly imagine. Alison Pearson provided superb administrative support. Finally, I give special thanks to Poonam, my wife, and Carolyn and Alison, my daughters, who make it all happen and make it all worthwhile. We are indebted to the following colleagues at other universities who reviewed this new edition: Jennifer Barr, Richard Stockton College Lawrence Kenneth Duke, Drexel University Labo College of Business Barbara S. Faries, Mission College, Santa Clara, C.A. William E. Flanair, Hiram College Frank J. Franzak Virginia Commonwealth University Robert Gulka, DePaul University Albert N. Greco, Fordham University John A. Harbs, University of Oklahoma Brian Larson Widener University Ernie Racka, Oakland Community College, Auburn Hills, Me Jamie Reesser, Palm Beach Atlantic University, James E. Shapiro, University of New Haven George David Shows, Louisiana Tech University. We would also like to thank colleagues who have reviewed previous editions of Marketing Management: Homro Hua, Tamu Alan Au, University of Hong Kong Hiram Barksdale, University of Georgia Boris Becker, Oregon State University Sandy Becker, Rutgers University Parimal Bhagak, Indiana University of Pennsylvania Sunil Bhatla, Case Western Reserve University Michael Bruce, Anderson University, Frederick Brunel, Boston University John Burnett, University of Denver Lisa Kane, University of California at Berkeley and Mills College Sojik Chabra, DePaul University Yunchu, Frostburg State University Dennis Clayson, University of Northern Iowa Bob Klein, University of Iowa Brain Cunningham, Jacksonville State University Hugh Dobek, Purdue University John Daglone, University of Chicago Kathleen Dominic, Rider University Tad Duffy, Golden Gate University Mohan Datta, Purdue University Barbara Dyer, University of North Carolina at Greensboro Jackie Eastman Valdosta State University Steve Edison, University of Arkansas Little Rock Alton Abe, University of Houston at Clear Lake Elizabeth Evans, Concordia University Barb Feiner, Folk University Chick Fojtik, Pepperdine University Rainey Foster, Delta State University Ralph Gadek, California State University, Sacramento Robert Gulka, DePaul University Betsy Gelb, University of Houston at Clear Lake, Dennis Ginge, University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee, David Jogoff, Florida Atlantic University Rush Glazer, University of California, Berkeley Bill Gray, Keller Graduate School of Management Barbara Gross, California State University at Northridge. Manager, Jennifer M. Collins. We also want to thank our project manager, Becca Groves, for making sure everything was moving along and falling into place in such a personable way, both with regard to the book and supplements. We benefited greatly from the superb editorial help of Elisa Adams, who lent her considerable talents as a development editor to this edition. We also thank our marketing managers, Anne Folgren and Leigh and Raper. Certainly, we are grateful for the editorial support provided by Daniel Petrino. Lastly, we would like to thank the following MyLab contributors: Susan C. Chaney, School of Management, Eastern Michigan University, and Barbara S. Faries, MBA, Mission College, Santa Clara. Philip Kotler S. C. Johnson, Distinguished Professor of International Marketing, Kellogg School of Management. Part 1: Defining Marketing for the New Realities. Chapter 1: Defining Marketing for the New Realities. Chapter 2: Developing Marketing Strategies and Plans. Chapter 3: Creating Long-Term Loyalty Relationships. Unilever is fundamentally changing how it is doing its marketing, including putting more emphasis on developing markets sources, Bloomberg via Getty Images. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. Why is marketing important? P3. 2. What is the scope of marketing? P5. 3. What are some core marketing concepts? P8. 4. What forces are defining the new marketing realities? P13. 5. What does a holistic marketing philosophy include? P17. 6. What tasks are necessary for successful marketing management? P24. 1. Defining marketing for the new realities. Formally and informally, people and organizations engage in a vast number of activities we can call marketing. In the face of a digital revolution and other major changes in the business environment, good marketing today is both increasingly vital and radically new. Consider Unilever. 1. Under the leadership of experienc marketing executive Paul Polman and marketing whiz Keith Weed, Unilever is steering in an aggressive new direction. Its new marketing model, Crafting Brands for Life, establishes social, economic, and product missions for each brand, including Dove, Ben & Jerry's, Lifebuoy, and No. Polman states, "I have a vision of all of our brands being a force for good, with each having over 1 billion fans or more to help drive change." 1. Part of the mission, for instance, is sustainability, specifically, to halve its ecological footprint while doubling revenues. To improve advertising and marketing communications, it aims to strike a balance between magic and logic, doubling marketing training expenditures and emphasizing ad research. To better understand the digital world, CMO Weed took 26 top marketing executives to Silicon Valley to visit Google, Facebook, and Hulu, and led a similar group to visit Hollywood executives at Disney and Universal. Unilever has set its sights on developing and emerging D&E markets, hoping to grow 15% to 20% annually in China and to draw 70% to 75% of business from D&E markets by 2020. The company has also adopted reverse innovation, by applying branding and packaging innovations from developing markets to recession-hit developed markets. In Spain, it now sells surf detergent in 5 wash packs. In Greece, it offers mashed potatoes and mayonnaise in small packages. Good marketing is no accident. It is both an art and a science, and it results from careful planning and execution using state-of-the-art tools and techniques. In this book, we describe how skillful marketers are updating classic practices and inventing new ones to find creative, practical solutions to new marketing realities. In the first chapter, we lay our foundation by reviewing important marketing concepts, tools, frameworks, and issues. The value of marketing. Finance, operations, accounting, and other business functions won't really matter without sufficient demand for products and services so the firm can make a profit. In other words, there must be a top line for there to be a bottom line. Thus, financial success often depends on marketing ability. Marketing's value extends to society as a whole. Has helped introduce new or enhanced products that ease or enrich people's lives. Successful marketing builds demand for products and services, which, in turn, creates jobs. By contributing to the bottom line, successful marketing also allows firms to more fully engage in socially responsible activities. 2. Marketing decision making. CEOs recognize that marketing builds strong brands and a loyal customer base, intangible assets that contribute heavily to the value of a firm. Many firms, even service and non-profit, now have a chief marketing officer, CMO, put marketing on a more equal footing with other C-level executives such as the chief financial officer, CFO, or chief information officer, CIO. For in an internet-fueled environment where consumers, competition, technology, and economic forces change rapidly and consequences quickly multiply, marketers must choose features, prices, and markets and decide how much to spend on advertising, sales, and online and mobile marketing. Meanwhile, the economic downturn that began globally in 2008 and the sluggish recovery since have brought budget cuts and intense pressure to make every marketing dollar count. There is little margin for error in marketing. Just a short time ago, MySpace, Yahoo, Blockbuster, and Barnes & Noble were admired leaders in their industries. What a difference a few years can make. Each of these brands has been completely overtaken by an upstart challenger, Facebook, Google, Netflix, and Amazon, and they now struggle, sometimes unsuccessfully, for mere survival. Firms must constantly move forward. At greatest risk are those that fail to carefully monitor their customers and competitors, continuously improve their value offerings and marketing strategies, or satisfy their employees, stockholders, suppliers, and channel partners in the process. Winning marketing. Skillful marketing is a never-ending pursuit, but some businesses are adapting and thriving in these changing times. Consider American Express. 5. American Express, Small Business Saturday launched in 2010 via radio and TV ads, social media, and PR. American Express's Small Business Saturday program encouraged people to shop at smaller, local retailers on the Saturday after Thanksgiving. Among businesses that participated, sales rose 28%. In 2012, American Express provided social media marketing kits, email templates, and signage to help spread the word. More than 350 small business organizations supported the initiative, more than 3 million users liked the Small Business Saturday Facebook page, and 213,000 related tweets were posted on Twitter. President Obama tweeted, "Today, support small businesses in your community by shopping at your favorite store," and took his daughters to local bookstores. American Express cardholders got a $25 rebate for shopping at local, independent stores on Small Business Saturday. The company reported a roughly 21% increase in transactions for both 2011 and 2012 due to the program. Other top marketers are following suit. Using a web-only campaign, BMW claimed a $110 million revenue gain for its 1 Series. More than 3 million people saw a 5-video teaser campaign, and 20,000 gave their contact details. BMW also targeted influential bloggers and used feedback from social media as input to styling and sales forecasts. 6. Even business-to-business firms are getting into the action. Corning has struggled transcending its reputation as sellers of Pyrex cookware, a business it sold more than a decade ago, to its current status as makers of highly engineered specialty glass and ceramic products. To expand the vision on Wall Street as a company with a rich portfolio, Corning created a YouTube video, A Day Made of Glass. Made possible by Corning. Unconventionally long but beautifully put together, within 3 weeks it attracted more than 1 million views. Much of the social conversation it created revolved around themes of glass, product toughness, and hope. For the future, exactly what Corning wanted. 7. American Express Small Business Saturday has struck a chord with consumers, including TV celebrity Katie Couric. The scope of marketing. To be a marketer, you need to understand what marketing is, how it works, who does it, and what is marketed. What is marketing? Marketing is about identifying and meeting human and social needs. One of the shortest good definitions of marketing is meeting needs profitably. When Google recognized that people needed to more effectively and efficiently access information on the internet, it created a powerful search engine that organized and prioritized queries. When IKEA noticed that people wanted good furnishings at substantially lower prices, it created knockdown furniture. These two firms demonstrated marketing savvy and turned a private or social need into a profitable business opportunity. The American Marketing Association offers the following formal definition: marketing is the activity, set of institutions, and processes for creating, communicating, delivering, and exchanging offerings that have value for customers, clients, partners, and society at large. 8. Coping with these exchange processes calls for a considerable amount of work and skill. Marketing management takes place when at least one party to a potential exchange thinks about the means of achieving desired responses from other parties. Thus, we see marketing management as the art and science of choosing target markets and getting, keeping, and growing customers through creating, delivering, and communicating superior customer value. We can distinguish between a social and a managerial definition of marketing. A social definition shows the role marketing plays in society. For example, one marketer has said that marketing's role is to deliver a higher standard of living. Here is a social definition that serves our purpose. Marketing is a societal process by which individuals and groups obtain what they need and want through creating, offering, and freely exchanging products and services of value with others. Co-creation of value among consumers and with businesses and the importance of value creation and sharing have become important themes in the development of modern marketing thought. 9. Managers sometimes think of marketing as the art of selling products, but many people are surprised when they hear that selling is not the most important part of marketing. Selling is only the tip of the marketing iceberg. Peter Drucker, famed management theorist, put it this way: 10. There will always, one can assume, be a need for some selling. But the aim of marketing is to make selling superfluous. The aim of marketing is to know and understand the customer so well that the product or service fits him and sells itself. Ideally, marketing should result in a customer who is ready to buy. All that should be needed then is to make the product or service available. When Nintendo designed its Wii game system, when Apple launched its iPad tablet computer, and when Toyota introduced its Prius hybrid automobile, these manufacturers were swamped with orders because they had designed the right product, based on careful marketing homework about consumers, competition, and all the external factors that affect cost and demand. What is marketed? Marketers market 10 main types of entities: goods, services, events, experiences, persons, places, properties, organizations, information, and ideas. Let's take a quick look at these categories. Goods. Physical goods constitute the bulk of most countries' production and marketing efforts. Each year, US companies market billions of fresh, canned, bagged, and frozen food products and millions of cars, refrigerators, televisions, machines, and other mainstays of a modern economy. The pageantry of the Olympics, shown here in Sochi, Russia, adds to marketability. Services. As economies advance, a growing proportion of their activities focuses on the production of services. The US economy today produces a services to goods mix of roughly 2/3 to 1/3. 11 services include the work of airlines, hotels, car rental firms, barbers and beauticians, maintenance and repair people, and accountants, bankers, lawyers, engineers, doctors, software programmers, and management consultants. Many market offerings mix goods and services, such as a fast food meal. Events. Marketers promote time-based events, such as major trade shows, artistic performances, and company anniversaries. Global sporting events such as the Olympics and the World Cup are promoted aggressively to companies and fans. Local events include craft fairs, bookstore readings, and farmers' markets. Experiences. By orchestrating several services and goods, a firm can create, stage, and market experiences. Walt Disney World's Magic Kingdom lets customers visit a fairy kingdom, a pirate ship, or a haunted house. Customized experiences include a week at a baseball camp with retired baseball greats, a 4-day rock and roll fantasy camp, and a climb up Mount Everest. Persons. Artists, musicians, CEOs, physicians, high-profile lawyers and financiers, and other professionals often get help from marketers. 12. Many athletes and entertainers have done a masterful job of marketing themselves. NFL quarterback Peyton Manning, talk show veteran Oprah Winfrey, and rock and roll legends the Rolling Stones. Management consultant Tom Peters, himself a master at self-branding, has advised each person to become a brand. Places. Cities, states, regions, and whole nations compete to attract tourists, residents, factories, and company headquarters. 13. Place marketers include economic development specialists, real estate agents, commercial banks, local business associations, and advertising and public relations agencies. The Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority has met with much success with its provocative ad campaign, "What happens here, stays here," portraying Las Vegas as an adult playground. Properties. Properties are intangible rights of ownership to either real property, real estate, or financial property, stocks and bonds. They are bought and sold, and these exchanges require marketing. Real estate agents work for property owners or sellers, or they buy and sell residential or commercial real estate. Investment companies and banks market securities to both institutional and individual investors. Organizations. Museums, performing arts organizations, corporations, and non-profits all use marketing to boost their public images and compete for audiences and funds. Some universities have created Chief Marketing Officer, CMO, positions to better manage their school identity and image, via everything from admission brochures and Twitter feeds to brand strategy. 14. Information. Information is essentially what books, schools, and universities produce, market, and distribute at a price to parents, students, and communities. Firms make business decisions using information supplied by organizations like Thomson Reuters. We combine industry expertise with innovative technology to deliver critical information to leading decision makers in the financial, legal, tax and accounting, healthcare, science and media markets, powered by the world's most trusted news organization. 15. Ideas. Every market offering includes a basic idea. Charles Revson of Revlon once observed, "In the factory we make cosmetics, in the drugstore we sell hope." Products and services are platforms for delivering some idea or benefit. Social marketers promote such ideas as, friends don't let friends drive drunk, and, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. WHO markets. Marketers and prospects. A marketer is someone who seeks a response, attention, a purchase, a vote, a donation, from another party, called the prospect. If two parties are seeking to sell something to each other, we call them both marketers. Marketers are skilled at stimulating demand for their products, but that's a limited view of what they do. They also seek to influence the level, timing, and composition of demand to meet the organization's objectives. 8 demand states are possible. 1. Negative demand. Consumers dislike the product and may even pay to avoid it. 2. Non-existent demand. Consumers may be unaware of or uninterested in the product. 3. Latent demand. Consumers may share a strong need that cannot be satisfied by an existing product. 4. Declining demand. Consumers begin to buy the product less frequently or not at all. 5. Irregular demand. Consumer purchases vary on a seasonal, monthly, weekly, daily, or even hourly basis. 6. Full demand. Consumers are adequately buying all products put into the marketplace. 7. Over full demand. More consumers would like to buy the product than can be satisfied. 8. Unwholesome demand. Consumers may be attracted to products that have undesirable social consequences. In each case, marketers must identify the underlying cause of the demand state and determine a plan of action to shift demand to a more desired state. Markets. Traditionally, a market was a physical place where buyers and sellers gathered to buy and sell goods. Economists describe a market as a collection of buyers and sellers who transact over a particular product or product class, such as the housing market or the grain market. 5 basic markets and their connecting flows are shown in Figure 1.1. Manufacturers go to resource markets, raw material markets, labor markets, money markets, buy resources and turn them into goods and services, and sell finished products to intermediaries, who sell them to consumers. Consumers sell their labor and receive money with which they pay for goods and services. The government collects tax revenues to buy goods from resource, manufacturer, and intermediary markets and uses these goods and services to provide public services. Each nation's economy, and the global economy, consists of interacting sets of markets linked through exchange processes. Marketers view sellers as the industry and use the term market to describe customer groups. They talk about need markets, the diet-seeking market, product markets, the shoe market, demographic markets, the millennium, youth market, geographic markets, the Chinese market, or voter markets, labor markets, and donor markets. Figure 1.2 shows how sellers and buyers are connected by 4 flows. Sellers send goods and services and communications such as ads and direct mail to the market. In return they receive money and information such as customer attitudes and sales data. The inner loop shows an exchange of money for goods and services. The outer loop shows an exchange of information. Vertical bar Fig. 1.1 Vertical bar structure of flows in a modern exchange economy. Vertical bar Fig. 1.2 Vertical bar a simple marketing system. Key customer markets. Consider the following key customer markets: consumer, business, global, and non-profit. Consumer markets. Companies selling mass consumer goods and services such as juices, cosmetics, athletic shoes, and air travel establish a strong brand image by developing a superior product or service, ensuring its availability, and backing it with engaging communications and reliable performance. Business markets. Companies selling business goods and services often face well-informed professional buyers skilled at evaluating competitive offerings. Advertising and websites can play a role, but the sales force, the price, and the seller's reputation may play a greater one. Global markets. Companies in the global marketplace navigate cultural, language, legal, and political differences while deciding which countries to enter, how to enter each, as exporter, licensor, joint venture partner, contract manufacturer, or solo manufacturer, how to adapt product and service features to each country, how to set prices, and how to communicate in different cultures. Non-profit and governmental markets, companies selling to non-profit organizations with limited purchasing power such as churches, universities, charitable organizations, and government agencies need to price carefully. Much government purchasing requires bids. Buyers often focus on practical solutions and favor the lowest bid, other things equal. 16. Core marketing concepts. To understand our marketing function, we need to understand the following core set of concepts. See Table 1.1. Table 1.1 Core marketing concepts. Needs, wants, and demands, target markets, positioning, and segmentation, offerings and brands, marketing channels, paid, owned, and earned media impressions and engagement, value and satisfaction, supply chain, competition, marketing environment. Needs, wants, and demands. Needs are the basic human requirements such as for air, food, water, clothing, and shelter. Humans also have strong needs for recreation, education, and entertainment. These needs become wants when directed to specific objects that might satisfy the need. A US consumer needs food but may want a Chicago-style, deep dish, pizza and a craft beer. A person in Afghanistan needs food but may want rice, lamb, and carrots. Our wants are shaped by our society. Demands are wants for specific products backed by an ability to pay. Many people want a Mercedes, only a few can buy one. Companies must measure not only how many people want their product, but also how many are willing and able to buy it. These distinctions shed light on the criticism that marketers get people to buy things they don't want. Marketers do not create needs, needs pre-exist marketers. Marketers might promote the idea that a Mercedes satisfies a person's need for social status. They do not, however, create the need for social status. Some customers have needs of which they are not fully conscious or cannot articulate. What does the customer mean in asking for a powerful lawnmower or a peaceful hotel? The marketer must probe further. We can distinguish 5 types of needs. 1. Stated needs. The customer wants an inexpensive car. 2. Real needs. The customer wants a car whose operating cost, not initial price, is low. 3. Unstated needs. The customer expects good service from the dealer. 4. Delight needs. The customer would like the dealer to include an onboard GPS system. 5. Secret needs. The customer wants friends to see him or her as a savvy consumer. Responding only to the stated need may shortchange the customer. 17. Consumers did not know much about tablet computers when they were first introduced, but Apple worked hard to shape consumer perceptions of them. To gain an edge, companies must help customers learn what they want. Target markets, positioning, and segmentation. Not everyone likes the same cereal, restaurant, university, or movie. Marketers therefore identify distinct segments of buyers by identifying demographic, psychographic, and behavioral differences between them. They then decide which segment present the greatest opportunities. For each of these target markets, the firm develops a market offering that it positions in target buyers' minds as delivering some key benefit. Volvo develops its cars for the buyer to whom safety is a major concern, positioning them as the safest a customer can buy. Porsche targets buyers who seek pleasure and excitement in driving and want to make a statement about their wheels. Offerings and brands. Companies address customer needs by putting forth a value proposition, a set of benefits that satisfy those needs. The intangible value proposition is made physical by an offering, which can be a combination of products, services, information, and experiences. A brand is an offering from a known source. A brand name such as Apple carries many different kinds of associations in people's minds that make up its image: creative, innovative, easy to use, fun, cool, iPod, iPhone, and iPad to name just a few. All companies strive to build a brand image with as many strong, favorable, and unique brand associations as possible. Marketing channels. To reach a target market, the marketer uses three kinds of marketing channels. Communication channels deliver and receive messages from target buyers and include newspapers, magazines, radio, television, mail, telephone, smartphone, billboards, posters, flyers, CDs, audio tapes, and the internet. Beyond these, firms communicate through the look of their retail stores and websites and other media, adding dialogue channels such as email, blogs, text messages, and URLs to familiar monologue channels such as ads. Distribution channels help display, sell, or deliver the physical product or service to the buyer or user. These channels may be direct via the internet, mail, or mobile phone or telephone, or indirect with distributors, wholesalers, retailers, and agents as intermediaries. To carry out transactions with potential buyers, the marketer also uses service channels that include warehouse, transportation companies, banks, and insurance companies. Marketers clearly face a design challenge in choosing the best mix of communication, distribution, and service channels for their offerings. Paid, owned, and earned media. The rise of digital media gives marketers a host of new ways to interact with consumers and customers. We can group communication options into three categories. 18 paid media include TV, magazine and displays, paid search, and sponsorships, all of which allow marketers to show their ad or brand for a fee. Owned media are communication channels marketers actually own, like a company or brand brochure, website, blog, Facebook page, or Twitter account. Earned media are streams in which consumers, the press, or other outsiders voluntarily communicate something about the brand via word of mouth, buzz, or viral marketing methods. The emergence of earned media has allowed some companies, such as Chipotle, to reduce paid media expenditures. 19. Chipotle, one of the fastest growing restaurant chains over the last decade, Chipotle is committed to fresh food. The company supports family farms and sources sustainable ingredients from local growers who behave responsibly toward animals and the environment. It has over 1,600 stores and over 1.7 million social media fans, yet spends next to nothing on traditional paid media. Instead, Chipotle engages customers through Facebook, Twitter, and other social media via its grassroots, food with integrity, digital strategy, which puts the focus on what it sells and where it comes from. As CMO Mark Krumbacher notes, typically, fast food marketing is a game of trying to obscure the truth. The more people know about most fast food companies, the less likely they would want to be a customer. YouTube videos with country legend Willie Nelson and indie rocker Karen O from the Years musically made Chipotle's case against processed foods and the industrialization of family farms. Impressions and engagement. Marketers now think of three screens, or means to reach consumers: TV, internet, and mobile. Surprisingly, the rise of digital options did not initially depress the amount of TV viewing, in part because, as one Nielsen study found, 3 of 5 consumers use 2 screens at once. 20 impressions, which occur when consumers view a communication, are a useful metric for tracking the scope or breadth of a communication's reach that can also be compared across all communication types. The downside is that impressions don't provide any insight into the results of viewing the communication. Chipotle found marketplace success with little paid media, focusing on social media to tell its story of food with integrity. Engagement is the extent of a customer's attention and active involvement with a communication. It reflects a much more active response than a mere impression and is more likely to create value for the firm. Some online measures of engagements are Facebook likes, Twitter tweets, comments on a blog or website, and sharing of video or other content. Engagement can extend to personal experiences that augment or transform a firm's products and services. Value and satisfaction. The buyer chooses the offerings he or she perceives to deliver the most value, the sum of the tangible and intangible benefits and costs. Value, a central marketing concept, is primarily a combination of quality, service, and price, QSP, called the customer value triad. Value perceptions increase with quality and service but decrease with price. We can think of marketing as the identification, creation, communication, delivery, and monitoring of customer value. Satisfaction reflects a person's judgment of a product's perceived performance in relationship to expectations. If performance falls short of expectations, the customer is disappointed. If it matches expectations, the customer is satisfied. If it exceeds them, the customer is delighted. Supply chain. The supply chain is a channel stretching from raw materials to components to finished products carried to final buyers. As figure 1.3 shows, the supply chain for coffee may start with Ethiopian farmers who plant, tend, and pick the coffee beans and sell their harvest. If sold through a fair trade cooperative, the coffee is washed, dried, and packaged for shipment by an alternative trading organization, ATO, that pays a minimum of $1.26 a pound. The ATO transports the coffee to the developed world where it can sell it directly or via retail channels. Each company in the chain captures only a certain percentage of the total value generated by the supply chain's value delivery system. When a company acquires competitors or expands upstream or downstream, its aim is to capture a higher percentage of supply chain value. Problems with the supply chain can be damaging or even fatal for a business. When Johnson & Johnson ran into manufacturing problems with its consumer products unit, which makes Tylenol and other products, it hired away from Bayer AG a top executive known for her skill at fixing consumer and supply chain problems. 21. Vertical bar Fig. 1.3 Vertical bars supply chain for coffee. Competition. Competition includes all the actual and potential rival offerings and substitutes a buyer might consider. An automobile manufacturer can buy steel from US Steel in the United States, from a foreign firm in Japan or Korea, or from a mini mill such as Nucor at a cost savings, or it can buy aluminum parts from Alcoa to reduce the car's weight, or engineered plastics from Saudi Basic Industries Corporation, SABIC, instead of steel. Clearly, US Steel is more likely to be hurt by substitute products than by other integrated steel companies and would be defining its competition too narrowly if it didn't recognize this. Marketing environment. The marketing environment consists of the task environment and the broad environment. The task environment includes the actors engaged in producing, distributing, and promoting the offering. These are the company, suppliers, distributors, dealers, and target customers. In the supplier group are material suppliers and service suppliers, such as marketing research agencies, advertising agencies, banking and insurance companies, transportation companies, and telecommunications companies. Distributors and dealers include agents, brokers, manufacturer representatives, and others who facilitate finding and selling to customers. The broad environment consists of 6 components: demographic environment, economic environment, social cultural environment, natural environment, technological environment, and political legal environment. Marketers must pay close attention to the trends and developments in these and adjust their marketing strategies as needed. New opportunities are constantly emerging that await the right marketing savvy and ingenuity. Consider Pinterest. 22. Pinterest, one of the fastest growing social media sites ever, it surpassed 10 million monthly unique US visitors in January 2012 and doubled that just 4 months later. Pinterest is a visual bookmarking tool that lets users collect and share images of projects or products on digital scrapbooks or pinboards. Especially popular with women planning weddings, saving recipes, and designing kitchen upgrades, Pinterest has driven more traffic to websites in a month than Twitter, Google+, LinkedIn, and YouTube combined. Part of its appeal is its unique customizable grid of images. Pinterest's sweet spot is that users are often in a shopping mindset. One study showed almost 70% of online purchasers who found a product via Pinterest went on to buy, compared to 40% for Facebook. Brands from Dell and Mercedes-Benz to Peanut Butter & Co. and Zombie SAK are integrating the site into their social media strategies. Nevertheless, Pinterest is still exploring how to best monetize its business venture. Pinterest has tapped into consumer desire to collect and share personally relevant images online. The new marketing realities. The marketplace is dramatically different from even 10 years ago, with new marketing behaviors, opportunities, and challenges emerging. In this book we focus on three transformative forces: technology, globalization, and social responsibility. Technology. The pace of change and the scale of technological achievement can be staggering. The number of mobile phones in India recently exceeded 500 million, Facebook's monthly users passed 1 billion, and more than half of African urban residents were able to access the internet monthly. 23 With the rapid rise of e-commerce, the mobile internet, and web penetration in emerging markets, the Boston Consulting Group believes brand marketers must enhance their digital balance sheets. 24 Massive amounts of information and data about almost everything are now available to consumers and marketers. In fact, technology research specialists Gartner predicts that by 2017, CMOs will spend more time on information technology, IT, than chief information officers, CIOs. Aetna's CMO and CIO have already collaborated successfully for years, launching new products and services including iTriage, a popular health app for the iPhone. With iTriage, users can research ailments, find nearby physicians, and learn about prescribed medicines. 25 Procter & Gamble, P&G, is determined to stay ahead of technology trends. 26. When Tide was used to clear a fuel spill at a NASCAR, P&G quickly spread the word on social media. P&G uses the latest web-based tools in all 80 countries where it sells products, ubiquitous high-speed networking, data visualization, and high-speed analysis of multiple information streams. In 40 locations worldwide, a massive business sphere can display real-time market share, profits, and prices by country, region, brand, and product. Tide laundry detergent has a dedicated news desk that monitors social media chatter and joins in when relevant. When Tide was used to clean up a nasty fuel spill in a NASCAR race, the brand ran social media ads with real news footage within 72 hours. P&G looks at a wide range of technology applications. One pilot study showed that field salespeople increased revenue 1.5% merely by using iPads to show store customers the layouts of different floor displays. The old credo, information is power, is giving way to the new idea that sharing information is power. 27 Software giant SAP's online community numbers more than 2 million customers, partners, and others. Once a year, 100 are chosen to contribute ideas to product development. 28 At the other end of the size spectrum, by running Facebook ads offering a free cut, shampoo, and hot towel treatment to new customers in exchange for name, phone number, email address, and preferred social network, the Gents Place Barbershop in Frisco, TX, has picked up 5,000 clients. Its average marketing cost for each was $10.13, which it quickly recoups from repeat purchases. 29 Even traditional marketing activities are profoundly affected by technology. To improve sales force effectiveness, drug maker Roche decided to issue iPads to its entire sales team. Though the company had a sophisticated customer relationship management (CRM) software system before, it still depended on sales reps to accurately input data in a timely fashion, which unfortunately did not always happen. With iPads, however, sales teams can do real-time data entry, improving the quality of the data entered while freeing up time for other tasks. 30. Globalization. The world has become a smaller place. New transportation, shipping, and communication technologies have made it easier for us to know the rest of the world, to travel, to buy and sell anywhere. By 2025, annual consumption in emerging markets will total $30 trillion and contribute more than 70% of global GDP growth. 31. A staggering 56% of global financial services consumption is forecast to come from emerging markets by 2050, up from 18% in 2010. Demographic trends favor developing markets such as India, Pakistan, and Egypt, with populations whose median age is below 25. In terms of growth of the middle class, defined as earning more than $3,000 per year, the Philippines, China, and Peru are the three fastest growing countries. 32. Product introduced into developing markets, such as GE's portable ultrasound scanner, are finding success in developed markets too. Globalization has made countries increasingly multicultural. US minorities have much economic clout, and their buying power is growing faster than that of the general population. According to the University of Georgia's Terry College of Business Minority Buying Report, the combined buying power of US racial minorities, African Americans, Asians, and Native Americans, is projected to rise from $1.6 trillion in 2010 to $2.1 trillion in 2015, accounting for 15% of the nation's total. The buying power of US Hispanics will rise from $1 trillion in 2010 to $1.5 trillion in 2015, nearly 11% of the nation's total. One survey found that 87% of companies plan to increase or maintain multicultural media budgets. 33. Globalization changes innovation and product development as companies take ideas and lessons from one country and apply them to another. After years of little success with its premium ultrasound scanners in the Chinese market, GE successfully developed a portable, ultra low-cost version that addressed the country's unique market needs. Later, it began to successfully sell the product throughout the developed world for use in ambulances and operating rooms where existing models were too big. 34. Social responsibility. Poverty, pollution, water shortages, climate change, wars, and wealth concentration demand our attention. The private sector is taking some responsibility for improving living conditions, and firms all over the world have elevated the role of corporate social responsibility. Because marketing's effects extend to society as a whole, marketers must consider the ethical, environmental, legal, and social context of their activities. 35. Marketing Insight, Getting to Marketing 3.0, describes how companies need to change to do that. The organization's task is thus to determine the needs, wants, and interests of target markets and satisfy them more effectively and efficiently than competitors while preserving or enhancing consumers' and society's long-term well-being. Marketing Insight. Getting to Marketing 3.0. Philip Kotler, Herman Kurtaya, and Ivan Satyevan believe today's customers want marketers to treat them as whole human beings and acknowledge that their needs extend beyond pure consumerism. Successful marketing is thus distinguished by its human or emotional element. A third wave of thinking, values-driven and heralded as Marketing 3.0, has moved us beyond the product-centric and consumer-centric models of the past. These authors say its three central trends are increased consumer participation and collaborative marketing, globalization, and the rise of a creative society. We live with sustained technological development, low-cost internet, cheap computers and mobile phones, open-source services and systems. Expressive and collaborative social media, such as Facebook and Wikipedia, have changed the way marketers operate and interact with consumers. Culturally relevant brands can have far-reaching effects. A cultural brand might position itself as a national or local alternative to a global brand with poor environmental standards, for instance. Creative people are increasingly the backbone of developed economies. Marketing can now help companies tap into creativity and spirituality by instilling marketing values in corporate culture, vision, and mission. These authors believe the future of marketing will be horizontal, consumer to consumer. They feel the recent economic downturn has not fostered trust in the marketplace and that customers now increasingly turn to one another for credible advice and information when selecting products. Sources: Philip Kotler, Hermavan Kartajaya, and Ivan Satyevan. Marketing 3.0, From Products to Customers to the Human Spirit, Hoboken, N.J., Wiley, 2010, Michael Croyce, Evolution of an Academic. Kotler on Marketing 3.0, Marketing News, 30th January 2011, Vivek Kaul, Beyond Advertising. Philip Kotler remains one of the most influential marketing thinkers. The Economic Times, 29th February 2012. For more stimulating related ideas, see also Jim Stengel, Grow, How Ideals Power Growth and Profit at the World's Greatest Companies, New York, Crown, 2011. As goods become more commoditized and consumers grow more socially conscious, some companies, including The Body Shop, Timberland, and Patagonia, incorporate social responsibility as a way to differentiate themselves from competitors, build consumer preference, and achieve notable sales and profit gains. 36. A dramatically changed marketplace. Coca-Cola reinforces its message of happiness with special promotional, Hug Me, vending machines which dispense free product. Marketing in practice. Given the new marketing realities, organizations are challenging their marketers to find the best balance of old and new and to provide demonstrable evidence of success. Marketing Memo, Reinventing Marketing at Coca-Cola, describes some of the many different ways that top marketing organization has changed. Marketing balance. Companies must all forward, innovating products and services, staying in touch with customer needs, and seeking new advantages rather than relying on past strengths. India's Hindustan Unilever asks all staff members, not just marketers, to obtain a consumer license to work on its brands, which requires spending 50 hours of face time with shoppers. As one senior executive noted, our consumers are moving faster than marketers do, whether in terms of rural or urban changes or the way they consume media and entertainment. 54. Moving forward especially means incorporating the internet and digital efforts into marketing plans. Marketers must balance increased spending on search advertising, social media, emails, and text messages with appropriate spending on traditional marketing communications. But they must do so in tough economic times, when accountability has become a top priority and returns on investment are expected from every marketing activity. The ideal is retaining winning practices from the past while adding fresh approaches that reflect the new marketing realities. 55. Marketing Memo. Reinventing marketing at Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is fundamentally changing the way it does marketing, primarily by adding a strong digital component to its traditional marketing tools. The new model is based on moving consumers from impressions to expressions to conversations to transactions. Coca-Cola defines consumer expressions as any level of engagement with brand content, a comment, like, or share on Facebook, a tweet, or an uploaded photo or video. Coca-Cola strives to put strongly shareable pieces of communications online that will generate impressions but also lead to expressions from consumers who join or extend the communication storyline and ultimately buy the product. These communications focus on the core themes of happiness and optimism that define the brand's positioning. One successful application is the video of a Hug Me vending machine in Singapore that dispensed cans of Coke when people put their arms around it and hugged it. In a week, the video generated 112 million impressions. Coca-Cola actively experiments, allocating 70% of its budget to activities it knows will work, 20% to improving those activities, and 10% to experimentation. The company accepts that experiments can fail but believes in taking chances to learn and develop better solutions. Even in its traditional advertising and promotion, it looks for innovation. For instance, Coca-Cola places much importance on cultural leadership and causes that benefit others. The mission of its Arctic Home project is to protect the habitat of polar bears, who have starred in animated form in its holiday ads for years. Committing $3 million to the World Wildlife Fund, Coca-Cola drew attention to the project by turning its traditional red cans white. Sources: Joe Tripodi, Coca-Cola marketing shifts from impressions to expressions, Harvard Business Review, HBR Blog Network, 27 April 2011, Tim Nudd, Coca-Cola joins the revolution in world where the mob rules, Adweek, June 19, 2012, Sojit Dasgupta and Yvia Susan Pinto, Q&A, Joseph Tripodi, Business Standard, 3 November 2011, Coca-Cola sets Facebook record, www.walk.com 6 September 2012. Marketing accountability. Marketers are increasingly asked to justify their investments in financial and profitability terms, as well as in terms of building the brand and growing the customer base. Organizations recognize that much of their market value comes from intangible assets, particularly brands, customer base, employees, distributor and supplier relations, and intellectual capital. They are thus applying more metrics: brand equity, customer lifetime value, return on marketing investment, ROMI, to understand and measure their marketing and business performance, and a broader variety of financial measures to assess the direct and indirect value their marketing efforts create. Marketing in the organization. As the late David Packard of Hewlett-Packard observed, marketing is far too important to leave to the marketing department. Increasingly, marketing is not done only by the marketing department. Every employee has an impact on the customer. Marketers now must properly manage all possible touch points: store layouts, package designs, product functions, employee training, and shipping and logistics. To create a strong marketing organization, marketers must think like executives in other departments, and executives in other departments must think more like marketers. Interdepartmental teamwork that includes marketers is needed to manage processes like production innovation, new business development, customer acquisition and retention, and order fulfillment. Company orientation toward the marketplace. Given these new marketing realities, what philosophy should guide a company's marketing efforts? Let's first review the evolution of marketing philosophies. The production concept. The production concept is one of the oldest concepts in business. It holds that consumers prefer products that are widely available and inexpensive. Managers of production-oriented businesses concentrate on achieving high production efficiency, low costs, and mass distribution. This orientation has made sense in developing countries such as China, where the largest PC manufacturer, Legend, principal owner of Lenovo Group, and domestic appliances giant here have taken advantage of the country's huge and inexpensive labor pool to dominate the market. Marketers also use the production concept when they want to expand the market. The product concept. The product concept proposes that consumers favor products offering the most quality, performance, or innovative features. However, managers are sometimes caught in a love affair with their products. They might commit the better mousetrap fallacy, believing a better product will by itself lead people to beat a path to their door. As many startups have learned the hard way, a new or improved product will not necessarily be successful unless it's priced, distributed, advertised, and sold properly. The selling concept. The selling concept holds that consumers and businesses, if left alone, won't buy enough of the organization's products. It is practiced most aggressively with unsought goods. Goods buyers don't normally think of buying, such as insurance and cemetery plots, and when firms with overcapacity aim to sell what they make, rather than make what the market wants. Marketing based on hard selling is risky. It assumes customers coaxed into buying a product not only won't return or badmouth it or complain to consumer organizations but might even buy it again. The marketing concept. The marketing concept emerged in the mid-1950s as a customer-centered, sense and respond philosophy. The job is to find not the right customers for your products, but the right products for your customers. Dell doesn't prepare a PC or laptop for its target market. Rather, it provides product platforms on which each person customizes the features he or she desires in the machine. The marketing concept holds that the key to achieving organizational goals is being more effective than competitors in creating, delivering, and communicating superior customer value to your target markets. Harvard's Theodore Levitt drew a perceptive contrast between the selling and marketing concepts. 39. Selling focuses on the needs of the seller, marketing on the needs of the buyer. Selling is preoccupied with the seller's need to convert his product into cash, marketing with the idea of satisfying the needs of the customer by means of the product and the whole cluster of things associated with creating, delivering, and finally consuming it. The holistic marketing concept. Without question, the trends and forces that have defined the new marketing realities in the first years of the 21st century are leading business firms to embrace a new set of beliefs and practices. The holistic marketing concept is based on the development, design, and implementation of marketing programs, processes, and activities that recognize their breadth and interdependencies. Holistic marketing acknowledges that everything matters in marketing, and that a broad, integrated perspective is often necessary. Holistic marketing thus recognizes and reconciles the scope and complexities of marketing activities. Figure 1.4 provides a schematic overview of four broad components characterizing holistic marketing: relationship marketing, integrated marketing, internal marketing, and performance marketing. We'll examine these major themes throughout this book. Vertical bar Fig. 1.4 Vertical bar Holistic marketing dimensions. Relationship marketing. Increasingly, a key goal of marketing is to develop deep, enduring relationships with people and organizations that directly or indirectly affect the success of the firm's marketing activities. Relationship marketing aims to build mutually satisfying long-term relationships with key constituents in order to earn and retain their business. Four key constituents for relationship marketing are customers, employees, marketing partners, channels, suppliers, distributors, dealers, agencies, and members of the financial community, shareholders, investors, analysts. Marketers must create prosperity among all these constituents and balance the returns to all key stakeholders. To develop strong relationships with them requires understanding their capabilities and resources, needs, goals, and desires. The ultimate outcome of relationship marketing is a unique company asset called a marketing network, consisting of the company and its supporting stakeholders, customers, employees, suppliers, distributors, retailers, and others, with whom it has built mutually profitable business relationships. The operating principle is simple: build an effective network of relationships with key stakeholders, and profits will follow. Thus, more companies are choosing to own brands rather than physical assets, and they are subcontracting activities to firms that can do them better and more cheaply while retaining core activities at home. Companies are also shaping separate offers, services, and messages to individual customers, based on information about their past transactions, demographics, psychographics, and media and distribution preferences. By focusing on their most profitable customers, products, and channels, these firms hope to achieve profitable growth, capturing a larger share of each customer's expenditures by building high customer loyalty. They estimate individual customer lifetime value and design their market offerings and prices to make a profit over the customer's lifetime. Marketing must skillfully conduct not only customer relationship management, CRM, but partner relationship management, PRM, as well. Companies are deepening their partnering arrangements with key suppliers and distributors, seeing them as partners in delivering value to final customers so everybody benefits. IBM is a business-to-business powerhouse that has learned the value of strong customer bonds. 57. IBM, having celebrated its 100th corporate anniversary in 2011, IBM is a remarkable survivor that has maintained market leadership for decades in the challenging technology industry. The company has managed to successfully evolve its business and seamlessly update the focus of its products and services numerous times in its history, from mainframes to PCs to its current emphasis on cloud computing, big data, and IT services. Part of the reason is that IBM's well-trained sales force and service organization offer real value to customers by staying close to them and fully understanding their requirements. IBM often even co-creates products with customers. With the state of New York, it developed a method for detecting tax evasion that reportedly saved taxpayers $1.6 billion over a 7-year period. As famed Harvard Business School professor Rosabeth Moss-Kanter has noted, IBM is not a technology company but a company solving problems using technology. Integrated marketing occurs when the marketer devises marketing activities and assembles marketing programs to create, communicate, and deliver value for consumers such that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Two key themes are that 1. Many different marketing activities can create, communicate, and deliver value, and 2. Marketers should design and implement any one marketing activity with all other activities in mind. When a hospital buys an MRI machine from General Electric's Medical Systems division, for instance, it expects good installation, maintenance, and training services to go with the purchase. The company must develop an integrated channel strategy. It should assess each channel option for its direct effect on product sales and brand equity, as well as its indirect effect through interactions with other channel options. All company communications also must be integrated so communication options reinforce and complement each other. A marketer might selectively employ television, radio, and print advertising, public relations and events, and PR and website communications so each contributes on its own and improves the effectiveness of the others. Each must also deliver a consistent brand message at every contact. Consider this award-winning campaign for Iceland. 41. Iceland, already reeling from some of the biggest losses in the global financial crisis in 2008, Iceland faced more misfortune when dormant volcano Eyjafjallajökull unexpectedly erupted in April 2010. Its enormous plumes of ash created the largest air travel disruption since World War II, resulting in a wave of negative press and bad feelings throughout Europe and elsewhere. With tourism generating around 20% of the country's foreign exchange and bookings plummeting, government and tourism officials decided to launch, Inspired by Iceland. This campaign was based on the insight that 80% of visitors to Iceland recommend the destination to friends and family. The country's own citizens were recruited to tell their stories and encourage others to join in via a website or Twitter, Facebook, and Vimeo. Celebrities such as Yoko Ono and Eric Clapton shared their experiences, and live concerts generated PR. Real-time webcams across the country showed that the country was not ash-covered but green. The campaign was wildly successful. 22.5 million stories were created by people all over the world, and ensuing bookings were dramatically above forecasts. Iceland's fully integrated modern tourism campaign helped to halt a slide in visitors to the country. Internal marketing, an element of holistic marketing, is the task of hiring, training, and motivating able employees who want to serve customers well. Smart marketers recognize that marketing activities within the company can be as important, or even more important, than those directed outside the company. It makes no sense to promise excellent service before the company's staff is ready to provide it. Marketing succeeds only when all departments work together to achieve customer goals. Table 1.2. When engineering designs the right products, finance furnishes the right amount of funding, purchasing buys the right materials, production makes the right products in the right time horizon, and accounting measures profitability in the right ways. Such interdepartmental harmony can only truly coalesce, however, When senior management clearly communicates a vision of how the company's marketing orientation and philosophy serve customers. The following example highlights some of the potential challenge in integrating marketing. The marketing vice president of a major European airline wants to increase the airline's traffic share. His strategy is to build up customer satisfaction by providing better food, cleaner cabins, better trained cabin crews, and lower fares, yet he has no authority in these matters. The catering department chooses food that keeps food costs down. The maintenance department uses inexpensive cleaning services. The human resources department hires people without regard to whether they are naturally friendly. The finance department sets the fares. Because these departments generally take a cost or production point of view, the vice president of marketing is stymied in his efforts to create an integrated marketing program. Internal marketing requires vertical alignment with senior management and horizontal alignment with other departments so everyone understands, appreciates, and supports the marketing effort. Performance marketing requires understanding the financial and non-financial returns to business and society from marketing activities and programs. As noted previously, top marketers are increasingly going beyond sales revenue to examine the marketing scorecard and interpret what is happening to market share, customer loss rate, customer satisfaction, product quality, and other measures. They are also considering the legal, ethical, social, and environmental effects of marketing activities and programs. When they founded Ben & Jerry's, Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield embraced the performance marketing concept by dividing the traditional financial bottom line into a double bottom line that also measured the environmental impact of their products and processes. That later expanded into a triple bottom line to represent the social impacts, negative and positive, of the firm's entire range of business activities. Many firms have failed to live up to their legal and ethical responsibilities, and consumers are demanding more responsible behavior. 42-1 research study reported that at least one-third of consumers around the world believed that banks, insurance providers, and packaged food companies should be subject to stricter regulation. 43. Updating the 4 Ps. Many years ago, McCarthy classified various marketing activities into marketing mix tools of 4 broad kinds, which he called the 4 Ps of marketing: product, price, place, and promotion. 61. The marketing variables under each P are shown in figure 1.5. A complementary view of the 4 Ps can be found in Marketing Insight, Understanding the 4 As of Marketing, Table 1.2, assessing which company departments are customer-minded. R&D. They spend time meeting customers and listening to their problems. They welcome the involvement of marketing, manufacturing, and other departments to each new project. They benchmark competitors' products and seek best-of-class solutions. They solicit customer reactions and suggestions as the project progresses. They continuously improve and refine the product on the basis of market feedback. Purchasing. They proactively search for the best suppliers. They build long-term relationships with fewer but more reliable, high-quality suppliers. They don't compromise quality for price savings. Manufacturing. They invite customers to visit and tour their plants. They visit customer plants. They willingly work overtime to meet promised delivery schedules. They continuously search for ways to produce goods faster and/or at lower cost. They continuously improve product quality, aiming for 0 defects. They meet customer requirements for customization, where possible. Marketing. They study customer needs and wants in well-defined market segments. They allocate marketing effort in relation to the long-run profit potential of the targeted segments. They develop winning offers for each target segment. They measure company image and customer satisfaction on a continuous basis. They continuously gather and evaluate ideas for new products, product improvements, and services. They urge all company departments and employees to be customer-centered. Sales. They have specialized knowledge of the customer's industry. They strive to give the customer the best solution. They make only promises that they can keep. They feed back customers' needs and ideas to those in charge of product development. They serve the same customers for a long period of time. Logistics, they set a high standard for service delivery time and meet this standard consistently. They operate a knowledgeable and friendly customer service department that can answer questions, handle complaints, and resolve problems in a satisfactory and timely manner. Accounting, they prepare periodic profitability reports by product, market segment, geographic areas, regions, sales territories, order sizes, channels, and individual customers. They prepare invoices tailored to customer needs and answer customer queries courteously and quickly. Finance, they understand and support marketing expenditures, e.g., image advertising, that produce long-term customer preference and loyalty. They tailor the financial package to the customer's financial requirements. They make quick decisions on customer creditworthiness. Public relations. They send out favorable news about the company and damage control unfavorable news. They act as an internal customer and public advocate for better company policies and practices. Source: copyright symbol Philip Kotler, Kotler on Marketing, New York, Free Press, 1990. Channels. These firms hope to achieve profitable growth, capturing a larger share of each customer's expenditures by building high customer loyalty. They estimate individual customer lifetime value and design their market offerings and prices to make a profit over the customer's lifetime. Marketing must skillfully conduct not only customer relationship management, CRM, but partner relationship management, PRM, as well. Companies are deepening their partnering arrangements with key suppliers and distributors, seeing them as partners in delivering value to final customers so everybody benefits. IBM is a business-to-business powerhouse that has learned the value of strong customer bonds. 57. IBM, having celebrated its 100th corporate anniversary in 2011, IBM is a remarkable survivor that has maintained market leadership for decades in the challenging technology industry. The company has managed to successfully evolve its business and seamlessly update the focus of its products and services numerous times in its history, from mainframes to PCs to its current emphasis on cloud computing, big data, and IT services. Part of the reason is that IBM's well-trained sales force and service organization offer real value to customers by staying close to them and fully understanding their requirements. IBM often even co-creates products with customers. With the state of New York, it developed a method for detecting tax evasion that reportedly saved taxpayers $1.6 billion over a 7-year period. As famed Harvard Business School professor Rosabeth Moss-Kanter has noted, IBM is not a technology company but a company solving problems using technology. Integrated marketing occurs when the marketer devises marketing activities and assembles marketing programs to create, communicate, and deliver value for consumers such that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Two key themes are that 1. Many different marketing activities can create, communicate, and deliver value, and 2. Marketers should design and implement any one marketing activity with all other activities in mind. When a hospital buys an MRI machine from General Electric's Medical Systems division, for instance, it expects good installation, maintenance, and training services to go with the purchase. The company must develop an integrated channel strategy. It should assess each channel option for its direct effect on product sales and brand equity, as well as its indirect effect through interactions with other channel options. All company communications also must be integrated so communication options reinforce and complement each other. A marketer might selectively employ television, radio, and print advertising, public relations and events, and PR and website communications so each contributes on its own and improves the effectiveness of the others. Each must also deliver a consistent brand message at every contact. Consider this award-winning campaign for Iceland. 41. Iceland already reeling from some of the biggest losses in the global financial crisis in 2008, Iceland faced more misfortune when dormant volcano Eyjafjallajökull unexpectedly erupted in April 2010. Its enormous plumes of ash created the largest air travel disruption since World War II, resulting in a wave of negative press and bad feelings throughout Europe and elsewhere. With tourism generating around 20% of the country's foreign exchange and bookings plummeting, government and tourism officials decided to launch, inspired by Iceland. This campaign was based on the insight that 80% of visitors to Iceland recommend the destination to friends and family. The country's own citizens were recruited to tell their stories and encourage others to join in via a website or Twitter, Facebook, and Vimeo. Celebrities such as Yoko Ono and Eric Clapton shared their experiences, and live concerts generated PR. Real-time webcams across the country showed the country was not ash-covered but green. The campaign was wildly successful. 22.5 million stories were created by people all over the world, and ensuing bookings were dramatically above forecasts. Iceland's fully integrated modern tourism campaign helped to halt a slide in visitors to the country. Internal marketing, an element of holistic marketing, is the task of hiring, training, and motivating able employees who want to serve customers well. Smart marketers recognize that marketing activities within the company can be as important, or even more important, than those directed outside the company. It makes no sense to promise excellent service before the company's staff is ready to provide it. Marketing succeeds only when all departments work together to achieve customer goals. See Table 1.2. When engineering designs the right products, finance furnishes the right amount of funding, purchasing buys the right materials, production makes the right products in the right time horizon, and accounting measures profitability in the right ways. Such interdepartmental harmony can only truly coalesce, however, when senior management clearly communicates a vision of how the company's marketing orientation and philosophy serve customers. The following example highlights some of the potential challenge in integrating marketing. The marketing vice president of a major European airline wants to increase the airline's traffic share. His strategy is to build up customer satisfaction by providing better food, cleaner cabins, better trained cabin crews, and lower fares, yet he has no authority in these matters. The catering department chooses food that keeps food costs down, the maintenance department uses inexpensive cleaning services, the human resources department hires people without regard to whether they are naturally friendly, the finance department sets the fares. Because these departments generally take a cost or production point of view, the vice president of marketing is stymied in his efforts to create an integrated marketing program. Internal marketing requires vertical alignment with senior management and horizontal alignment with other departments so everyone understands, appreciates, and supports the marketing effort. Performance marketing requires understanding the financial and non-financial returns to business and society from marketing activities and programs. As noted previously, top marketers are increasingly going beyond sales revenue to examine the marketing scorecard and interpret what is happening to market share, customer loss rate, customer satisfaction, product quality, and other measures. They are also considering the legal, ethical, social, and environmental effects of marketing activities and programs. When they founded Ben & Jerry's, Ben O'Hain and Jerry Greenfield embraced the performance marketing concept by dividing the traditional financial bottom line into a double bottom line that also measured the environmental impact of their products and processes. That later expanded into a triple bottom line to represent the social impacts, negative and positive, of the firm's entire range of business activities. Many firms have failed to live up to their legal and ethical responsibilities, and consumers are demanding more responsible behavior. 42 research study reported that at least one-third of consumers around the world believed that banks, insurance providers, and packaged food companies should be subject to stricter regulation. 43. Updating the 4 Ps. Many years ago, McCarthy classified various marketing activities into marketing mix tools of 4 broad kinds, which he called the 4 P's of marketing: product, price, place, and promotion. 61 The marketing variables under each P are shown in figure 1.5. A complementary view of the 4 P's can be found in Marketing Insight, Understanding the 4 As of Marketing, Table 1.2, assessing which company departments are customer-minded. R&D They spend time meeting customers and listening to their problems. They welcome the involvement of marketing, manufacturing, and other departments to each new project. They benchmark competitors' products and seek best-of-class solutions. They solicit customer reactions and suggestions as the project progresses. They continuously improve and refine the product on the basis of market feedback. Purchasing They proactively search for the best suppliers. They build long-term relationships with fewer but more reliable, high-quality suppliers. They don't compromise quality for price savings. Manufacturing They invite customers to visit and tour their plants. They visit customer plants. They willingly work overtime to meet promised delivery schedules. They continuously search for ways to produce goods faster and/or at lower cost. They continuously improve product quality, aiming for 0 defects. They meet customer requirements for customization, where possible. Marketing They study customer needs and wants in well-defined market segments. They allocate marketing effort in relation to the long-run profit potential of the targeted segments. They develop winning offers for each target segment. They measure company image and customer satisfaction on a continuous basis. They continuously gather and evaluate ideas for new products, product improvements, and services. They urge all company departments and employees to be customer-centered. Sales. They have specialized knowledge of the customer's industry. They strive to give the customer the best solution. They make only promises that they can keep. They feed back customers' needs and ideas to those in charge of product development. They serve the same customers for a long period of time. Logistics They set a high standard for service delivery time and meet this standard consistently. They operate a knowledgeable and friendly customer service department that can answer questions, handle complaints, and resolve problems in a satisfactory and timely manner. Accounting They prepare periodic profitability reports by product, market segment, geographic areas, regions, sales territories, order sizes, channels, and individual customers. They prepare invoices tailored to customer needs and answer customer queries courteously and quickly. Finance They understand and support marketing expenditures, e.g., image advertising, that produce long-term customer preference and loyalty. They tailor the financial package to the customer's financial requirements. They make quick decisions on customer creditworthiness. Public relations. They send out favorable news about the company and damage control unfavorable news. They act as an internal customer and public advocate for better company policies and practices. Source: Copyright symbol Philip Kotler, Kotler on Marketing, New York, Free Press, 1999, pp. 21-22. Channels. These firms hope to achieve profitable growth, capturing a larger share of each customer's expenditures by building high customer loyalty. They estimate individual customer lifetime value and design their market offerings and prices to make a profit over the customer's lifetime. Marketing must skillfully conduct not only customer relationship management, CRM, but partner relationship management, PRM, as well. Companies are deepening their partnering arrangements with key suppliers and distributors, seeing them as partners in delivering value to final customers so everybody benefits. IBM is a business-to-business powerhouse that has learned the value of strong customer bonds. 57. IBM, having celebrated its 100th corporate anniversary in 2011, IBM is a remarkable survivor that has maintained market leadership for decades in the challenging technology industry. The company has managed to successfully evolve its business and seamlessly update the focus of its products and services numerous times in its history, from mainframes to PCs to its current emphasis on cloud computing, big data, and IT services. Part of the reason is that IBM's well-trained sales force and service organization offer real value to customers by staying close to them and fully understanding their requirements. IBM often even co-creates products with customers. With the state of New York, it developed a method for detecting tax evasion that reportedly saved taxpayers $1.6 billion over a 7-year period. As famed Harvard Business School professor Rosabeth Moss-Kanter has noted, IBM is not a technology company but a company solving problems using technology. Integrated marketing occurs when the marketer devises marketing activities and assembles marketing programs to create, communicate, and deliver value for consumers such that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. Two key themes are that 1. Many different marketing activities can create, communicate, and deliver value, and 2. Marketers should design and implement any one marketing activity with all other activities in mind. When a hospital buys an MRI machine from General Electric's Medical Systems division, for instance, it expects good installation, maintenance, and training services to go with the purchase. The company must develop an integrated channel strategy. It should assess each channel option for its direct effect on product sales and brand equity, as well as its indirect effect through interactions with other channel options. All company communications also must be integrated so communication options reinforce and complement each other. A marketer might selectively employ television, radio, and print advertising, public relations and events, and PR and website communications so each contributes on its own and improves the effectiveness of the others. Each must also deliver a consistent brand message at every contact. Consider this award-winning campaign for Iceland. 41. Iceland, already reeling from some of the biggest losses in the global financial crisis in 2008, Iceland faced more misfortune when dormant volcano Eyjafjallajökull unexpectedly erupted in April 2010. Its enormous plumes of ash created the largest air travel disruption since World War II, resulting in a wave of negative press and bad feelings throughout Europe and elsewhere. With tourism generating around 20% of the country's foreign exchange and bookings plummeting, government and tourism officials decided to launch, Inspired by Iceland. This campaign was based on the insight that 80% of visitors to Iceland recommend the destination to friends and family. The country's own citizens were recruited to tell their stories and encourage others to join in via a website or Twitter, Facebook, and Vimeo. Celebrities such as Yoko Ono and Eric Clapton shared their experiences, and live concerts generated PR. Real-time webcams across the country showed that the country was not ash-covered but green. The campaign was wildly successful. 22.5 million stories were created by people all over the world, and ensuing bookings were dramatically above forecasts. Iceland's fully integrated modern tourism campaign helped to halt a slide in visitors to the country. Internal marketing, an element of holistic marketing, is the task of hiring, training, and motivating able employees who want to serve customers well. Art marketers recognize that marketing activities within the company can be as important, or even more important, than those directed outside the company. It makes no sense to promise excellent service before the company's staff is ready to provide it. Marketing succeeds only when all departments work together to achieve customer goals. See Table 1.2. When engineering designs the right products, finance furnishes the right amount of funding, purchasing buys the right materials, production makes the right products in the right time horizon, and accounting ensures profitability in the right ways. Such interdepartmental harmony can only truly coalesce, however, when senior management clearly communicates a vision of how the company's marketing orientation and philosophy serve customers. The following example highlights some of the potential challenge in integrating marketing. The marketing vice president of a major European airline wants to increase the airline traffic share. His strategy is to build up customer satisfaction by providing better food, clean cabins, better trained cabin crews, and lower fares, yet he has no authority in these matters. The catering department chooses food that keeps food costs down, the maintenance department uses expensive cleaning services, the human resources department hires people without regard to whether they are natural friendly, the finance department sets the fares. Because these departments generally take the cost or production point of view, the vice president of marketing is stymied in his efforts to create an integrated marketing program. Internal marketing requires vertical alignment with senior management and horizontal alignment with other departments so everyone understands, appreciates, and supports the marketing effort. Performance marketing requires understanding the financial and non-financial returns to business and society from marketing activities and programs. As noted previously, top marketers are increasingly going beyond sales revenue to examine the marketing scorecard and interpret what is happening to market share, customer loss rate, customer satisfaction, product quality, and other measures. They are also considering the legal, ethical, social, and environmental effects of marketing activities and programs. When they founded Ben & Jerry's, Ben Cohen and Jerry Greenfield embraced the performance marketing concept by dividing the traditional financial bottom line into a double bottom line that also measured the environmental impact of their products and processes. That later expanded into a triple bottom line to represent the social impacts, negative and positive, of the firm's entire range of business activities. Many firms have failed to live up to their legal and ethical responsibilities, and consumers are demanding more responsible behavior. 42-1 research study reported that at least one-third of consumers around the world believed that banks, insurance providers, and packaged food companies should be subject to stricter regulation. 43. Updating the 4 Ps. Many years ago, McCarthy classified various marketing activities into marketing mix tools of 4 broad kinds, which he called the 4 Ps of marketing: product, price, place, and promotion. 61. The marketing variables under each P are shown in figure 1.5. A complementary view of the 4 Ps can be found in Marketing Insight, Understanding the 4 As of Marketing, Table 1.2, assessing which company departments are customer-minded. R&D. They benchmark competitors' product and seek best-of-class solutions. They solicit customer reactions and suggestions as the project progresses. Sales. They have specialized knowledge of the customer's industry. They strive to give the customer the best solution. They make only promises that they can keep. They feed back customers' needs and ideas to those in charge of product development. They serve the same customers for a long period of time. Logistics. They set a high standard for service delivery time and meet this standard consistently. They operate a knowledgeable and friendly customer service department that can answer questions, handle complaints, and resolve problems in a satisfactory and timely manner. Accounting. They prepare periodic profitability reports by product, market segment, geographic areas, regions, sales territories, order sizes, channels, and individual customers. They prepare invoices tailored to customer needs and answer customer queries courteously and quickly. Finance. They understand and support marketing expenditures, e.g., image advertising, that produce long-term customer preference and loyalty. They tailor the financial package to the customer's financial requirements. They make quick decisions on customer creditworthiness. Public relations. They send out favorable news about the company and damage control unfavorable news. They act as an internal customer and public advocate for better company policies and practices. Source: copyright symbol Philip Kotler, Kotler on Marketing. Vertical bar Fig. 1.5 Vertical bar. The 4 P components of the marketing mix. Marketing Insight. Understanding the 4 As of marketing. According to Jagdish Shekhar and Rajendra Sisodia, Poor management as a consequence of not knowing what drives consumers is behind the majority of marketing failures. The authors make the case that consumer knowledge is a much more reliable route to success. Their customer-centric marketing management framework emphasizes what they believe are the most important consumer values: acceptability, affordability, accessibility, and awareness, which they dub the four as. Acceptability. Acceptability is the extent to which a firm's total product offering exceeds customer expectations. The authors assert that acceptability is the dominant component in the framework and that design, in turn, is at the root of acceptability. Functional aspects of design can be boosted by, for instance, enhancing the core benefit or increasing reliability of the product. Psychological acceptability can be improved with changes to brand image, packing and design, and positioning. Affordability. Affordability is the extent to which customers in the target market are able and willing to pay the product's price. It has two dimensions: economic, ability to pay, and psychological, willingness to pay. Acceptability combined with affordability determines the product's value proposition. When Peachtree Software lowered the price of its accounting software from $5,000 to $199 and started charging for customer support, sales demand increased enormously. Accessibility. Accessibility, the extent to which customers are able to readily acquire the product, has two dimensions: availability and convenience. Successful companies develop innovative ways to deliver both, as online shoe retailer Zappos does with excellent customer service and return policies and its tracking of up-to-the-minute information about warehouse stock, brands, and styles. Awareness. Awareness is the extent to which customers are informed regarding the product's characteristics, persuaded to try it, and reminded to repurchase. It has two dimensions: brand awareness and product knowledge. Sheikh and Sisodia say awareness is ripest for improvement because most companies are either ineffectual or inefficient at developing it. For instance, properly done advertising can be incredibly powerful, but word-of-mouth marketing and co-marketing can more effectively reach potential customers. Sheikh and Sisodia base the 4As framework on the four distinctive roles a consumer plays in the marketplace: seeker, buyer, payer, and user. A fifth consumer role, evangelizer, captures the fact that consumers often recommend products to others and are increasingly critical with the advent of the internet and social media platforms. Note that we can easily relate the 4As to the traditional 4Ps marketers set: the product, which mainly influences acceptability; the price, which mainly influences affordability; the place, which mainly influences accessibility; and promotion, which mainly influences awareness. Sources: Jagdish N. Sheikh and Rajendra Sisodia. www.monivas.com 1st May 2012. Vertical bar Fig. 1.6 Vertical bar: The evolution of marketing management. Given the breadth, complexity, and richness of marketing, however, as exemplified by holistic marketing, clearly these 4Ps are not the whole story anymore. If we update them to reflect the holistic marketing concept, we arrive at a more representative set that encompasses modern marketing realities: people, processes, programs, and performance, as in Figure 1.6. People reflects, in part, internal marketing and the fact that employees are critical to marketing success. Marketing will only be as good as the people inside the organization. It also reflects the fact that marketers must view consumers as people to understand their lives more broadly, and not just as shoppers who consume products and services. Processes reflects all the creativity, discipline, and structure brought to marketing management. Marketers must avoid ad hoc planning and decision-making and ensure that state-of-the-art marketing ideas and concepts play an appropriate role in all they do, including creating mutually beneficial long-term relationships and imaginatively generating insights and breakthrough products, services, and marketing activities. Programs reflects all the firm's consumer-directed activities. It encompasses the old 4Ps as well as a range of other marketing activities that might not fit as neatly into the old view of marketing. Regardless of whether they are online or offline, traditional or non-traditional, these activities must be integrated such that their whole is greater than the sum of their parts and they accomplish multiple objectives for the firm. We define performance as in holistic marketing, to capture the range of possible outcome measures that have financial and non-financial implications, profitability as well as brand and customer equity, and implications beyond the company itself, social responsibility, legal, ethical, and the environment. Finally, these new 4Ps actually apply to all disciplines within the company, and by thinking this way, managers more closely align themselves with the rest of the company. Marketing management tasks. Figure 1.7 summarized the 3 major market forces, 2 key market outcomes, and 4 fundamental pillars of holistic marketing that help to capture the new marketing realities. With these concepts in place, we can identify a specific set of tasks that make up successful marketing management and marketing leadership. We'll use the following situation to illustrate these tasks in the context of the plan of the book. The marketing memo, Marketers Frequently Asked Questions, is a good checklist for the questions marketing managers ask, all of which we examine in this book. Zeus Incorporated, name disguised, operates in several industries, including chemicals, cameras, and film. The company is organized into SBUs. Corporate management is considering what to do with its Atlas camera division, which produces a range of professional quality 35mm and consumer-friendly digital cameras. Although Zeus has a sizable share and is producing revenue, the 35mm market is rapidly declining at an accelerating rate. In the much faster-growing digital camera segment, Zeus faces strong competition and has been slow to gain sales. Zeus corporate management wants Atlas's marketing group to produce a strong turnaround plan for the division. Vertical bar Fig. 1.7 Vertical bar The new marketing realities. Developing marketing strategies and plans. The first task facing Atlas is to identify its potential long-run opportunities, given its market experience and core competencies. See Chapter 2. Atlas can design its cameras with better features. It can make a line of digital video cameras, or it can use its core competency in optics to design a line of binoculars and telescopes. Whichever direction it chooses, it must develop concrete marketing plans that specify the marketing strategy and tactics going forward. Marketing memo. Marketers frequently asked questions. 1. How can we sort and choose the right market segment? 2. How can we differentiate our offerings? 3. How should we respond to customers who buy on price? 4. How can we compete against lower cost, lower price competitors? 5. How far can we go in customizing our offering for each customer? 6. How can we grow our business? 7. How can we build stronger brands? 8. How can we reduce the cost of customer acquisition? 9. How can we keep customers loyal longer? 10. How can we tell which customers are more important? 11. How can we measure the payback from different types of marketing communications? 12. How can we improve sales force productivity? 13. How can we establish multiple channels and yet manage channel conflict? 14. How can we get the other company departments to be more customer-oriented? Capturing marketing insights. Atlas needs a reliable marketing information system to closely monitor its marketing environment so it can continually assess market potential and forecast demand. Its microenvironment consists of all the players who affect its ability to produce and sell cameras, suppliers, marketing intermediaries, customers, and competitors. Its macroenvironment includes demographic, economic, physical, technological, political, legal, and social cultural forces that affect sales and profits. See Chapter 4. Atlas also needs a dependable marketing research system. To transform strategy into programs, marketing managers must make basic decisions about their expenditures, activities, and budget allocations. They may use sales response functions that show how the amount of money spent in each application will affect sales and profits. See Chapter 5. Connecting with customers. Atlas must consider how to best create value for its chosen target markets and develop strong, profitable, long-term relationships with customers. See Chapter 3. To do so, it needs to understand consumer markets. See Chapter 6. Who buys cameras, and why? What features and prices are they looking for, and where do they shop? Atlas also sells 35mm cameras to business markets, including large corporations, professional firms, retailers, and government agencies. See Chapter 7, where purchasing agents or buying committees make the decisions. Atlas needs to gain a full understanding of how organizational buyers buy. It needs a sales force well trained in presenting product benefits. Atlas must also take into account changing global opportunities and challenges. See Chapter 8. Building strong brands. Atlas will not want to market to all possible customers. It must divide the market into major market segments, evaluate each one, and target those it can best serve. See Chapter 9. Suppose Atlas decides to focus on the consumer market and develop a positioning strategy. See Chapter 10. Should it position itself as the Cadillac brand, offering superior cameras at a premium price with excellent service and strong advertising? Should it build a simple, low-priced camera aimed at more price-conscious consumers? Or something in between? Atlas must understand the strengths and weaknesses of the Zeus brand as customers see it. See Chapter 11. Is its 35mm film heritage a handicap in the digital camera market? Atlas must consider growth strategies while also paying close attention to competitors. See Chapter 12. Anticipating their moves and knowing how to react quickly and decisively. It may want to initiate some surprise moves, in which case it needs to anticipate how its competitors will respond. Creating value. At the heart of the marketing program is the product, firm's tangible offering to the market, which includes the product quality, design, features, and packaging. See Chapter 13. To gain a competitive advantage, Atlas may provide leasing, delivery, repair, and training as part of its product offering. See Chapter 14. Based on its product positioning, Atlas must initiate new product development, testing, and launching as part of its long-term view. See Chapter 15. A critical marketing decision relates to price. See Chapter 16. Atlas must decide on wholesale and retail prices, discounts, allowances, and credit terms. Its price should match well with the offer's perceived value, otherwise, buyers will turn to competitors' products. Communicating value. Atlas must also adequately communicate to the target market the value embodied by its products and services. It will need an integrated marketing communication program that maximizes the individual and collective contribution of all communication activities. See Chapter 17. Atlas needs to set up mass communication programs consisting of advertising, sales promotion, events, and public relations. See Chapter 19. It also has to tap into online, social media, and mobile options to reach consumers whenever and wherever it may be appropriate. See Chapter 18. Atlas also needs to plan more personal communications, in the form of direct and database marketing, as well as hire, train, and motivate salespeople. See Chapter 20. Delivering value. Atlas must also determine how to properly deliver to the target market the value embodied in its products and services. Channel activities include those the company undertakes to make the product accessible and available to target customers. See Chapter 21. Atlas must identify, recruit, and link various marketing facilitators to supply its products and services efficiently to the target market. It must understand the various types of retailers, wholesalers, and physical distribution firms and how they make their decisions. See Chapter 22. Conducting marketing responsibly for long-term success. Finally, Atlas must build a marketing organization capable of responsibly implementing the marketing plan. See Chapter 23. Because surprises and disappointments can occur as marketing plans unfold, Atlas will need feedback and control to understand the efficiency and effectiveness of its marketing activities and how it can improve them. Summary. 1. Marketing is an organizational function and a set of processes for creating, communicating, and delivering value to customers and for managing customer relationships in ways that benefit the organization and its stakeholders. Marketing management is the art and science of choosing target markets and getting, keeping, and growing customers through creating, delivering, and communicating superior customer value. 2. Marketers are skilled at managing demand. They seek to influence its level, timing, and composition for goods, services, events, experiences, persons, places, properties, organizations, information, and ideas. They also operate in 4 different marketplaces: consumer, business, global, and non-profit. 3. Marketing is not done only by the marketing department. It needs to affect every aspect of the customer experience. To create a strong marketing organization, marketers must think like executives in other departments, and executives in other departments must think more like marketers. For today's marketplace is fundamentally different as a result of major societal forces that have resulted in many new consumer and company capabilities. In particular, technology, globalization, and social responsibility have created new opportunities and challenges and significantly changed marketing management. Companies seek the right balance of tried and true methods with breakthrough new approaches to achieve marketing excellence. 5. There are 5 competing concepts under which organizations can choose to conduct their business: the production concept, the product concept, the selling concept, the marketing concept, and the holistic marketing concept. The first 3 are of limited use today. 6. The holistic marketing concept is based on the development, design, and implementation of marketing programs, processes, and activities that recognize breadth and interdependencies. Holistic marketing recognizes that everything matters in marketing and that a broad, integrated perspective is often necessary. 4 components of holistic marketing are relationship marketing, integrated marketing, internal marketing, and performance marketing. 7. The set of tasks necessary for successful marketing management includes developing marketing strategies and plans, capturing marketing insights, connecting with customers, building strong brands, creating, delivering, and communicating value, and creating long-term growth. Applications. Marketing debate. Does marketing create or satisfy needs? Marketing has often been defined in terms of satisfying customers' needs and wants. Critics, however, maintain that marketing goes beyond that and creates needs and wants that did not exist before. They feel marketers encourage consumers to spend more money than they should on goods and services they do not really need. Take a position: marketing shapes consumer needs and wants versus marketing merely reflects the needs and wants of consumers. Marketing discussion. Shifts in marketing. Consider the 3 key forces driving the new marketing realities. How are they likely to change in the future? What other major trends or forces might affect marketing? Marketing excellence. Nike hit the ground running in 1962. Originally known as Blue Ribbon Sports, the company focused on providing high-quality running shoes designed for athletes. Founder Philip Knight believed high-tech shoes for runners could be manufactured at competitive prices if imported from abroad. Nike's commitment to designing innovative footwear for serious athletes helped build a cult following among US consumers. Nike believed in a pyramid of influence, where the preferences of a small percentage of top athletes influenced the product and brand choices of others. Nike's marketing campaigns have always featured accomplished athletes. For example, runner Steve Prefontaine, the company's first spokesperson, had an irreverent attitude that matched Nike's spirit. In 1985, Nike signed up then-rookie guard Michael Jordan as a spokesperson. Jordan was still an up-and-comer, but he personified superior performance. Nike's bet paid off. The Air Jordan line of basketball shoes flew off the shelves and revenues hit more than $100 million in the first year alone. As one reporter stated, few marketers have so reliably been able to identify and sign athletes who transcend their sports to such great effect. In 1988, Nike aired the first ads in its $20 million Just Do It ad campaign. The campaign, which ultimately featured 12 TV spots in all, subtly challenged a generation of athletic enthusiasts to chase their goals. It was a natural manifestation of Nike's attitude of self-empowerment through sports. As Nike began expanding overseas, the company learned that its US-style ads were seen as too aggressive in Europe, Asia, and South America. Nike realized it had to authenticate its brand in other countries, so it focused on soccer, called football outside the United States, and became active as a sponsor of youth leagues, local clubs, and national teams. However, for Nike to build authenticity among the soccer audience, consumers had to see professional athletes using its product, especially athletes who won. Nike's big break came in 1994 when the Brazilian team, the only national team for which Nike had any real sponsorship, won the World Cup. That victory transformed Nike's international image from a sneaker company into a brand that represented emotion, allegiance, and identification. Nike's new alliance with soccer helped propel the brand's growth internationally. In 2003, overseas revenues surpassed US revenues for the first time, and in 2007, Nike acquired Umbro, a British maker of soccer-related footwear, apparel, and equipment. The acquisition made Nike the sole supplier to more than 100 professional soccer teams around the world and boosted Nike's international presence and authenticity in soccer. The company sold Umbro in 2012 $225 million. In recent years, Nike's international efforts have been focused on emerging markets. During the 2008 Summer Olympics in Beijing, Nike honed in on China and developed an aggressive marketing strategy that countered Adidas' sponsorship of the Olympic Games. Nike received special permission from the International Olympic Committee to run Nike ads featuring Olympic athletes during the Games. In addition, Nike sponsored several teams and athletes, including most of the Chinese teams. This aggressive sponsorship strategy helped ignite sales in the Asian region by 15%. In addition to expanding overseas, Nike has successfully expanded its brand into many sports and athletic categories, including footwear, apparel, and equipment. Nike continues to partner with high-profile and influential athletes, coaches, teams, and leagues to build credibility in these categories. For example, Nike aligned with tennis stars Maria Sharapova, Roger Federer, and Rafael Nadal to push its line of tennis clothing and gear. Some called the famous 2008 Wimbledon match between Roger Federer and Rafael Nadal, both dressed in swooshes from head to toe, a 5-hour Nike commercial valued at $10.6 million. To promote its line of basketball shoes and apparel, Nike has partnered with basketball superstars such as Kobe Bryant and LeBron James. In golf, Nike's swoosh appears on many golfers, but most famously on Tiger Woods. In the years since Nike first partnered with Woods, Nike Golf has grown into a $523 million business and literally changed the way golfers dress and play today. Tiger's powerful influence on the game and his Nike emblazoned style has turned the greens at the majors into golf's fashion runway. Nike is the biggest sponsor of athletes in the world and plans to spend more than $3 billion in athletic endorsements between 2012 and 2017. The company also has a history of standing by its athletes, such as Tiger Woods and Kobe Bryant, even as they struggle with personal problems. It severed its relationship with Lance Armstrong in 2012, however, after strong evidence showed that the cyclist doped during his time as an athlete and while competing during All Tour de France. Nike released a statement explaining, Nike does not condone the use of illegal performance-enhancing drugs in any manner. Prior to the scandal, the company had helped develop Armstrong's Live Strong campaign to raise funds for cancer. It designed, manufactured, and sold more than 80 million yellow Live Strong bracelets, netting $500 million for the Lance Armstrong Foundation. While Nike's athletic endorsements help inspire and reach consumers, its most recent innovations in technology have resulted in more loyal and emotionally connected consumers. For example, Nike's lead in the running category has grown to 60% market share thanks to its revolutionary running application and community called Nike Plus. Nike Plus allows runners to engage the ultimate running experience by seeing their real-time pace, distance, and route, and by giving them coaching tips and online sharing capabilities. Nike expanded Nike Plus to focus on key growth areas like basketball and exercise, and recently launched Nike Plus Basketball, Nike Plus Connect, and Nike Plus Fuel Band, a bracelet app that tracks daily activities. Like many companies, Nike is trying to make its company and products more eco-friendly. However, unlike many companies, it does not promote these efforts. One brand consultant explained, Nike has always been about winning. How is sustainability relevant to its brand? Nike executives agree that promoting an eco-friendly message would distract from its slick high-tech image, so efforts like recycling old shoes into new shoes are kept quiet. As a result of its successful expansion across geographic markets and product categories, Nike is the top athletic apparel and footwear manufacturer in the world. In 2014, revenues exceeded $27 billion, and Nike dominated the athletic footwear market with 31% market share globally and 50% market share in the United States. Swooshes abound on everything from wristwatches to skateboards to swimming caps. The firm's long-term strategy, however, is focused on running, basketball, football, soccer, men's training, women's training, and action sports. Question 1. What are the pros, cons, and risks associated with Nike's core marketing strategy? 2. If you were Adidas, how would you compete with Nike? Sources: Justin Intelligence Wire. Marketing Excellence. Google. In 1998, two Stanford University PhD students, Larry Page and Sergey Brin, founded a search engine company and named it Google. The name plays on the number Google, 1 followed by 100 zeros, and refers to the massive quantity of data available online that the company helps users find. Google's corporate mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. As such, the company focuses first and foremost on creating the perfect search engine. Google Search works because it uses the millions of links on other websites to help determine which sites offer the most valuable content. The company has become the worldwide market leader for search engines through its strategic business focus and constant product innovation. Google creates and distributes its products for free, which in turn has attracted a host of online advertisers seeking targeted advertising space. About 96% of its revenues come from online advertising, which means that creating new advertising space is critical to the company's growth. Google sells advertising space on its search pages through a program called AdWords, which is linked to specific keywords. Hundreds of thousands of companies use AdWords by buying search ads, little text-based boxes shown alongside relevant search results that advertisers pay for only when users click on them. Google also runs an advertising program called AdSense, which allows any website to display targeted Google ads relevant to the content of its site. Website publishers earn money every time their visitors click on these ads. In addition to offering prime online real estate for advertisers, Google adds value by providing tools so businesses can better target their ads and understand the effectiveness of their marketing. Google Analytics, for example, is free to Google's advertisers and provides a custom report detailing how internet users found the site, what ads they saw and or clicked on, how they behaved on the site, and how much traffic was generated. Its ability to deploy data that enable up-to-minute improvements in a web marketing program, Google supports a style of marketing in which the advertising resources and budget can be constantly monitored and optimized. Google calls this approach marketing asset management, implying that advertising should be managed like assets in a portfolio depending on the market conditions. Rather than following a marketing plan developed months in advance, companies use the real-time data collected on their campaigns to optimize the campaign's effectiveness and be more responsive to the market. Since its launch, Google has expanded far beyond its search capabilities with numerous other products, applications, and tools that benefit both consumers and businesses. The goal behind each product was to help users find information they need and to help them get things done better, faster, and easier than before. Today, Google's wide range of products and services fall into the following categories: web search, iGoogle, Google Chrome, mobile, search for mobile, maps for mobile, media, Picasa, Google Play, YouTube.com, which Google acquired in 2006 for $1.65 billion, Geo, Earth, Maps, Home and Office, Docs, Gmail, Calendar, Social, Google+, Blogger, Specialized Search, Patents, Finance, Scholarly Papers, and Innovation. As the world becomes more mobile, Google is betting big in the mobile category. In 2008, Google launched Android, a mobile operating system that went head-to-head with Apple's iPhone. The biggest differentiation between the two was that Android was free, open sourced, and backed by a multi-million-dollar investment. That end, Google wanted its partners to help build and design Android over the years. The investment paid off, and by 2010, Android became the #1 mobile operating system in the market. As Google expanded into mobile technology, it quickly became the leader in mobile advertising with 75% market share for search ads and approximately 50% market share for all mobile ads. In 2012, Google entered the mobile device category when it purchased Motorola and launched the Nexus 7, a sleek tablet that competed directly with the iPad and Kindle. As Google looks toward the future, the company wants to offer the ultimate mobile solution, Google mobile devices along with mobile services so users can use all Google all the time. Google's ultimate goal is to reach as many people as possible on the web, whether by PC or by mobile devices. The more users on the web, the more advertising Google can sell. Google's new products not only accomplish this goal but also make the web a more personalized experience. Google has enjoyed great success as a company and a brand in its short lifetime. From the beginning, it has strived to be one of the good guys in the corporate world, supporting a touchy-feely work environment, strong ethics, famous founding credo, "Don't be evil." Google currently holds a 67% market share for core searches in the United States, significantly greater than Microsoft's 17% and Yahoo's 15% market shares. Globally, Google holds a more dominant lead, with 85% market share over Yahoo's 8% and Microsoft's 3%. Google's revenues topped $59 billion in 2013, and the company was ranked the second most powerful brand in the world with a brand value of $107 billion. In addition, Google's $400 billion market capitalization in 2014 edged out companies like Walmart and Microsoft to become the second most valuable company in the world. questions. 1. With a portfolio as diverse as Google's, what are the company's core brand values? 2. What's next for Google? Is the company right to put so much focus on mobile? Sources: www.google. Sources: www.google.com. Catherine P. Taylor, Google Flex, Adweek, 20th March 2006. Cover story: Richard Karpinski. Keywords: analytics help define user. HP, led by President and CEO Meg Whitman, is revising its corporate strategy to reflect significant changes in the marketing environment. Sources: China Photo Press via Getty Images. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. How does marketing affect customer value? P30. 2. How is strategic planning carried out at the corporate and divisional levels? P37. 3. How is strategic planning carried out at the business unit level? P46. 4. What does a marketing plan include? P54. Developing marketing strategies and plans. Developing the right marketing strategies over time requires a blend of discipline and flexibility. Firms must stick to a strategy but also constantly improve it. In today's fast-changing marketing world, identifying the best long-term strategy is crucial, but challenging, as HP has been finding out. 1. A true technology pioneer, Hewlett-Packard, HE, has encountered much difficulty in recent years, culminating in a massive quarterly charge of more than $9.5 billion in 2012, its biggest ever. Of that total, $8 billion was a write-down in the value of its IT services unit as the result of a disastrous acquisition of EDS. Revenue for the unit dropped when customers stopped signing large, long-term outsourcing contracts that were at the core of the unit's business model. A feud with Oracle, among other factors, hurt HP's sales of large servers to business customers. In a maturing market with few good new products, PC sales slowed so much that HP announced it was exiting the business. Printer and ink sales dropped as consumers began to print less. New CEO Meg Whitman vowed to increase the company's emphasis on design, reorganizing the PC group to come up with a cleaner, minimalist sensibility. Admitting that the company did not yet have a strategy for mobile phones, Whitman acknowledged there was much work to be done. This chapter begins by examining some of the strategic marketing implications in creating customer value. We'll look at several perspectives on planning and describe how to draw up a formal marketing plan. Marketing and customer value. The task of any business is to deliver customer value at a profit. A company can win only by fine-tuning the value delivery process and choosing, providing, and communicating superior value to increasingly well-informed buyers. The value delivery process. The traditional, but dated, view of marketing is that the firm makes something and then sells it, with marketing taking place during the selling process. Companies that take this view succeed only in economies marked by goods shortages where consumers are not fussy about quality, features, or style, for example, basic staple goods in developing markets. In economies with many different types of people, each with individual wants, perceptions, preferences, and buying criteria, the smart competitor must design and deliver offerings for well-defined target markets. This realization inspired a new view of business processes that places marketing at the beginning of planning. Instead of emphasizing making and selling, companies now see themselves as part of a value delivery process. We can divide the value creation and delivery sequence into 3 phases. First, choosing the value is the homework marketers must do before any product exists. They must segment the market, select the appropriate target, and develop the offering's value positioning. The formula: segmentation, targeting, positioning, STP, is the essence of strategic marketing. The second phase is providing the value. Marketing must identify specific product features, prices, and distribution. The task in the third phase is communicating the value by utilizing the internet, advertising, sales force, and any other communication rules to announce and promote the product. The value delivery process begins before there is a product and continues through development and after launch. Each phase has cost implications. The value chain. Harvard's Michael Porter has proposed a value chain as a tool for identifying ways to create more customer value. 3. According to this model, every firm is a synthesis of activities performed to design, produce, market, deliver, and support its product. 9. Strategically relevant activities, 5 primary and 4 support activities, create value and cost in a specific business. The primary activities are: 1. Inbound logistics, or bringing materials into the business. 2. Operations, or converting materials into final products. 3. Outbound logistics, or shipping out final products. 4. Marketing, which includes sales. And 5. Service. Specialized departments handle the support activities: 1. Procurement. 2. Technology development. 3. Human resource management. And 4. Firm infrastructure. Infrastructure covers the costs of general management, planning, finance, accounting, legal, and government affairs. The firm's task is to examine its costs and performance in each value-creating activity, benchmarking against competitors, and look for ways to improve. Managers can identify the best-of-class practices of the world's best companies by consulting customers, suppliers, distributors, financial analysts, trade associations, and the media to see who seems to be doing the best job. Even the best companies can benchmark against other industries if necessary to improve their performance. GE has benchmarked against P&G as well as developing its own best practices. For the firm's success depends not only on how well each department performs its work, but also on how well the company coordinates departmental activities to conduct core business processes. 5. These processes include the market sensing process, gathering and acting upon information about the market; the new offering realization process, researching, developing, and launching new high-quality offerings quickly and within budget; the customer acquisition process, defining target markets and prospecting for new customers; the customer relationship management process, building deeper understanding, relationships, and offerings to individual customers; the fulfillment management process, receiving and approving orders, shipping goods on time, and collecting payment. Strong companies are re-engineering their workflows and building cross-functional teams to be responsible for each process. 6. Ford established a cross-functional team to help reduce water usage per vehicle by 30%. 7. AT&T, LexisNexis, and Pratt & Whitney have reorganized their employees into cross-functional teams. Cross-functional teams operate in non-profit and government organizations as well. 8. A firm also needs to look for competitive advantages beyond its own operations in the value chains of suppliers, distributors, and customers. Many companies today have partnered with specific suppliers and distributors to create a superior value delivery network, also called a supply chain. Core competencies. Companies today outsource less critical resources if they can obtain better quality or lower cost. The key is to own and nurture the resources and competencies that make up the essence of the business. Many textile, chemical, and computer electronic product firms use offshore manufacturers and focus on product design and development and marketing, their core competencies. A core competency has 3 characteristics. 1. It is a source of competitive advantage and makes a significant contribution to perceived customer benefits. 2. It has applications in a wide variety of markets. And 3. it is difficult for competitors to imitate. Competitive advantage also acquires distinctive capabilities or excellence in broader business processes. Wharton's George Day sees market-driven organizations as excelling in three distinctive capabilities: market sensing, customer linking, and channel bonding. 9. In terms of market sensing, Day believes tremendous opportunities and threats often begin as weak signals from the periphery of a business. 10. He suggests systematically developing peripheral vision by asking 3 questions related to learning from the past, evaluating the present, and envisioning the future. Panasonic has encountered some marketplace challenges in recent years, forcing it to make changes in what businesses it is in and how they are run. Businesses may need to realign themselves to maximize core competencies. Realignment has 3 steps. 1. Defining the business concept or big idea. 2. Shaping the business scope, sometimes geographically. And 3. Positioning the company's brand identity. Peabody Energy implemented a new global organizational structure, creating geographic business units in the Americas, Australia, and Asia, to reflect its growing global footprint. 11. Changes in business fortunes often necessitate realignment and restructuring, as Panasonic and other Japanese technology and electronic companies found. 12. Panasonic. As Panasonic approaches its 100th anniversary in 2018, it faces unprecedented difficulties, notably a massive loss of roughly $19 billion over 2011 and 2012. For years, Ideas for Life positioning had fueled innovation, generating successful products like its rugged TalkBook notebook computers. Its television sets and other home electronics ran into trouble, however, when the economy stalled just as consumers began to treat flat-screen LCD televisions as a commodity. Further, a strong yen and high manufacturing costs in Japan made it difficult for Panasonic to compete on price. Anti-Japanese sentiment from a territorial dispute proved a stumbling block in China. Finally, the acquisition of Sanyo in 2009, designed to help the company sell more green energy products, was disappointing. A major restructuring by new president Kazuhiro Tsuga in fall 2012 scaled back manufacturing in Japan, abandoned the mobile phone market overseas, and cut back investments in solar panels and rechargeable batteries. Tsuga emphasized that Panasonic will streamline business units and emphasize profit, not just revenue growth. The central role of strategic planning. Only a select group of companies have historically stood out as master marketers. See Table 2.1. These companies focus on the customer and are organized to respond effectively to changing needs. They all have well-staffed marketing departments, and their other departments accept that the customer is king. They also often have strong marketing leadership in the form of a successful CMO. See Marketing Memo. What does it take to be a success CMO? Table 2.1. Some examples of master marketers. Amazon.com Enterprise Rent-A-Car Red Bull Apple Google Ritz-Carlton Bang & Olufsen Harley-Davidson Samsung Best Buy Honda Southwest Airlines BMW Ikea Starbucks Caterpillar Lego Target Club Med McDonald's Tesco Costco Nike Toyota Disney Nordstrom Virgin eBay Procter & Gamble Walmart Electrolux Progressive Insurance Whole Foods. To ensure they execute the right activities, marketers must prioritize strategic planning in 3 key areas. 1. Managing the businesses as an investment portfolio. 2. Assessing the market's growth rate and the company's position in that market. And 3. Establishing a strategy. The company must develop a game plan for achieving each business's long-run objectives. Most large companies consist of 4 organizational levels. 1. Corporate. 2. Division. 3. Business unit. And 4. Product. Corporate headquarters is responsible for designing a corporate strategic plan to guide the whole enterprise. It makes decisions on the amount of resources to allocate to each division as well as on which businesses to start or eliminate. Each division establishes a plan covering the allocation of funds to each business unit within the division. Each business unit develops a strategic plan to carry that business unit into a profitable future. Finally, each product level, product line, brand, develops a marketing plan for achieving its objectives. The marketing plan is the central instrument for directing and coordinating the marketing effort. It operates at two levels, strategic and tactical. The strategic marketing plan lays out the target markets and the firm's value proposition, based on an analysis of the best market opportunities. The tactical marketing plan specifies the marketing tactics, including product features, promotion, merchandising, pricing, sales channels, and service. The complete planning, implementation, and control cycle of strategic planning is shown in Figure 2.1. Next, we consider planning at each of the four levels of the organization. Vertical bar Fig. 2.1 Vertical bar the strategic planning, implementation, and control processes. Marketing memo. What does it take to be a successful CMO? The challenge chief marketing officers, CMOs, face is that success factors are many and varied. CMOs must have strong quantitative and qualitative skills. They must have an independent, entrepreneurial attitude but work closely with other departments, and they must capture the voice of consumers yet have a keen bottom-line understanding of how marketing creates value. 2/3 of top CMOs think return on marketing investment, ROMI, will be the primary measure of their effectiveness in 2015. We're asking 200 senior-level marketing executives which innate and learned qualities were most important yielded these answers. Innate qualities: risk-taker willingness to make decisions, problem-solving ability, change agent results-oriented. Learned qualities: global experience, multi-channel expertise, cross-industry experience, digital focus, operational knowledge. Marketing experts George Day and Robert Malcolm believe three driving forces will change the role of the CMO in the coming years. 1. Predictable marketplace trends. 2. The changing role of the C-suite. And 3. Uncertainty about the economy and organizational design. They identify 5 priorities for any successful CMO. 1. Act as the visionary for the future of the company. 2. Build adaptive marketing capabilities. 3. Win a war for marketing talent. 4. Tighten the alignment with sales. 5. Take accountability for returns on marketing spending. Perhaps the most important role for any CMO is to infuse a customer perspective in business decisions affecting any customer touch point, where a customer directly or indirectly interacts with the company. Increasingly, these customer insights must have global focus. As one top executive search firm leader said, tomorrow's CMO will have to have global and international experience. You can do it without living abroad, but you have to get exposure to those markets. It opens your eyes to new ways of doing business, increases cultural sensitivity and increases flexibility. Sources: Jennifer Rooney. CMO tenure hits 43-month mark. Forbes. 14th June 2012. Stephen Cook. It's time to raise the CMO bar. www.qmo.com 24th January 2012. From stretched to strengthened. Insights from the Global Chief Marketing Officer Study, IBM CMO C-Suite Studies, October 2011. Natalie's Muda. Global experience rises as prerequisite to getting ahead. Advertising Age. 10th June 2012. George S. Day and Robert Malcolm. The CMO and the Future of Marketing, Marketing Management, Spring 2012, pp. 34-40. Mark Diswan Arons and Frank van den Driest, The Global Brand CEO, Building the Ultimate Marketing Machine, New York, Airstream, 2011, Merrilee Sachs, The Changing Mode of the CMO, How the Convergence of Brand and Reputation is Affecting Marketers, Surrey, England, Go Where, 2011, Merrilee Sachs, What the new breed of CMOs know that you don't? Surrey, England. Go where? 2013. Corporate and division strategic planning. Whether they let their business units set their own goals and strategies or collaborate in doing so, all corporate headquarters undertake 4 planning activities. 1. Defining the corporate mission. 2. Establishing strategic business units. 3. Assigning resources to each strategic business unit. 4. Assessing growth opportunities. We'll briefly look at each process. The corporate mission. An organization exists to accomplish something, to make cars, lend money, provide a night's lodging. Over time, the mission may change to respond to new opportunities or market conditions. Amazon.com changed its mission from being the world's largest online bookstore to aspiring to be the world's largest online store. eBay changed from running online auctions for collectors to running online auctions of all kinds of goods, and Dunkin' Donuts switched its emphasis from donuts to coffee. To define its mission, a company should address Peter Drucker's classic questions. 13. What is our business? Who is the customer? What is of value to the customer? What will our business be? What should our business be? These simple-sounding questions are among the most difficult a company will ever face. Successful companies continuously ask and answer them. Business definition. Companies often define themselves in terms of products. They are in the auto business or the clothing business. Market definitions of a business, however, describe the business as a customer-satisfying process. Products are transient, basic needs. Customer groups endure forever. Transportation is a need. The horse and carriage, automobile, railroad, airline, and truck are products that meet that need. Consider how Steelcase takes a market definition approach to its business. 14. Steelcase, the world's best-selling maker of office furniture, Steelcase describes itself as a global leader in furnishing the work experience in office environments. Defining its business broadly, former CEO James Hackett believes, enabled a lot of the great insights that we had found out about work to be transferred beyond the office, and into furnishing home offices, schools and healthcare facilities. Steelcase uses a 23-person research team to gain those insights and conducts interview and surveys, films office activities, and uses sensors to measure how workers use rooms and furnishings. Ordering fewer cubicles and filing cabinets, for instance, and more benches, tables, and cafe seating to free employees to brainstorm and collaborate. Hackett defines the trend as the move from an "I fixed" to a "we mobile" mentality. Increased performance is the company's key goal. If it feels it will make workers happier and more productive, Steelcase can convince a firm to modernize and upgrade its office furniture. Viewing businesses in terms of customer needs can suggest additional growth opportunities. Table 2.2 lists companies that have moved from a product to market definition of their business. Steelcase has found much success by redefining its business as more broadly than office furniture. Table 2.2 Product-oriented versus market-oriented definitions of a business. Company product definition. Market definition. Union Pacific Railroad, we run a railroad. We are a people and goods mover. Xerox, we make copying equipment. We help improve office productivity. Hess Corporation, we sell gasoline. We supply energy. Paramount Pictures, we make movies. We market entertainment. Encyclopedia Britannica, we sell encyclopedias online. We distribute information. Carrier, we make air conditioners and furnaces. We provide climate control in the home. A target market definition tends to focus on selling a product or service to a current market. Pepsi could define its target market as everyone who drinks carbonated soft drinks, and competitors would therefore be other carbonated soft drink companies. A strategic market definition, however, also focuses on the potential market. If Pepsi considered everyone who might drink something to quench his or her thirst. Its competition would include non-carbonated soft drinks, bottled water, fruit juices, tea, and coffee. Craft a mission statement, a clear, thoughtful mission statement, developed collaboratively with and shared with managers, employees, and often customers, provides a shared sense of purpose, direction, and opportunity. At its best, it reflects a vision, an almost impossible dream, that provides direction for the next 10 to 20 years. Sony's former president, Akio Morita, wanted everyone to have access to personal portable sound, so his company created a Walkman and portable CD player. Fred Smith wanted to deliver mail anywhere in the United States before 10:30 a.m. the next day, so he created FedEx. Good mission statements have 5 major characteristics. 1. They focus on a limited number of goals. Compare a vague mission statement such as, to build total brand value by innovating to deliver customer value and customer leadership faster, better, and more completely than our competition, to Google's ambitious but more focused mission statement, to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. 2. They stress the company's major policies and values. Narrowing the range of individual discretion lets employees act consistently on important issues. 3. They define the major competitive spheres within which the company will operate. Table 2.3 summarized some key competitive dimensions for mission statements. 4. They take a long-term view. Management should change the mission only when it ceases to be relevant. 5. They are as short, memorable, and meaningful as possible. Marketing consultant Guy Kawasaki advocates developing 3 to forward corporate mantras, like, enriching women's lives, for Mary Kay, rather than mission statements. 15. Establishing strategic business units. Large companies normally manage quite different businesses, each requiring its own strategy. At one time, General Electric classified its businesses into 49 strategic business units, SBUs. An SBU has 3 characteristics. 1. It is a single business, or a collection of related businesses, that can be planned separately from the rest of the company. 2. It has its own set of competitors. 3. It has a manager responsible for strategic planning and profit performance, who controls most of the factors affecting profit. Table 2.3 Defining competitive territory and boundaries in mission statements. Industry. Some companies operate in only one industry, some only in a set of related industries, some only in industrial goods, consumer goods, or services, and some in any industry. Caterpillar focuses on the industrial market, John Deere operates in the industrial and consumer markets. Products and applications. Firms define the range of products and applications they will supply. St. Jude Medical's mission is, develop medical technology and services that put more control into the hands of those who treat cardiac, neurological, and chronic pain patients, worldwide. We do this because we are dedicated to advancing the practice of medicine by reducing risk wherever possible and contributing to successful outcomes for every patient. Competence. The firm identifies a range of technological and other core competencies it will master and leverage. Japan's NEC has built its core competencies in computing, communications, and components to support production of laptop computers, television receivers, and handheld telephones. Market segment. The type of market or customers a company will serve is the market segment. Aston Martin makes only high-performance sports cars. Gerber serves primarily the baby market. Vertical. The vertical sphere is the number of channel levels, from raw material to final product and distribution, in which a company will participate. At one extreme are companies with a large vertical scope. American Apparel designs, sews, markets, and distributes its line of clothing apparel out of a single building in downtown Los Angeles. 16. The other extreme are hollow corporations, which outsource the production of nearly all goods and services to suppliers. Is published in 56 editions in 22 countries on 4 continents and is read by more than 17 million people every day. It employs few reporters and owns no printing presses. Instead, it purchases its articles from other news sources and outsources all its printing and much of its distribution to third parties. 17. Geographical. The range of regions, countries, or country groups in which a company will operate defines its geographical sphere. Some companies operate in a specific city or state. Others are multinationals like Deutsche Post DHL and Royal Dutch Shell, which each operate in more than 100 countries. The purpose of identifying the company's strategic business units is to develop separate strategies and assign appropriate funding. Senior management knows its portfolio of businesses usually includes a number of yesterday's has-beens, as well as tomorrow's winners. Liz Claiborne has put more emphasis on some of its younger businesses such as Juicy Couture, Lucky Brand Jeans, Makes Psha, and Kate Spade, while selling businesses without the same buzz, Ellen Tracy, Sigrid Olsen, and Laundry. Assigning resources to each SBU. 18. Once it has defined SBUs, management must decide how to allocate corporate resources to each. The G. McKinsey matrix classifies each SBU by the extent of its competitive advantage and the attractiveness of its industry. Management could decide to grow, harvest, or draw cash from, or hold on to the business. BCG's growth share matrix used relative market share and annual rate of market growth as criteria for investment decisions, classifying SBUs as dogs, cash cows, question marks, and stars. Portfolio planning models like these have largely fallen out of favor as oversimplified and subjective. Newer methods rely on shareholder value analysis and on whether the market value of a company is greater with an SBU or without it. These value calculations assess the potential of a business based on growth opportunities from global expansion, repositioning or retargeting, and strategic outsourcing. Metro outsources much of its production and operations for the different newspapers which it publishes in markets around the world. Assessing growth opportunities. Assessing growth opportunities includes planning new businesses, downsizing, and terminating older businesses. If there is a gap between future desired sales and projected sales, corporate management will need to develop or acquire new businesses to fill it. Figure 2.2 illustrates this strategic planning gap for a hypothetical manufacturer of blank DVD discs called CineView. The lowest curve projects expected sales from the current business portfolio over the next 5 years. The highest describes desired sales over the same period. Evidently, the company wants to grow much faster than its current businesses will permit. How can it fill the strategic landing gap? The first option is to identify opportunities for growth within current businesses, intensive opportunities. The second is to identify opportunities to build or acquire businesses related to current businesses, integrative opportunities. The third is to identify opportunities to add attractive unrelated businesses, diversification opportunities. Vertical bar Fig. 2.2 vertical bar The strategic planning gap. Intensive growth corporate management should first review opportunities for improving existing businesses. One useful framework is a product expansion grid, which considers the strategic growth opportunities for a firm in terms of current and new products and markets. The company first considers whether it could gain more market share with its current products in their current markets, using a market penetration strategy. Next, it considers whether it can find or develop new markets for its current products, in a market development strategy. Then, it considers whether it can develop new products for its current markets with the product development strategy. Later, the firm will also review opportunities to develop new products for new markets in a diversification strategy. Consider how ESPN has pursued a variety of growth opportunities. See Figure 2.3. 19. Liz Claiborne has put more emphasis on its juicy couture stores than its other slower-growing lines of business. ESPN, through its singular focus on sports programming and news, ESPN grew from a small regional broadcaster into the biggest name in sports. In the early 1990s, the company crafted a well-thought-out plan. Wherever sports fans watched, read, and discussed sports, ESPN would be there. It pursued this strategy by expanding its brand and now encompasses 10 cable channels, a website, a magazine, a few restaurants, ESPN Zone, more than 600 local radio affiliates, original movies and television series, book publishing, a sports merchandise catalog and online store, music and video games, and a mobile service. ESPN International partly or wholly owns 47 television networks outside the United States and a variety of additional businesses that reach sports fans in more than 200 countries and territories across all 7 continents. Now owned by the Walt Disney Company, ESPN contributes $9.4 billion a year in revenue, or roughly 3/4 of Disney's total cable network revenues. But perhaps the greatest tribute to the power of its brand came from one male-focused group respondent who said, "If ESPN was a woman, I'd marry her." So how might Cineview use these 3 major intensive growth strategies to increase its sales? It could, to encourage its current customers to buy more by demonstrating the benefits of using DVD discs for data storage in addition to video storage. It could try to attract competitors' customers if it noticed major weaknesses in their products or marketing programs. Finally, Cineview could try to convince non-users to start using blank DVD discs. How can Cineview use a market development strategy? First, it might try to identify potential user groups in the current sales areas. If it has been selling DVD discs only to consumer markets, it might go after office and factory markets. Second, it might seek additional distribution channels by adding mass merchandising or online channels. Third, the company might sell in new locations in its home country or abroad. Management should also consider new product possibilities. Cineview could develop new features, such as additional data storage capabilities or greater durability. It could offer the DVD discs at 2 or more quality levels, or it could research an alternative technology such as flash drives. These intensive growth strategies offer several ways to grow. Still, that growth may not be enough, and management must also look for integrative growth opportunities. Integrative growth: a business can increase sales and profits through backward, forward, or horizontal integration within its industry. Merck formed joint ventures as far back as 1989 with Johnson & Johnson to sell over-the-counter pharmaceuticals, and 1991 with DuPont to expand basic research. In 1997, Merck and Rhône-Poulenc SA, now Sanofi Aventis SA, combined their animal health and poultry genetics businesses to form Merial Limited, a fully integrated animal health company. Finally, Merck acquired Screenplow in 2009. 20. Vertical bar Fig. 2.3 Vertical bar ESPN growth opportunities. Horizontal mergers and alliances don't always work out. The merger between Sears and Qamar didn't solve either retailer's problems. 21. Nextel Communications Incorporated merged with Sprint in 2005 in what Bloomberg's financial analysts called one of the worst mergers of the past 10 years, in part due to their incompatible networks. 22. Consider the challenges faced by United and Continental in their merger. 23. United and Continental airline mergers are notoriously tricky, laden with regulations and a host of potentially conflicting considerations about safety, cost, style, reliability, convenience, speed, and comfort. United's merger with Continental made sense strategically and financially, but logistical problems seemed endless because the two airlines ran their businesses in very different ways, from boarding procedures to the way they brought planes into the gate. Even coffee was a thorny issue. United served Starbucks while Continental used a company called Brew. After extensive research, a suitable compromise was identified. a lighter fresh blend, old journeys. But customers were unimpressed until the company discovered the two airlines had different brew baskets and United's was actually leaking water and diluting the coffee. New pillow packs were commissioned to solve the problem. Media companies, on the other hand, have long reaped the benefits of integrative growth. Consider how NBC Universal leveraged one of its properties, 24. Following the 2006 Curious George movie release via Universal Pictures, Curious George the TV show was released on PBS Kids as a joint production by Universal Studios Family Productions, Imagine Entertainment and WGBH Boston. Universal Studios Hollywood currently has an Adventures of Curious George ride where kids can soak up the thrills of a 500-gallon water pump and unleash thousands of flying foam balls. United and Continental found it harder to merge their airlines than just lending their logos on their planes. How might Cineview achieve integrative growth? The company might acquire one or more of its suppliers, such as plastic material producers, to gain more control or generate more profit through backward integration. It might acquire some wholesalers or retailers, especially if they are highly profitable, in forward integration. Finally, Cineview might acquire one or more competitors, provided the government does not bar this horizontal integration. However, these new sources may still not deliver the desired sales volume. In that case, the company must consider diversification. Diversification growth makes sense when good opportunities exist outside the present businesses. The industry is highly attractive and the company has the right mix of business strengths to succeed. From its origins as an animated film producer, the Walt Disney Company has moved into licensing characters for merchandised goods, publishing general interest fiction books under the Hyperion imprint, entering the broadcast industry with its own Disney Channel as well as ABC and ESPN, developing theme parks and vacation and resort properties, and offering cruise and commercial theater experiences. Several types of diversification are possible for Cineview. First, the company could choose a concentric strategy and seek new products that have technological or marketing synergies with existing product lines, though appealing to a different group of customers. It might start a compact disc manufacturing operation because it knows how to manufacture DVD discs, or a flash drive manufacturing operation because it knows digital storage. Second, it might use a horizontal strategy and produce plastic DVD cases, for example, though they require a different manufacturing process. Finally, the company might seek new businesses with no relationship to its current technology, products, or markets, adopting a conglomerate strategy to consider making application software or personal organizers. Downsizing and divesting older businesses. Companies must carefully prune, hunt, or divest tired old businesses to release needed resources for other uses and reduce costs. To focus on its travel and credit card operations, American Express spun off American Express Financial Advisors, which provided insurance, mutual funds, investment advice, and brokerage and asset management services. It was renamed Ameriprise Financial. American International Group, AIG, agreed to sell two of its subunits, American General Indemnity Co. and American General Property Insurance Co., to White Mountains Insurance Group as part of a long-term growth strategy to discard redundant assets and focus on its core operations. 25. Organizational culture. Strategic planning happens within the context of the organization. A company's organization consists of its structures, policies, and corporate culture, all of which can become dysfunctional in a rapidly changing business environment. Whereas managers can change structures and policies, though with difficulty, the company's culture is very hard to change. Yet adapting the culture is often the key to successfully implementing a new strategy. What exactly is a corporate culture? Some define it as the shared experiences, stories, beliefs, and norms that characterize an organization. Walk into any company and the first thing that strikes you is the corporate culture, the way people dress, talk to one another, and greet customers. A customer-centric culture can affect all aspects of an organization. Enterprise Rent-A-Car features its own employees in its latest, The Enterprise Way, ad campaign. Through making it right training program, Enterprise empowers all employees to make their own decisions. 1. Ad in the campaign, themed, Fix Any Problem, reinforces how any local enterprise outlet has the authority to take actions to maximize customer satisfaction. 26. Marketing innovation. Innovation in marketing is critical. Imaginative ideas on strategy exist in many places within a company. Senior management should identify and encourage fresh ideas from 3 generally underrepresented groups: employees with youthful or diverse perspectives, employees far removed from company headquarters, and employees new to the industry. Each group can challenge company orthodoxy and stimulate new ideas. British-based experienc has been an innovator in the state household cleaning products industry by generating 35% of sales from products under 3 years old. 27. Its multinational staff is encouraged to dig deep into consumer habits and is well rewarded for excellent performance. Slovenia-based KRKA, makers of prescription pharmaceuticals, non-prescription products and animal health products, aims to generate more than 40% of its total sales from new products. 28. Marketing insight, creating innovative marketing, describes how some leading companies approach innovation. Firms develop strategy by choosing their view of the future. The Royal Dutch Shell Group has pioneered scenario analysis, which develops plausible representations of a firm's possible future. Using assumptions about forces driving the market and different uncertainties, managers think through each scenario with the question, what will we do if it happens, adopt one scenario as the most probable, and watch for signposts that might confirm or disconfirm it. 29. Consider the strategic challenges faced by the movie industry. 30. Enterprise Rent-A-Car is known for its strong consumer-centric corporate culture. Marketing insight. Creating innovative marketing. When IBM surveyed top CEOs and government leaders about their priorities, business model innovation and coming up with unique ways of doing things scored high. IBM's own drive for business model innovation led to much collaboration, both within IBM and externally with companies, governments, and educational institutions. Then CEO Samuel Misano noted how the breakthrough cell processor, based on the company's power architecture, would not have happened without collaboration with Sony and Nintendo, as well as competitors Toshiba and Microsoft. Procter & Gamble, P&G, has made it a goal for 50% of new products to come from outside its labs, from inventors, scientists, and suppliers whose new product ideas can be developed in-house. Mark Benioff, CEO and co-founder of Salesforce.com, believes the key to innovation is the ability to adapt. While the company spent years relying on disruptive ideas to come from within, it acquired 2 firms for $1 billion because it couldn't afford to wait, and has purchased 24 firms in total. As Benioff notes, innovation is a continuum. You have to think about how the world is evolving and transforming. Are you part of the continuum? Business guru Jim Collins' research emphasizes the importance of systematic, broad-based innovation, always looking for the one big breakthrough, the one big idea, is contrary to what we found. To build a truly great company, it's decision upon decision, action upon action, day upon day, month upon month. It's cumulative momentum, and no one decision defines a great company. Collins cites Walt Disney in theme parks and Walmart in retailing as examples of companies that were successful by executing a big idea brilliantly over a long period of time. To find breakthrough ideas, some companies immerse a range of employees in solving marketing problems. Samsung's Value Innovation Program, VIP, isolates product development teams of engineers, designers, and planners with a timetable and end date in the company's center just south of Seoul, Korea, while 50 specialists help guide their activities. To help make tough trade-offs, team members draw value curves that rank attributes such as a product's sound or picture quality on a scale from 1 to 5. To develop a new car, BMW mobilizes specialists in engineering, design, production, marketing, purchasing, and finance at its Research and Innovation Center or Project House. Companies like Facebook and Google kickstart the creative problem-solving process by using the phrase, "How might we?" Tim Brown, CEO of IDEO, says IDEO asks, "How might we?" with each design challenge. The "how" part assumes there are solutions out there. It provides creative confidence, Brown said. The "might" part says we can put ideas out there that might work or might not. Either way, it's okay. And the "we" part says we are going to do it together and build on each other's ideas. Sources: Steve Ham, Innovation, The View from the Top, Business Week, 3rd April 2006, pp. Wolcott and Inigo Aronis. Two 2006, pp. 75-85, Victoria Barrett, Why Salesforce.com ranks number 1 on Forbes' most innovative list, Forbes, September 2012, Warren Berger, The Secret Phrase Top Innovators Use, HBR Blog Network, 17th September 2012. 2006, pp. 75-85, Victoria. Movie industry. Netflix and the internet started a decline in DVD sales that began in 2007 and has not stopped. The emergence of Redbox kiosks renting movies for $1 a day added yet another threat to the movie business and DVD sales. Film studios clearly need to prepare for the day when films are primarily sold not through physical distribution but through satellite and cable companies' video-on-demand services. Although studios make 70% on a typical $4.99 cable viewing versus 30% on the sale of a DVD, sales of DVDs still generate 70% of a film's profits. To increase electronic distribution without destroying their DVD business, studios are experimenting with new approaches. Some, such as Warner Bros., are releasing a DVD at the same time as online and cable versions of a movie. Disney cross-promotes its parent-friendly films at its theme parks, on its TV channels, and in its stores. Warner has entered the video game business, such as with Dark Knight, Batman, in hopes of generating additional revenue on its movie characters. Warner Interactive typically spends $30 million to $40 million to make its games and generated close to $1 billion in sales in 2011. Film studios are considering all possible scenarios as they rethink their business model in a world where the DVD is no longer king. Business Unit Strategic Planning. The business unit strategic planning process consists of the steps in Figure 2.4. We examine each step in the sections that follow. Film studios are finding new ways to expand movie franchises, as with Warner Bros. Batman. The business mission. Each business unit needs to define its specific mission within the broader company mission. Thus, a television studio lighting equipment company might define its mission as to target major television studios and become their vendor of choice for lighting technologies that represent the most advanced and reliable studio lighting arrangements. Notice this mission does not mention winning business from smaller television studios, offering the lowest price, or venturing into non-lighting products. SWOT analysis. The overall evaluation of a company's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threat is called SWOT analysis. It's a way of monitoring the external and internal marketing environment. External environment, opportunity and threat analysis. A business unit must monitor key macro-environment forces and significant micro-environment factors that affect its ability to earn profits. It should set up a marketing intelligence system to track trends and important developments and any related opportunities, threats. Good marketing is the art of finding, developing, and profiting from these opportunities. 31. Marketing opportunity is an area of buyer need and interest that a company has a high probability of profitably satisfying. There are three main sources of market opportunities. 32. The first is to offer something that is in short supply. This requires little marketing talent, as the need is fairly obvious. The second is to supply an existing product or service in a new or superior way. How? The problem detection method asks consumers for their suggestions. An ideal method has them imagine an ideal version of the product or service, and the consumption chain method asks them to chart their steps in acquiring, using, and disposing of a product. This last method can often lead to a totally new product or service, which is the third main source of market opportunities. Vertical bar Fig. 2.4 Vertical bar The business unit strategic planning process. Marketers need to be good at spotting opportunities. Consider the following. A company may benefit from converging industry trends and introduce hybrid products or services new to the market. Cell phone manufacturers have released phones with digital photo and video capabilities, global positioning systems, GPS, and so on. A company may make a buying process more convenient or efficient. Mobile introduced Speed Pass, one of the first widely deployed rapid radio frequency identification payment systems, to allow consumers to quickly and easily pay for gas at the pump. A company can meet the need for more information and advice. Angie's List connects individuals with local home improvement and other services that have been reviewed by others. A company can customize a product or service. Timberland allows customers to choose colors for different parts of their boots, add initials or numbers, and select different stitching and embroidery. A company can introduce a new capability. Consumers can create and edit digital iMovies with the iMac and upload them to an Apple web server or website such as YouTube to share with friends around the world. A company may be able to deliver a product or service faster. FedEx discovered a way to deliver mail and packages much more quickly than the US Postal Service. A company may be able to offer a product at a much lower price. Pharmaceutical firms have created generic versions of brand name drugs, and mail-order drug companies often sell for less. To evaluate opportunities, companies can use market opportunity analysis, MOA, to ask questions like: 1. Can we articulate the benefits convincingly to a defined target market, S? 2. Can we locate the target market, S, and reach them with cost-effective media and trade channels? 3. Does our company possess or have access to the critical capabilities and resources we need to deliver the customer benefits? 4. Can we deliver the benefits better than any actual or potential competitors? 5. Will the financial rate of return meet or exceed our required threshold for investment? In the opportunity matrix in Figure 2.5, A, the best marketing opportunities facing the TV lighting equipment company appear in the upper left cell, number 1. The opportunities in the lower right cell, number 4, are too minor to consider. The opportunities in the upper right cell, number 2, and the lower left cell, number 3, are worth monitoring in the event that any improve in attractiveness and potential. Vertical bar Fig. 2.5 Vertical bar opportunity and threat matrices. An environmental threat is a challenge posed by an unfavorable trend or development that, in the absence of defensive marketing action, would lead to lower sales or profit. Figure 2.5, B. Illustrates the threat matrix facing the TV lighting equipment company. The threats in the upper left cell are major because they have a high probability of occurrence and can seriously hurt the company. To deal with them, the company needs contingency plans. The threats in the lower right cell are minor and can be ignored. The firm will want to carefully monitor threats in the upper right and lower left cells in the event they grow more likely or serious. Internal environment, strengths and weaknesses, analysis. It's one thing to find attractive opportunities and another to be able to take advantage of them. Each business needs to evaluate its internal strengths and weaknesses. Consider LoanBright. 33. LoanBright. At the website of LoanBright, an online mortgage company, potential homebuyers can get a personalized list of lenders and available terms. At first, LoanBright made its money by selling the homebuyer data to high-end mortgage lenders, including Wells Fargo Home Mortgage, Bank of America Mortgage, and Chase Home Mortgage. These firms turned the data into leads for their sales teams. But worrisome internal issues arose. For one thing, LoanBright had to please every one of its big clients, yet each was becoming tough to satisfy, eating up time and resources. The company's top managers gathered to analyze the market and LoanBright's strengths and weaknesses. They decided that instead of serving a few choice clients, they would serve many more individual loan officers who responded to the company's Google ads and only wanted to buy a few leads. The switch required revamping the way LoanBright salespeople brought in new business, including using a one-page contract instead of the old 12-page contract and creating a separate customer service department. A SWOT-like analysis was instrumental in the development of the corporate strategy that drove Dell to years of success. Dell's strength was selling more effectively and efficiently directly to consumers than IBM and its hardware competitors at the time. Dell's weakness, however, was that its brand was not as strong, and it lacked a well-entrenched channel infrastructure and solid dealer relationships. Dell's opportunity was that the consumer market was becoming more sophisticated and customers increasingly knew exactly what they wanted. Dell's threat was that it would fail to generate a big enough customer base in the face of strong competitors and demanding channel partners. With consumers desiring purchasing convenience and flexibility, however, the internet offered a powerful direct marketing and selling option. Dell's business strategy combined direct sales, internet marketing, mass customization, and just-in-time manufacturing to capitalize on the market opportunity it was offered. Businesses can evaluate their own strengths and weaknesses by using a form like the one shown in Marketing Memo, Checklist for Evaluating Strengths Weaknesses Analysis. Clearly, the business doesn't have to correct all its weaknesses, nor should it gloat about all its strengths. The big question is whether it should limit itself to those opportunities for which it possesses the required strengths or consider those that might require it to find or develop new strengths. Marketing Memo. Checklist for Evaluating Strengths Weaknesses Analysis. Goal formulation. Once the company has performed a SWOT analysis, it can proceed to goal formulation, developing specific goals for the planning period. Goals are objectives that are specific with respect to magnitude and time. Most business units pursue a mix of objectives, including profitability, sales growth, market share improvement, risk containment, innovation, and reputation. The business unit sets these objectives and then manages by objectives, MBO. For an MBO system to work, the unit's objectives must meet 4 criteria. 1. They must be arranged hierarchically, from most to least important. The business unit's key objective for the period may be to increase the rate of return on investment. Managers can increase profit by increasing revenue and reducing expenses. They can grow revenue, in turn, by increasing market share and prices. 2 objectives should be quantitative whenever possible. The objective, to increase the return on investment, ROI, is better stated as the goal, to increase ROI to 15% within 2 years. 3 goals should be realistic. Goals should arise from an analysis of a business unit's opportunities and strengths, not from wishful thinking. 4 objectives must be consistent. It's not possible to maximize sales and profits simultaneously. Other important trade-offs include short-term profit versus long-term growth, deep penetration of existing markets versus development of new markets, profit goals versus non-profit goals, and high growth versus low risk. Each choice calls for a different marketing strategy. 34 Many believe adopting the goal of strong market share growth may mean foregoing strong short-term profits. Volkswagen has 15 times the annual revenue of Porsche, but Porsche's profit margins are 7 times bigger than Volkswagen's. Other successful companies such as Google, Microsoft, and Samsung have maximized profitability and growth. Strategic formulation. Goals indicate what a business unit wants to achieve. Strategy is a game plan for getting there. Every business must design a strategy for achieving its goals, consisting of a marketing strategy and a compatible technology strategy and sourcing strategy. Porter's generic strategies. Michael Porter has proposed 3 generic strategies that provide a good starting point for strategic thinking: overall cost leadership, differentiation, and focus. 35. Overall cost leadership. Firms work to achieve the lowest production and distribution costs so they can underprice competitors and win market share. They need less skill in marketing. The problem is that other firms will usually compete with still lower costs and hurt the firm that rested its whole future on cost. Differentiation. The business concentrates on achieving superior performance in an important customer benefit area valued by a large part of the market. The firm seeking quality leadership, for example, must make products with the best components, put them together expertly, inspect them carefully, and effectively communicate their quality. Focus. The business focuses on one or more narrow market segments, gets to know them intimately, and pursues either cost leadership or differentiation within the target segment. The online air travel industry has provided a good example of these 3 strategies. Travelocity has pursued a differentiation strategy by offering the most comprehensive range of services to the traveler. Lowest Fare has pursued a lowest cost strategy for the leisure travel market, and Last Minute has pursued a niche strategy by focusing on travelers who have the flexibility to travel on very short notice. Some companies use a hybrid approach. According to Porter, competing firms directing the same strategy to the same target market constitute a strategic group. 36 The firm that carries out the strategy best will make the most profits. Circuit City went out of business because it did not stand out in the consumer electronics industry as lowest in cost, highest in perceived value, or best in serving some market segment. Porter draws a distinction between operational effectiveness and strategy. Competitors can quickly copy the operationally effective company using benchmarking and other tools, thus diminishing the advantage of operational effectiveness. Strategy, on the other hand, is the creation of a unique and valuable position involving a different set of activities. A company can claim it has a strategy when it performs different activities from rivals or performs similar activities in different ways. Strategic alliances. Even giant companies, AT&T, Philips, and Starbucks, often cannot achieve leadership, either nationally or globally, without forming alliances with domestic or multinational companies that complement or leverage their capabilities and resources. Just doing business in another country may require the firm to license its product, form a joint venture with a local firm, or buy from local suppliers to meet domestic content requirements. Many firms have developed global strategic networks, and victory is going to those who build the better one. The Star Alliance brings together 27 airlines, including Lufthansa, United Airlines, Singapore Airlines, Air New Zealand, and South Africa Airways, in a huge global partnership that allows travelers in 193 countries to make nearly seamless connections to hundreds of destinations. 37 Many strategic partnerships take the form marketing alliances. These fall into four major categories. 1. Product or service alliances. One company licenses another to produce its product, or two companies jointly market their complementary products or a new product. The credit card industry is a complicated combination of cards jointly marketed by banks such as Bank of America, credit card companies such as Visa, and affinity companies such as Alaska Airlines. 2. Promotional alliances. One company agrees to carry a promotion for another company's product or service. In 2011, Vibe Urban Music and Lifestyle magazine announced a promotional alliance with Hoop It Up, the world's largest participatory 3-on-3 basketball tournament program, with competitions in 35 cities. The multi-platform partnership included Vibe Digital, Vibe City Guide app, editorial coverage and promotion in Vibe, and a highly integrated social media campaign with a strong Vibe branded presence at all Hoop It Up live events nationwide. 38. 3. Logistics alliances. One company offers logistical services for another company's product. Warner Music Group and Sub Pop Records created the Alternative Distribution Alliance, OTHER, in 1993 as a joint venture to distribute and manufacture records owned by independent labels. OTHER is the leading indie distribution company in the United States for both physical and digital product. 4. Pricing collaborations. One or more companies join in a special pricing collaboration. Hotel and rental car companies offer mutual price discounts. Companies need to give creative thought to finding partners that might complement their strengths and offset their weaknesses. Well-managed alliances allow companies to obtain a greater sales impact at lower cost. To keep their strategic alliances thriving, corporations have begun to develop organizational structures to support them, and many have come to view the ability to form and manage partnership as core skills called partner relationship management, PRM. After years of growth through acquisition and buying interests in 24 companies, the world's biggest wireless telecom operator, Vodafone, has looked outside for partners to help it leverage its existing assets. 39. Vodafone to spur more innovation and growth. London-based Vodafone has embraced open-source software and open platforms that allow it to tap into the creativity and skills of others. With its web portal called BetaVine, amateur or professional software developers can create and test their latest mobile applications on any network, not just Vodafone's. While these developers retain intellectual property rights, Vodafone gains early exposure to the latest trends and ensures that innovations are compatible with its network. Some of the new apps include real-time train arrivals and departures, movie show times, and an Amazon.com widget with personalized details. With 404 million customers in 30 countries, the £46 billion company hasn't had trouble finding help from interested corporate partners either. Dell has collaborated with Vodafone to design laptops and low-priced netbooks with built-in wireless broadband access over Vodafone's networks. Rather than just form a partnership, a firm may choose to just acquire another firm. Kraft acquired Cadbury in 2010, in part due to Cadbury's deep roots in emerging markets like India where Kraft did not have a strong presence. The acquisition also permitted Kraft to do a restructuring and divide its businesses into two companies, one focused on grocery products, the other on snack foods. 40. Program formulation and implementation. Even a great marketing strategy can be sabotaged by poor implementation. If the unit has decided to attain technological leadership, it must strengthen its R&D department, gather technological intelligence, develop leading-edge products, train its technical sales force, and communicate its technological leadership. Once they have formulated marketing programs, marketers must estimate their costs. Is participating in a particular trade show worth it? Will hiring another salesperson contribute to the bottom line? Activity-based cost accounting, ABC, described in great detail in Chapter 5, can help determine whether each marketing program is likely to produce sufficient results to justify its cost. 41. Craft acquired category in part because of its knowledge of and presence in emerging markets. Today's businesses recognize that unless they nurture other stakeholders, customers, employees, suppliers, distributors, they may never earn sufficient profits for the stockholders. A company might aim to delight its customers, perform well for its employees, and deliver a threshold of satisfaction to its suppliers. It must not violate any stakeholder group's sense of fairness about the treatment it is receiving relative to the others. 42. Dynamic relationship connects the stakeholder groups. A smart company creates a high level of employee satisfaction, which leads to higher effort, which leads to higher quality products and services, which creates higher customer satisfaction, which leads to more repeat business, which leads to higher growth and profits, which leads to high stockholder satisfaction, which leads to more investment, and so on. This virtuous circle spells profits and growth. According to McKinsey & Company, strategy is only one of 7 elements, all of which start with the letter S, in successful business practice. 43. The first 3, strategy, structure, and systems, are considered the hardware of success. The next 4, style, skills, staff, and shared values, are the software. The first, soft, element, style, means company employees share a common way of being and behaving. The second, skills, means employees have the skills needed to carry out the company's strategy. Staffing means the company has hired able people, trained them well, and assigned them to the right jobs. The fourth element, shared values, mean employees share the same guiding values. When these elements are present, companies are usually more successful at strategy implementation. 44. Feedback and control. A company's strategic fit with the environment will inevitably erode because the market environment changes faster than the company's 7 S's. Thus, a company might remain efficient yet lose effectiveness. Peter Drucker pointed out that it is more important to do the right thing, to be effective, than to do things right, to be efficient. The most successful companies, however, excel at both. Once an organization fails to respond to a changed environment, it becomes increasingly hard to recapture its lost position. Organizations, especially large ones, are subject to inertia. It's difficult to change one part without adjusting everything else. Yet organizations can be changed through strong leadership, preferably in advance of a crisis. The key to organizational health is willingness to examine the changing environment and adopt new goals and behaviors. Marketing Insight, Businesses Charting a New Direction, describes how some different companies and industries are adjusting to the new marketing realities that have changed their fortunes. Marketing Insight. Businesses charting a new direction, continued prosperity, or even survival may depend on how quickly and effectively a firm is able to chart a new direction. Consider these examples. With consumers increasingly using smartphones for directions and maps, Garmin, the biggest maker of GPS devices, found sales declining rapidly. Its solution was to concentrate on partnering with automakers to embed GPS systems in dashboard, command centers. Its selling points are that most smartphones are not optimized for use when driving and are thus dangerous to use behind the wheel. Hedging its bets, Garmin also has its own app available for smartphones. When Dow Chemical found its commodity chemical strategy was no longer profitable, new CEO Andrew Leverrier decided to shift the company's focus to unique, innovative high-margin products like solar shingles. Dow's intent was to capitalize on foreign trends, clean energy, health and nutrition, consumerism in the emerging world, and infrastructure. R&D investments in those 4 areas totaled $9 billion over a 5-year period. The runaway success of Amazon's Kindle, Apple's iPad, and other tablet products have turned the book world upside down. Bookstores, libraries, and publishers are all recognizing that the sale and delivery of a book are now just a download away. Libraries are lending e-readers in addition to stocking ebooks for lending. When the due date arrives, the book just disappears. The textbook market is being transformed by new entries such as Flat World Knowledge offering customizable, discount texts. Free e-textbooks at some schools allow users to scroll page by page, highlight and annotate, and share comments with classmates and instructors. Some students buy a new or used paper version of the e-textbook anyway. As one notes, when I'm using the e-textbook, there's the temptation to check email, check my grades, or check Facebook. Sources: Eric Ray, A GPS Maker Shifts Gears, Fortune, 19th March 2012, Jeff Calvin, Dose New Direction, Fortune, 19th March 2012, Ben Bradford, Libraries Grapple with the Downside of eBooks, www.npr.org 29th May 2012, Sharon Trigaskis, By the Book, Cornell Alumni Magazine, November-December 2012, Great Digital Expectations, The Economist, 10th September 2011. The nature and contents of a marketing plan. Working within the plans set by the levels above them, marketing managers come up with a marketing plan for individual products, lines, brands, channels, or customer groups. A marketing plan is a written document that summarizes what the marketer has learned about the marketplace and indicates how the firm plans to reach its marketing objectives. 45. It contains tactical guidelines for the marketing programs and financial allocations over the planning period. 46. A marketing plan is one of the most important outputs of the marketing process. It provides direction and focus for a brand, product, or company. It informs and motivates key constituents inside and outside an organization about its marketing goals and how these can be achieved. Non-profit organizations use marketing plans to guide their fundraising and outreach efforts, and government agencies use them to build public awareness of nutrition and stimulate tourism. More limited in scope than a business plan, the marketing plan documents how the organization will achieve its strategic objectives through specific marketing strategies and tactics, with the customer as the starting point. It is also linked to the plans of other departments. Suppose a marketing plan calls for selling 200,000 units annually. The production department must gear up to make many units, finance must arrange funding to cover the expenses, human resources must be ready to hire and train staff, and so on. Without the appropriate level of organizational support and resources, no marketing plan can succeed. Marketing plan criteria. Here are some questions to ask in evaluating a marketing plan. 1. Is the plan simple and succinct? Is it easy to understand and act on? Does it communicate its content clearly and practically? Is it not unnecessarily long? 2. Is the plan complete? Does it include all the necessary elements? Does it have the right breadth and depth? Achieving the right balance between completeness and lots of detail and simplicity and clear focus is often the key to a well-instructed marketing plan. 3. Is the plan specific? Are its objectives concrete and measurable? Does it provide a clear course of action? Does it include specific activities, each with specific dates of completion, specific persons responsible, and specific budgets? 4. Is the plan realistic? Are the sales goals, expense budgets, and milestone dates realistic? Has a frank and honest self-critique been conducted to raise possible concerns and objections? Sources: adapted from Tim Berry and Doug Wilson, On Target, The Book on Marketing Plans, 2nd ed., Jean, or Allo. Alto Software, 2000, Alexander Chernev, The Marketing Plan Handbook, Chicago, Ill, Cerebellum Press, 2011, Author's Experiences. The most frequently cited shortcomings of current marketing plans, according to marketing executives, are lack of realism, insufficient competitive analysis, and a short-run focus. See Marketing Memo, Marketing Plan Criteria, for questions to ask in developing marketing plans. Most marketing plans cover 1 year in anywhere from 5 to 50 pages. Smaller businesses may create shorter or less formal marketing plans. Corporations generally require highly structured documents. Every part of the plan must be described in considerable detail. Some companies post their marketing plan on an internal website so everyone can consult it and collaborate on changes. A marketing plan usually contains the following sections: executive summary and table of contents. Situation analysis. This section presents relevant background data on sales, costs, the market, competitors, and the macro environment. How do we define the market? How big is it? And how fast is it growing? What are the relevant trends and critical issues? Firms will use all this information to carry out a SWOT analysis. Marketing strategy. Here the marketing manager defines the mission, marketing and financial objectives, and needs its offering is intended to satisfy, as well as its competitive positioning. All this requires inputs from other areas, such as purchasing, manufacturing, sales, finance, and human resources. Marketing tactics. Here the marketing manager outlines the marketing activities that will be undertaken to execute the marketing strategy. The product or service offering section describes the key attributes and benefits that will appeal to target customers. The pricing section specifies the general price range and how it might vary across different types of customers or channels, including any incentive or discount plans. The channel section outlines the different forms of distribution, such as direct or indirect. The communications section usually offers high-level guidance about the general message and media strategy. Firms will often develop a separate communication plan to provide the detail necessary for agencies and other media partners to effectively design the communication program. Financial projections. Financial projections include a sales forecast, an expense forecast, and a break-even analysis. On the revenue side is forecasted sales volume by month and product category, and on the expense side the expected costs of marketing, broken down into finer categories. The break-even analysis estimates how many units the firm must sell monthly, or how many years it will take to offset its monthly fixed costs and average per unit variable costs. A more complex method of estimating profit is risk analysis. Here we obtain 3 estimates: optimistic, pessimistic, and most likely, for each uncertain variable affecting profitability, under an assumed marketing environment and marketing strategy for the planning period. The computer simulates possible outcomes and computes a distribution showing the range of possible rates of returns and their probabilities. Implementation controls. The last section outlines the controls for monitoring and adjusting implementation of the plan. Typically, it spells out the goals and budget for each month or quarter so management can review each period's results and take corrective action as needed. The role of research. Marketers need up-to-date information about the environment, the competition, and the selected market segments. Often, analysis of internal data is the starting point for assessing the current marketing situation, supplemented by marketing intelligence and research investigating the overall market, the competition, key issues, threats, and opportunities. As the plan is put into effect, marketers use research to measure progress toward objectives and identify areas for improvement. Finally, marketing research helps marketers learn more about their customers' requirements, expectations, perceptions, satisfaction, and loyalty. Thus, a marketing plan should outline what marketing research will be conducted and when, as well as how the findings will be applied. The role of relationships. Although the marketing plan shows how the company will establish and maintain profitable customer relationships, it also affects both internal and external relationships. First, it influences how marketing staff work with each other and with other departments to deliver value and satisfy customers. Second, it affects how the company works with suppliers, distributors, and partners to achieve the plan's objectives. Third, it influences the company's dealings with other stakeholders, including government regulators, the media, and the community at large. From marketing plan to marketing action. Marketing plan to marketing action. Marketers start planning well in advance of the implementation date to allow time for marketing research, analysis, management review, and coordination between departments. As each action program begins, they monitor ongoing results, investigate any deviation from plan, and take corrective steps as needed. Some prepare contingency plans. Marketers must be ready to update and adapt marketing plans at any time. The marketing plan typically outlines budgets, schedules, and marketing metrics for monitoring and evaluating results. With budgets, marketers can compare planned and actual expenditures for a given period. Schedules show when tasks were supposed to be completed and when they actually were. Marketing metrics track actual outcomes of marketing programs to see whether the company is moving forward toward its objectives, as we'll discuss in Chapter 5. Summary. 1. The value delivery process includes choosing, or identifying, providing, or delivering, and communicating superior value. The value chain is a tool for identifying key activities that create value and cost in a specific business. 2. Strong companies develop superior capabilities in managing core business processes such as new product realization, inventory management, and customer acquisition and retention. In today's marketing environment, managing these core processes effectively means creating a marketing network in which the company works closely with all parties in the production and distribution chain, from suppliers of raw materials to retail distributors. Companies no longer compete. Marketing networks do. 3. Market-oriented strategic planning is the managerial process of developing and maintaining a viable fit between the organization's objectives, skills, and resources and its changing market opportunities. The aim of strategic planning is to shape the company's businesses and products so they yield target profits and growth. Strategic planning takes place at 4 levels: corporate, division, business unit, and product. 4. The corporate strategy establishes the framework within which the divisions and business units prepare their strategic plans. Setting a corporate strategy means defining the corporate mission, establishing strategic business units, SBUs, assigning resources to each, and assessing growth opportunities. 5. Marketers should define a business or business unit as a customer-satisfying process. Taking this view can reveal additional growth opportunities. 6. Strategic planning for individual businesses includes defining the business mission, analyzing external opportunities and threats, analyzing internal strengths and weaknesses, formulating goals, formulating strategy, formulating supporting programs, implementing the programs, and gathering feedback and exercising control. 7. Each product level within a business unit must develop a marketing plan for achieving its goals. The marketing plan is one of the most important outputs of the marketing process. Applications. Marketing debate. What good is a mission statement? Mission statements are often the product of much deliberation and discussion. At the same time, critics claim they sometimes lack teeth and specificity or do not vary much from firm to firm and make the same empty promises. Take a position. Mission statements are critical to a successful marketing organization versus mission statements rarely provide useful marketing value. Marketing discussion. Marketing planning consider Porter's value chain and the holistic marketing orientation model. What implications do they have for marketing planning? How would you structure a marketing plan to incorporate some of their concepts? Marketing excellence. Electrolux AB Electrolux, popularly known as Electrolux, is a global leader in home and professional appliances, including refrigerators, cookers, dishwashers, washing machines, vacuum cleaners, air conditioners, and small domestic appliances. It sells more than 50 million products in 150 countries. Headquartered in Stockholm, Sweden, Electrolux was founded in 1919 as a result of a merger between AB Lux and Svenska Elektron AB. In 2013, Electrolux had revenues of approximately $14.5 billion and employed 61,000 people worldwide. The Electrolux Group consists of 6 business divisions, including 4 major appliances divisions, a small appliances division, and a professional products division. The core markets for Electrolux are Western Europe, North America, and Australia, New Zealand and Japan, accounting for 65% of group sales. These markets are characterized by low population growth and high replacement product sales. The growth markets for Electrolux are Africa, Middle East and Eastern Europe, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, and China contributing 35% to its sales. Given the rising living standards in the growth markets, Electrolux aims to increase its share of sales in these markets to 50% by introducing innovative product offerings in the next 2 years. In 2013, Electrolux was among the top 5 global players in the household appliances industry, along with Whirlpool, the Haier Group, Bosch Siemens, and LG Electronics. These companies contributed to nearly 50% of the global appliances sales. The major drivers of this industry are increased per capita income, changing lifestyles, consumer spending, housing activities, and urbanization. Economic growth in emerging markets is expected to boost the industry. The main competitive advantages of Electrolux are global presence, consumer insight, design, professional legacy, Scandinavian heritage, wide product range, people and culture, and sustainability leadership. The vision of the Electrolux Group is to become the best appliance company in the world as measured by its customers, employees, and shareholders. It bases its strategy on 4 pillars: innovative products, operational excellence, profitable growth, and dedicated employees. Its brand portfolio is strategically planned to serve luxury, premium, and mass markets. Alongside the Electrolux brand, the group has 7 other strategic brands, namely Grand Cuisine, AG, Zanussi, Eureka, Frigidaire, Molteni, Westinghouse. The innovation triangle at Electrolux encourages close cooperation between its marketing, R&D, and design functions to ensure fast reach to the market based on solid consumer insights. This enables Electrolux to use same product architecture, differentiated design, to develop global modularized platforms. These platforms facilitate planning across divisions by making it easier to spread a one market to another with adaptations to local preferences, and deliver greater customer value. By maintaining strategic emphasis on increasing operational efficiency, Electrolux has restructured its production across divisions globally. Electrolux has shifted nearly 65% of its manufacturing from mainly Western Europe and North America to low-cost regions. Pursuing its strategy of profitable growth, Electrolux continuously innovates to enhance its current products and ranges to penetrate existing markets. In 2013, it launched many innovative products in North America and Japan. Expanding to growth markets, Electrolux tapped the potential of the Chinese market by launching a full range of kitchen and laundry appliances of more than 60 products designed exclusively for China. An important aspect of Electrolux's strategy is to grow through mergers and acquisitions, and build brand portfolio through horizontal integration. In the last 40 years, the group has had a series of acquisitions around the world that strengthened its global position through effective targeting and brand positioning in domestic and regional markets. Examples of such acquisitions include Zanussi in Europe, AG in Germany, Frigidaire, Kelvinator, and White Westinghouse in North America, Refripa in Brazil, and the Olympic Group in Middle East and North Africa. In September 2014, Electrolux unveiled its agreement to acquire the appliance business of General Electric, GE, for a cash consideration of $3.3 billion. GE Appliances is one of the leading manufacturers of kitchen and laundry products in North America, and makes more than 90% of its sales in this region and runs its own distribution and logistics network. The acquisition also included a 48.4% shareholding in the Mexican appliance company Mambe that develops and manufactures a portion of the GE Appliances product range as part of a joint venture with GE. According to Keith McLaughlin, President and CEO of Electrolux, the acquisition was expected to give the company more financial horsepower on its balance sheet to do even more business around the world. With a growing portfolio of smartly positioned brands, global reach, innovations based on consumer insight, operational excellence and manufacturing efficiency, and increased financial power, Electrolux is all set to establish greater dominance in the global home appliances industry. Questions. 1. Evaluate Electrolux's strategy in light of its vision and the global trends in the household appliance industry. 2. What benefits will Electrolux receive from the acquisition of GE Appliances? How does it fit in with the strategic direction of the group? What other strategic options can Electrolux pursue for future growth to achieve greater global dominance? Sources: Electrolux Group Annual Report 2013, www.electrolux.com. History, Strategy, and Markets, www.electro. Marketing Excellence. Emirates is an airline company with a mission to provide high-quality commercial air transportation services. The company's global strategy aims at efficient competition, exceeding far beyond the limits of the Arabian Gulf and Middle Eastern markets. In 1985, the Dubai government, cognizant of the country's limited oil resources, launched the flag carrier as an alternative means to economic growth in the United Arab Emirates, UAE. In the very beginning, the airline served 60 destinations in 42 countries across Europe, Middle East, Africa, Asia, and Australia. To keep up with the aggressive competition, Emirates emphasized product, equipment, and excellent service, and promoted a quality image. To do so, a multinational crew was recruited and a state-of-the-art fleet was purchased. Within 2 decades, Emirates expanded its destinations and had remarkable financial returns. In 2014, it served 142 destinations in 80 countries from its hub in Dubai. It carried 44.5 million passengers, 5.1 million more than in 2012-13, and 2.3 million tons of air freight, up by 8%, which contributed to the 26th consecutive year of profitable operations. The company has witnessed a steady growth over time since its inception. It carried 26 million passengers and served 101 destinations in 2010. These figures were 14.5 million and 83 in 2005. Emirates operates 4 of the 10 longest, non-stop commercial flights in the world from Dubai to Los Angeles, San Francisco, Dallas, and Houston. It employs over 52,000 people from 162 different countries. Emirates has also been the world's most valuable airline brand for the 3rd consecutive year, with a value of $5.5 billion. It was awarded the prestigious Airline of the Year award numerous times by Air Transport World, in addition to more than 400 other distinguished industry sector awards. The company has a fleet aged 72 months, as of 2013, young in comparison to that of the industry, which is 140 months old. Good terms with Airbus and Boeing favored huge acquisitions of long-haul airplanes. These massive purchases have made Emirates the largest Airbus, A380, and Boeing, 777, aircraft operator in the world, reflecting the global aspirations of the company. Emirates is looked upon as an innovative organization in terms of technology due to its acquisition of the groundbreaking storage infrastructure in the Middle East. Additionally, the company is a major shareholder in luxury 5-star hotels. Its performance is attributed to its customer-oriented approach revolving around the provision of a quality product, exclusive Grade A manufactured Boeing and Airbus aircrafts, premium flight services, and traveling at a competitive price. To cost-effectively carry out cargo and ground handling, catering services, information technology, and other travel amenities, Dnata supports Emirates' global ambitions. It is considered one of the largest and most competitive air service providers worldwide. In terms of corporate positioning, Emirates is not looked upon as an Arab airline operating internationally but rather as a global company based out of the Middle East. This global positioning of the company has spawned aversion from competitors that considered Emirates as a serious threat in the market. These competitors are struggling to compete with Emirates, particularly due to its significant cost advantage. Some of these competitors unequivocally accused Emirates of benefiting from obscured UAE subsidies and exemptions on airport and aviation service charges. They also alleged that Emirates takes advantage of the UAE's sovereign borrowing status to secure loans below market rates. Despite its many strengths, the airline company is not without faults. In its disregard for growing regional competition, Emirates overlooks very obvious flaws in its market strategy. For instance, Etihad Airways, an arm of the Abu Dhabi government, is offering products that appeal to travelers seeking premium services at competitive prices. Gulf Air, which is partly owned by the Abu Dhabi government, has also taken advantage of the open skies policy to gain free access to the Dubai airport. Emirates has also been massively acquiring aircrafts and inflating the size of its fleets. While this represents vast investments, the implications are far-reaching. To be able to have long-term advantages, the company should become a shareholder in the Airbus or Boeing companies. The airline endures cost pressure as fuel costs represent leading expenditures accounting for 30.7%, 2013, of the overall operating costs. The company's human resources are already lean and it is cost-effective on other cost components. For how long can Emirates hold on to its cost-cutting strategy without paying attention to competitors? Questions. 1. How has Emirates been able to build a strong brand in the competitive airline industry worldwide? 2. What are some of the apparent weaknesses with the company's strategic direction? How can the airline address them? 3. With the decline of fuel prices globally, airline companies continue to reap the benefits. What impact will this have on Emirates' business strategy in the future? Sources: Emirates Group Annual Report 2013-2014, John F. O'Connell. Club, 13th September 2012. Samuel Marketing Plan, Pegasus Sports International. 1.0 Executive Summary. Pegasus Sports International is a startup aftermarket inline skating accessory manufacturer. Inline skates have 4 or 5 wheels arranged in a single line and are often called rollerblades by the general public after one of the early pioneers in the category. In addition to the aftermarket products, Pegasus is developing skate tours, a service that takes clients out, in conjunction with a local skate shop, and provides them with an afternoon of skating using inline skates and some of Pegasus' other accessories such as skate sails. The aftermarket skate accessory market has been largely ignored. Although there are several major manufacturers of the skates themselves, the accessory market has not been addressed. This provides Pegasus with an extraordinary opportunity for market growth. Skating is a booming sport. Currently, most of the skating is recreational. There are, however, a growing number of skating competitions, including team-oriented competitions such as skate hockey as well as individual competitions such as speed skate racing. Pegasus will work to grow these markets and develop the skate transportation market, a more utilitarian use of skating. Pegasus has outlined a go-to-market marketing program that combines highly relevant products and services with an evolving direct-to-consumer distribution strategy to tap customer passions and loyalty. 2.0 Situation Analysis. Pegasus is entering its first year of operation. Its products have been well received. and marketing will be key to the development of brand and product awareness as well as the growth of the customer base. Pegasus International offers several different aftermarket skating accessories, serving the growing inline skating industry. 2.1 Market Summary. Pegasus possesses good information about the market and knows a great deal about the common attributes of the most prized customer. This information will be leveraged to better understand who is served, what their specific needs are, and how Pegasus can better communicate with them. Target markets: recreational fitness, speed hockey, extreme. 2nd January 2001 Market demographics. The profile for the typical Pegasus customer consists of the following geographic, demographic, and behavior factors. Geographics. Pegasus has no set geographic target area. By leveraging the expansive reach of the internet and multiple delivery services, Pegasus can serve both domestic and international customers. The total targeted population is 31 million users. Demographics. There is an almost equal ratio between male and female users. Ages 13-46, with 48% clustering around ages 23-34. The recreational users tend to cover the widest age range, including young users through active adults. The fitness users tend to be ages 20-40. The speed users tend to be in their late 20s and early 30s. The hockey players are generally in their teens through their early 20s. The extreme segment is of similar age to the hockey players. Of the users who are over 20, 65% have an undergraduate degree or substantial undergraduate coursework. The adult users have a median personal income of $47,000. Behavior factors. Users enjoy fitness activities not as a means for a healthy life but as intrinsically enjoyable activities in themselves. Users spend money on gear, typically sports equipment. Users have active lifestyles that include some sort of recreation at least 2 to 3 times a week. 2nd January 2002 Market needs. Pegasus is providing the skating community with a wide range of accessories for all variations of skating. The company seeks to fulfill the following benefits that are important to its customers. Quality craftsmanship. The customers work hard for their money and do not enjoy spending it on disposable products that work for only a year or two. Well thought out designs. The skating market has not been addressed by well thought out products that serve skaters' needs. Pegasus industry experience and personal dedication to the sport will provide it with the needed information to produce insightfully designed products. Customer service. Exemplary service is required to build a sustainable business that has a loyal customer base. 2nd January 2003 Market trends. Pegasus will distinguish itself by marketing products not previously available to skaters. The emphasis in the past has been to sell skates and very few replacement parts. The number of skaters is not restricted to any one single country, continent, or age group, so there is a world market. Pegasus has products for virtually every group of skaters. The fastest growing segment of this sport is the fitness skater, Table 2.4. Therefore, the marketing is being directed toward this group. Blade boots will enable users to enter establishments without having to remove their skates. Blade boots will be aimed at the recreational skater, the largest segment. Skate aids, on the other hand, are great for everyone. The sport of skating will also grow through skate sailing. This sport is primarily for the medium to advanced skater, and its growth potential is tremendous. The sails that Pegasus has manufactured have been sold in Europe, following a pattern similar to windsurfing. Wind sailing originated in Santa Monica but did not take off until it had already grown big in Europe. Another trend is group skating. More and more groups are getting together on skating excursions in cities all over the world. For example, San Francisco has now group skating that attracts hundreds of people. The market trends are showing continued growth in all directions of skating. 2nd January 2004 Market growth. With the price of skates going down due to competition by so many skate companies, the market has had steady growth throughout the world, although sales have slowed down in some markets. The growth statistics for 2015 were estimated to be about 31 million units. More and more people are discovering, and in many cases rediscovering, the health benefits and fun of skating. 2.2 SWOT analysis. The following SWOT analysis captures the key strengths and weaknesses within the company and describes the opportunities and threats facing Pegasus. 2nd February 2001 Strengths. In-depth industry experience and insight. Creative yet practical product designers. The use of a highly efficient, flexible business model utilizing direct customer sales and distribution. 2nd February 2002 Weaknesses. The reliance on outside capital necessary to grow the business. A lack of retailers who can work face-to-face with the customer to generate brand and product awareness. The difficulty of developing brand awareness as a startup company. 2nd February 2003 Opportunities. Participation within a growing industry. Decreased product costs through economies of scale. The ability to leverage other industry participants' marketing efforts to help grow the general market. 2nd February 2004 Threats. Future potential competition from an already established market participant. A continued slump in the economy that could have a negative effect on people's spending of discretionary income on fitness recreational products. The release of a study that calls into question the safety of skating or the inability to prevent major skating-induced traumas. 2.3 Competition. Pegasus Sports International is forming its own market. Although there are a few companies that do make sails and foils that a few skaters are using, Pegasus is the only brand that is truly designed for and by skaters. The few competitors' sails on the market are not designed for skating but for windsurfing or for skateboards. In the case of foils, storage and carrying are not practical. There are different indirect competitors who are manufacturers of the actual skates. After many years in the market, these companies have yet to become direct competitors by manufacturing accessories for the skates that they make. 2.4 Product offering. Pegasus Sports International now offers several products. The first product that has been developed is Blade Boots, a cover for the wheels and frame of inline skates, which allows skaters to enter places that normally would not allow them in with skates on. Blade Boots come with a small pouch and belt that converts to a well-designed skate carrier. The second product is skate sails. These sails are specifically designed for use while skating. Feedback that Pegasus has received from skaters indicates skate sailing could become a very popular sport. This product is currently in progress. The third product, Skate Aid, will be in production by the end of the year. Other ideas for products are under development but will not be disclosed until Pegasus can protect them through pending patent applications. 2.5 Keys to Success. The keys to success are designing and producing products that meet market demand. In addition, Pegasus must ensure total customer satisfaction. If these keys to success are achieved, it will become a profitable, sustainable company. 2.6 Critical issues. As a startup business, Pegasus is still in the early stages. Critical issues are for Pegasus to establish itself as the premier skating accessory company. Pursue controlled growth that dictates that payroll expenses will never exceed the revenue base. This will help protect against recessions. Constantly monitor customer satisfaction, ensuring that the growth strategy will never compromise service and satisfaction levels. 3.0 Marketing Strategy. The key to the marketing strategy is focusing on the speed, health and fitness, and recreational skaters. Pegasus can cover about 80% of the skating market because it produces products geared toward each segment. Pegasus is able to address all of the different segments within the market because, although each segment is distinct in terms of its users and equipment, its products are useful to all of the different segments. 3.1 Mission. Pegasus Sports International's mission is to provide the customer with the finest skating accessories available. We exist to attract and maintain customers. With a strict adherence to this maxim, success will be ensured. Our services and products will exceed the expectations of the customers. 3.2 Marketing Objectives. Maintain positive, strong growth each quarter, notwithstanding seasonal sales patterns. Achieve a steady increase in market penetration. Decrease customer acquisition costs by 1.5% per quarter. 3.3 Financial objectives. Increase the profit margin by 1% per quarter through efficiency and economy of scale gains. Maintain a significant research and development budget, as a percentage relative to sales, to spur future product developments. Achieve a double to triple-digit growth rate for the first 3 years. 3.4 Target markets with a projected world skating market of 31 million that is steadily growing. Statistics released by the Sporting Goods Manufacturers Association, the niche has been created. Pegasus' aim is to expand this market by promoting skate sailing, a new sport that is popular in both Santa Monica and Venice Beach in California. The breakdown of participation in skating is as follows: 1+% speed, growing, 8% hockey, declining, 7% extreme aggressive, declining, 22% fitness, nearly 7 million, the fastest growing, and 61% recreational, first-timers. Pegasus products are targeting the fitness and recreational groups because they are the fastest growing. These groups are gearing themselves toward health and fitness, and combined they can easily grow to 85%, or 26 million, of the market in the next 5 years. 3.5 Positioning. Pegasus will position itself as the premier aftermarket skating accessory company. This positioning will be achieved by leveraging Pegasus' competitive edge, industry experience and passion. Pegasus is a skating company formed by skaters for skaters. Its management is able to use its vast experience and personal passion for the sport to develop innovative, useful accessories for a broad range of skaters. 4.0 Marketing tactics. The single objective of the marketing program is to position Pegasus as the premier skating accessory manufacturer, serving the domestic market as well as the international market. The marketing program will seek to first create customer awareness concerning the offered products and services and then develop the customer base. Specifically, Pegasus' marketing program is composed of the following approaches to product, pricing, distribution, and communications. 4.1 Product. Several of Pegasus' currently developed products have patents pending, and local market research indicates that there is great demand for these products. Pegasus will achieve fast, significant market penetration through a solid business model, long-range planning, and a strong management team that is able to execute this exciting opportunity. The three principals on our management team have more than 30 years of combined personal and industry experience. This extensive experience provides Pegasus with the empirical information as well as the passion to provide the skating market with much-needed aftermarket products. 4.2 Pricing. This will be based on a per-product retail price. Because of the advantages of selling directly, higher margins can be achieved with premium pricing that will still appeal to customer segments. 4.3 Distribution. Pegasus will sell its products initially through its website. In addition to allowing for higher margins, this direct-to-the-consumer approach will allow Pegasus to maintain a close relationship with customers, which is essential for producing products that have a true market demand. By the end of the year, Pegasus also will have developed relationships with different skate shops and will begin to sell some of its products through retailers. 4.4 Communications. The message that Pegasus will seek to communicate is that it offers the best designed, most useful skating accessories. This message will be communicated through a variety of methods. The first will be the Pegasus website, which will provide a rich source of product information and offer consumers the opportunity to purchase. A lot of time and money will be invested in the site to provide the customer with the perception of total professionalism and utility for Pegasus products and services. The second marketing method will be advertisements placed in numerous industry magazines. The skating industry is supported by several different glossy magazines designed to promote the industry as a whole. In addition, a number of smaller periodicals serve the smaller market segments within the skating industry. The last method of communication is the use of printed sales literature. The two previously mentioned marketing methods will create demand for the sales literature, which will be sent out to customers. The cost of the sales literature will be fairly Minimal because it will use the already compiled information from the website. 4.5 Marketing Research. Pegasus is blessed with the good fortune of being located in the center of the skating world, Venice, California. It will be able to leverage this opportune location by working with many of the different skaters who live in the area. Pegasus was able to test all of its products not only with its principals, who are accomplished skaters, but also with the many other dedicated and newbie users located in Venice. The extensive product testing by a wide variety of users provided Pegasus with valuable product feedback and has led to several design improvements. Table 2.5 Break-even analysis. Monthly units break-even 62, monthly sales break-even $7,760, assumptions. Average per unit revenue $125.62, average per unit variable cost $22.61, estimated monthly fixed cost $6,363. 5.0 Financials. This section will offer the financial overview of Pegasus related to marketing activities. Pegasus will address break-even analysis, sales forecasts, and expense forecast and indicate how these activities link to the marketing strategy. 5.1 Break-even analysis. The break-even analysis, table 2.5, indicates that $7,760 will be required in monthly sales revenue to reach the break-even point. 5.2 Sales forecast. Pegasus feels that the sales forecast figures are conservative. It will steadily increase sales as the advertising budget allows. Although the target market forecast, table 2.4, listed all of the potential customers divided into separate groups. Sales forecast, table 2.6, groups customers into two categories, recreational and competitive. Reducing the number of categories allows the reader to quickly discern information, making the chart more functional. Table 2.6 Monthly sales forecast. Sales 2015, 2016, 2017 recreational $455,740, $598,877, $687,765, competitive $72,918, $95,820, $110,042, total sales $528,658, $694,697, $797,807, direct cost of sales 2015, 2016, 2017 recreational $82,033, $107,798, $123,798, competitive $13,125, $17,248, $19,808, subtotal cost of sales $95,158, $125,046, $143,606. 5.3 Expense forecast. The expense forecast will be used as a tool to keep the department on target and provide indicators when modifications are needed for the proper implementation of the marketing plan. 6.0 Controls. The purpose of Pegasus marketing plan is to serve as a guide for the organization. The following areas will be monitored to gauge performance: revenue, monthly and annual expenses, monthly and annual customer satisfaction, new product development. 6.1 Implementation. The milestones identify the key marketing programs, table 2.7. It is important to accomplish each one on time and on budget, table 2.8. Table 2.7 Milestones. Plan milestones: start date, end date, budget manager department, marketing plan completion 1st January 2015, 2nd January 2015, $0 stand marketing website completion 1st January 2015, 3/15/15, $20,400 outside firm marketing advertising campaign number 1 1st January 2015, 6/30/15, $3,500 stand marketing advertising campaign number 2 3rd January 2015, 2015 $12.30 $15 $4,550 Stan Marketing Development of the Retail Channel 1st January 2015 $11.30 $15 0 Stan Marketing Totals $28,450 Table 2.8 Marketing Expense Budget 2015 2016 2017 Website $25,000 $8,000 $10,000 Advertisements $8,000 and $50 $15,000 $20,000 Printed material $1,725 $2,000 $3,000 Total sales and marketing expenses $34,775 $25,000 $33,000 of sales 6.58% 3.60% 4.14% contribution margin $398,725 $544,652 $621,202 contribution margin sales 75.42% 78.40% 77.86% 6.2 Marketing Organization Stan Blade will be responsible for the marketing activities. 6.3 Contingency planning difficulties and risks. Problems generating visibility, a function of being an internet-based startup organization, an entry into the market by an already established market competitor. Worst case risks determine that the business cannot support itself on an ongoing basis, having to liquidate equipment or intellectual capital to cover liabilities. Source: adapted from a sample plan provided by and copyrighted by Palo Alto Software Incorporated. Find more complete sample marketing plans at www.mplans.com. Reprinted by permission of Palo Alto Software. Pandora has created strong customer loyalty with its innovative online music discovery and recommendation services. Sources: Bloomberg Wire, Getty Images. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. What are customer value, satisfaction, and loyalty, and how can companies deliver them? P67. 2. What is the lifetime value of customers, and how can marketers maximize it? P77. 3. How can companies attract and retain the right customers and cultivate strong customer relationships and communities? P79. 4. How do customers' new capabilities affect the way companies conduct their marketing? P88. 3. Creating long-term loyalty relationships. Although their enhanced capabilities can help companies earn strong customer loyalty, increased consumer capabilities pose challenges. Regardless, marketers must connect with customers, informing, engaging, and maybe even energizing them in the process. Customer-centered companies are adept at building customer relationships, not just products. They are skilled in market engineering, not just product engineering. Technology plays an increasing role for many companies and industries, offering new ways to satisfy customer needs and build loyalty. The music industry is a dramatic example. 1. Perhaps no industry has been more thoroughly transformed than the music industry. Technological advances have changed the way consumers purchase, listen to, and share music, and music streaming services are in a virtual arms race for their loyalty. Internet radio company Pandora has staked a claim to be the market leader with its innovative automated music discovery and recommendation service, the Music Genome Project, which has helped attract more than 200 million registered users. Based on a listener's musical selection, Pandora recommends other musical selections of a similar well-defined genre. Listener feedback to those recommendations and more than 400 different musical attributes judged by professional music lovers who pass a rigorous test are combined and analyzed to suggest future songs. Pandora launched its smartphone app in 2008, making its service available truly, anywhere, anytime, and enriching the opportunity to provide feedback and buy music that makes it highly involving to listeners. Advertisers are able to target Pandora's audiences by key demographics and traits such as gender, birth year, zip code location, type of music, and time of day. Pandora faces steep competition, however, from Spotify, iHeartRadio, and Slacker, each of which has unique features that may drive customer preference and loyalty. Successful marketers are those who carefully cultivate customer satisfaction and loyalty. In this chapter, we spell out the different ways they can go about winning customers and beating competitors. Building customer value, satisfaction, and loyalty. Managers who believe the customer is the company's only true profit center consider the traditional organization chart in figure 3.1a, a pyramid with the president at the top, management in the middle, and frontline people and customers at the bottom, obsolete. 2. Vertical bar fig. 3.1 Vertical bar Traditional organization versus modern customer-oriented company organization. Successful marketing companies invert the chart to look like figure 3.1b. At the top are customers. Next in importance are frontline people who meet, serve, and satisfy them. Under them are the middle managers, whose job is to support the frontline people so they can serve customers well, and at the base is top management, whose job is to hire and support good middle managers. We have added customers along the sides of figure 3.1e to indicate that managers at every level must be personally engaged in knowing, meeting, and serving customers. Some companies have been founded on the customer on top business model, and customer advocacy has been their strategy and competitive advantage all along. With the rise of digital technologies, increasingly informed consumers expect companies to do more than connect with them, more than satisfy them, and even more than delight them. They expect companies to listen and respond to them. When Office Depot added customer reviews to its website, revenue and sales conversion increased significantly. The company also incorporated review-related terms in its paid search advertising campaign. As a result of these efforts, website revenue and the number of new buyers visiting the site both increased by more than 150%. 3. Customer perceived value. Consumers are better educated, informed than ever, and they have the tools to verify companies' claims and seek out superior alternatives. Even the best-run companies have to be careful not to take customers for granted, as Dell found out. For Dell rode to success by offering low-priced computers, logistical efficiency, and after-sales service. The firm's maniacal focus on low costs has been a key ingredient in its success. When it shifted its customer service call centers to India and the Philippines to cut costs, however, understaffing frequently led to 30-minute waits for customers. Almost half the calls required at least one transfer. To discourage customer calls, Dell even removed its toll-free service number from its website. With customer satisfaction slipping, while competitors matched its product quality and prices and offered better service, Dell's market share and stock price both declined sharply. Dell ended up hiring more North American call center employees. The team was managing cost instead of managing service and quality, Michael Dell confesses. Vertical bar fig. 3.2 Vertical bar determinants of customer perceived value. When Dell cut costs too much on its customer service, customer satisfaction dropped and the company's stock price sunk. How do customers ultimately make choices? They tend to be value maximizers, within the bounds of search costs and limited knowledge, mobility, and income. Customers choose, for whatever reason, the offer they believe will deliver the highest value and act on it. Figure 3.2. Whether the offer lives up to expectation affects customer satisfaction and the probability that the customer will purchase the product again. In one survey asking US consumers, does brand X give good value for what you pay? Top 10 scoring brands were Subway, Cheerios, Amazon, History Channel, Ford, Discovery Channel, Lowe's, Olive Garden, YouTube, and Google. 5 Defining value. Customer perceived value, CPV, is the difference between the prospective customer's evaluation of all the benefits and costs of an offering and the perceived alternatives. Total customer benefit is the perceived monetary value of the bundle of economic, functional, and psychological benefits customers expect from a given market offering because of the product, service, people, and image. Total customer cost is the perceived bundle of costs customers expect to incur in evaluating, obtaining, using, and disposing of the given market offering, including monetary, time, energy, and psychological costs. Customer perceived value is thus based on the difference between benefits the customer gets and costs he or she assumes for different choices. The marketer can increase the value of the offering by raising economic, functional, or emotional benefits and or reducing one or more costs. The customer choosing between two value offerings, V1 and V2, will favor V1 if the ratio V1, V2 is larger than 1, favor V2 if the ratio is smaller than 1, and be indifferent if the ratio equals 1. Applying value concepts. Suppose the buyer for a large construction company wants to buy a tractor for residential construction from either Caterpillar or Komatsu. He wants the tractor to deliver certain levels of reliability, durability, performance, and resale value. The competing salespeople carefully describe their respective offers. The buyer decides Caterpillar has greater product benefits based on his perceptions of those attributes. He also perceives differences in the accompanying services, delivery, training, and maintenance, and decides Caterpillar provides better service as well as more knowledgeable and responsive staff. Finally, he places higher value on Caterpillar's corporate image and reputation. He adds up all the economic, functional, and psychological benefits from these four sources: product, services, people, and image, and perceives Caterpillar as delivering greater customer benefits. Does he buy the Caterpillar tractor? Not necessarily. He also examines his total cost of transacting with Caterpillar versus Komatsu, a cost that consists of more than money. As Adam Smith observed more than 2 centuries ago in The Wealth of Nations, the real price of anything is the toil and trouble of acquiring it. Total customer cost therefore also includes the buyer's time, energy, and psychological costs expended in product acquisition, usage, maintenance, ownership, and disposal. The buyer evaluates these elements together with the monetary cost to form a total customer cost. Then he considers whether Caterpillar's total customer cost is too high compared to total customer benefits. If it is, he might choose Komatsu. The buyer will choose whichever source delivers the highest perceived value. Now let's use this decision-making theory to help Caterpillar succeed in selling to this buyer. Caterpillar can improve its offer in 3 ways. First, it can increase total customer benefit by improving economic, functional, and psychological benefits of its product, services, people, and/or image. Second, it can reduce the buyer's non-monetary costs by reducing the time, energy, and psychological investment. Third, it can reduce its product's monetary cost to the buyer. Suppose Caterpillar concludes the buyer sees its offer as worth $20,000. Further, suppose Caterpillar's cost of producing the tractor is $14,000. This means Caterpillar's offer generates $6,000 over its cost, so the firm needs to charge between $14,000 and $20,000. If it charges less than $14,000, it won't cover its costs. If it charges more, it will price itself out of the market. Caterpillar's market success can be attributed in part to its focus on maximizing total customer value. Caterpillar's price will determine how much value it delivers to the buyer and how much flows to Caterpillar. If it charges $19,000, it is creating $1,000 of customer perceived value and keeping $5,000 for itself. The lower Caterpillar sets its price, the higher the customer's perceived value and, therefore, the higher the customer's incentive to purchase. To win the sale, the firm must offer more customer perceived value than Komatsu does. 6. Caterpillar is well aware of the importance of taking a broad view of customer value. 7. Caterpillar has become a leading firm by maximizing total customer value in the construction equipment industry, despite challenges from a number of able competitors such as John Deere, Case, Komatsu, Volvo, and Hitachi, and emerging ones such as Liugong Machinery in China. First, Caterpillar produces high-performance equipment known for reliability and durability, key purchase consideration in heavy industrial equipment. The firm also makes it easy for customers to find the right product by providing a full line of construction equipment and a wide range of financial terms. Caterpillar maintains the largest number of independent construction equipment dealers in the industry. These dealers all carry a complete line of Caterpillar products and are typically better trained and perform more reliably than competitors' dealers. Caterpillar has also built a worldwide parts and service system second to none in the industry. Customers recognize all the value Caterpillar creates in its offerings, allowing the firm to command a premium price 10% to 20% higher than competitors. Caterpillar also makes strategic acquisitions to acquire new customers, such as picking up mining equipment maker Bucyrus International for $8.6 billion in 2010. Despite a recession that brought hard times to its industry and battered many of its competitors' finances, Caterpillar was one of the best performing stocks among the 30 companies in the Dow Jones Industrial Average coming out of the recession. Very often, managers conduct a customer value analysis to reveal the company's strengths and weaknesses relative to those of various competitors. The steps in this analysis are: 1. Identify the major attributes and benefits that customers value. Customers are asked what attributes, benefits, and performance levels they look for in choosing a product and vendors. Attributes and benefits should be defined broadly to encompass all the inputs to customers' decisions. 2. Assess the quantitative importance of the different attributes and benefits. Customers are asked to rate the importance of different attributes and benefits. If their ratings diverge too much, the marketer should cluster them into different segments. 3. Assess the company's and competitors' performances on the different customer values against their rated importance. Customers describe where they see the company's and competitors' performances on each attribute and benefit. 4. Examine how customers in a specific segment rate the company's performance against a specific major competitor on an individual attribute or benefit basis. If the company's offer exceeds the competitor's offer on all important attributes and benefits, the company can charge a higher price, thereby earning higher profits, or it can charge the same price and gain more market share. 5. Monitor customer values over time. The company must periodically redo its studies of customer values and competitors' standings as the economy, technology, and product features change. Choice processes and implications. Some marketers might argue the process we have described is too rational. Suppose the customer chooses the Komatsu tractor. How can we explain this choice? Here are 3 possibilities. 1. A buyer might be under orders to buy at the lowest price. The Caterpillar salesperson's task is then to convince the buyer's manager that buying on price alone will result in lower long-term profits and customer value for the buyer's company. 2. The buyer will retire before the company realizes the Komatsu tractor is more expensive to operate. The buyer will look good in the short run. He is maximizing personal benefit. The Caterpillar salesperson's task is to convince other people in the customer company that Caterpillar delivers greater customer value. 3. The buyer enjoys a long-term friendship with the Komatsu salesperson. In this case, Caterpillar's salesperson needs to show the buyer that the Komatsu tractor will draw complaints from the tractor operators when they discover its high fuel cost and need for frequent repairs. The point is clear. Buyers operate under various constraints and occasionally make choices that give more weight to their personal benefit than to the company's benefit. Customer perceived value is a useful framework that applies to many situations and yields rich insights. It suggests that the seller must assess the total customer benefit and total customer cost associated with each competitor's offer in order to know how its own offer rates in the buyer's mind. It also implies that the seller at a disadvantage has 2 alternatives: increase total customer benefit or decrease total customer cost. The former calls for strengthening or augmenting the economical, functional, and psychological benefits of the offering's product, services, personnel, and image. The latter calls for reducing the buyer's costs by reducing the price or cost of ownership and maintenance, simplifying the ordering and delivery process, or absorbing some buyer risk by offering a warranty. Delivering high customer value. Consumers have varying degrees of loyalty to specific brands, stores, and companies. Loyalty has been defined as a deeply held commitment to rebuy or repatronize a preferred product or service in the future despite situational influences and marketing efforts having the potential to cause switching behavior. 9 Table 3.1 lists brands with the highest customer loyalty, according to one 2012 survey. Table 3.1 Top 30 brands in customer loyalty. Brand category rankings. 2012, 2011 Apple Tablet 1 NA, Amazon Tablet 2 NA, Apple Smartphone 3 2, Amazon Online Retail 4 1, Apple Computer 5 5, Samsung Tablet 6 N, A Call of Duty Major League Gaming 7 N, A Samsung Cell Phone 8 4, Halo Major League Gaming 9 N, A Twitter Social Networks 10 20, Kindle e-reader 11 8, Mary Kay Cosmetics 12 10, Grey Goose Vodka 13 15, Google Search Engine 14 16, YouTube Social Networks 15 N, A Facebook Social Networks 16 3, Dunkin' Donuts Coffee 1712, Zappos Online Retailer 18.6, Patron Tequila 19.9, Crest White Strips Tooth Whitener 2010, Walmart Discount Retailer 21.13, Maybelline Cosmetics 22.14, Clinic Cosmetics Luxury 23.34, Catel 1 Vodka 24.17, Hyundai Automotive 25.7, Samsung Smartphone 26.56, LG Cell Phone 27.19, Mary Kay Facial Moisturizer 28.28, Avis Car Rental 29.23, LinkedIn Social Networks 30.24. Source: 2012 Brand Keys Customer Loyalty Leaders List, www.brandkeys.com. The value proposition consists of the whole cluster of benefits the company promises to deliver. It is more than the core positioning of the offering. For example, Volvo's core positioning has been safety, but the buyer is promised more than just a safe car. The benefits include good performance, design, and safety for the environment. The value proposition is thus a promise about the experience customers can expect from the company's market offering and their relationship with the supplier. Whether the promise is kept depends on the company's ability to manage its value delivery system. The value delivery system includes all the experiences the customer will have on the way to obtaining and using the offering. At the heart of a good value delivery system is a set of core business processes that help deliver distinctive consumer value. 10. Total customer satisfaction. In general, satisfaction is a person's feelings of pleasure or disappointment that result from comparing a product or service's perceived performance or outcome to expectations. 11. If the performance or experience falls short of expectations, the customer is dissatisfied. If it matches expectations, the customer is satisfied. If it exceeds expectations, the customer is highly satisfied or delighted. 12. Customer assessments of product or service performance depend on many factors, including the type of loyalty relationship the customer has with the brand. 13. Consumers often form more favorable perceptions of a product with a brand they already feel positive about. Research has also shown an asymmetric effect of product performance and expectations on satisfaction. The negative effect on customer satisfaction of failing to meet expectations is disproportionately stronger than the positive effect of exceeding expectations. 14. Although the customer-centered firm seeks to create high customer satisfaction, that is not its ultimate goal. Increasing customer satisfaction by lowering price or increasing services may result in lower profits. The company might be able to increase its profitability by means other than increased satisfaction, for example, by improving manufacturing processes or investing more in R&D. The company also has many stakeholders, including employees, dealers, suppliers, and stockholders. Spending more to increase customer satisfaction might divert funds from increasing the satisfaction of other partners. Ultimately, the company must try to deliver a high level of customer satisfaction subject to also delivering acceptable levels to other stakeholders, given its total resources. How do buyers form their expectations? Expectations result from past buying experience, friends and associates' advice, public information and discourse, and marketers and competitors' information and promises. If a company raises expectations too high, the buyer is likely to be disappointed. If it sets expectations too low, it won't attract enough buyers, although it will satisfy those who do buy. 15. Some of today's most successful companies are raising expectations and delivering performances to match. Korean automaker Kia found success in the United States by launching low-cost, high-quality cars with enough reliability to offer 10-year, 100,000 warranties. Monitoring satisfaction. Many companies are systematically measuring how well they treat customers, identifying the factors shaping satisfaction, and changing operations and marketing as a result. 16. Wise firms measure customer satisfaction regularly because it is one key to customer retention. 17. A highly satisfied customer generally stays loyal longer, buys more as the company introduces new and upgraded products, talks favorably to others about the company and its products, pays less attention to competing brands and is less sensitive to price, offers product or service ideas to the company, and costs less to serve than new customers because transactions can become routine. 18. The link between customer satisfaction and customer loyalty is not proportional, however. Suppose customer satisfaction is rated on a scale from 1 to 5. At a very low level of satisfaction, level 1, customers are likely to abandon the company and even badmouth it. At levels 2 to 4, customers are fairly satisfied but still find it easy to switch when a better offer comes along. At level 5, the customer is very likely to repurchase and even spread good word of mouth about the company. High satisfaction or delight creates an emotional bond with the brand or company, not just a rational preference. Xerox senior management found its completely satisfied customers were 6 times more likely to repurchase Xerox products over the following 18 months than even its very satisfied customers. 19. The company needs to recognize, however, that customers define good performance differently. Good delivery could mean early delivery, on-time delivery, or order completeness, and 2 customers can report being highly satisfied for different reasons. One may be easily satisfied most of the time, and the other might be hard to please but was pleased on this occasion. 20. It is also important to know how satisfied customers are with competitors in order to assess share of wallet, or how much of the customer's spending the company's brand enjoys. The more highly the consumer ranks the company's brand in terms of satisfaction and loyalty, the more the customer is likely to spend on the brand. 21. Measurement techniques. Periodic surveys can track customers' overall satisfaction directly and ask additional questions to measure repurchase intention, likelihood or willingness to recommend the company and brand to others, and specific attribute or benefit perceptions likely to be related to customer satisfaction. The University of Michigan's Claes Fornell had developed the American Customer Satisfaction Index, ACSI, to measure consumers' perceived satisfaction with different firms, industries, economic sectors, and national economies. 22. Research has shown a strong and consistent association between customer satisfaction, as measured by ACSI, and firm financial performance in terms of ROI, sales, long-term firm value, Q, and other metrics. 23. Table 3.2 displays some of the 2014 ACSI leaders. Marketing Insight, Net Promoter and Customer Satisfaction describes why some companies believe just one well-designed question is all that is necessary to assess customer satisfaction. 24. Table 3.2 2014 ACSI scores by industry. Industry firm score: Airlines JetBlue 79, Apparel Levi Strauss, VF 82, Automobiles and Light Vehicles Mercedes-Benz 84, Banks JP Morgan Chase 76, Breweries and Anheuser-Busch InBev 81, Cellular Telephones Samsung 81, Department and Discount Stores Nordstrom 83, Fixed Line Telephone Service Verizon 73, Food Manufacturing H.J. Heinz, Quaker and General Mills 87, Health Insurance Blue Cross and Blue Shield 74, Hotels Marriott 81, Internet Brokerage Charles Schwab 84, Internet News and Information foxnews.com and saytoday.com. 76 internet portals and search engines. Google 83, internet retail. Amazon 88, internet travel. Orbitz 77, life insurance. New York Life 80, personal care and cleaning products. Clorox, Colgate Palmolive and Unilever 85, personal computers. Apple 84, soft drinks. Dr. Pepper. Snapple 86, supermarkets. Publix 86, wireless telephone service. Verizon Wireless 75. Source: Axi LLC, www.kxi.org. Marketing Insight. Net Promoter and Customer Satisfaction. Many companies make measuring customer satisfaction a top priority, but how should they go about doing it? Ben's Frederick Reicheld suggests only one customer question really matters: how likely is it that you would recommend this product or service to a friend or colleague? Reicheld was inspired in part by the experiences of Enterprise Rent-A-Car. When the company cut its customer satisfaction survey in 1998 from 18 questions to 2, one about the quality of the rental experience and the other about the likelihood customers would rent from the company again, it found those who gave the highest ratings to their rental experience were 3 times as likely to rent again than those who gave the second highest rating. The firm also found that diagnostic information managers collected from dissatisfied customers helped it fine-tune its operations. In a typical Net Promoter survey that follows Reicheld's thinking, customers are given a 1 to 10 scale on which to rate their likelihood of recommending the company. Marketers then subtract detractors, those who gave a 0 to 6, from promoters, those who gave a 9 or 10, to arrive at the Net Promoter Score, NPS. Customers who rate the brand with a 7 or 8 are deemed passively satisfied and are not included. A typical set of NPS scores falls in the 10% to 30% range, but world-class companies can score over 50%. Some firms with top NPS scores in 2014 included USA, 82%, Amazon, 64%, Southwest, 62%, Wegmans, 61%, Apple, 72%, and Costco, 82%. Reicheld has picked up many believers through the years. American Express, Dell, and Microsoft, among others, have all adopted the NPS metric. GE has tied 20% of its managers' bonuses to its NPS scores. When the European unit of GE Healthcare scored low, follow-up research revealed that response times to customers were a major problem. After it overhauled its call center and put more specialists in the field, GE Healthcare's Net Promoter scores jumped 10 to 15 points. Philips has focused on engaging promoters as well as addressing the concerns of detractors, developing a reference promoter program to get customers willing to recommend the brand to actually do so through taped testimonials. Reicheld says he developed NPS in response to overly complicated, and thus ineffective, customer surveys. So it's not surprising that client firms praise its simplicity and strong relationship to financial performance. When Intuit applied Net Promoter to its TurboTax product, feedback revealed dissatisfaction with the software's rebate procedure. After Intuit dropped the proof of purchase requirement, sales jumped 6%. Net Promoter is not without critics. A common criticism is that many different patterns of responses may lead to the same NPS. For example, NPS equals 20% when promoters equal 20%, passives equal 80%, and detractors equal 0%, as well as when promoters equal 60%, passives equal 0%, and detractors equal 40%, but the managerial implications of the two patterns of responses are very different. Another common criticism is that it is not a useful predictor of future sales or growth because it ignores important cost and revenue considerations. Others question its actual research support. One comprehensive academic study of 20 firms and more than 15,000 consumers in Norway failed to find NPS superior to any other metrics such as the Axi measure. Some have criticized both NPS and Axi measures for not fully accounting for ex-customers or those who were never customers. People's opinions about any of the single items or indices measuring customer satisfaction depend in part on how they value the trade-off between simplicity and complexity. Sources: Fred Reicheld, Ultimate Question, for driving good profits and true growth, Cambridge, MA, Harvard. Business School Press, 2006, Frederick L. The One Number You Need to Grow, Harvard Business Review. December 2003, Neil A. Morgan and Leopoldo Rego, The Value of Different Customer Satisfaction and Loyalty Metrics in Predicting Business Performance, Marketing Science 25, September-October 2006, pp. 42639, Timothy L. Kingdom, Lezen Aksoy, Bruce Coyle, and Tor W. Andreasen, Linking Customer Loyalty to Growth, Mick Sloan Management Review, Summer 2008, pp. 51-57, Suhail Khan, How Philips Uses Net Promoter Scores to Understand Customers, HBR Blog Network, 10th May 2011, Robert East, Jenny Romaniuk, and Wendy Lomax, The NPS and AXI, A Critique and an Alternative Metric, International Journal of Market Research 53, Number 3, 2011, pp. 32745, Andy Hansen, Life After NPS, Marketing Research, Summer 2011, pp. 811, Jenny Van Dorn, Peter S. H. Leaflat, and Marlene Tidges, Satisfaction as a Predictor of Future Performance, a Replication, International Journal of Research in Marketing 30, September 2013, pp. 31418, www.satmatrix.com. Companies need to monitor their competitors' performance too. They can monitor their customer loss rate and contact those who have stopped buying or who have switched to another supplier to find out why. Finally, as described in Chapter 3, companies can hire mystery shoppers to pose as potential buyers and report on strong and weak points experienced in buying the company's and competitors' products. Managers themselves can enter company and competitor sales situations where they are unknown and experience firsthand the treatment they receive. Or they can phone their own company with questions and complaints to see how employees handle the calls. Influence of customer satisfaction for customer-centered companies. Customer satisfaction is both a goal and a marketing tool. Companies need to be especially concerned with their customer satisfaction level today because the internet allows consumers to quickly spread both good and bad word of mouth to the rest of the world. Some customers set up their own web sites to air grievances and galvanize protest, targeting high-profile brands such as United Airlines, Home Depot, and Mercedes-Benz. 25 companies that do achieve high customer satisfaction ratings make sure their target market knows it. Once they achieved number 1 status in their category on J.D. Power's customer satisfaction ratings, Hyundai, American Express, Medicine Shop, a chain pharmacy, and Alaska Airways, among others, communicated that fact. Product and service quality. Satisfaction will also depend on product and service quality. What exactly is quality? Various experts have defined it as fitness for use, conformance to requirements, and freedom from variation. We will use the American Society for Quality's definition. Quality is the totality of features and characteristics of a product or service that bear on its ability to satisfy stated or implied needs. 26. This is clearly a customer-centered definition. We can say the seller has delivered quality whenever its product or service meets or exceeds the customer's expectations. A company that satisfies most of its customers' needs most of the time is called a high-quality company, but we need to distinguish between conformance quality and performance quality, or grade. A Lexus provides higher performance quality than a Hyundai. The Lexus rides more smoothly, accelerates faster, and runs problem-free longer. Yet both a Lexus and a Hyundai deliver the same conformance quality if all the units deliver their promised quality. Impact of quality product and service quality, customer satisfaction, and company profitability are intimately connected. Higher levels of quality result in higher levels of customer satisfaction, which support higher prices and, often, lower costs. Studies have shown a high correlation between relative product quality and company profitability. 27. The drive to produce goods that are superior in world markets has led some countries to recognize or award prizes to companies that exemplify the best quality practices, such as the Deming Prize in Japan, the Malcolm Baldrige National Quality Award in the United States, and the European Quality Award. Companies that have lowered costs to cut corners have paid the price when the quality of the customer experience suffers. British Airways also encountered turbulence when it became overly focused on cost-cutting. 28. Enterprise Rent-A-Car found its customer satisfaction surveys were more effective with just 2 questions. British Airways. Since 2012, British Airways has won no less than 35 major awards for its quality of service. Most recently, the airline won Best Airline, Best Short-Haul Carrier, and Best Frequent Flyer Program at the Business Traveller Awards. In 2014, British Airways also scooped the Times Travel Award for Best Airline, the Condé Nast Traveller Award for Short-Haul Airline of the Year, several Daily Telegraph Awards, and the renowned Chinese Travel Industry Award for Best European Airline and the Superbrands Award for Consumer Superbrand. For many global brands, such as British Airways, quality service is at the center of all their activities, but recognition of their efforts tends to come periodically since they are perceived as leaders in one year and ignored the next. British Airways celebrated its 90th anniversary in 2009. As part of the International Airlines Group, it now has 40,000 employees including 15,000 cabin crew members, 3,600 pilots, and 5,500 engineers. All this is in sharp contrast with the problems British Airways suffered between 1996 and 2009 when sharp budget cuts led to job losses, low employee morale, and strikes. Punctuality, customer service, and baggage handling all suffered during this time. Total quality is everyone's job, just as marketing is everyone's job. Nevertheless, marketing plays an especially important role in helping companies identify and deliver high-quality goods and services to target customers. How do marketers help? They correctly identify customers' needs and requirements. They communicate customer expectations properly to product designers. They make sure customers' orders are filled correctly and on time. They check that customers have received proper instructions, training, and technical assistance in the use of the product. They stay in touch with customers after the sale to ensure they are, and remain, satisfied. They gather customer ideas for product and service improvements and convey them to the appropriate departments. When marketers do all this, they make substantial contributions to total quality management and customer satisfaction as well as to customer and company profitability. Maximizing customer lifetime value. Ultimately, marketing is the art of attracting and keeping profitable customers. Yet every company loses money on some of its customers. The well-known 80-20 rule states that 80% or more of the company's profits come from the top 20% of its customers. Some cases may be more extreme. The most profitable 20% of customers, on a per capita basis, may contribute as much as 150 to 300% of profitability. The least profitable 10 to 20%, on the other hand, can actually reduce profits between 50 and 200% per account, with the middle 60 to 70% breaking even. 29. The implication is that a company could improve its profits by firing its worst customers. Companies need to concern themselves with return on customer, ROC, and how efficiently they create value from the customers and prospects available. 30. It's not always the company's largest customers who demand considerable service and deep discounts or who yield the most profit. The smallest customers pay full price and receive minimal service, but the costs of transacting with them can reduce their profitability. Mid-size customers who receive good service and pay nearly full price are often the most profitable. Customer profitability. A profitable customer is a person, household, or company that over time yields a revenue stream exceeding by an acceptable amount the company's cost stream for attracting, selling, and serving that customer. Note the emphasis is on the lifetime stream of revenue and cost, not the profit from a particular transaction. 31 Marketers can assess customer profitability individually, by market segment, or by channel. Many companies measure customer satisfaction, but few measure individual customer profitability. 32 Banks claim this is a difficult task because each customer uses different banking services and the transactions are logged in different departments. However, the number of unprofitable customers in their customer database has appalled banks that have succeeded in linking customer transactions. Some report losing money on more than 45% of their retail customers. Customer profitability analysis. A useful type of profitability analysis is shown in figure 3.3. 33 customers are arrayed along the columns and products along the rows. Each cell contains a symbol representing the profitability of selling that product to that customer. Customer 1 is very profitable. He buys 2 profit-making products, P1 and P2. Customer 2 yields mixed profitability. She buys 1 profitable product, P1, and 1 unprofitable product, P3. Customer 3 is a losing customer because he buys 1 profitable product, P1, and 2 unprofitable products, P3 and P4. Vertical bar Fig. 3.3 Vertical bar Customer Product Profitability Analysis. What can the company do about customers 2 and 3? 1. It can raise the price of its less profitable products or eliminate them, or 2. It can try to sell customers 2 and 3 its profit-making products. Unprofitable customers who defect should not concern the company. In fact, the company should encourage them to switch to competitors. Customer profitability analysis, CPA, is best conducted with the tools of an accounting technique called activity-based costing, ABC. ABC accounting tries to identify the real costs associated with serving each customer, the costs of products and services based on the resources they consume. The company estimates all revenue coming from the customer, less all costs. With ABC, the costs in a business-to-business setting should include the cost not only of making and distributing the products and services but also of taking phone calls from the customer, traveling to visit the customer, paying for entertainment and gifts, all the company's resources that go into serving that customer. ABC also allocates indirect costs like clerical costs, office expenses, supplies, and so on, to the activities that use them, rather than in some proportion to direct costs. Both variable and overhead costs are tagged back to each customer. Companies that fail to measure their costs correctly are also not measuring their profit correctly and are likely to misallocate their marketing effort. The key to effectively employing ABC is to define and judge activities properly. One time-based solution calculates the cost of 1 minute of overhead and then decides how much of this cost each activity uses. 34. Measuring customer lifetime value. The case for maximizing long-term customer profitability is captured in the concept of customer lifetime value. 35 Customer lifetime value, CLV, describes the net present value of the stream of future profits expected over the customer's lifetime purchases. The company must subtract from its expected revenues the expected costs of attracting, selling, and servicing the account of that customer, applying the appropriate discount rate, say, between 10 and 20%, depending on cost of capital and risk attitudes. Lifetime value calculations for a product or service can add up to tens of thousands of dollars or even run to 6 figures. 36 Main methods exist to measure CLV. 37. Marketing memo, calculating customer lifetime value, illustrates 1. CLV calculations provide a formal quantitative framework for planning customer investment and help marketers adopt a long-term perspective. One challenge, however, is to arrive at reliable cost and revenue estimates. Marketers who use CLV concepts must also take into account the short-term, brand-building marketing activities that help increase customer loyalty. One firm that has excelled in taking a short-run and long-run view of customer loyalty is Harrah's. 38. Harrah's Entertainment, led by one-time academic Ari Loveman, has gone in a different direction from the big players in the Las Vegas gaming industry, whose business models are based on building bigger and more opulent casinos. Back in 1997, Harrah's launched a pioneering loyalty program that pulled all customer data into a centralized warehouse and then ran sophisticated analysis to better understand the value of the investments the casino made in its customers. Harrah's has more than 40 million active members in its Total Rewards loyalty program system. It has fine-tuned to achieve near real-time analysis. As customers interact with slot machines, check into casinos, or buy meals, they receive reward offers, food vouchers or gambling credits, for example, based on predictive analysis from its database. Harrah's spends $100 million a year on information technology. The company has now identified hundreds of highly specific customer segments, and by targeting offers to each of them, it can almost double its share of customers' gaming budgets and generate $6.4 billion annually, 80% of its gaming revenue. Research has shown that contrary to conventional wisdom, the most profitable customers are not the jet-setting high rollers, but older slot machine players. Harrah has also learned to dramatically cut back on its traditional ad spending, largely replacing it with direct mail and email. A good customer may receive as many as 150 pieces in a year. Harrah also rewards staff and bases compensation in part on customer service scores, to better fine-tune its websites and online ads. Harrah monitors customer reviews and comments on TripAdvisor.com as well as social media sites such as Twitter and Facebook. After the company made changes to reflect customer interest in hotel amenities and the iconic views of the Las Vegas Strip from Paris Las Vegas Hotel and Casino, online bookings increased by double digits. Data from the Total Rewards program even influenced Harrah's decision to buy Caesars Entertainment, when company research revealed that most of Harrah's customers who visited Las Vegas without staying at a Harrah's owned hotel were going to Caesars Palace. Harrah's latest loyalty innovation is a mobile marketing program that sends time-based and location-based offers to customers' mobile devices in real time, attracting and retaining customers. Companies seeking to expand profits and sales must invest time and resources searching for new customers. To generate leads, they advertise in media that will reach new prospects, send direct mail and emails to possible new prospects, send their salespeople to participate in trade shows where they might find new leads, purchase names from list brokers, and so on. Harrah uses sophisticated customer analytics to guide its marketing activities, including filling rooms in its Paris Las Vegas hotel and casino. Different acquisition methods yield customers with varying CLVs. One study showed that customers acquired through the offer of a 35% discount had about one-half the long-term value of customers acquired without any discount. 39 Many of these customers were more interested in the offer than in the product itself. Similarly, many local restaurants, car wash services, beauty salons, and dry cleaners have launched daily deal campaigns from Groupon and Living Social to attract new customers. Unfortunately, these campaigns have sometimes turned out to be unprofitable in the long run because coupon users were not easily converted into loyal customers. For promotional campaigns that reinforce the value of the brand, even if targeted to the already loyal, may be more likely to attract higher value new customers. Two-thirds of the considerable growth spurred by UK mobile communication leader O2's loyalty strategy was attributed to recruitment of new customers. The remainder came from reduced defection. 41 Reducing defection. It is not enough to attract new customers, the company must also keep them and increase their business. 42 Many companies suffer from high customer churn or defection. Adding customers here is like adding water to a leaking bucket. Cellular carriers and cable TV operators are plagued by spinners, customers who switch carriers at least 3 times a year looking for the best deal. Many carriers lose 25% of their subscribers each year, at an estimated cost of $2 billion to $4 billion. Defecting customers cite unmet needs and expectations, poor product service quality and high complexity, and billing errors. 43. To reduce the defection rate, the company must 1. Define and measure its retention rate. For a magazine, subscription renewal rate is a good measure of retention. For a college, it could be first to second year retention rate or class graduation rate. 2. Distinguish the causes of customer attrition and identify those that can be managed better. Not much can be done about customers who leave the region or go out of business, but poor service, shoddy products, and high prices can all be addressed. 44.3. Compare the lost customers' lifetime value to the cost of reducing the defection rate. As long as the cost to discourage defection is lower than the lost profit, spend the money to try to retain the customer. Retention Dynamics Figure 3.4 shows the main steps in attracting and retaining customers, imagined in terms of funnel, and some sample questions to measure customer progress through the funnel. The marketing funnel identifies the percentage of the potential target market at each stage in the decision process, from merely aware to highly loyal. Consumers must move through each stage before becoming loyal customers. Some marketers extend the funnel to include loyal customers who are brand advocates or even partners with the firm. Marketing Memo. Calculating customer lifetime value. Researchers and practitioners have used many different approaches for modeling and estimating CLV. Columbia's Don Lohmann and Harvard's Sunil Gupta recommend the following formula to estimate the CLV for a not yet acquired customer, where PT is equal to price paid by a consumer at time T, CT is equal to the direct cost of servicing the customer at time T, I is equal to discount rate or cost of capital for the firm. RT is equal to probability of customer repeat buying or being alive at time T, AC is equal to acquisition cost, and T is equal to time horizon for estimating CLV. A key decision is what time horizon to use for estimating CLV. Typically, 3 to 5 years is reasonable. With this information and estimates of other variables, we can calculate CLV using spreadsheet analysis. Gupta and Lohmann illustrate their approach by calculating the CLV of 100 customers over a 10-year period. See Table 3.3. In this example, the firm acquires 100 customers with an acquisition cost per customer of $40. Therefore, in year 0, it spends $4,000. Some of these customers defect each year. The present value of the profits from this cohort of customers over 10 years is $13,286.52. The net CLV, after deducting acquisition costs, is $9,286.52, or $92.87 per customer. Using an infinite time horizon avoids having to select an arbitrary time horizon for calculating CLV. In the case of an infinite time horizon, if margins, price minus cost, and retention rates stay constant over time, the future CLV of an existing customer simplifies to the following. In other words, CLV simply becomes margin, M, times a margin multiple, R, 1 plus IR. Table 3.4 shows the margin multiple for various combinations of R and I and a way to estimate CLV of a customer. When retention rate is 80% and discount rate is 12%, the margin multiple is about 2.5. Therefore, the future CLV of an existing customer in this scenario is simply his or her annual margin multiplied by 2.5. Sources: Sunil Gupta and Donald R. Lohmann, Models of Customer Value, Bernd V. Ringer, ed. Handbook of Marketing Decision Models, Berlin, Germany, Springer Science and Business Media, 2007, Sunil Gupta and Donald R. Lohmann, Customers as Assets, Journal of Interactive Marketing 17, Number 1, Winter 2006, pp. 924, Sunil Gupta and Donald R. Lohmann, Managing Customers as Investments, Upper Saddle River, NJ, Wharton School Publishing, 2005. Peter Fader, Bruce Hardy, and Carly, RFM and CLV, Using ISO Value Curve for Customer Base Analysis, Journal of Marketing Research 42, Number 4, November 2005, pp. 41530, Sunil Gupta, Donald R. Lohmann, and Jennifer M. Stewart, Valuing Customers, Journal of Marketing Research 41, Number 1, February 2004, pp. 718. Table 3.4 Margin Multiple. Discount rate, retention rate 10%, 12%, 14%, 16%, 60%, 1.20, 1.5, 1.11, 1.07, 70%, 1.75, 1.67, 1.59, 1.52, 80%, 2.67, 2.50, 2.35, 2.22, 90%, 4.50, 4.09, 3.75, 3.46. Vertical bar Fig. 3.4 Vertical bar The marketing funnel. By calculating conversion rates, the percentage of customers at one stage who move to the next, the funnel allows marketers to identify any bottleneck stage barrier to building a loyal customer franchise. If the percentage of recent users is significantly lower than triers, for instance, something might be wrong with the product or service that prevents repeat buying. The funnel also emphasizes how important it is just to attract new customers but to retain and cultivate existing ones. Satisfied customers are the company's customer relationship capital. If the company were sold, the acquiring company would pay not only for the plant and equipment and brand name but also for the deferred customer base, the number and value of customers who will do business with the new firm. Consider these data about customer retention. 45. Acquiring new customers can cost 5 times more than satisfying and retaining current ones. It requires a great deal of effort to induce satisfied customers to switch from their current suppliers. The average company loses 10% of its customers each year. A 5% reduction in the customer defection rate can increase profits by 25% to 85%, depending on the industry. Profit rate tends to increase over the life of a retained customer due to increased purchases, referrals, price premiums, and reduced operating costs to service. Managing the customer base. Customer profitability analysis and the marketing funnel help marketers decide how to manage groups of customers that vary in loyalty, profitability, risk, and other factors. 46. A key driver of shareholder value is the aggregate value of the customer base. Winning companies improve that value by excelling at strategies like the following: reducing the rate of customer defection, selecting and training employees to be knowledgeable and friendly increases the likelihood that customers' shopping questions will be answered satisfactorily. Whole Foods, the world's largest retailer of natural and organic foods, woos customers with a commitment to market the best foods and a team concept for employees, increasing the longevity of the customer relationship. The more engaged with the company, the more likely a customer is to stick around. Nearly 65% of new Honda purchases replace an older Honda. Drivers cited Honda's reputation for creating safe vehicles with high resale value. Seeking consumer advice can be an effective way to engage consumers with the brand and company. 47. Enhancing the growth potential of each customer through share of wallet, cross-selling, and upselling. 48. Sales from existing customers can be increased with new offerings and opportunities. Harley-Davidson sells more than motorcycles and accessories like gloves, leather jackets, helmets, and sunglasses. Its dealerships sell more than 3,000 items of clothing, some even have fitting rooms. Licensed goods sold by others range from predictable items, shot glasses, cue balls, and Zippo cigarette lighters, to the more surprising, cologne, dolls, and cell phones. Cross-selling isn't profitable if the targeted customer requires a lot of services for each product, generates a lot of product returns, cherry-picks promotions, or limits total spending across all products. 49. Making low-profit customers more profitable or terminating them. To avoid trying to terminate them, marketers can instead encourage unprofitable customers to buy more or in larger quantities, forego certain features or services, or pay higher amounts or fees. 50. Banks, phone companies, and travel agencies all now charge for once-free services to ensure minimum revenue levels from these customers. Firms can also discourage those with questionable profitability prospects. Progressive Insurance screens customers and diverts the potentially unprofitable to competitors. 51 However, free customers who pay little or nothing and are subsidized by paying customers, as in print and online media, employment and dating services, and shopping malls, may still create useful direct and indirect network effects, an important function. 52 Focusing disproportionate effort on high-profit customers. The most profitable customers can be treated in a special way. Thoughtful gestures such as birthday greetings, small gifts, or invitations to special sports or arts events can send them a strong positive signal. Whole Foods builds customer loyalty through its skillful procurement and merchandising of natural and organic foods. Building loyalty. Companies that want to form strong, tight connections to customers should heed some specific considerations. See Figure 3.3. One set of researchers sees retention-building activities as adding financial benefits, social benefits, or structural ties. 53 Next we describe 3 marketing activities that improve loyalty and retention. Interact closely with customers. Connecting customers, clients, patients, and others directly with company employees is highly motivating and informative. End users can offer tangible proof of the positive impact of the company's products and services, express appreciation for employee contributions, and elicit empathy. A brief visit from a student who had received a scholarship motivated university fundraisers to increase their weekly productivity by 400%. A patient's photograph inspired radiologists to improve the accuracy of their diagnostic findings by 46%. 54. Listening to customers is crucial to customer relationship management. Some companies have created an ongoing mechanism that keeps their marketers permanently plugged into frontline customer feedback. Deere and Company, which makes John Deere tractors and has a superb record of customer loyalty, nearly 98% annual retention in some product areas, has used retired employees to interview defectors and customers. C5 Chicken of the Sea has 80,000 members in its Mermaid Club, a core customer group that receives special offers, health tips and articles, new product updates, and an informative e-newsletter. In return, club members provide valuable feedback on what the company is doing and thinking of doing. Their input has helped design the brand's website, develop messages for TV advertising, and craft the look and text on the packaging. 56 Build a Beer Workshop uses a Cub Advisory Board as a feedback and decision input body. The board is made up of 25 to 16-year-olds who review new product ideas and give a pass up or down. Many products in the stores are customer ideas. 57 Vertical Bar Fig 3.3 Vertical bar forming strong customer bonds. But listening is only part of the story. It is also important to be a customer advocate and, as much as possible, take the customer's side and understand their point of view. 58 Develop loyalty programs. Frequency programs, FPs, are designed to reward customers who buy frequently and in substantial amounts. They can help build long-term loyalty with high CLV customers, creating cross-selling opportunities in the process. Pioneered by the airlines, hotels, and credit card companies, FPs now exist in many other industries. Most supermarket and drugstore chains offer price club cards that grant discounts on certain items. Typically, the first company to introduce an FP in an industry gains the most benefit, especially if competitors are slow to respond. After competitors react, FPs can become a financial burden to all the offering companies, but some companies are more efficient and creative in managing them. Some FPs generate rewards in a way that locks customers in and creates significant switching costs. FPs can also produce a psychological boost and a feeling of being special and elite that customers value. 59 Club membership programs attract and keep those customers responsible for the largest portion of business. Clubs can be open to everyone who purchases a product or service or limited to an affinity group or those willing to pay a small fee. Although open clubs are good for building a database or snagging customers from competitors, limited membership is a more powerful long-term loyalty builder. Fees and membership conditions prevent those with only a fleeting interest in a company's products from joining. Apple encourages owners of its computers to form local Apple user groups. There are hundreds of groups, ranging in size from fewer than 30 members to more than 1,000. The groups provide Apple owners with opportunities to learn more about their computers, share ideas, and product discounts. They sponsor special activities and events and perform community service. A visit to Apple's website will help a customer find a nearby user group. 60. Create institutional ties. The company may supply business customers with special equipment or computer links that help them manage orders, payroll, and inventory. Customers are less inclined to switch to another supplier when it means high capital costs, high search costs, or the loss of loyal customer discounts. McKesson Corporation, a leading pharmaceutical wholesaler, invested millions of dollars in AD, electronic data interchange, capabilities to help its independent pharmacy customers manage inventory, order entry processes, and shelf space. Another example is Milliken & Company, which provides proprietary software programs, marketing research, sales training, and sales leads to loyal customers. Brand communities. Thanks to the internet, companies are interested in collaborating with consumers to create value through communities built around brands. A brand community is a specialized community of consumers and employees whose identification and activities focus around the brand. 61. 3 characteristics identify brand communities. 62. 1. A consciousness of kind, or a sense of felt connection to the brand, company, product, or other community members. 2. Shared rituals, stories, and traditions that help convey the meaning of the community. And 3. A shared moral responsibility or duty to both the community as a whole and individual community members. Types of brand communities. Brand communities come in many different forms. 63. Some arise organically from brand users, such as the Atlanta MGB Riders Club and the Porsche Rollist online discussion group. Others are company-sponsored and facilitated, such as Club Green Kids, Official Kids Fan Club of the Boston Celtics, and the Hurley Owners Group, HOG. 64. Harley-Davidson has built an active brand community through its Hurley Owners Group, which boasts more than 1 million members. Harley-Davidson, founded in 1903 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Harley-Davidson has twice narrowly escaped bankruptcy but is today one of the most recognized motor vehicle brands in the world. In dire financial straits in the 1980s, Hurley licensed its name to such ill-advised ventures as cigarettes and wine coolers. Although consumers loved the brand, sales were depressed by product quality problems, so Hurley began its return to greatness by improving manufacturing processes. It also developed a strong brand community in the form of an inclusive owners club, called the Hurley Owners Group, HOG, which sponsors bike rallies, charity rides, and other motorcycle events and now numbers more than 1 million members in some 1,400 chapters. HOG benefits include a magazine called Hog Tales, a touring handbook, emergency road service, a specially designed insurance program, theft reward service, discount hotel rates, and a fly and ride program enabling members to rent Hurleys on vacation. The company also maintains an extensive website devoted to HOG, with information about club chapters and events and a special members-only section. Hurley is active with social media too and boasts more than 3.3 million Facebook fans. One fan inspired a digital video and Twitter campaign dubbed E Pluribus Unum, out of many, one, where Hurley riders from all walks of life show their diversity and their pride in their bikes. Companies large and small can build brand communities. When New York's Signature Theatre Company built a new 70,000 square foot facility for its shows, it made sure there was a central hub where casts, crew, playwrights, and audiences for all productions could mingle and interact. 65. Online, marketers can tap into social media such as Facebook, Twitter, and blogs or create their own online community. Members can recommend products, share reviews, create lists of recommendations and favorites, or socialize together online. Online forums can be especially helpful in a business-to-business setting for professional development and feedback opportunities. The Codec Grow Your Biz blog is a place for members to learn and share insights about how Codec products, services, and technologies can improve important company or industry business performance. 66. The Pitney Bowes User Forum is a place for members to discuss issues related to Pitney Bowes equipment and to mailing and marketing in general. Members often answer each other's business questions, though Pitney Bowes customer service representatives are available for any particularly difficult support. Questions. 67. Maximizing the benefits of brand communities. A strong brand community results in a more loyal, committed customer base. One study showed that a multi-channel retailer of books, CDs, and DVDs enjoyed long-term incremental revenue of 19% from customers, what the authors called social dollars, after customers joined an online brand community. The more connected a member of the community was, the greater the likelihood he or she would spend more. 68. A brand community can be a constant source of inspiration and feedback for product improvements or innovations. The activities and advocacy of members of a brand community can also substitute to some degree for activities the firm would otherwise have to engage in, creating greater marketing effectiveness and efficiency as a result. 69. To better understand how brand communities work, one comprehensive study examined communities around brands as diverse as Strivectin Cosmeceutical, BMW Mini Auto, Jones Soda, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers Rock and Roll Band, and Garmin GPS devices. Using multiple research methods such as ethnographic research with online forums, participant and naturalistic observation of community activities, and in-depth interviews with community members, the researchers found 12 value creation practices taking place. They divided them into 4 categories: social networking, community engagement, impression management, and brand use, summarized in Table 3.5. Table 3.5 Value Creation Practices. Social networking. Welcoming, greeting new members, beckoning them into the fold, and assisting in their brand learning and community socialization. Empathizing, lending emotional and/or physical support to other members, including support for brand-related trials, product failure, customizing, and for non-brand related life issues, illness, death, job. Governing, articulating the behavioral expectations within the brand community. Impression management, evangelizing, sharing the brand good news, inspiring others to use, and preaching from the mountaintop. Justifying, deploying rationales generally for devoting time and effort to the brand and collectively to outsiders and marginal members in the boundary. Community engagement. Staking, recognizing variance within the brand community membership and marking intragroup distinction and similarity. Milestoning, noting seminal events in brand ownership and consumption. Badging, translating milestones into symbols and artifacts. Documenting, detailing the brand relationship journey in a narrative way, often anchored by and peppered with milestones. Brand use, grooming, cleaning, caring for, and maintaining the brand or systematizing optimal use patterns. Customizing, modifying the brand to suit group level or individual needs. This includes all efforts to change the factory specs of the product to enhance performance. Commoditizing, distancing, approaching the marketplace in positive or negative ways. May be directed at other members, you should sell, should not sell that, or may be directed at the firm through explicit link or through presumed monitoring of the site, you should fix this, do this, change this. Source: adapted from Hope Jensen Chow, Albert M. Muniz, and Eric J. Arnold. How Brand Community Practices Create Value, Journal of Marketing 73, September 2009, pp. 30-51. Building a positive, productive brand community requires careful thought and implementation. 71 set of researchers offers these recommendations for making online brand communities more effective. 71. 1. Enhance the timeliness of information exchanged. Set appointed times for topic discussion, give rewards for timely, helpful responses, increase access points to the community. To enhance the relevance of information posted. Keep the focus on topic. Divide the forum into categories. Encourage users to pre-select interests. 3. Extend the conversation. Make it easier for users to express themselves. Don't set limits on length of responses. Allow user evaluation of the relevance of posts. 4. Increase the frequency of information exchanged. Launch contests. Use familiar social networking tools. Create special opportunities for visitors. Acknowledge helpful members. Winbacks. Regardless of how hard companies may try, some customers inevitably become inactive or drop out. The challenge is to reactivate them through win-back strategies. 72. It's often easier to reattract ex-customers, because the company knows their names and histories, than to find new ones. Exit interviews and lost customer surveys can uncover sources of dissatisfaction and help win back only those with strong profit potential. 73. Cultivating customer relationships. Companies are using information about customers to enact precision marketing designed to build strong long-term relationships. 74. Information is easy to differentiate, customize, personalize, and dispatch over networks at incredible speed. But that capability cuts both ways. For instance, customers now comparison shop quickly and easily through sites such as bizrate.com, shopping.com, and pricegrabber.com, and opinions.com and yelp.com. Let them share information about their product and service experiences with others. Company empowerment has been matched by customer empowerment, and companies have to adjust to shifts in the nature and strength of their customer relationships. Customer relationship management. Customer relationship management, CRM, is the process of carefully managing detailed information about individual customers and all customer touch points to maximize loyalty. 75. CRM is important because a major driver of company profitability is the aggregate value of the company's customer base. A related concept, customer value management, CVM, describes the company's optimization of the value of its customer base. CVM focuses on the analysis of individual data on prospects and customers to develop marketing strategies to acquire and retain customers and drive customer behavior. 76. A customer touch point is any occasion when a customer encounters the brand and product, from actual experience to personal or mass communications to casual observation. For a hotel, the touch points include reservations, check-in and check-out, frequent stay programs, room service, business services, exercise facilities, laundry service, restaurants, and bars. The 4 seasons relies on personal touches, such as a staff that always addresses guests by name, high-powered employees who understand the needs of sophisticated business travelers, and at least one best-in-region facility, such as a premier restaurant or spa. 77. CRM enables companies to provide excellent real-time customer service through the effective use of individual account information. Based on what they know about each valued customer, they can customize market offerings, services, programs, messages, and media. Companies' increased ability to track and market to individual customers is not without its controversies. Marketing Insight, the behavioral targeting controversy, highlights. Personalizing marketing. Widespread internet usage allows marketers to abandon the mass market practices that built brand powerhouses in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s for new approaches that are a throwback to marketing practices from a century ago, when merchants literally knew their customers by name. Personalizing marketing is about making sure the brand and its marketing are as personally relevant as possible to as many customers as possible, a challenge, given that no two customers are identical. Companies are using email, websites, call centers, databases, and database software to foster continuous contact between company and customer. Although technology can help with customer relationship management, firms have to be careful not to roll out too many automated response phone systems or social networking tools as ways to satisfy customer service requests. Many customers still prefer to talk to a live representative to receive more personal service, an ongoing priority in marketing. 78 companies are recognizing the role of the personal component in CRM and its influence once customers make actual contact with the company. Employees can create strong bonds with customers by individualizing and personalizing relationships. Consider the lengths to which British Airways is going to satisfy valued customers. 79. Marketing memo. The behavioral targeting controversy. The emergence of behavioral targeting is allowing companies to track the online behavior of target customers and find the best match between ads and prospects. Tracking an individual's internet usage behavior relies on cookies, randomly assigned numbers, codes, and data that are stored on the user's computer hard drive and reveal which sites have been visited, the amount of time spent there, which products or pages were viewed, and which search terms were entered. The Wall Street Journal reviewed 1,000 top websites and found that 75% included code from social networks such as Facebook's like and Twitter's tweet buttons. The existence of the code could match people's identities with their web browsing activities, tracking a user's arrival on a page even if the Facebook or Twitter button was never clicked. Another Wall Street Journal study showed that roughly a quarter of the times a user logged into one of 70 popular websites, a user's real name and email address or other personal details, such as username, were passed on to third-party companies. A new customer signing up with Microsoft for a free Hotmail email account, for example, is required to give the company his or her name, age, gender, and zip code. Microsoft can then combine those facts with information such as observed online behavior and characteristics of the area in which the customer lives to help advertisers better understand whether, when, and how to contact that customer. Although Microsoft maintains it carefully preserves consumer privacy, it claims it won't purchase an individual income history, it can still provide advertising clients with behavioral targeting information. For example, Microsoft can help a dining-in franchisee zero in on working moms ages 30 to 40 in a given neighborhood with ads designed to reach them before 10 a.m. when they are most likely to be planning their evening meal. Or if a person clicks on 3 websites related to auto insurance and then visits an unrelated site for sports or entertainment, auto insurance ads may show up on that site. Microsoft claims behavioral targeting can increase the likelihood a visitor clicks an ad by as much as 76%. Proponents of behavioral targeting maintain that it also brings consumers more relevant ads. Because the ads are more effective as a result, more ad revenue is available to support free online content. Supporters also maintain that many consumers would be less concerned if they knew exactly how tracking worked. They argue that practices conform with the online ad industry's self-regulation norms, ensuring anonymity by not giving firms access to personal identifiable information, PII. Identity information is removed, protected, or separated from browsing history in different ways. For example, a website can use a formula to turn its users' email addresses into jumbled strings of numbers and letters, as can an advertiser. Both can send their jumbled lists to a third company that looks for matches so the website can show an ad targeted to a specific person without any real email addresses changing hands. Nevertheless, as Chapter 3 pointed out, consumers have significant misgivings about advertisers tracking them online. A single web page can contain computer code from dozens of different ad companies or tracking firms. Government regulators wonder whether industry self-regulation will be sufficient or whether legislation is needed. Sources: Elizabeth Sullivan, Behave, Marketing News, 15th September 2008, pp. 12-15, Stephanie Clifford, 2/3 of Americans object to online tracking, New York Times, 30th September 2009, Jessica Mintz, Microsoft Ads Behavioral Targeting, Associated Press, 28th December 2006, Laurie Birkett, The Cookie That Won't Crumble, Forbes, 18th January 2010, p32, Alden M. Hayashi, How Not to Market on the Web, Mick Sloan Management Review, Winter 2010, pp. 14-15, Deborah Hell Goldman and Laurie A. Barbin, How Marketers Are Dealing with the Controversy Surrounding Behavioral Targeting, International Journal of Business, Marketing and Decision Sciences 4, Spring 2011, pp. 127-141, Jennifer Valentino DeVries and Jeremy Singervine, They Know What You're Shopping For, Wall Street Journal, 7th December 2012. British Airways took personalization to a higher level in the summer of 2012 with its new Know Me program. One goal was to centralize information about frequent flyers from every one of BA's service channels, website, call center, email, on-board planes, and inside airports, into a single database. For any one passenger booked on a flight, BA would know his or her current seating location, previous flights and meal choices, prior complaint history, and so on. BA also distributed 2,000 iPads among crew members and ground staff to allow them to access the database as well as receive personal recognition messages about passengers on any one flight. The goal was to have 4,500 daily messages, or approximately 7 message updates per flight. To facilitate VIP passenger identification, British Airways also used stored photos of flyers downloaded from Google image searches. One company representative described the program as aiming to recreate the feeling of recognition you get in a favorite restaurant when you are welcomed there, but in our case it will be delivered by thousands of staff to millions of customers. Although some observers raised privacy concerns, even calling it creepy, British Airways noted that passenger information was already available or viewed as helpful by its most valuable flyers. While British Airways is personalizing its service experiences, BMW is figuring out ways to personalize its products. While 15% of US drivers custom ordered their cars in 2010, BMW's goal was to make that number 40% of its buyers by 2015. The company offers 500 side mirror combinations, 1,300 front bumper combinations, and 9,000 center console combinations and provides new buyers a video link to watch their car being born while waiting for delivery. Its detailed manufacturing and procurement system takes the slack out the production process, reduces inventory carrying costs, and avoids rebates on slow-moving sellers. Customers tend to load up with options, generating more profitability for BMW and its dealers, but are also more loyal. 80 Even Coca-Cola is getting in on the action. The Coca-Cola freestyle dispensing machine can dispense 125 sparkling and still brands that consumers can mix via a touch screen, creating a beverage to suit their particular taste. 81. To adapt to customers' increased desire for personalization, marketers have embraced concepts such as permission marketing. Permission marketing, the practice of marketing to consumers only after gaining their expressed permission, is based on the premise that marketers can no longer use interruption marketing via mass media campaigns. According to Seth Godin, a pioneer in the new technique, marketers develop stronger consumer relationships by respecting consumers' wishes and sending messages only when they express a willingness to become more engaged with the brand. 82 Godin believes permission marketing works because it is anticipated, personal, and relevant. Permission marketing, like other personalization approaches, presumes consumers know what they want, though they often have undefined, ambiguous, or conflicting preferences. Participatory marketing may be a more appropriate concept than permission marketing because marketers and consumers need to work together to find out how the firm can best satisfy consumers. As part of a broad trend towards personalization, Coca-Cola has introduced freestyle dispensing machines that allow users to customize their soft drink choices. Customer empowerment marketers are helping consumers become evangelists for brands by providing them resources and opportunities to demonstrate their passion. Doritos held a contest to let consumers name its next flavor. Converse asked amateur filmmakers to submit 30-second short films that demonstrated how the iconic sneaker brand inspired them. The best of the 1,800 submissions were showcased in the Converse Gallery website, and the best of the best became TV commercials. Sales of shoes via the website doubled in the month after the gallery's launch. 83. As much as new technologies help customers assist or become involved in a brand's marketing, they also help them avoid marketing at the same time. For example, ad blocking is the most popular software extension for leading browsers, and the overall rate of ad blocking by users averages about 10%. 84. Although much has been made of the newly empowered consumer, in charge, setting the direction of the brand, and playing a much bigger role in how it is marketed, it's still true that only some consumers want to get involved with some of the brands they use, and, even then, only some of the time. Consumers have lives, jobs, families, hobbies, goals, and commitments, and many things matter more to them than the brands they purchase and consume. Understanding how to best market a brand given such diversity in customer interests is crucially important. 85. When will consumers choose to engage with a brand? Many factors can come into play, but follow-up analysis of the IBM 2010 CEO study revealed the following about customer pragmatism. Most do not engage with companies via social media simply to feel connected. To successfully exploit the potential of social media, companies need to design experiences that deliver tangible value in return for customers' time, attention, endorsement, and data. According to these IBM analysts, that tangible value includes discounts, coupons, and information to facilitate purchase. They also note that many businesses overlook social media's most potent capabilities for capturing customer insights, monitoring the brand, conducting research, and soliciting new product ideas. 86. Customer reviews and recommendations. Although the strongest influence on consumer choice remains recommended by relative friend, an increasingly important decision factor is recommendations from consumers. With increasing mistrust of some companies and their advertising, online customer ratings and reviews are playing a growing role in the customer buying process. 87. A Forrester research study, for example, found that close to 50% of consumers won't book a hotel that does not have online reviews. Not surprisingly, more hotels are launching their own program to post reviews. Starwood places independent, authenticated reviews on individual hotel sites, or are using travel review sites. Vietnam streams its 5 most recent reviews from TripAdvisor on its site, leading to a 30% increase in bookings. 88. TripAdvisor has quickly grown to be a valuable online resource for travelers. 89. TripAdvisor, after being frustrated by the lack of detailed, reliable, and up-to-date information available to help him decide where to go on a Mexican holiday, Stephen Koffer founded TripAdvisor in 2001. The pioneer in online consumer travel reviews, the company grew quickly and is now the world's largest travel website, with more than 170 million user reviews and opinions as of 2014. It allows users to collect and share information and make bookings for a wide variety of hotels, vacation rentals, airlines, restaurants, and other travel-related locations or businesses through its hotel air booking partners. Users can post reviews, photos, and opinions and participate in discussions on a variety of different topics. To improve the quality and accuracy of its content, TripAdvisor uses both manual review and advanced computer algorithms, including a verification and fraud detection system that considers the IP and email address of reviewers, as well as other review attributes, and monitors suspicious patterns of postings as well as inappropriate language. About 30 hotels have been blacklisted from the site for suspicious reviews. TripAdvisor has more than 280 million unique visitors monthly, and hundreds of millions of people each month view its content on 500 other sites, including Best Western International, Expedia, and Thomas Cook. In recent years, TripAdvisor has innovated to improve the personalization and social nature of its services. In fact, it was one of Facebook's initial launch partners for its instant personalization project. which allows users to personalize their TripAdvisor experience by allowing them to see TripAdvisor content posted by their Facebook friends, subject to their privacy elections. Local Picks is a Facebook app that allows users to localize TripAdvisor restaurant reviews and auto-share user reviews on Facebook timeline. The Friends of Friends function allows TripAdvisor users to sort reviews by a user's Facebook friend status. Its acquisitions of social and mobile connectivity travel sites Wonderfly and EveryTrail have further strengthened TripAdvisor's capabilities in that area. When online pet food retailer Petco started using consumer product ratings and reviews in emails and banner ads, it found its click-through rate increased considerably as a result. 90 brick-and-mortar retailers such as Best Buy, Staples, and Cabela's are also recognizing the power of consumer reviews and have begun to display them in their stores. 91 Despite consumer acceptance of such reviews, however, their quality and integrity can be in question. 92 In one famous example, over a period of 7 years, the co-founder and CEO of Whole Foods Market posted more than 1,100 entries on Yahoo Finance's online bulletin board under a pseudonym, praising his company and criticizing competitors. Some companies offer computer recognition technology to monitor for fraud. Buzzer Voice helps companies such as Walmart and Best Buy manage and monitor online reviews using a process called device fingerprinting. The company caught one firm posting hundreds of positive reviews of one of its products and negative reviews of its competitors. 93. Online reviews and blogging sites such as Gawker have struggled to police comments. 94 To avoid attracting anonymous or biased reviews, Years list allows only paid and registered subscribers to access its website, which compile about 40,000 reviews of service companies and healthcare professionals from its 1.5 million North American subscribers each month. Users rate providers on price, quality, responsiveness, punctuality, and professionalism using a report card style A to F scale. 95 Other sites offer summaries of professional third-party reviews. Metacritic aggregates music, game, TV, and movie reviews from leading critics, often from more than 100 publications, averaged into a single 100 score. Review sites are important in the video game industry because of the influence they wield and the product's high selling price, often $50 to $60. Some game companies tie bonuses for their developers to game scores on the more popular sites. If a major new release doesn't make the 85+ cutoff, the publisher's stock price may even drop. 96. Bloggers who review products or services are influential because they may have thousands of followers. Blogs are often among the top links returned in online searches for certain brands or categories. A company's PR department may track popular blogs via online services such as Google Alerts and Technorati. Firms also court the favor of key bloggers via free samples and advance information. Most bloggers disclose this special treatment. For smaller brands with limited media budgets, online word of mouth is critical. To generate pre-launch buzz for one of its new hot cereals, organic food maker Amy's Kitchen shipped out samples before its release to several of the 50 or so vegan, gluten-free, or vegetarian food bloggers the company tracks. When favorable reviews appeared on these blogs, the company was besieged by emails asking where to buy the cereal. 97 As it turns out, sometimes even negative reviews can be surprisingly helpful. For one thing, although they can hurt a well-known brand, they can create awareness about an unknown or overlooked one. They can also provide valued information. A Forrester study of 10,000 consumers of Amazon.com's electronics and home and garden products found that 50% found negative reviews helpful. Most purchased the products regardless of negative comments because they felt these merely reflected personal tastes and opinions different from their own. When consumers can better learn the advantages and disadvantages of products through negative reviews, fewer product returns may result, saving retailers and producers money. 98 Online retailers often add their own recommendations to consumer selection or purchases. If you like that black handbag, you'll love this red top. One source estimated that recommendation systems contribute 10% to 30% of an online retailer's sales. Specialized software tools help facilitate customer discovery or unplanned purchases. At the same time, online companies need to make sure their attempts to create relationships with customers don't backfire, as when customers are bombarded by computer-generated recommendations that consistently miss the mark. Buy a few baby gifts on Amazon.com, and your personalized recommendations suddenly don't look so personal. Retailers need to recognize the limitations of online personalization while searching for technology and processes that really work. Customer complaints. Some companies think they are getting a sense of customer satisfaction by tallying complaints. But studies show that while customers are dissatisfied with their purchases about 25% of the time, only about 5% complain. The other 95% either feel complaining is not worth the effort or don't know how or to whom to complain. They just stop buying. 99% of the customers who register a complaint, 54% to 70% will do business with the organization again if their complaint is resolved. The figure goes up to a staggering 95% if the customer feels the complaint was resolved quickly. Customers whose complaints are satisfactorily resolved tell an average of 5 people about the good treatment they received. 100. The average dissatisfied customer, however, gripes to 11 people. If each of these tells still other people, the number exposed bad word of mouth may grow exponentially. No matter how perfectly designed and implemented a marketing program is, mistakes will happen. The best thing a company can do is make it easy for customers to complain. Suggestion forms, toll-free numbers, websites, and email addresses allow for quick, two-way communication. The 3M company claims that more than 2/3 of its product improvement ideas come from listening to customer complaints. Given that many customers may choose not to complain, companies should proactively monitor social media and other places where customer complaints and feedback may be aired. JetBlue's 27-member customer service team is charged with monitoring the airline's Twitter account and Facebook page, among other responsibilities. When a customer's complaint about a fee for bringing a folded bike on board began to circulate online, JetBlue quickly responded and decided it was not a service it should charge for. 101. Given the potential downside of having an unhappy customer, it's critical that marketers deal with negative experiences properly. 102. Although challenging, the following practices can help to recover customer goodwill. 103. 1. Set up a 7-day, 24-hour toll-free hotline, by phone, fax, or email, to receive and act on complaints. Make it easy for the customer to contact the complaining customer as quickly as possible. The slower the company is to respond, the more dissatisfaction may grow and lead to negative word of mouth. 3. Accept responsibility for the customer's disappointment. Don't blame the customer. 4. Use customer service people who are friendly and empathic. 5. Resolve the complaint swiftly and to the customer's satisfaction. Some complaining customers are not looking for compensation so much as a sign that the company cares. Not all complaints, however, reflect actual deficiencies or problems with the company's product or service. 104. Big companies especially are targets for opportunistic customers who attempt to capitalize on even minor transgressions or generous compensation policies. Some firms fight back and even take an aggressive stance if they feel a criticism or complaint is unjustified. When Taco Bell began to attract negative buzz online after rumors and a consumer lawsuit alleged that its taco mixture consisted of more filler than meat, it leaped into action with full-page newspaper ads headlined, "Thank you for suing us." There and in Facebook postings and a YouTube video, the company pointed out that its taco mixture was 88% beef, with ingredients such as water, oats, spices, and cocoa powder added only for flavor, texture, and moisture. To help spread the word, Taco Bell marketers bought the keywords Taco Bell and lawsuit, so that its official responses appeared as the first link on Yahoo, Google, and Bing searches. 105 Many senior executives worry about their firms using social media and the potential negative effects of cranky customers communicating online. Marketers, however, contend that the positives outweigh the negative and steps can be taken to minimize the likelihood of such damage. One strategy for companies active in corporate social responsibility is to actively shape their public image during quiet times and then leverage that goodwill in paid or other media during difficult times. Nike was once a target of internet-savvy critics who skillfully used search engine optimization to populate unflattering portraits of the company. Now, search for Nike yield links to sites that describe its many environmental and community initiatives, such as shoe recycling. 106. Taco Bell aggressively defends the quality of its products via social media. Summary. 1. Customers are value maximizers. They form an expectation and act on it. Buyers will buy from the firm that they perceive to offer the highest customer delivered value, defined as the difference between total customer benefits and total customer cost. 2. A buyer's satisfaction is a function of the product's perceived performance and the buyer's expectations. Recognizing that high satisfaction leads to high customer loyalty, companies must ensure that they meet and exceed customer expectations. 3. Losing profitable customers can dramatically affect a firm's profits. The cost of attracting a new customer is estimated to be 5 times the cost of keeping a current customer happy. The key to retaining customers is relationship marketing. 4. Quality is the totality of features and characteristics of a product or service that bear on its ability to satisfy stated or implied needs. Marketers play a key role in achieving high levels of total quality so that firms remain solvent and profitable. 5. Marketing managers must calculate customer lifetime values of their customer base to understand their profit implications. They must also determine ways to increase the value of the customer base. 6. Companies are also becoming skilled in customer relationship management, CRM, which focuses on developing programs to attract and retain the right customers and meeting the individual needs of those valued customers. Marketing applications. Marketing debate. Online versus offline privacy. As more firms practice relationship marketing and develop customer databases, privacy issues are emerging as an important topic. Consumers and public interest groups are scrutinizing, and sometimes criticizing, the privacy policies of firms and raising concerns about potential theft of online credit card information or other potentially sensitive or confidential financial information. Others maintain online privacy fears are unfounded and that security issues are as much a concern offline. They argue that the opportunity to steal information exists virtually everywhere and that it's up to consumers to protect their interests. Take a position. Privacy is a bigger issue online than offline versus privacy is no different online than offline. Marketing discussion. Using CLV. Consider customer lifetime value, CLV. Choose a business and show how you would go about developing a quantitative formulation that captures the concept. How would that business change if it fully embraced the customer equity concept and maximized CLV? Marketing excellence. Audi. The year 1899 marked the establishment of August Horch & C., the first car manufacturing company founded by August Horch. As a pioneer in automotive engineering, Horch had previously worked with Carl Benz, inventor of modern automobiles with combustion engines. Horch left his company in 1909 because of differences with its co-management and supervisory board. He immediately set up a second car venture which he named Audi, the Latin translation of his German family name, Horch, hark, or listen, in English. From the very beginning, Audi established a tradition of sports victories. Thanks to Audi's accomplishments in the Austrian Alpine runs between 1911 and 1914, August Horch succeeded in making the brand internationally well-known within just a few years. In 1932, the company's famous four-ring emblem was created when Audi merged with the previously independent companies Horch, Dampfkraftwagen, and Wanderer to form Auto Union. For many years, the name Audi was not in use. A new merger in 1969, between Auto Union and NSU Motorenwerk AG, established Audi NSU Auto Union AG. The company was renamed Audi in 1985 by Volkswagen, the holding company of Audi since the mid-1960s. A new advertising slogan was created for the company in 1971 and has been used as the company's mission statement ever since. Vorsprung durch Technik, which roughly translated means, progress through technology, remains the main catchphrase for Audi. In the 1970s and 1980s, the company was effectively putting this to practice with innovations like the Quattro four-wheel drive, aluminum car bodies, direct injection engines, and the first hybrid vehicles. Despite these achievements, Audi had problems and needed to reposition itself in an increasingly competitive environment. Customers in the United States complained about a mysterious acceleration in their cars, and the image of Audi was not sophisticated enough for a manufacturer of premium and luxury cars. So in a bold move, the company's management decided on an extreme repositioning strategy. Audi was to be the most progressive of all premium car manufacturers. Sportiness was picked as the second differentiating factor. With a famous commercial, the brand transformation was put into practice in 1986. An Audi 100 Quattro, a four-wheel drive, drove up a snow-covered ski jump, apparently all by itself. The commercial won a Gold Lion d'Or, at the International Advertising Festival in Cannes, and in 1997 was voted Best German Advertising of all times by a professional jury. Audi also heavily invests in motorsports. Numerous races and world championships have been won with its cars. Besides its motorsports activities, Audi sponsors major teams like Germany's #1 soccer club FC Bayern München. Since 2002, Audi and the Bavarians have been strategic partners. Audi is also the sponsoring partner for other leading European soccer clubs like FC Barcelona and Chelsea FC. In India, Audi became famous overnight in 1985. India won the World Championship in cricket, the sport the country is most passionate about, and Ravi Shastri of the Indian team was awarded an Audi 100 for his winning performance, an event that is fondly remembered in the country even today. The success of Audi's marketing over the past 2 decades becomes clear if you compare the company's sales figures to the turnover of their major competitive brands, BMW and Mercedes-Benz. In 2000, Audi sold approximately 653,000 cars, BMW 822,000, and Mercedes-Benz 1.053 million. Based on sales figures from 2013, BMW is leading the market with a narrow margin of 1.66 million cars as compared to Audi's 1.58 million and Mercedes-Benz's 1.46 million cars. In China, the most important automotive market in the world with 15.9 million cars sold, USA, 15.6 million, in 2013, Audi leads the market among the German competitors with 492,000 cars sold as compared to BMW's 360,000 and Mercedes-Benz's 228,000. Overall, 84% of Audi's sales are realized outside of Germany today. What else has Audi done over the past years besides a bold move in repositioning, and the creation of a convincing advertising and sponsorship concept? Audi offers a variety of innovative products that meet the customers' increasing demand for SUVs and luxury cars on the one hand, and alternative driving systems and compact cars on the other. Audi's SUVs are branded in its Q series. The company is rounding up its product range with a new Q7 in 2015, a Q1 in 2016, and a Q8 in 2017. With other Audi products like the Audi A3 e-tron, customers can combine the advantages of hybrids with traditional drive systems. The company's image of being a superior sports car manufacturer is being enhanced with models like the R8, a car based on Audi's race car prototype for the Le Mans 24 Hours race. Its compact and middle-class cars A1, A3 and A4 mark the other side of the product portfolio. They also profit from the company's innovativeness through lightweight construction and plug-in hybrid technology. According to a 2014 consumer survey, Audi is considered to be Germany's most innovative car manufacturer. To further involve its customers emotionally, while at the same time acknowledging the increasing importance of the internet as a communication and distribution channel, Audi has introduced digital showrooms. In these Audi cities, consumers can experience the virtual world of Audi in 3D. London, Beijing, and Berlin were the starting places for the concept. Moscow and other locations will follow. An innovative idea for car sharing has recently been presented by Audi's Chief of Sales and Marketing, Luca De Meo. Stockholm serves as a test market for a concept where up to 5 persons share a car for 1 or 2 years. Through an app, participants can make advance reservations and locate their car. Despite its global success, there are challenges remaining for Audi. The average selling price of an Audi is still lower than an average BMW or Mercedes-Benz. New entrants in the growing market for environmentally sustainable cars like Tesla as well as its German key competitors will test Audi's innovativeness even further. Question 1. In your opinion, how important is it to invest in customer loyalty for cars, a product most people buy only every couple of years? 2. Try to estimate the lifetime value of an Audi customer. 3. What measures should Audi take to build long-term loyalty relationships? Sources: Frank Johnson, Heiner Müller-Elsner, Matiga Steelpass, Stern, 7th March 2005, D. Basish Roy, Audi hands over Q5 to Yuvraj Singh, with some low-scale marketing moves. The Economic Times, 17th April 2011, Sergio Zyman, The End of Advertising as We Know It, Hoboken, New Jersey, Wiley, 2003, Facebook bleibt für uns in erster Linie ein Dialog- und Kommunikationsplattform, Absatzwirtschaft, 2nd December 2013, Audi will noch große SUVs bauen, Automobilprodukten, 17th October 2014. Rebecca Azert, Car Sharing, Audi tested in Stockholm, Wirtschaftswoche, October 13, 2014, Audi Case Study, Post-Millennium Success, Marketline, December, 2011, Audi, www.audi.com BMW, www.bmgroup.com Daimler, www.daimler.de, Statista, http://d.statista.com Volkswagen, www.volkswagen.com. Marketing Excellence. Harley-Davidson, a US brand synonymous with beautiful motorbikes, inspires many to own its customized bike with iconic engine. Today the brand is sought after not only in the United States but globally too. What explains its wide global acceptance, and the strong sense of brand loyalty among Harley-Davidson motorbike owners? Harley-Davidson dealers, ranging from the CEO to the sales staff, maintain personalized relationships with customers through face-to-face and social media contact. Knowing customers as individuals and conducting ongoing research to keep up with the changing expectations and experiences helps Harley-Davidson to define its customers' needs better. Current customers have told Harley-Davidson's management to keep the identity, look, and sound of the motorcycles because they are unique. Globally, customers accept the US brand image as it stands. When customers' views are heard and accepted by management, customers develop greater brand loyalty, creating extraordinary customer experience that is unique and valuable. Buying a Harley allows owners to express their individualism and freedom, connect with friends, and share a sense of comradeship through the activities of HOG, the company-sponsored Harley Owners Group and Riding Club. Owners of new Harley-Davidson motorbikes enjoy a free HOG membership in the first year. If renewed, members can enjoy various discounts and benefits. Examples of events and activities that are sponsored by independent dealerships, such as Harley-Davidson of Singapore, can range from short rides and major destination rides to local charity events. HOG members are also invited to events, such as new model launches, and rider appreciation nights. Dealers in each country support HOG members and foster positive bonding relationships among members and other dealers. In Singapore, for instance, a community of friends rides Harley-Davidson motorcycles with a passion. We ride, and we have lots of fun. And we have been doing it since 1996. In Singapore, to ride and have fun is a motto that all HOG chapters around the world follow. Riders associate riding with other owners as a time of bonding that conveys the image of freedom and adventure. Membership in HOG has increased. Now not only men but women, children, and families are a part of H.O.G's many and varied group outings and activities. Harley-Davidson has developed a strong brand image and consumers appreciate it even more by experiencing it firsthand. The desire to be associated with the Harley-Davidson brand is strong because it is linked to an aspirational lifestyle. There are more than 2,000 HOG members in Malaysia alone, with around 500 active riders. The Southeast Asia Harley Owners Group, SEAHOG, organizes rallies and rides as well as charity events. In late 2013, a 2-day event followed by a 5-day riding tour attracted 800 owners to celebrate the 110th anniversary of the brand. Some HOG members around the world ride in rallies every Sunday, rain or shine, displaying a strong sense of loyalty to the Harley-Davidson brand. In Hong Kong, HOG members include professionals like doctors, lawyers, accountants, pilots, engineers, movie stars, and business executives. Their participation shows the strong brand loyalty among Harley-Davidson owners and the strong desire to be engaged in HOG members' activities. Proactive in people development, Harley-Davidson shares company values, philosophy, and brand experience with its staff and provides effective communication to its independent dealers. Professional training by members of the Harley-Davidson University in the US encourages consistent service at every dealership. Thus, Harley-Davidson's employees around the world can be confident about providing the genuine Harley-Davidson experience. Satisfied employees deliver outstanding services that generates sustainable customer and brand loyalty, positive word of mouth, and ultimately higher company sales. To remain competitive, Milwaukee-based Harley-Davidson has started to enlarge its customer base and successfully connect with new, younger riders by way of social media applications, such as Facebook and Twitter. Engaging relationships have been established with young adults who form a large part of its global followership. Important feedback that Harley-Davidson's strong brand name remains appealing to the younger audience is encouraging. Harley-Davidson also makes in-person connections with potential riders at music festivals by using dynamometers to create an interactive experience called Jump Start, which allow novice or non-riders an opportunity to feel what it's like to ride a Harley-Davidson. In 2008, it became the leading manufacturer of motorcycles to sell to customers younger than 34 years without changing the products too drastically or lowering its prices. Harley-Davidson merely modified some design elements for its dark custom series of motorcycles, which consists largely of existing Harley-Davidson motorcycles but with flat black paint, much less chrome, and toned-down styling. It portrayed its heritage message of freedom, uniqueness, individual expression, and shared experience as recognized by older customers. Questions. 1. What has Harley-Davidson done with its HOG program to create an extraordinary customer experience that is unique and valuable to its members? Has a motorcycle manufacturer been successful? 2. To enlarge its customer base, what would you recommend Harley-Davidson do to cultivate long-term relationships with the younger audience, if between 1834? Sources: Jill Z. McBride, DMA 2010. How Harley-Davidson builds champion customers one rider at a time. www.colloquy.conv.colloquy.com. Sean Smith, Customer Experience Management Plus, Harley-Davidson, Customer Think, March 4, 2008, Harley-Davidson Hong Kong, Harley-Davidson Kuala Lumpur, Harley-Davidson Singapore, HOG Singapore, www.hogsingapore.com/events.php www.hogsingapore.com/events.php Eric Decker, Hurley reaches out to the next generation. Bees Times, 23rd July 2010. Part 2, Capturing Marketing Insights. Chapter 4, Collecting Information and Forecasting Demand. Chapter 5, Conducting Marketing Research. Campbell's designed a new line of flavorful ready-to-eat soups to appeal to a discerning millennial consumer. Sources: Campbell's Go Soup Images courtesy of Campbell Soup Company. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. What are the components of a modern marketing information system? P101. 2. What are useful internal records for a marketing information system? P103. 3. What makes up a marketing intelligence system? P104. 4. What are some influential macro-environment developments? P107. 5. How can companies accurately measure and forecast demand? P119. 4. Collecting information and forecasting demand. Making marketing decisions in a fast-changing world is both an art and a science. Holistic marketers recognize that the marketing environment is constantly presenting new opportunities and threats, and they understand the importance of continuously monitoring, forecasting, and adapting to that environment. Campbell is one of many companies trying to come to grips with the younger millennial consumer. 1. Campbell Soup Company's iconic red and white soup cans represent one of the most famous US brands and were even the subject of an Andy Warhol portrait. Recently, though, the 143-year-old company has suffered a double whammy. Overall consumption of canned soup has declined 13%, and Campbell's market share has dropped from 67% to 53% due to the popularity of fresh and premium soups. To stop the sales slide, Campbell set out to better understand the 18 to 34-year-olds who make up 25% of the US population and will profoundly affect the company's future. Adopting an anthropological research approach, they sent executives to study millennial consumers face-to-face in hipster market hubs, such as London, Austin, TX, Portland, and Washington, D.C. They engaged in live-alongs, where they shopped and ate at home with young consumers, and eat-alongs, where they dined with them in restaurants. The key insight: millennials loved spices and ate more exotic food than their parents, they just couldn't cook it at home. Campbell's solution was a new line, Campbell's Go Soup ready-to-eat meals in 6 flavor varieties such as Moroccan-style chicken with chickpeas, spicy chorizo and pulled chicken with black beans, and coconut curry and chicken with shiitake mushrooms. Sold in pouches rather than cans to convey freshness and at a price, $3, more than 3 times the basic red and white line. The product line was promoted entirely online, including music and humor sites, gaming platforms, and social media. Campbell also sells Pepperidge Farms baked goods, We Ate vegetable juices, and Prego pasta sauce, but soups account for half its revenue, so marketing success for the new line was crucial. Virtually every industry has been touched by dramatic shifts in the economic, socio-cultural, natural, technological, and political legal environments. In this chapter, we consider how firms can identify and track relevant macro-environment trends and develop good sales forecasts. Components of a modern marketing information system. The major responsibility for identifying significant marketplace changes falls to the company's marketers. Marketers have 2 advantages for the task: 1. Disciplined methods for collecting information, and 2. Time spent interacting with customers and observing competitors and other outside groups. Some firms have marketing information systems that provide rich detail about buyer wants, preferences, and behavior. DuPont commissioned marketing studies to uncover personal pillow behavior for its Dacron polyester unit, which supplies filling pillow makers and sells its own Comforol brand. One challenge is that people don't give up their old pillows. 37% of one sample described their relationship with their pillow as being like that of an old married couple, and an additional 13% said their pillow was like a childhood friend. Respondents fell into distinct groups in terms of pillow behavior: stackers, 23%, plumpers, 20%, rollers or folders, 16%, cuddlers, 16%, and smashers, who pound their pillows into a more comfy shape, 10%. Women were more likely to plump, men to fold. The prevalence of stackers led the company to sell more pillows packaged as pairs and at different levels of softness or firmness. 2. Marketers also have extensive information about how consumption patterns vary across and within countries. On a per capita annual basis, for example, the Irish consume the most chocolate, 24.7 pounds, Czechs the most beer, 131.7 liters, the French the most wine, 45.7 liters, and Greeks the most cigarettes, 4,313. 3. Table 4.1 summarizes other comparisons across countries. Consider regional differences. Seattle's residents buy more sunglasses per person than in any other US city. People in Salt Lake City and Utah eat the most Jell-O. Long Beach, CA, residents eat the most ice cream, and New York City dwellers buy the most country music CDs. 4. Table 4.1 A global profile of extremes. Highest fertility rate Niger, 47.7 births per 1,000 population. Highest education expenditure as percent of GDP Timor-Leste, 14.0% of GDP. Highest number of mobile phone subscribers Macau, 206.4 subscribers per 100 people. Largest number of airports United States, 15,079 airports. Highest military expenditure as percent of GDP Saudi Arabia, 10.1% of GDP. Highest divorce rate South Korea, 4.6 divorces per 1,000 population. Telephone lines per capita Bermuda, 89.0 lines per 100 people. Highest cinema attendance India, 4432,700 cinema visits. Highest GDP per person Liechtenstein, $105,190. Largest aid donors as percent of GDP Norway, 1.10% of GDP. Most economically dependent on agriculture Liberia, 61.3% of GDP. Highest population in workforce Qatar, 74.7%. Highest percent of women in workforce Mozambique, 53.5%. Most crowded road networks Hong Kong, 286.7 vehicles per kilometer of road. Most deaths in road accidents Namibia, 53.4 killed per 1 lakh population. Most tourist arrivals France, 77,526,000. Highest life expectancy Japan, 83.7 years. Highest obesity rate United States, 35.7% of adults. Source: CIA World Factbook, www.cia.gov/library/publications/the World Factbook. Access 24 July 2012. The Economist's Pocket World in Figures, 2013 edition, London, Profile Books, 2012. Every firm must organize and distribute a continuous flow of information to its marketing managers. A marketing information system, MIS, consists of people, equipment, and procedures to gather, sort, analyze, evaluate, and distribute needed, timely, and accurate information to marketing decision makers. It relies on internal company records, marketing intelligence activities, and marketing research. The company's marketing information system should combine what managers think they need, what they really need, and what is economically feasible. An internal MIS committee can interview a cross-section of marketing managers to discover their information needs. Table 4.2 displays some useful questions to ask them. Table 4.2 Information Needs Probes. 1. What decisions do you regularly make? 2. What information do you need to make these decisions? 3. What information do you regularly get? 4. What special studies do you periodically request? 5. What information would you want that you are not getting now? 6. What information would you want daily, weekly, monthly, yearly? 7. What online or offline newsletters, briefings, blogs, reports, or magazines would you like to see on a regular basis? 8. What topics would you like to be kept informed of? 9. What data analysis and reporting programs would you want? 10. What are the 4 most helpful improvements that could be made in the present marketing information system? Internal records. To spot important opportunities and potential problems, marketing managers rely on internal reports of orders, sales, prices, costs, inventory levels, receivables, and payables. The order-to-payment cycle. The heart of the internal records system is the order-to-payment cycle. Sales representatives, dealers, and customers send orders to the firm. The sales department prepares invoices, transmits copies to various departments, and backorders out of stock items. Shipped items generate shipping and billing documents that go to various departments. Because customers favor firms that can promise timely delivery, companies need to perform these steps quickly and accurately. Sales information systems. Marketing managers need timely and accurate reports on current sales. Walmart operates a sales and inventory data warehouse that captures data on every item for every customer, every store, every day, and refreshes it every hour. Companies that make good use of cookies, records of website usage stored on personal browsers, are smart users of targeted marketing. Many consumers are happy to cooperate. Not only do they not delete cookies, but they also expect customized marketing appeals and deals once they accept them. Marketers must carefully interpret sales data, however, to avoid drawing wrong conclusions. Michael Dell illustrates, if you have 3 yellow Mustangs sitting on a dealer's lot and a customer wants a red one, the salesman may be really good at figuring out how to sell the yellow Mustang. So the yellow Mustang gets sold, and a signal gets sent back to the factory that, hey, people want yellow Mustangs. 5. Databases, data warehousing, and data mining. The explosion of data brought by the maturation of the internet and mobile technology gives companies unprecedented opportunities to engage their customers. It also threatens to overwhelm decision makers. Marketing Insight, digging into big data, describes opportunities and challenges in managing massive data sets. 6. Marketing Intelligence. The Marketing Intelligence System. A marketing intelligence system is a set of procedures and sources that managers use to obtain everyday information about developments in the marketing environment. The internal records system supplies results data, but the marketing intelligence system supplies happenings data. Marketing managers collect marketing intelligence by reading books, newspapers, and trade publications, talking to customers, suppliers, distributors, and other company managers, and monitoring online social media. Before the internet, sometimes you just had to go out in the field and watch the competition. Describing how he learned about a rival's drilling activity, oil and gas entrepreneur T. Boone Pickens recalls, we would have someone who would watch the rivals drilling floor from a half-mile away with field glasses. Our competitor didn't like it, but there wasn't anything they could do about it. Our spotters would watch the joints and drill pipe. They would count them. Each drill joint was 30 feet long. By adding up all the joints, you would be able to tally the depth of the well. Pickens knew that the deeper the well, the more costly for his rival to get the oil or gas up to the surface, information that gave him an immediate competitive advantage. 7. Marketing Memo. Digging into big data, although unverified, one popular estimate says 90% of the data that has ever existed was created in the past 2 years. In 1 year, people stored enough data to fill 60,000 libraries of Congress. YouTube receives 24 hours of video every minute. The world's 4 billion mobile phone users provide a steady source of data. Manufacturers are putting sensors and chips into appliances and products, generating even more data. The danger, of course, is information overload. More data are not better unless they can be correctly processed, analyzed, and interpreted. In one poll of North American senior business executives, more than 90% reported collecting more information, 86% more on average, than in years past. Unfortunately, roughly as many said they were missing out on new revenue growth because they could not gather the appropriate insights from those data. And therein lies the opportunity and challenge of big data. Although universally agreed upon definition does not exist, big data describes data sets that cannot be effectively managed with traditional database and business intelligence tools. One industry expert, James Kobilas, sees big data as distinct because of volume, from hundreds of terabits to petabytes and beyond, velocity, up to and including real-time, sub-second delivery, variety, encompassing structured, unstructured, and semi-structured formats, messages, images, GPS signals, readings from sensors, and volatility, with hundreds of new data sources in apps, web services, and social networks. Some companies are harnessing big data. UK supermarket giant Tesco collects 1.5 billion pieces of data every month to set prices and promotions. US kitchenware retailer Williams-Sonoma uses its customer knowledge to customize versions of its catalog. Amazon reports generating 30% of its sales through its recommendation engine. You may also like. Many financial brands are putting more emphasis on big data. Bank of America is tracking spending and demographic data and tailoring promotions, for example, offering back-to-school deals to cardholders with children. JP Morgan Chase has improved communications to new cardholders to gain more engagement. On the production side, GE set up a team of developers in Silicon Valley to improve the efficiency of the jet engines, generators, locomotives, and CT scanners it sells. Even a 1% improvement in the operation of commercial aircraft would save $2 billion for GE's customers in the airline industry. Sources: Schumter, Building with Big Data, The Economist, 28 May 2011, Jessica Twentyman, Big Data is the Next Frontier, Financial Times, 14 November 2011, Jackie Bodine, John Livingston, and Sam Marvar, Seizing the Potential of Big Data, McKinsey Quarterly 4, October 2011, Mining the Big Data Gold Mine, Special Advertising Section, Fortune, 2012, Financial Brand Tap Big Data, www.walk.com 13th September 2012, Thomas H. Davenport, Paul Berth, and Randy Bean, How Big Data is Different, Mick Sloan Management Review 54, Fall 2012, pp. 43-46, Andrew McAfee and Eric Brynjolfsson, Big Data, The Management Revolution, Harvard Business Review, October 2012, pp. 60-68, Ashley Vance, GE tries to make its machines cool and connected, Bloomberg Businessweek, 10 December 2012, pp. 44-46. Marketing intelligence gathering must be legal and ethical. The private intelligence firm Diligence paid auditor KPMG a fine of $1.7 million after its co-founder posed as a British intelligence officer and convinced a member of the audit team to share confidential documents about a Bermuda-based investment firm for a Russian conglomerate. 8. A company can take 8 possible actions to improve the quantity and quality of its marketing intelligence. After describing the first 7, we devote special attention to the 8th, collecting marketing intelligence on the internet. Williams-Sonoma uses information it has learned about its customers to customize its catalogs. Train and motivate the sales force to spot and report new developments. The company must sell its sales force on their importance as intelligence gatherers. Grace Performance Chemicals, a division of W.R. Grace, instructed its sales reps to observe the innovative ways customers use its products and suggest possible new products. Some customers used Grace waterproofing materials to soundproof their cars and patch boots and tents. 7 new product ideas emerged, worth millions in sales. 9. Motivate distributors, retailers, and other intermediaries to pass along important intelligence. Marketing intermediaries are often closer to the customer and competition and can offer helpful insights. Combining data from its retailers Safeway, Kroger, and Walmart with its own qualitative insights, food producer Conagra learned that many mothers switched to time-saving meals and snacks when school started. It launched its Seasons of Mom campaign to help grocers adjust to seasonal shifts in household needs. 10. Hire external experts to collect intelligence. Many companies hire specialists to gather marketing intelligence. 11. Savon Convenience Stores, an enterprise of the the Indian nation, conducts 52 mystery shopper visits a month across its 13 stores. Stores are graded on employee responsiveness to customers, product quality, food freshness, restroom cleanliness, and stock levels. Savon gives awards to winning stores. 12. Network internally and externally. The firm can purchase competitors' products, attend open houses and trade shows, read competitors' published reports, stockholders' meetings, talk to employees, collect competitors' ads, consult with suppliers, and look up news stories about competitors. Set up a customer advisory panel. Members of advisory panels might include the company's largest, most outspoken, most sophisticated, or most representative customers. GlaxoSmithKline sponsored an online community devoted to weight loss, where marketers felt they learned far more than they could have gleaned from focus groups on topics from packaging its weight loss pill to where to place in-store marketing. 13. Take advantage of government-related data resources. The U.S. Census Bureau provides an in-depth look at the population swings, demographic groups, regional migrations, and changing family structure of the more than 311,591,917 people in the United States. Census marketer Nielsen Claritas site reports cross-references census figures with consumer surveys and its own grassroots research for clients such as the Weather Channel, BMW, and Sovereign Bank. Site Reports offers more than 50 reports and maps that help companies analyze markets, select site locations, and target customers effectively. 14. Purchase information from outside research firms and vendors. Well-known data suppliers like AC Nielsen Company and Information Resources Incorporated collect information about product sales and consumer exposure to media. They also gather consumer panel data. Attensity offers a suite of products to monitor customer conversations from a variety of social, online, and internal sources. 15. NPD conducts its kitchen audit study every 3 years to determine what food ingredients U.S. households have on hand and what appliances, cookware, and utensils they own, and to assess usage and sources of recipes. 16. Collecting marketing intelligence on the internet. Online customer review boards, discussion forums, chat rooms, and blogs can distribute 1. Customers' experiences evaluation to other potential buyers and, of course, to marketers. Seeking information. Here are 5 places to find competitors' product strengths and weaknesses. Online. Independent customer goods and service review forums. Independent forums include websites such as opinions.com, rateitall.com, consumerreview.com, and bizrate.com. Bizrate.com collects millions of consumer reviews of stores and products each year from 2 sources, its 1.3 million volunteer members and feedback from stores that allow bizrate.com to collect it directly from customers as they buy. Distributor or sales agent feedback sites. Feedback sites offer positive and negative product or service reviews, but the stores or distributors have built the sites themselves. Amazon.com offers an interactive feedback opportunity through which buyers, readers, editors, and others can review all products on the site, especially books. Alliance.com is an online professional services provider that allows contractors to describe their experience and level of satisfaction with subcontractors. Combo sites offering customer reviews and expert opinions. Combination sites are concentrated in financial services and high-tech products that require professional knowledge. ZDNet.com offers customer and expert evaluations of technology products based on ease of use, features, and stability. Customer complaint sites. Customer complaint forums are designed mainly for dissatisfied customers. Internetfeedback.com allows customers to voice unfavorable experiences with specific companies. Public blogs. Tens of millions of blogs and social networks offer personal opinions, reviews, ratings, and recommendations on virtually any topic, and their numbers continue to grow. Nielsen's Buzzmetrics analyzes blogs and social networks for insights into consumer sentiment and threats to the brand that may emerge online. 17. Of course, companies can use many of these sources to monitor their own customers, products, services, and brands. Customer service forums linked on a company's homepage are a very useful tool. Customers often respond faster and provide better answers to other customers than a company could. Communicating and acting on marketing intelligence. The competitive intelligence function works best when it is closely coordinated with the decision-making process. Given the speed of the internet, it is important to act quickly on information gleaned online, as StubHub and Coca-Cola found. 18. When ticket broker StubHub detected criticism of its brand after confusion arose about refunds for a rain-delayed Yankees-Red Sox game, it quickly offered appropriate discounts and credits. The director of customer service observed, "This episode is a canary in a coal mine for us." When its monitoring software spotted a Twitter post that went to 10,000 followers from an upset consumer who couldn't redeem a prize from a My Coke rewards program, Coke quickly posted an apology on his Twitter profile and offered to help resolve the situation. After the consumer got the prize, he changed his Twitter avatar to a photo of himself holding a Coke bottle. Analyzing the macro environment. Successful companies recognize and respond profitably to unmet needs and trends. Needs and trends. Dockers was created to meet the needs of baby boomers who could no longer fit into their jeans and wanted a physically and psychologically comfortable pair of pants. Enterprising individuals and companies create new solutions to similarly unmet needs. Let's distinguish among fads, trends, and megatrends. A fad is unpredictable, short-lived, and without social, economic, and political significance. A company can cash in on a fad such as Crocs clogs, Elmo TMX dolls, and Pokemon gifts and toys, but getting it right requires luck and good timing. 19. A direction or sequence of events with momentum and durability. A trend is more predictable and durable than a fad. Trends reveal the shape of the future and can provide strategic direction. A trend toward health and nutrition awareness has brought increased government regulation and negative publicity for firms seen as peddling unhealthy food. Macaroni Grill revamped its menu to include more low-calorie and low-fat offerings after the Today Show called its chicken and artichoke sandwich the calorie equivalent of 16 fudgesicles, and Maine's Health declared its 1630-calorie dessert ravioli the worst dessert in America. 20. A megatrend is a large social, economic, political, and technological change that is slow to form, and once in place, influences us for some time, between 7 and 10 years, or longer. 21. Several firms offer social cultural forecasts. The Yankelovich Monitor has tracked 35 social value and lifestyle trends since 1971, such as anti-bigness, mysticism, and living for today. A new market opportunity doesn't guarantee success, of course. Even if the new product is technically feasible, market research is necessary to determine profit potential. Macaroni Grill revamped its menu to include more offerings to appeal to health-conscious consumers. Identifying the major forces. The new century brought new challenges: the steep decline of the stock market, which affected savings, investment, and retirement funds, rising and long-lasting unemployment, corporate scandals, strong indications of global warming and other signs of deterioration in the environment, and continued terrorism. Firms must monitor 6 major forces in the broad environment: demographic, economic, social cultural, natural, technological, and political legal. We'll describe them separately, but remember their interactions will lead to new opportunities and threats. For example, explosive population growth, demographic, leads to more resource depletion and pollution, natural, which leads consumers to call for more laws, political legal, which stimulate new technological solutions and product, technological, that, if they are affordable, economic, may actually change attitudes and behavior, social cultural. The demographic environment. The main demographic factor marketers monitor is population, including the size and growth rate of population in cities, regions, and nations, age distribution and ethnic mix, educational levels, and household patterns. Worldwide population growth. World population growth is explosive. The world's population on 1st July 2012 was estimated at 7027,349,193, forecasted to rise to 8.82 billion by 2040 and exceed 9 billion by 2045. 22 Table 4.3 offers an interesting perspective. 23 Table 4.3 The world as a village. If the world were a village of 100 people, 16 villages would be Asian, of those, 20 would be Chinese and 17 would be Indian, 14 would be African, 11 would be European, 9 would be Latin or South American, 5 would be North American, and none of the villages would be from Australia, Oceania, or Antarctica. At least 18 villages would be unable to read or write, but 33 would have cellular phones and 16 would be online on the internet. 27 villages would be under 15, and 7 would be over 64. There would be an equal number of males and females. There would be 18 cars in the village. 63 villages would have inadequate sanitation. 33 villages would be Christians, 20 would be Muslims, 13 would be Hindus, 6 would be Buddhists, 14 would be non-religious, and the remaining 14 would be members of other religions. 30 villages would be unemployed or underemployed, while of those 70 who would work, 28 would work in agriculture, primary sector, 14 would work in industry, secondary sector, and the remaining 28 would work in the service sector, tertiary sector. 53 villagers would live on less than $2 a day. 1 villager would have AIDS, 26 villagers would smoke, and 14 villagers would be obese. By the end of the year, 1 villager would die and 2 new villagers would be born, so the population would climb to 101. Source: Dib J. Smith and Sherlock Armstrong, If the World Were a Village, a book about the world's people, 2nd ed. Tonavanda, NY, Kids Can Press, 2002. Population growth is highest in countries and communities that can least afford it. Developing regions of the world house 84% of the world's population and are growing at 1% to 2% per year. Developed countries' populations are growing at only 0.3%. 24 In developing countries, modern medicine is lowering the death rate, but birth rates remain fairly stable. A growing population does not mean growing markets unless there is sufficient purchasing power. Education can raise the standard of living but is difficult to accomplish in most developing countries. Nonetheless, companies that carefully analyze these markets can find major opportunities and sometimes lessons they can apply at home. See Marketing Memo, Finding Gold, at the bottom of the pyramid. 25. Population age mix. Mexico has a very young population and rapid population growth. Italy, at the other extreme, has one of the world's oldest populations. Milk, diapers, school supplies, and toys will be more important products in Mexico than in Italy. There is a global trend toward an aging population. In 1950, there were only 131 million people 65 and older. In 1995, their number had almost tripled to 371 million. By 2050, 1 of 10 people worldwide will be 65 or older. In the United States, baby boomers, those born between 1946 and 1964, represent a market of some 36 million, about 12% of the population. By 2011, The 65 and over population was growing faster than the population as a whole in each of the 50 states. 26. Marketing memo. Finding gold at the bottom of the pyramid. Business writer C.K. Prahlad believes much innovation can come from developments in emerging markets such as China and India. He estimates 5 billion unserved and underserved people make up the bottom of the pyramid. One study showed that 4 billion people live on $2 or less a day. Firms operating in those markets must learn how to do more with less. In Bangalore, Narayana Hridayalaya Hospital charges a flat fee of $1,500 for heart bypass surgery that costs 50 times as much in the United States. The hospital has low labor and operating expenses and an assembly line view of care. The approach works. The hospital's mortality rates are half those of US hospitals. Narayana also operates on hundreds of infants for free and profitably insures 2.5 million poor Indians against serious illness for 11 cents a month. Similarly, Arvind Eye Care System, established by Govindappa Venkataswamy in 1976 in India, has performed 4 million operations using an approach likened to McDonald's style high-volume assembly. Arvind also developed an intraocular lens, manufactured by its subsidiary, Olab, at a fraction of the cost of imports. Sala UNO, a for-profit social enterprise based in San Francisco, replicated the Arvind model in Mexico, carrying out 133 cataract operations a month for a year, free of charge for those who could not afford the treatment. The transfer of innovations from developing to developed markets is what Dartmouth professor Vijay Govindrajan calls reverse innovation. He sees opportunity in focusing on the needs and constraints of a developing market to create an inexpensive product that can succeed there and then introducing it as a cheaper alternative in developed markets. He also sees reverse innovation's public policy benefits, which can transform industries through the successful development of ultra-low-cost transportation, renewable energy, clean water, microfinance, affordable health care, and low-cost housing. Among successful reverse innovators, Nestle repositioned its low-fat Maggi brand dried noodles, a popular, low-priced meal for rural Pakistan and India, as a budget-friendly health food in Australia and New Zealand. US-based Harman International, known for high-end dashboard audio systems designed by German engineers, developed a radically simpler and cheaper way to create products for China, India, and emerging markets and is applying that method to its product development centers in the West. It now can sell a range of products priced from low to high and is looking into infotainment systems for motorbikes, a popular form of transportation in emerging markets and around the world. Sources: C.K. Prahlad, The Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid, Upper Saddle River, NJ, Wharton School Publishing, 2010, Bill Breen, C.K. Prahlad, Pyramid Schema, Fast Company, March 2007, p79, Reena Jain, Inspiration from Emerging Economies, Business Week, 23 March 2009, pp. 3841, Vijay Govindarajan and Chris Trimble, Rivers. Innovation, Create Far From Home, Win Everywhere. Boston, M.A., Harvard Business School Publishing, 2012, Jeffrey R. Emailed, Vijay Govindarajan and Chris Trimble, How GE is Disrupting Itself, Harvard Business Review, October 2009, pp. 56-65, Vijay Govindarajan, A Reverse Innovation Playbook, Harvard Business Review, April 2012, pp.1 2023, Felicity Karras, Reverse Innovation Brings Social Solutions to Developed Countries, The Guardian, 29 August 2012, Konstantinos C. Markides, How Disruptive Will Innovations from Emerging Markets Be? Omma, Mick Sloan Management Review, 54, Fall 2012, pp. 23-25. Marketers generally divide the population into 6 age groups: preschool children, school-age children, teens, young adults aged 20 to 40, middle-aged adults 40 to 65, and older adults 65 and older. Some marketers focus on cohorts. groups of individuals born during the same time period who travel through life together. The defining moments they experience as they come of age and become adults, roughly ages 17 through 24, can stay with them for a lifetime and influence their values, preferences, and buying behaviors. Ethnic and other markets. Ethnic and racial diversity varies across countries. At one extreme is Japan, where almost everyone is native Japanese. At the other extreme is the United States, 12% of whose people were born in another country. As of the 2010 census, the US population was white, 72%, black or African American, 13%, American Indian and Alaskan Native, 0.9%, Asian, 5%, Hispanic, 16%. More than half the growth between 2000 and 2010 came from the increase in the Hispanic population, which grew by 43%, from 35.3 million to 50.5 million, representing a major shift in the nation's ethnic center of gravity. Geographically, the 2000 census revealed that Hispanics were moving to states like North Carolina where they had not been concentrated before, and that they increasingly live in suburbs. 27 from the food US consumers eat to the clothing, music, and cars they buy, Hispanics are having a huge impact. Companies are refining their products and marketing to reach this fastest growing and most influential consumer group. Research by Hispanic media giant Univision suggests 70% of Spanish language viewers are more likely to buy a product when it's advertised in Spanish. Fisher-Price, recognizing that many Hispanic mothers did not grow up with its brand, shifted away from appeals to their heritage. Instead, its ads emphasized the joy of mother and child playing together with Fisher-Price toys. 28 Hispanics are not the only fast-growing minority segment. 29. Indian Americans. The US Indian American population has exploded over the past decade, according to the 2010 census, surpassing Filipinos as the nation's second largest Asian population after Chinese. Affluent, well-educated, and consumer-oriented, Indian Americans are attractive to marketers. Nationwide Insurance developed print and TV ads for them and other South Asians in the New York tri-state area and San Francisco and Silicon Valley. Cadillac has run newspaper ads and local TV spots in Chicago and New York after seeing many Indian Americans and South Asians in its showrooms. Zee TV was the first Hindi satellite channel and is the leading network serving the South Asian audience. Indian Americans are a fast-growing minority segment with much appeal to marketers. Yet marketers must not overgeneralize. Within each group are consumers quite different from each other. 30. Diversity also goes beyond ethnic and racial markets. More than 51 million US consumers have disabilities, and they constitute a market for home delivery companies such as internet grocer Payapod. Educational groups. The population in any society falls into 5 educational groups: illiterates, high school dropouts, high school diplomas, college degrees, and professional degrees. More than 2/3 of the world's 793 million illiterate adults are found in only 8 countries: Bangladesh, China, Egypt, Ethiopia, India, Indonesia, Nigeria, and Pakistan. Of all illiterate adults in the world, 2/3 are women. Extremely low literacy rates are concentrated in 3 regions: the Arab states, South and West Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa, where around 1/3 of the men and half all women are illiterate. 2005 est. 31. The United States has one of the world's highest percentages of college-educated citizens. 32. As of March 2011, just over 30% of US adults held at least a bachelor's degree, and 10.9% held a graduate degree, up from 26% and 8.7% 10 years earlier. Half of 18 and 19-year-olds were enrolled in college in 2009, but not all college students are young. About 16% are 35 and older. They also make up 37% of part-time students. The large number of educated people in the United States drives strong demand for high-quality books, magazines, and travel and creates a supply of skills. Household patterns. The traditional US household included a husband, wife, and children under 18, sometimes with grandparents. By 2010, only 20% of US households met this definition, down from about 25% a decade before and 43% in 1950. Married couples have dropped below half of all US households for the first time, 48%, far below the 78% of 1950. The median age at first marriage has also never been higher, 26.5 for brides and 28.7 for grooms. 33. The US family has been steadily evolving toward less traditional forms. More people are divorcing, separating, choosing not to marry, or marrying later. Other types of households are single live-alones, 27%, single-parent families, 8%, childless married couples and empty nesters, 32%, living with non-relatives only, 5%, and other family structures, 8%. The biggest change for the decade was the jump in households headed by women without husbands, up 18%. Non-traditional households are growing more rapidly than traditional households. Academics and marketing experts estimate the gay and lesbian population at 4% to 8% of the total US population, higher in urban areas. 34. Each type of household has distinctive needs and buying habits. The single, separated, widowed, and divorced may need smaller apartments, inexpensive and smaller appliances, furniture, and furnishings, and smaller size food packages. Many non-traditional households feel advertising ignores families like theirs, suggesting an opportunity for advertisers. 35. Even traditional households have changed. Boomer dads marry later than their fathers and grandfathers did, shop more, and are much more active in raising their kids. Bugaboo makes innovative baby strollers that speaks to modern parents. Bugaboo's iconic functional strollers have unique designs and functionalities such as adjustable suspension and an extendable handle, perfect for taller dads. And before Dyson, the high-end vacuum company, appealed to US dads in the geek by focusing on the machine's revolutionary technology. Men weren't even on the radar for vacuum cleaner sales. Now they make up 40% of Dyson's customers. 36. The unique design of Bugaboo baby strollers are especially appealing to modern parents. The economic environment. Purchasing power depends on consumer income, savings, debt, and credit availability as well as the price level. As the recent economic downturn vividly demonstrated, fluctuating purchasing power strongly affects business, especially for products geared to high-income and price-sensitive consumers. Marketers must understand consumer psychology and levels and distribution of income, savings, debt, and credit. Consumer psychology. The recession that began in 2008 initiated new consumer spending patterns. Were these temporary adjustments or permanent changes? 37. The middle class, bread and butter of many firms, was hit hard by record declines in both wages and net worth. Some experts believed the recession had fundamentally shaken consumers' faith in the economy and their personal financial situations. Mindless spending would be out, willingness to comparison shop, haggle, and use discounts would become the norm. 38. Consumers at the time certainly seemed to believe so. In one survey, almost 2/3 said the recession's economic changes would be permanent, nearly 1/3 said they would spend less than before the recession. Others believed tighter spending was a short-term constraint and not a fundamental behavioral change. They predicted their spending would resume when the economy improved. 39. Identifying the more likely long-term scenario, especially for the coveted 18 to 34-year-old group, would help marketers decide how to spend their money. Executives at Sainsbury, the third largest UK chain of supermarkets, concluded that the recession had created a more risk-averse British consumer, saving more, paying off debts instead of borrowing, and shopping in more cost-conscious ways. Even wealthy UK consumers traded down some to lower-cost items. As one retail executive said, there's nobody who can afford not to try to save. 40. Income distribution. There are 4 types of industrial structures: subsistence economies like Papua New Guinea, with few opportunities for marketers; raw material exporting economies like Democratic Republic of Congo, copper; and Saudi Arabia, oil, with good markets for equipment, tools, supplies, and luxury goods for the rich; industrializing economies like India, Egypt, and the Philippines, where a new rich class and a growing middle class demand new types of goods; and industrial economies like Western Europe, with rich markets for all sorts of goods. Marketers often distinguish countries using 5 income distribution patterns: 1. Very low incomes; 2. Mostly low incomes; 3. Very low, very high incomes; 4. Low, medium, high incomes; and 5. Mostly medium incomes. Consider the market for the Lamborghini, an automobile costing more than $150,000. The market would be very small in countries with type 1 or 2 income patterns. One of the largest single markets for the ultra-expensive sports car Lamborghinis is Portugal, income pattern 3, one of the poorer countries in Western Europe, but with high enough income inequality that there are also wealthy families who can afford expensive cars. 41. Income, savings, debt, and credit. US consumers have a high debt-to-income ratio, which slows expenditures on housing and large-ticket items. When credit became scarcer in the recession, especially for lower-income borrowers, consumer borrowing dropped for the first time in 2 decades. The financial meltdown that led to this contraction was due to overly liberal credit policies that allowed consumers to buy homes and other items they could not really afford. Marketers wanted every possible sale, banks wanted to earn interest on loans, and near financial ruin resulted. An economic issue of increasing importance is the migration of manufacturers and service jobs offshore. From India, Infosys provides outsourcing services for Cisco, Nordstrom, Microsoft, and others. The 35,000 employees the fast-growing $4.2 billion company hires every year receive technical, team, and communication training in Infosys' $120 million facility outside Bangalore. 42. High-priced Lamborghini sports cars have found success in relatively poorer countries by appealing to enough affluent buyers. The socio-cultural environment. From our socio-cultural environment we absorb, almost unconsciously, a worldview that defines our relationships to ourselves, others, organizations, society, nature, and the universe. Views of ourselves. Some, pleasure seekers, chase fun, change, and escape; others seek self-realization. Some adopt more conservative behaviors and ambitions. See Table 4.4 for favorite consumer leisure time activities and how they have changed, or not, in recent years. Views of others. People are concerned about the homeless, crime and victims, and other social problems. At the same time, they seek those like themselves for long-lasting relationships, suggesting a growing market for social support products and services such as health clubs, cruises, and religious activity, as well as social surrogates like television, video games, and social networking sites. Views of organizations. After a wave of layoffs and corporate scandals, organizational loyalty has declined. Companies need new ways to win back consumer and employee confidence. They need to ensure they are good corporate citizens and that their consumer messages are honest. Views of society. Some people defend society, preservers; some run it, makers; some take what they can from it, takers; want to change it, changers; some are looking for something deeper, seekers; and still others want to leave it, escapers. 43 Consumption patterns often reflect these social attitudes. Makers are high achievers who eat, dress, and live well. Changers usually live more frugally, drive smaller cars, and wear simpler clothes. Escapers and seekers are a major market for movies, music, surfing, and camping. Views of nature. Business has responded to increased awareness of nature's fragility and finiteness by making more green products, seeking their own new energy sources, and reducing their environmental footprint. Companies are also literally tapping into nature more by producing wider varieties of camping, hiking, boating, and fishing gear such as boots, tents, backpacks, and accessories. Views of the universe. Most US citizens are monotheistic, although religious conviction and practice have waned through the years or been redirected into an interest in evangelical movements or Eastern religions, mysticism, the occult, and the human potential movement. Table 4.4 Favorite leisure time activities. 1995, via phone, 2013, via online. Percent reading 28 watch TV 42 TV watching 25 reading 37 spending time with family kids 12 spending time with families and friends 18 fishing 10 watching going to movies 11 gardening 9 exercise working out 10 playing team sports 9 playing video games and computer internet games 10 going to movies 8 walking running jogging 8 walking 8 gardening 7 entertaining 7 concerts listening to playing music 7 golf 6 hobby related activities 5 Sources: Harris Poll, Favorite leisure activities, via online, http://www.harrisinteractive.com/newsroom/harrispolls/thabit/447/mid/1508/article ID 1345 read custom %20 default.asks, table 4, Access July 2014, and Harris Poll, Favorite leisure time activities, spontaneous, unaided responses, via phone, http://www.harrisinteractive.com Vault Harris Interactive Poll Research Time and Leisure 2008-12.pdf, Table 1, Access July 2014. Other cultural characteristics of interest to marketers are core cultural values and subcultures. Let's look at both. Core cultural values. Most people in the United States still believe in working, getting married, giving to charity, and being honest. Core beliefs and values are passed from parents to children and reinforced by social institutions, schools, churches, businesses, and governments. Secondary beliefs and values are more open to change. Believing in the institution of marriage is a core belief. Believing people should marry early is a secondary belief. Marketers have some chance of changing secondary values but little chance of changing core values. The non-profit organization Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, MAD, does not try to stop the sale of alcohol but promotes lower legal blood alcohol levels for driving and limited operating hours for businesses that sell alcohol. Although core values are fairly persistent, cultural swings do take place. In the 1960s hippies, the Beatles, Elvis Presley, and other cultural phenomena had a major impact on hairstyles, clothing, sexual norms, and life goals. Today's young people are influenced by new heroes and activities, music entertainer and mogul Jay-Z, singer Lady Gaga, and snowboarder and skateboarder Shaun White. Subcultures. Each society contains subcultures, groups with shared values, beliefs, preferences, and behaviors emerging as special life experiences or circumstances. Marketers have always loved teenagers because they are trendsetters in fashion, music, entertainment, ideas, and attitudes. Attract someone as a teen, and you will likely keep the person as a customer later in life. Frito-Lay, which draws 15% of its sales from teens, noted a rise in chip snacking by grown-ups. "We think it's because we brought them in as teenagers," said Frito-Lay's marketing director. 44. The natural environment. In Western Europe, Green parties have pressed for public action to reduce industrial pollution. In the United States, experts have documented ecological deterioration, and watchdog groups such as the Sierra Club and Friends of the Earth commit to political and social action. Steel companies and public utilities have invested billions of dollars in pollution control equipment and environmentally friendly fuels, making hybrid cars, low-flow toilets and showers, organic foods, and green office buildings everyday realities. Opportunities await those who can reconcile prosperity with environmental protection. Consider these solutions to concerns about air quality. 45. Nearly a quarter of the carbon dioxide that makes up about 80% of all greenhouse gases comes from electrical power plants. Dublin-based Airtricity operates wind farms in the United States and the United Kingdom that offer cheaper and greener electricity. Transportation is second only to electricity generation as a contributor to global warming, accounting for roughly a fifth of carbon emissions. Vancouver-based Westport Innovations developed a conversion technology, high-pressure direct injection, that allows diesel engines to run on cleaner-burning liquid natural gas, reducing greenhouse emissions by a fourth. Due to millions of rural cooking fires, parts of southern Asia suffer extremely poor air quality. A person cooking over an open wood or kerosene fire inhales the equivalent of 2 packs of cigarettes a day. Illinois-based Sun Ovens International makes family-sized and institutional solar ovens that use mirrors to redirect the sun's rays into an insulated box. Used in 130 countries, the oven both saves money and reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Irish firm Airtricity is developing new wind farms as an alternative energy source. Corporate environmentalism recognizes the need to integrate environmental issues into a firm's strategic plans. Trends for marketers to be aware of include the shortage of raw materials, especially water, the increased cost of energy, increased pollution levels, and the changing role of governments. 46. See also, Marketing Insight, the Green Marketing Revolution. The Earth's raw materials consist of the infinite, the finite renewable, and the finite non-renewable. Firms whose products require finite non-renewable resources, oil, coal, platinum, zinc, silver, face substantial cost increases as depletion approaches. Firms that can develop substitute materials have an excellent opportunity. One finite non-renewable resource, oil, has created serious problems for the world economy. As oil prices soar, companies search for practical means to harness solar, nuclear, wind, and other alternative energies. Some industrial activity will inevitably damage the natural environment, creating a large market for pollution control solutions such as scrubbers, recycling centers, and landfill systems, as well as for alternative ways to produce and package goods. Many poor nations are doing little about pollution, lacking the funds or the political will. It is in the richer nations' interest to help them control their pollution, but even richer nations today lack the necessary funds. The technological environment. The essence of market capitalism is a dynamism that tolerates the creative destructiveness of technology as the price of progress. Transistors hurt the vacuum tube industry, autos hurt the railroads. Television hurt newspapers, the internet hurt them both. When old industries fight or ignore new technologies, they decline. Tower Records, Borders, and others had ample warning they would be hurt by internet downloads. Their failure to respond led to their liquidation. In some cases, innovation's long-run consequences are not fully foreseeable. Cell phones, video games, and the internet allow people to stay in touch with each other and plugged in with current events, but also reduce attention to traditional media as well as face-to-face social interaction as people listen to music or watch a movie on their cell phones. Marketers should monitor the following technology trends: the accelerating pace of change, unlimited opportunities for innovation, varying R&D budgets, and increased regulation of technological change. Marketing memo. The green marketing revolution. Both consumers and companies are changing the way they view environmental issues, as the following descriptions illustrate. Consumer perspective. Consumers have put their very real environmental concerns into words and actions, focusing on green products, corporate sustainability, and other environmental issues. Here are highlights of some notable studies. WPP Green Brands Study. The WPP Green Brands Study surveys 9,000 people in 8 countries and evaluates 370 brands. In 2011 it found consumer interest in green products had expanded to auto, energy, and technology sectors in addition to personal care, food, and household products. 60% consumers stated they wanted to buy products from environmentally responsible companies. In developed countries such as the United States and United Kingdom, 20% were willing to spend more than 10% extra on a green product. Consumers in developing countries put even more value on green products. 95% of Chinese consumers, for example, said they were willing to pay more for a green product. Greendex, a collaboration between National Geographic and environmental research consultants Globescan, Greendex is a sustainable consumption index of actual consumer behavior and material lifestyles across 17 countries. It defines environmentally friendly consumer behavior in terms of people's transportation patterns, household energy, resource use, and consumption of food and everyday goods, and how well consumers minimize their environmental impact. The 2012 survey found the top-scoring consumers in developing countries, India, China, and Brazil in descending order. Developed countries scored lower, with US consumers lowest, followed by Canadians, Japanese, and the French. Gallup has consistently found US consumers are most concerned about pollution of drinking water, rivers, lakes, and reservoirs and maintenance of fresh water for household needs, and least concerned about global warming. Overall, the 2012 survey showed all ratings at lower levels than their 2000 peak as more US adults feel environmental conditions in the United States are improving. GfK-Roper. The 2012 GfK-Roper Green Gauge study showed key aspects of green culture, from organic purchase to recyclability, have gone mainstream. US consumers increasingly turn to digital devices to learn about the environment and share their green experiences. During slow economic recovery, however, paying significantly more to be environmentally friendly was becoming a barrier for many consumers. Interestingly, although some marketers assume younger people are more concerned about the environment, some research suggests older consumers actually take their eco responsibilities more seriously. Company perspectives. In the past, green marketing programs were not always entirely successful. Those that were persuaded consumers they were acting in their own and society's long-run interest at the same time by buying, for instance, organic foods that were healthier, tastier, and safer, and energy-efficient appliances that cost less to run. Some green products have emphasized their natural benefits for years, like Tom's of Manet, Burt's Bees, Stonyfield Farm, and Seventh Generation. Products offering environmental benefits are becoming more mainstream. Part of the initial success of Clorox Green Works household cleaning products, launched in January 2008, was that it found the sweet spot where a target market wanting to take smaller steps toward a greener lifestyle met green product with a very modest price premium and sold through a grassroots marketing program. The recession took its toll on some newly launched green products, however, and Green Works as similar products from Arm & Hammer, Windex, Palmolive, and Hefty found sales stalling. Some consumers have also become more skeptical of green claims that are hard to verify. One challenge is the difficulty consumers have in experiencing or observing the environmental benefits of products, leading to accusations of greenwashing, where products are not nearly as green or environmentally beneficial as their marketing might suggest. Some experts recommend avoiding green marketing myopia by focusing on consumer value positioning, understanding what consumers know and should know, and credible product claims. During tough economic times especially, having the right value proposition and making sure green products are seen as effective and affordable are critical. Sources: Jacqueline A. Oatman, Edwin R. Stafford, and Kathy L. Hartman, Avoiding Green Marketing Myopia, Environment, June 2006, pp. 22-36, Jill Meredith Ginsburg and Paul N. Bloom, Choosing the Right Green Marketing Strategy, Mixed Loan Management Review, Fall 2004, pp. 79-84, Jacqueline Oatman, Green Marketing, Opportunity for Innovation, 2nd ed., New York, Booksurge Publishing, 2004, Jacqueline Oatman, The New Rules of Green Marketing, San Francisco, Barrett Kotler, 2012, Mark D'Oliva, Deflating a Myth, Brandavik, 12th May 2008, pp. 30-31, Jeffrey M. Jones, Worry About U.S. Water, Air Pollution at Historic Lows, www.gallup.com 13th April 2012, The 2011 Green Brands Survey, www.cohenwolf.com 8th June 2011, Greendex 2012, Consumer Choice and the Environment, a Worldwide Tracking Survey, www.nationalgeographic.com July 2012, Green Gets Real, www.gefcamerica.com Access 12th November 2012, Stephanie Clerd and Andrew Martin, As Consumers Cut Spending, Green Products Lose Allure, New York Times, 21st April 2011, Tiffany Su. Skepticism rose over products touted as eco-friendly, Los Angeles Times, 21st May 2011. Seventh Generation offers a range of household products for environmentally conscious consumers. Accelerating pace of change, more ideas than ever are in the works, and the time between idea and implementation is shrinking. In the first 2.5 years of the iPad's existence, Apple sold a staggering 97 million units worldwide. 47 in many markets. The next technological breakthrough seems right around the corner. Unlimited opportunities for innovation. Consider just a few remarkable openings. Medical researchers hope to use stem cells for organ generation and hybrid positron emission tomography, PET, and magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, to dramatically improve diagnosis. Environmental researchers are exploring plasma arc waste disposal to harness lightning and turn garbage into glass or a gaseous energy source. They are developing desalination methods to safely and economically remove salt from ocean water and make it drinkable. Neuroscientists are studying how to harness brain signals via electroencephalography, EEG, as well as how to construct a thinking DNA neural network that can answer questions correctly. 48. Varying R&D budgets. The United States is the world leader in R&D, spending $436 billion in 2012. Its advantage in innovation comes from all sectors: government-funded research from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, and National Institutes of Health, NIH, top academic institutions such as Johns Hopkins University, University of Michigan, and the University of Wisconsin, and corporations such as Merck, Pfizer, Intel, and Microsoft. A growing portion of US R&D, however, goes to the development side, not research, raising concerns about whether the United States can maintain its lead in basic science. Too many companies seem to be putting their money into copying competitors' products with minor improvements. Other countries are not standing still either. China, Israel, and Finland all are beginning to spend a larger percentage of their GDP on R&D than the United States. 49. Increased regulation of technological change. Government has expanded its agencies' powers to investigate and ban potentially unsafe products. Safety and health regulations have increased for food, automobiles, clothing, electrical appliances, and construction. Consider the Food and Drug Administration, FDA. 50. The FDA plays a critical public health role, overseeing a wide range of products. Here is its specific charge. FDA is responsible for protecting the public health by assuring the safety, efficacy and security of human and veterinary drugs, biological products, medical devices, our nation's food supply, cosmetics, and products that emit radiation. FDA is also responsible for advancing the public health by helping to speed innovations that make medicines more effective, safer, and more affordable, and by helping the public get the accurate, science-based information they need to use medicines and food to maintain and improve their health. FDA also has responsibility for regulating the manufacturing, marketing and distribution of tobacco products to protect the public health and to reduce tobacco use by minors. Finally, FDA plays a significant role in the nation's counter-terrorism capability. FDA fulfills this responsibility by ensuring the security of the food supply and by fostering development of medical products to respond to deliberate and naturally emerging public health threats. The FDA's level of enforcement has varied some through the years, in part depending on the political administration. It can also vary by product or industry. Congress recently empowered the FDA to place new restrictions on the prescribing, distribution, sale, and advertising of proposed new drugs. The FDA looks at the safety and efficacy of any proposed new drug, but also additional considerations such as the integrity of the global manufacturing chain that makes it, post-marketing studies as a condition of approval, and demonstrable superiority over existing therapies. The political legal environment. The political and legal environment consists of laws, government agencies, and pressure groups that influence organizations and individuals. Sometimes these create new business opportunities. Mandatory recycling laws boosted the recycling industry and launched dozens of new companies making products from recycled materials. On the other hand, overseas governments can impose laws or take actions that create uncertainty and even confusion for companies. Political instability in certain Middle Eastern and African nations has created much risk for oil firms and others. Two major trends are increased business legislation and the growth of special interest groups. 51. Increased business legislation. Business legislation is intended to protect companies from unfair competition, protect consumers from unfair business practices, protect society from unbridled business behavior, and charge businesses with the social costs of their products or production processes. Each new law may also have the unintended effect of sapping initiative and slowing growth. The European Commission has established new laws covering competitive behavior, product standards, product liability, and commercial transactions for the 28 member nations of the European Union. The United States has many consumer protection laws covering competition, product safety and liability, fair trade and credit practices, and packaging and labeling, but many countries' laws are stronger. 52. Norway bans several forms of sales promotion, trading stamps, contests, and premiums, as inappropriate or unfair. Many countries throughout the world ban or severely restrict comparative advertising. Thailand requires food processors selling national brands to also market low-price brands so low-income consumers will be served. In India, food companies need special approval to launch duplicate brands, such as another cola drink or brand of rice. Growth of special interest groups. Political action committees, PACs, lobby government officials and pressure business executives to respect the rights of consumers, women, senior citizens, minorities, and gays and lesbians. Insurance companies directly or indirectly influence the design of smoke detectors. Scientific groups affect the design of spray products. Many companies have established public affairs departments to deal with such special interest groups. The consumerist movement organized citizens and government to strengthen the rights and powers of buyers in relationship to sellers. Consumerists have won the right to know the real cost of a loan, the true cost per standard unit of competing brands, unit pricing, the basic ingredients and benefits of a product, and the nutritional quality and freshness of food. Privacy issues and identity theft will remain public policy hot buttons as long as consumers are willing to swap personal information for customized products from marketers they trust. 53. Consumers worry that they will be robbed or cheated, that private information will be used against them, that they will be bombarded by solicitations, and that children will be targeted by ads. Online privacy greatly concerns consumers and regulators alike. Technology now enables firms to collect all kinds of information. 54. Make no mistake, your personal data isn't your own. When you update your Facebook page, like something on a website, apply for a credit card, click on an ad, listen to an MP3, or comment on a YouTube video, you are feeding a huge and growing beast with an insatiable appetite for your personal data, a beast that always craves more. Virtually every piece of personal information that you provide online, and much that you provide offline, will end up being bought and sold, segmented, packaged, analyzed, repackaged, and sold again. Marketing Insight, Watching Out for Big Brother, describes some of the data collection practices and privacy concerns that have arisen with widespread internet adoption and use. Forecasting and demand measurement. Understanding the marketing environment and conducting marketing research, described in Chapter 5, can help to identify marketing opportunities. The company must then measure and forecast the size, growth, and profit potential of each new opportunity. Sales forecasts prepared by marketing are used by finance to raise cash for investment and operations, by manufacturing to establish capacity and output, by purchasing to acquire the right amount of supplies, and by human resources to hire the needed workers. If the forecast is off the mark, the company will face excess or inadequate inventory. Because it's based on estimates of demand, managers need to define what they mean by market demand. DuPont's Performance Materials Group knew that even when DuPont had 70% of the $100 million market for air barrier membranes, there was greater opportunity with more products and services to tap into the entire multi-billion-dollar US home construction market. 55. The measures of market demand. Companies can prepare as many as 90 different types of demand estimates for 6 different product levels, 5 service levels, and 3 time periods, see Figure 4.1. Each serves a specific purpose. A company might forecast short-run demand to order raw materials, plan production, and borrow cash. It might forecast regional demand to decide whether to set up regional distribution. There are many productive ways to break down the market. The potential market is the set of consumers with a sufficient level of interest in a market offer. However, their interest is not enough to define a market unless they also have sufficient income and access to the product. The available market is the set of consumers who have interest, income, and access to a particular offer. The company or government may restrict sales to certain groups. A state might ban motorcycle sales to anyone under 21. Eligible adults constitute the qualified available market, the set of consumers who have interest, income, access, and qualifications for the market offer. The target market is a part of the qualified available market the company decides to pursue. The company might concentrate its marketing and distribution effort on the East Coast. The penetrated market is the set of consumers who are buying the company's product. Marketing memo. Watching out for Big Brother. The explosion of digital data created by individuals online can nearly all be collected, bought, and sold by the personal data economy, including advertisers, marketers, ad networks, data brokers, website publishers, social networks, and online tracking and targeting companies. Companies know or can find your age, race, gender, height, weight, marital status, education level, political affiliation, buying habits, hobbies, health, financial concerns, vacation dreams, and more. The thought of such widespread transparency worries consumers. Research shows more people, especially older consumers, are refusing to reveal private information online. At the same time, consumers are accepting more privacy intrusions every day, perhaps because they don't realize what information they are giving out, don't feel they have a choice, or don't think it will really matter. Many don't realize, for example, that buried in the fine print of their agreement to buy a new smartphone may be authorization to allow third-party services to track their every move. One such firm, Carrier IQ, received permission from any purchaser of an Evo 3D HTC smartphone to see every call made and when, where text messages were sent, and which websites were visited. Unfortunately, once data have been collected online, they can end up in unexpected places, resulting in spam or worse. Consumers increasingly want to know where, when, how, and why they are being watched online. Another data tracking firm is Acxiom, which maintains a database on about 190 million US individuals and 126 million households. Its 23,000 servers process 50 trillion data transactions a year as it attempts to assemble 360-degree views of consumers from offline, online, and mobile sources. Its customers have included banks like Wells Fargo and HSBC, investment services like E*Trade, automakers like Toyota and Ford, and department stores like Macy's. Can online data profiling go too far? New parents are highly lucrative customers, but with birth records public, a slew of companies all discover them at the same time. To beat them to the punch, Target studied the buying histories of women who signed up for new baby registries at the store and found many bought large amounts of vitamin supplements during their first trimester and unscented lotion around the start of their second trimester. Target then used these purchase markers to identify women of childbearing age who were likely to be pregnant and sent them offers and coupons for baby products timed to the stages of pregnancy and later baby needs. When the practice became known, however, some criticized the company's tactics, which had occasionally been the means of letting family members know someone in the house was expecting. Target responded by including the offers with others unrelated to pregnancy, and sales in the promoted pregnancy-related categories soared. This episode vividly illustrates the power of database management in an internet era, as well as the worries it can create on consumers. Politicians and government officials are discussing a "do not track" option for consumers online, like the "do not call" option for unsolicited phone calls. Although it is not clear how quickly legislation can be put into place, an online privacy bill that strengthens consumer rights seems inevitable. One member of the Federal Trade Commission, Julie Brill, feels data brokers should have to tell the public what data they collect, how they collect them, with whom they share them, and how they are used. Sources: Avi Goldfarb and Catherine Tucker. Shifts in Privacy Concerns, American Economic Review, Papers and Proceedings 102, Number 3, 2012, pp. 349-53, Avi Goldfarb and Catherine Tucker, Online Display Advertising, Targeting and Obtrusiveness, Marketing Science 30, May-June 2011, pp. 389-404, plus commentaries and rejoinder, Alessandro Acquisti, Leslie John, and George Lowenstein, The Impact of Relative Judgments on Concern About Privacy, Journal of Marketing Research 49, April 2012, pp. 160-74, Mark Sullivan, Data Snatchers. The Booming Market for Your Online Identity, PC World, 26 June 2012, Charles Duhigg. How Companies Learn Your Secrets, New York Times, February 16, 2012, Joshua Topolsky, Online Tracking is Shady, but it doesn't have to be, Washington Post, 11th December 2011, Natasha Singer, You for Sale, Mapping, and Sharing, The Consumer Genome, New York Times, 16th June 2012, Natasha Singer, Consumer Data, but not for consumers, New York Times, 21st July 2012, Doc Searles, The Customer as a God, Wall Street Journal, 20th July 2012. These definitions are a useful tool for market planning. If the company isn't satisfied with its current sales, it can try to attract a larger percentage of buyers from its target market. It can lower the qualifications for potential buyers. It can expand its available market by opening distribution elsewhere or lowering its price, or it can reposition itself in the minds of its customers. Target was criticized by some for its overzealous targeting of expecting mothers. A vocabulary for demand measurement. The major concepts in demand measurement are market demand and company demand. Within each, we distinguish among a demand function, a sales forecast, and a potential. Market demand. The marketer's first step in evaluating marketing opportunities is to estimate total market demand. Market demand for a product is the total volume that would be bought by a defined customer group in a defined geographical area in a defined time period in a defined marketing environment under a defined marketing program. Market demand is not a fixed number, but rather a function of the stated conditions. For this reason, we call it the market demand function. Its dependence on underlying conditions is illustrated in figure 4.2a. The horizontal axis shows different possible levels of industry marketing expenditure in a given time period. The vertical axis shows the resulting demand level. The curve represents the estimated market demand associated with varying levels of marketing expenditure. Vertical bar Fig. 4.1 vertical bar 90 types of demand measurement, 6 times 5 times 3. Vertical bar Fig. 4.2 vertical bar market demand functions. Sum-based sales, called the market minimum and labeled Q1 in the figure, would take place without any demand-stimulating expenditures. Higher marketing expenditures would yield higher levels of demand, first at an increasing rate, then at a decreasing rate. Take fruit juices. Given the indirect competition they face from other types of beverages, we would expect increased marketing expenditures to help fruit juice products stand out and increase demand and sales. Marketing expenditures beyond a certain level would not stimulate much further demand, suggesting an upper limit called the market potential and labeled Q2 in the figure. The distance between the market minimum and the market potential shows the overall marketing sensitivity of demand. We can think of two extreme types of markets, the expansible and the non-expansible. An expansible market, such as the market for racquetball playing, is very much affected in size by the level of industry marketing expenditures. In terms of figure 4.2a, the distance between Q1 and Q2 is relatively large. A non-expansible market, for example, the market for weekly trash or garbage removal, is not much affected by the level of marketing expenditures. The distance between Q1 and Q2 is relatively small. Organizations selling in a non-expansive market must accept the market's size, the level of primary demand for the product class, and direct their efforts toward winning a larger market share for their product, that is, a higher level of selective demand for their product. It pays to compare the current and potential levels of market demand. The result is the market penetration index. A low index indicates substantial growth potential for all the firms. A high index suggests it will be expensive to attract the few remaining prospects. Generally, price competition increases and margins fall when the market penetration index is already high. Comparing current and potential market shares yields a firm's share penetration index. If this index is low, the company can greatly expand its share. Holding it back could be low brand awareness, low availability, benefit deficiencies, or high price. A firm should calculate the share penetration increases from removing each factor to see which investments produce the greatest improvement. 56. Remember that the market demand function is not a picture of market demand over time. Rather, it shows alternate current forecasts of market demand associated with possible levels of industry marketing effort. Market forecast only one level of industry marketing expenditure will actually occur. The market demand corresponding to this level is called the market forecast. Market potential. The market forecast shows expected market demand, not maximum market demand. For the latter, we need to visualize the level of market demand resulting from a very high level of industry marketing expenditure, where further increases in marketing effort would have little effect. Market potential is the limit approached by market demand as industry marketing expenditures approach infinity for a given marketing environment. The phrase, "for a given market environment," is crucial. Consider the market potential for automobiles. It's higher during prosperity than during a recession, as illustrated in figure 4.2b. Market analysts distinguish between the position of the market demand function and movement along it. Companies cannot do anything about the position of the market demand function, which is determined by the marketing environment. However, they influence their particular location on the function when they decide how much to spend on marketing. Companies interested in market potential have a special interest in the product penetration percentage, the percentage of ownership or use of a product or service in a population. The lower the product penetration percentage, the higher the market potential, although this also assumes everyone will eventually be in the market for every product. Company demand is the company's estimated share of market demand at alternative levels of company marketing effort in a given time period. It depends on how the company's products, services, prices, and communications are perceived relative to the competitors. Other things equal, the company's market share depends on the relative scale and effectiveness of its market expenditures. As noted previously, marketing model builders have developed sales response functions to measure how a company's sales are affected by its marketing expenditure level, marketing mix, and marketing effectiveness. 57. Company sales forecast. Once marketers have estimated company demand, their next task is to choose a level of marketing effort. The company sales forecast is the expected level of company sales based on a chosen marketing plan and an assumed marketing environment. We represent the company sales forecast graphically with sales on the vertical axis and marketing effort on the horizontal axis, as in figure 4.2. We often hear that the company should develop its marketing plan on the basis of its sales forecast. This forecast to plan sequence is valid if forecast means an estimate of national economic activity or if company demand is non-expansible. The sequence is not valid, however, where market demand is expansible or where forecast means an estimate of company sales. The company sales forecast does not establish a basis for deciding what to spend on marketing. On the contrary, the sales forecast is the result of an assumed marketing expenditure plan. Two other concepts are important here. A sales quota is the sales goal set for a product line, company division, or sales representative. It is primarily a managerial device for defining and stimulating sales effort, often set slightly higher than estimated sales to stretch the sales force's effort. A sales budget is a conservative estimate of the expected volume of sales, primarily for making current purchasing, production, and cash flow decisions. It's based on the need to avoid excessive risk and is generally set slightly lower than the sales forecast. Company sales potential is the sales limit approached by company demand as company marketing effort increases relative to that of competitors. The absolute limit of company demand is, of course, the market potential. The two would be equal if the company captured 100% of the market. In most cases, company sales potential is less than the market potential, even when company marketing expenditures increase considerably. Each competitor has a hard core of loyal buyers unresponsive to other companies' efforts to woo them. Estimating current demand. We are now ready to examine practical methods for estimating current market demand. Marketing executives want to estimate total market potential, area market potential, and total industry sales and market shares. Total market potential is the maximum sales available to all firms in an industry during a given period, under a given level of industry marketing effort and environmental conditions. A common way to estimate total market potential is to multiply the potential number of buyers by the average quantity each purchases and then by the price. If 100 million people buy books each year and the average book buyer buys 3 books a year at an average price of $20 each, then the total market potential for books is $6 billion, 100 million times 3 times $20. The most difficult component to estimate is the number of buyers. We can always start with the total population in the nation, say, 314 million people. Next we eliminate groups that obviously would not buy the product. Assume illiterate people and children under 12 don't buy books and constitute 20% of the population. This means 8% of the population, or 251 million people, is in the potential pool. Further research might tell us that people of low income and low education rarely buy books, and they constitute more than 30% of the potential pool. Eliminating them, we arrive at a prospect pool of approximately 175.7 million book buyers. We use this number to calculate total market potential. A variation on this method is the chain ratio method, which multiplies a base number by several adjusting percentages. Suppose a brewery is interested in estimating the market potential for a new light beer especially designed to accompany food. It can make an estimate with the following calculation. Area market potential. Because companies must allocate their marketing budget optimally among their best territories, they need to estimate the market potential of different cities, states, and nations. Two major methods are the market buildup method, used primarily by business marketers, and the multiple factor index method, used primarily by consumer marketers. Market buildup method. The market buildup method calls for identifying all the potential buyers in each market and estimating their potential purchases. It produces accurate results if we have a list of all potential buyers and a good estimate of what each will buy. Unfortunately, this information is not always easy to gather. Consider a machine tool company that wants to estimate the area market potential for its wood lathe in the Boston area. Its first step is to identify all potential buyers of wood lathes in the area, primarily manufacturing establishments that shape or ream wood as part of their operations. The company could compile a list from a directory of all manufacturing establishments in the area. Then it could estimate the number of lathes each industry might purchase, based on the number of lathes per 1,000 employees or per $1 million of sales in that industry. An efficient method of estimating area market potentials makes use of the North American Industry Classification System, NAICS, developed by the U.S. Bureau of the Census in conjunction with the Canadian and Mexican governments. 58. The NAICS classifies all manufacturing into 20 major industry sectors and further breaks each sector into a 6-digit hierarchical structure as follows. 51 Industry sector, information, 513 industry subsector, broadcasting and telecommunications, 5,133 industry group, telecommunications, 51,332 industry, wireless telecommunications carriers, except satellite, 5,13,321 national industry, US paging. For each 6-digit NAICS number, a company can purchase business directories that provide complete company profiles of millions of establishments, subclassified by location, number of employees, annual sales, and net worth. To use the NAICS, the lathe manufacturer must first determine the 6-digit NAICS codes that represent products whose manufacturers are likely to require lathe machines. To get full picture of these, the company can 1. Identify past customers' NAICS codes, 2. Go through the NAICS manual and check of all the 6-digit industries that might have an interest in lathes, and 3. Mail questionnaires to a wide range of companies inquiring about their interest in wood lathes. The company's next task is to select an appropriate base for estimating the number of lathes each industry will use. Suppose customer industry sales are the most appropriate base. Once the company estimates the rate of lathe ownership relative to the customer industry's sales, it can compute the market potential. Multiple factor index method. Like business marketers, consumer companies also need to estimate area market potentials, but because their customers are too numerous to list, they commonly use a straightforward index. A drug manufacturer might assume the market potential for drugs is directly related to population size. If the state of Virginia has 2.55% of the US population, Virginia might be a market for 2.55% of total drugs sold. A single factor is rarely a complete indicator of sales opportunity. Regional drug sales are also influenced by per capita income and the number of physicians per 10,000 people. Thus, it makes sense to develop a multiple factor index and assign each factor a specific weight. Suppose Virginia has 2.00% of US disposable personal income, 1.96% of US retail sales, and 2.28% of US population, and the respective weights for these factors are 0.5, 0.3, and 0.2. The buying power index for Virginia is then 2.04, 0.5, 2.00, plus 0.3, 1.96, plus 0.2, 2.28. Thus, 2.04% of the nation's drug sales, not 2.28%, might be expected to take place in Virginia. The weights in the buying power index are somewhat arbitrary, and companies can assign others if appropriate. A manufacturer might adjust the market potential for additional factors, such as competitors' presence, local promotional costs, seasonal factors, and market idiosyncrasies. Many companies compute area indexes to allocate marketing resources. Suppose the drug company is reviewing the 6 cities listed in Table 4.5. The first 2 columns show its percentage of US brand and category sales in these 6 cities. Column 3 shows the brand development index, BDI, the index of brand sales to category sales. Seattle has a BDI of 114 because the brand is relatively more developed than the category in Seattle. Portland's BDI is 65, which means the brand is relatively underdeveloped there. Table 4.5 calculating the brand development index, BDI. A. Percent of US brand, B. Percent of US category BDI territory sales, A divided by B, times 100 Seattle 3.09 2.71 114 Portland 6.74 10.4 165 Boston 3.49 3.85 91 Toledo 97.81 120 Chicago 1.13 140 Baltimore 3.12 3.00 104. Normally, the lower the BDI, the higher the market opportunity, in that there is room to grow the brand. Other marketers would argue instead that marketing funds should go into the brand's strongest markets, where it might be important to reinforce loyalty or more easily capture additional brand share. Investment decisions should be based on the potential to grow brand sales. Feeling it was underperforming in a high-potential market, Anheuser-Busch targeted the growing Hispanic population in Texas with a number of special marketing activities. Cross-promotions with Budweiser and Claimpone Tomato Clam Cocktail, to mix popular Micheladas drink, sponsorship of the Esta Noche Toca concert series, and support of Latin music acts with 3-on-3 soccer tournaments helped drive higher sales. Anheuser-Busch later introduced Chelada with premixed Budweiser or Bud Light and Claimpone. 59 After the company decides on the city-by-city allocation of its budget, it can refine each allocation down to census tracts or ZIP+4 code centers. Census tracts are small, locally defined statistical areas in metropolitan areas and some other counties. They generally have stable boundaries and a population of about 4,000. ZIP+4 code centers, designed by the US Postal Service, are a little larger than neighborhoods. Data on population size, median family income, and other characteristics are available for these geographical units. Using other sources such as loyalty card data, media brands as geomentum targets, hyperlocal, sectors of zip codes, city blocks, and even individual households with ad messages delivered via interactive TV, zoned editions of newspapers, yellow pages, outdoor media, and local internet searches. 60. Industry sales and market shares. Besides estimating total potential and area potential, a company needs to know the actual industry sales taking place in its market. This means identifying competitors and estimating their sales. The Industry Trade Association will often collect and publish total industry sales, although it usually does not list individual company sales separately. With this information, however, each company can evaluate its own performance against the industry's. If a company's sales are increasing by 5% a year and industry sales are increasing by 10%, the company is losing its relative standing in the industry. Another way to estimate sales is to buy reports from a marketing research firm that audits total sales and brand sales. Nielsen Media Research audits retail sales in various supermarket and drugstore product categories. A company can purchase this information and compare its performance to the total industry or any competitor to see whether it is gaining or losing share, overall or brand by brand. Because distributors typically will not supply information about how much of competitors' products they are selling, business-to-business marketers operate with less knowledge of their market share results. Estimating future demand. The few products or services that lend themselves to easy forecasting generally enjoy an absolute level or a fairly constant trend and competition that is either non-existent, public utilities, or stable, pure oligopolies. In most markets, in contrast, good forecasting is a key factor in success. Companies commonly prepare a macroeconomic forecast first, followed by an industry forecast, followed by a company sales forecast. The macroeconomic forecast projects inflation, unemployment, interest rates, consumer spending, business investment, government expenditures, net exports, and other variables. The end result is a forecast of gross domestic product, GDP, which the firm uses, along with other environmental indicators, to forecast industry sales. The company derives its sales forecast by assuming it will win a certain market share. How do firms develop forecasts? They may create their own or buy forecasts from outside sources such as marketing research firms, which interview customers, distributors, and other knowledgeable parties. Specialized forecasting firms produce long-range forecasts of particular macro-environmental components, such as population, natural resources, and technology. Examples are IHS Global Insight, a merger of Data Resources and Wharton Econometric Forecasting Associates, Forrester Research, and the Gartner Group. Futurist research firms such as the Institute for the Future, Hudson Institute, and the Futures Group produce speculative scenarios. All forecasts are built on one of three information bases: what people say, what people do, or what people have done. Using what people say requires surveying buyers' intentions, composites of sales force opinions, and expert opinion. Building a forecast on what people do means putting the product into a test market to measure buyer response. To use the final basis, what people have done, firms analyze records of past buying behavior or use time series analysis or statistical demand analysis. Survey of buyers' intentions. Forecasting is the art of anticipating what buyers are likely to do under a given set of conditions. For major consumer durables such as appliances, research organizations conduct periodic surveys of consumer buying intentions. Ask questions like, do you intend to buy an automobile within the next 6 months? And put the answers on a purchase probability scale. 0.00, 0.20, 0.40, 0.60, 0.80, 1.00, no chance, slight possibility, fair possibility, good possibility, high possibility, certain. Surveys also inquire into consumers' present and future personal finances and expectations about the economy. They combine bits of information into a consumer confidence measure, conference board, or a consumer sentiment measure. Survey Research Center of the University of Michigan. For business buying, research firms can carry out buyer intention surveys for plant, equipment, and materials, usually falling within a 10% margin of error. These surveys are useful in estimating demand for industrial products, consumer durables, product purchases where advanced planning is required, and new products. Their value increases to the extent that buyers are few, the cost of reaching them is low, and they have clear intentions they willingly disclose and implement. Composite of sales force opinions. When interviewing buyers is impractical, the company may ask its sales representatives to estimate their future sales. Few companies use these estimates without making some adjustments, however. Sales representatives might be pessimistic or optimistic. They might not know how their company's marketing plan will influence future sales in their territory, and they might deliberately underestimate demand so the company will set a low sales quota. To encourage better estimating, the company could offer incentives or assistance, such as information about marketing plans or past forecasts compared with actual sales. Sales force forecasts do yield a number of benefits. Sales reps might have better insight into developing trends than any other group, and forecasting might give them greater confidence in their sales quotas and more incentive to achieve them. A grassroots forecasting procedure provides detailed estimates broken down by product, territory, customer, and sales rep. Expert opinion companies can also obtain forecasts from experts, including dealers, distributors, suppliers, marketing consultants, and trade associations. Dealer estimates are subject to the same strengths and weaknesses as sales force estimates. Many companies buy economic and industry forecasts from well-known economic forecasting firms that have more data available and more forecasting expertise. Occasionally, companies will invite a group of experts to prepare a forecast. The experts exchange views and produce an estimate as a group discussion method, or individually, in which case another analyst might combine the results into a single estimate, pooling of individual estimates. Further rounds of estimating and refining follow, the Delphi method. 61. Past sales analysis firms can develop sales forecasts on the basis of past sales. Time series analysis breaks past time series into 4 components: trend, cycle, seasonal, and erratic, and projects them into the future. Exponential smoothing projects the next period's sales by combining an average of past sales and the most recent sales, giving more weight to the latter. Statistical demand analysis measures the impact of a set of causal factors, such as income, marketing expenditures, and price, on the sales level. Finally, econometric analysis builds sets of equations that describe a system and statistically derives the different parameters that make up the equations statistically. Marketist method: when buyers don't plan their purchases carefully or experts are unavailable or unreliable, a direct market test can help forecast new product sales or established product sales in a new distribution channel or territory. We discuss market testing in detail in Chapter 15. Summary. 1. To carry out their analysis, planning, implementation, and control responsibilities, marketing managers need a marketing information system, MIS, to assess information needs, develop the needed information, and distribute it in a timely manner. 2. An MIS has 3 components: A. An internal records system, which includes information about the order-to-payment cycle and sales information systems. B. A marketing intelligence system, a set of procedures to obtain everyday information about the marketing environment. And C. A marketing research system that allows for the systematic design, collection, analysis, and reporting of data and findings relevant to a specific marketing situation. 3. Marketers find many opportunities by identifying trends, directions or sequences of events that have some momentum and durability, and megatrends, major social, economic, political, and technological changes that have long-lasting influence. 4. Within the rapidly changing global picture, marketers must monitor 6 major environmental forces: demographic, economic, social-cultural, natural, technological, and political-legal. 5. In the demographic environment, marketers must be aware of worldwide population growth, changing mixes of age, ethnic composition, and educational levels, the rise of non-traditional families, and large geographic shifts in population. 6. In the economic arena, marketers need to focus on income distribution and levels of savings, debt, and credit availability. 7. In the social-cultural arena, marketers must understand people's views of themselves, others, organizations, society, nature, and the universe. Their products must correspond to society's core and secondary values and address the needs of different subcultures within a society. 8. Acknowledging the public's increased concern about the health of the natural environment, marketers are embracing sustainability and green marketing programs. 9. In the technological arena, marketers should take account of the accelerating pace of technological change, opportunities for innovation, varying R&D budgets, and the increased governmental regulation brought about by technological change. 10. In the political legal environment, marketers must work within the many laws regulating business practices and with various special interest groups. 11. To estimate current demand, companies attempt to determine total market potential, area market potential, industry sales, and market share. To estimate future demand, companies survey buyers' intentions, solicit their sales force's input, gather expert opinions, analyze past sales, or engage in market testing. Mathematical models, advanced statistical techniques, and computerized data collection procedures are essential to all types of demand and sales forecasting. Marketing applications. Marketing debate. Is consumer behavior more a function of a person's age or generation? How much do consumers change over time? Some marketers who target certain age groups maintain that age differences are critical and that the needs and wants of a 25-year-old in 2015 are not that different from those of a 25-year-old in 1980. Others argue that cohort and generation effects are critical and that marketing programs must therefore suit the times. Take a position: age differences are fundamentally more important than cohort effects, versus cohort effects can dominate age differences. Marketing discussion. Age targeting. What brands and products do you feel successfully speak to you and effectively target your age group? Why? Which ones do not? What could they do better? Marketing excellence. Microsoft is the world's most successful software company. Bill Gates and Paul Allen founded it in 1975 with the original mission of having a computer on every desk and in every home, running Microsoft software. Today, Microsoft is the 5th most valuable company in the world and has a brand value of $61.2 billion. In the early 1980s, Microsoft developed the DOS operating system for IBM computers. The company leveraged this initial success to sell software to other manufacturers, quickly becoming a major player in the industry. Initial advertising efforts communicated the company's range of products, from DOS to Excel and Windows, and unified them under the Microsoft brand. Microsoft went public in 1986 and grew tremendously over the next decade as the Windows operating system and Microsoft Office took off. In 1990, Microsoft launched Windows 3.0, a completely revamped version of its operating system, including applications like File Manager and Program Manager that are still used today. It was an instant success. Microsoft sold more than 10 million copies of the software within 2 years, a phenomenal accomplishment in those days. In addition, Windows 3.0 became the first operating system to be pre-installed on certain PCs, marking another major milestone for the industry and for Microsoft. Throughout the 1990s, Microsoft's communication efforts convinced businesses not only that its software was the best choice but also that it should be upgraded frequently. Microsoft spent millions in magazine advertising and received endorsements from the top computer magazines in the industry, making Microsoft Windows and Office the must-have software of its time. The 1998 slogan, "Where do you want to go today?" promoted not individual Microsoft products like Windows 90, but rather the company itself, communicating that Microsoft could help empower companies and consumers alike. During the mid-1990s, Microsoft entered the notorious browser wars, as companies struggled to find their place during the Internet boom. Realizing what a good product Netscape had in its 1995 Navigator browser, Microsoft launched its own Internet Explorer later the same year. By 1997, Explorer had grabbed 18% of the market. Over the next 5 years, Microsoft took 3 major steps to overtake Netscape. First, it bundled Internet Explorer with its Office product, which included Excel, Word, and PowerPoint. This meant that consumers who wanted MS Office automatically became Internet Explorer users as well. Second, Microsoft partnered with AOL, which opened the doors to 5 million new consumers almost overnight. Third, Microsoft used its deep pockets to ensure that Internet Explorer was available free, essentially, cutting off Netscape's air supply. By 2002, Netscape's market share had fallen to a meek 4%. Microsoft's fight to become the browser leader was not without controversy. Some perceived that the company was monopolizing the industry. As a result, Microsoft faced antitrust charges in 1998 and numerous lawsuits based on its marketing tactics. Charges aside, the company's stock took off, peaking in 1999 at $60 per share. Microsoft continued to release new products, including Windows 2000 in 2000 and Windows XP in 2001. It also launched Xbox in 2001, marking its entrance into the multi-billion-dollar gaming industry. Over the next several years, Microsoft's stock price tumbled by more than $40 a share as consumers waited for the next operating system to be released. During this time, Apple made a strong comeback with consumer-friendly products like Mac computers, iPods, iPhones, and iTunes. Apple also launched a successful marketing campaign titled, Get a Mac, that featured a smart, creative, easygoing Mac character alongside a geeky, virus-prone, uptight PC character. Apple's campaign successfully converted many consumers and tarnished Microsoft's brand image. In 2007, Microsoft launched the Vista operating system to great expectations. However, it was plagued by bugs and problems, and the company's stock and image continued to slide, helped by the worldwide recession of 2008-2009. In response, Microsoft created a campaign titled, Windows Life Without Walls, to help turn its image around. Its new message, that computers with Microsoft software were more cost-effective than the competition, resonated well in the recession. Microsoft also launched a series of commercials that boasted, I'm a PC, and featured a wide variety of individuals who prided themselves on being PC owners, hoping to improve employee morale and customer loyalty. In 2009, Microsoft launched Windows 7, an improved operating system, with the campaign, Windows 7 was my idea. 4 years later, it was operating more than 30 stores, like Apple's across the United States and Canada. Jonathan Adeshake, General Manager of Communications Strategy, explained, we have welcomed more than 15 million customers and counting so far, and have learned a lot from them. Having this direct connection to our customers has really helped us better understand their tech needs. Travis Walter, General Manager of Microsoft's International and New Store Formats, agreed, in person, you get a very different experience, and it's one we have been very delighted to provide. When you see our technology in person, when you can touch and feel it, a light goes off. After the recession came to an end, Microsoft's image and stock started to recover, thanks to the success of its retail stores, effective marketing, and a wide range of new product launches. Microsoft went after Google's dominant position in the search marketplace, for instance, with the search engine called Bing, and it entered the growing mobile industry with its Windows Phone mobile operating system. The company's 2011 expansion into smart phones surprised many analysts, but Microsoft hoped the smartphone and Windows Phone mobile OS would forge a strong connection with its consumers around the world. It continued its innovation momentum in 2012 with the launch of Windows 8, Windows 8 Phone, and a computer called Surface Tablet. The tablet impressed consumers with a detachable keyboard that also served as its protective cover. Today, Microsoft offers a wide range of software, mobile, and home entertainment products. Its most profitable products continue to be Microsoft Windows and Microsoft Office, which bring in approximately 80% of its $86 billion in annual revenue. Question 1. Evaluate Microsoft's product and marketing evolution over the years. What has the company done well, and where did it falter? To evaluate Microsoft's recent expansions into areas such as search engines and smartphones. Do you think these are good areas of growth for Microsoft? Why or why not? Sources: Interbrand, 2014 Best Global Brands Report, www.interbrand.com. Stuart Elliott, Microsoft takes a user-friendly approach to selling its image in a new global campaign. New York Times, 11th November 1994. Todd Bishop, The Rest of the Motto, Seattle Post-Intelligencer, 23rd September 2004. Devine Leonard, Hey PC, Who Taught You to Fight Back? New York Times, 30th August 2009. Susan Wronica and Robert A. Guth, Microsoft enlists Jerry Seinfeld in its ad battle against Apple. Wall Street Journal, 21st August 2008. Peer 1. Stuart Elliott, echoing a campaign of a rival. Microsoft aims to redefine I'm a PC. New York Times, 18th September 2008. PC 4. John Ferguson, From Collar Wars to Computer Wars, Microsoft misses again. BN Branding, 4th April 2009. Microsoft press release, Microsoft retail stores maturation, going behind the scenes, 8th November 2012. Marketing excellence. Ferrero is an Italian confectionery company, privately owned by the Ferrero family. The Reputation Institute's 2014 survey ranked it as the 22nd most reputable company in the world. Ferrero holds 8% of the world's chocolate market and is the leader in Western Europe with an 18.9% share. Its revenue in fiscal year 2013 was $10.6 billion, a 5.6% rise from the previous year, and the company employs nearly 25,000 people in 18 factories worldwide. The story of this remarkable company begins in 1946 with a small patisserie in Alba, Italy. There, Pietro Ferrero invented a 50% hazelnut, 50% cocoa confection. Because taxes on cacao beans were extremely high in post-World War II Italy, pure chocolate was not readily available. Alba was known for the production of hazelnuts, and Ferrero's cheaply produced pasta gianduja block, made from readily available ingredients, suitably satisfied consumers' cravings for sweet foods. The product was a hit, and by 1951 the Ferrero family had decided to turn the pasta gianduja block into a creamy spread. By 1951 Ferrero was marketing this as Super Crema. In 1963, Pietro's son Michel, by then CEO, modified the recipe and marketed it as the immensely popular Nutella. Ferrero now sells more than 67,000 jars of Nutella a year in Italy alone. While it offers a limited product range, Ferrero's offerings are nonetheless consumable at all times of day, from breakfast, Nutella, to dessert, Ferrero Rocher, and any time in between, Kinder Chocolate, Bueno and Surprise, and the ever-popular Tic Tac. The emphasis is on quality, and it is certainly part of the key to Ferrero's success. Ferrero began expanding into Europe in 1956 by setting up a factory in Germany, where chocolate was extremely popular. This early understanding of global trends allowed the company to swiftly expand into French, Australian, Canadian, Asian, Puerto Rican, Ecuadorian, and finally the US markets. In 1974, Ferrero established operations in Australia, with the mission of delighting customers with unique products of the highest quality and integrity, and contributing to the well-being of employers, customers, and the company. The firm concentrates on meeting high standards, thus, it manufactures only in places where it is sure it can deliver consistently and establish a secure retail supply chain, meaning it will never let consumers down. Managing Director of Ferrero Australia, Craig Barker, launched CSR report in late 2013 that highlighted Ferrero's commitment to maintaining excellence in quality, freshness, and innovation. The company seeks to promote a balanced diet and lifestyle, including regular physical exercise, and offering great products at the same time. Ferrero's focus on consumers is accompanied by its emphasis on quality, integrity, product innovation, and passion. The company strives to understand market preferences. Ferrero Australia does extensive testing of its products in the Australian market before bringing them to market. First, it carries out internal taste testing to see whether consumers rate the product to the same high standards of the company. Then Ferrero conducts market testing in one state before going national. Ferrero test marketed 3 products in the Kinder line in Victoria for 2 years before nationally marketing them. By understanding the insights of the market, Ferrero has ensured constant growth since the 1940s. When Ferrero entered India in 2004, the country did not really have a ready market for premium chocolate. Indian consumers are very price sensitive. Within 10 years, Ferrero transformed the chocolate market with premium brands accounting for 27% of the market. Ferrero's main competitors in India are Cadbury, Nestle, Hershey, Lindt, and Mars. Ferrero has around 6% of the Indian chocolate market and they are credited with making premium chocolate work in India. Ferrero launched Rocher in 2007 and Tic Tac and Kinder Joy 2 years later. In late 2011, the company set up its first factory which now produces 20 million packs of Tic Tacs per day along with 1 million Kinder Joy eggs. In 2013, a $60 million hazelnut development business was approved in New South Wales in Australia. Ferrero had been working on this for some time and the operation would see 1 million trees planted in 2 farms. The first commercial crop is expected in 2017 and the farms are expected to be in full production by 2021. This is seen as part of Ferrero's long-term commitment to Australia and will provide vital jobs in the region. At full production, the farms are expected to generate some 5,000 tons of hazelnuts. The initiative should also help to convince other growers to reconsider hazelnuts as a cash crop. Potentially, the hazelnut export business is worth $170 million in Australia each year. Ferrero uses its marketing insights to promote sales. The company's 2010 promotion of Nutella included sponsorship of the Football Federation of Australia and the Socceroos, the Australian national soccer team, and was one of the biggest sponsorship exercises in the history of the brand. It also emphasized that Nutella was one of Australia's best-known and most loved brands by associating it with a sport that most Australians enjoy. The sponsorship program resulted in an increase of Nutella's household penetration from 15.1 to 16.3%. Throughout 2013 there were persistent rumors that Nestle was about to launch an audacious and expensive takeover of Ferrero. Ferrero consistently denied the rumors and Nestle was surprisingly quiet about it. As the year went on, rather than being the subject of a takeover, it was Ferrero that was doing the taking over. In July they announced the takeover of Turkish hazelnut procurement, processing, and marketing firm Altan Group. The Turkish business, based in the north of the country, was active in the main hazelnut growing regions. The company had 5 production facilities and generated annual sales in excess of $500 million. At a stroke, Ferrero had secured vital raw materials for its core products. Finally, Ferrero Australia has also engaged in many community programs, such as Food Bank that distributes food and grocery industry donations to welfare agencies to feed the hungry. It also supports Brainwave, a charity supporting pediatric neuroscience. The company introduced the Pink Tic Tac in celebration of Pink Ribbon Month to support breast cancer research and awareness along with the National Breast Cancer Foundation, NBCF. Ferrero also supports forest conservation methods and the abolition of child labor. It purchases cacao only from suppliers who grow and process without using child labor, and it purchases palm oil only from countries and areas not known for deforestation. Ferrero has been combating the issue of childhood obesity since 2008 by emphasizing Nutella's role in a healthy and well-balanced breakfast and pledging not to target children in its advertisements. Questions. 1. Evaluate Ferrero Australia's decision to invest in the hazelnut farm. What are the key reasons for doing this? 2. How can Ferrero use new technology to market its products better? Samsung uses marketing research to sharpen the launch of its new products. Sources: Associated Press. In this chapter, we will address the following questions. 1. What is the scope of marketing research? P 135. 2. What steps are involved in conducting good marketing research? P 138. 3. What are the best metrics for measuring marketing productivity? P 152. 5. Conducting marketing research. To make the best possible tactical decisions in the short run and strategic decisions in the long run, marketers need timely, accurate, and actionable information about consumers, competition, and their brands. Discovering marketing insight and understanding its implications can often lead to a successful product launch or spur the growth of a brand. It is especially important to stay tuned in online. 1. In launching its new Galaxy S3 smartphone, Samsung faced a formidable opponent in Apple. To gain the upper hand, Samsung sifted through hundreds of thousands of tweets and online conversations to uncover recurring negative comments about the iPhone. 1. In its new campaign mocked Apple fanatics eagerly waiting in line for the latest iPhone model. With the tagline, "The next big thing is already here," the ad showcased features such as screen size and NFC file swapping technology where Samsung had an advantage. It ended with the clever twist that the Samsung phone user in the line, whose phone had all the features the Apple users were hoping for, was just saving a spot for his parents. A huge hit online, the ad attracted millions of YouTube downloads. The TV ad was a follow-up to an earlier print ad contrasting a long list of Galaxy S3 features with a much smaller list for the iPhone. It also poked fun at Apple and its genius retail employees, adding the tagline, "It doesn't take a genius." In this chapter, we review the scope of marketing research and the steps involved in the marketing research process. We also consider how marketers can develop effective metrics for measuring marketing productivity. The scope of marketing research. Marketing managers often commission formal marketing studies of specific problems and opportunities, like a market survey, a product preference test, a sales forecast by region, or an advertising evaluation. It's the job of the marketing researcher to produce insight to help the marketing manager's decision-making. Formally, the American Marketing Association says, 2. Marketing research is the function that links the consumer, customer, and public to the marketer through information used to identify and define marketing opportunities and problems, generate, refine, and evaluate marketing actions, monitor marketing performance, and improve understanding of marketing as a process. Marketing research specifies the information required to address these issues, designs the method for collecting information, manages and implements the data collection process, analyzes the results, and communicates the findings and their implications. Importance of marketing insights. Marketing research is all about generating insights. Marketing insights provide diagnostic information about how and why we observe certain effects in the marketplace and what that means to marketers. 3. Good marketing insights often form the basis of successful marketing programs. When an extensive consumer research study of US retail shoppers by Walmart revealed that the store's key competitive advantages were the functional benefit of offers low prices, and the emotional benefit of makes me feel like a smart shopper, its marketers used those insights to develop their Save Money, Live Better campaign. 4. When marketing research showed that consumers viewed Walgreens largely as a convenience store with a pharmacy in the back, the company took steps to reposition itself as a premium healthcare brand, putting more emphasis on its wellness offerings such as its walk-in clinics. 5. Gaining marketing insights is crucial for marketing success. To improve the marketing of its $3 billion Pantene hair care brand, Procter & Gamble conducted a deep dive into women's feelings about hair, using surveys with mood scales from psychology, high-resolution EEG research to measure brain waves, and other methods. As a result, the company reformulated Pantene products, redesigned packages, pared the line down from 14 collections to 8, and fine-tuned the ad campaign. 6. If marketers lack consumer insights, they often get in trouble. When Tropicana redesigned its orange juice packaging, dropping the iconic image of an orange skewered by a straw, it failed to adequately test for consumer reactions, with disastrous results. Sales dropped by 20%, and Tropicana reinstated the old package design after only a few months. 7. WHO does marketing research. Spending on marketing research topped $40.2 billion globally in 2013, according to ESOMAR, the World Association of Opinion and Market Research Professionals. 8. Most large companies have their own marketing research departments, which often play crucial roles within the organization. Here is how Procter & Gamble describes its marketing research department. 9. Consumer and Market Knowledge, CMK, department is P&G's key internal compass guiding and championing decisions related to brand and customer business development strategy based on in-depth analysis of consumers, shoppers and the retail trade. CMK leads analysis of market trends and consumer habits, motivations, shopper behavior, customer and competitive dynamics, designs and analyzes qualitative and quantitative consumer and shopper research studies as well as syndicated market data. CMK is an integral partner, involved in all the stages of the brand life cycle, starting with design of a concept to final product development and through to the in-market launch, driving business growth. CMK brings to life P&G's stated global strategy, consumer is boss. Marketing research, however, is not limited to large companies with big budgets and marketing research departments. Often at much smaller companies, everyone carries out marketing research, including the customers. Small companies can also hire the services of a marketing research firm or conduct research in creative and affordable ways, such as P&G employed a wide range of research techniques to completely overhaul its Pantene product line. /1 Engaging students or professors to design and carry out projects at T, GE, Samsung, Shell Oil, and others have engaged in a crowdcasting exercise by sponsoring the Innovation Challenge, where top MBA students compete in teams to address company problems. The students gain experience and visibility, the companies get fresh sets of eyes to solve problems at a fraction of what consultants would charge. 10 The non-profit United Way uses graduate students and interns as critical marketing research resources to collect and consolidate marketplace data and set up larger research projects. 11 Using the internet, a company can collect considerable information at little cost by examining competitors' websites, monitoring chat rooms and blogs, and accessing published data. Social media monitoring tools from companies like Radian6, Intensity, and Lithium keep firms on top of online buzz. Home water filtration company Aqua uses tools from NetBase to collect what people are saying about Brita and other competitors on Twitter, Facebook, news sites, blogs, message boards, and any other place there are relevant online conversations. 12 3 Checking out rivals. Many small businesses, such as restaurants, hotels, or specialty retailers, routinely visit competitors to learn about changes they have made. Tom Stemmerg, who founded the office supply superstore Staples, made weekly unannounced visits to his own stores, competitors' stores, and other stores outside his category, always focused on what the store was doing right, to get ideas for improving Staples. 13 4 Tapping into marketing partner expertise. Marketing research firms, ad agencies, distributors, and other marketing partners may be able to share relevant market knowledge they have accumulated. Partners targeting small or medium-sized businesses may be especially helpful. For example, to promote more shipping to China, UPS conducted several in-depth surveys of the Chinese market to portray its complexities but also its opportunities for even small and medium-sized businesses. 14 5. Tapping into employee creativity and wisdom. No one may come into more contact with customers and understand a company's products, services, and brands better than its employees. Software maker Intuit puts employees into 4 to 6%, 2 pizza teams, called that because it takes only 2 pizzas to feed them. They observed customers in all walks of life and tried to identify problems Intuit might be able to solve. Intuit takes all the employees' proposed solutions and experiments with them, building products behind the ideas that seem to work best. 15. Most companies use a combination of resources to study their industries, competitors, audiences, and channel strategies. They normally budget marketing research at 1% to 2% of company sales and spend a large percentage of that on the services of outside firms. Marketing research firms fall into 3 categories. 1. Syndicated service research firms. These firms gather consumer and trade information, which they sell for a fee. Examples include the Nielsen Company, Kantar Group, Westat, and Erie. 2. Custom marketing research firms. These firms are hired to carry out specific projects. They design the study and report the findings. 3. Specialty line marketing research firms. These firms provide specialized research services. The best example is the field service firm, which sells field interviewing services to other firms. The founder of Staples made weekly visits to stores of all kinds for insights and inspiration. Overcoming barriers to the use of marketing research. In spite of the rapid growth of marketing research, many companies still fail to use it efficiently or correctly. They may not understand what it is capable of or provide the researcher the right problem definition and information from which to work. They may also have unrealistic expectations about what researchers can offer. Failure to use marketing research properly has led to numerous gaffes, including the following historic one. 16. Star Wars. In the 1970s, a successful marketing research executive left General Foods to try a daring gambit, bringing market research to Hollywood, to give film studios access to the same research that had spurred General Foods' success. A major film studio handed him a science fiction film proposal and asked him to research and predict its success or failure. His views would inform the studio's decision about whether to back the film. The research executive concluded the film would fail. For one, he argued, Watergate had made the United States less trusting of institutions and, as a result, its citizens in the 1970s prized realism and authenticity over science fiction. This particular film also had the word war in its title. The executive reasoned that viewers, suffering post-Vietnam hangover, would stay away in droves. The film was Star Wars, which eventually grossed more than $4.3 billion in box office receipts alone. What this researcher delivered was information, not insight. He failed to study the script itself, to see that it was a fundamentally human story, of love, conflict, loss, and redemption, that happened to play out against the backdrop of space. Poorly conceived marketing research almost doomed the box office blockbuster Star Wars. The marketing research process. To take advantage of all the resources and practices available, good marketers adopt a formal marketing research process that follows the 6 steps shown in Figure 5.1. We illustrate these steps in the following situation. 17. American Airlines was one of the first companies to install phone headsets on its planes. Now it's reviewing many new ideas, especially to cater to its first-class passengers on very long flights, mainly business people whose high-priced tickets pay most of the freight. Among these ideas are 1. Ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service, 2. 124 channels high-definition satellite cable TV, and 3. A 250 CD video system that lets each passenger create a customized in-flight playlist. The marketing research manager was assigned to investigate how first-class passengers would rate these services, specifically ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi, and how much extra they would be willing to pay. One source estimates revenues of $70 million from Wi-Fi access over 10 years if enough first-class passengers paid $25. I could thus recover its costs in a reasonable time, given that making the connection available would cost $90,000 per plane. Vertical bar Fig. 5.1 Vertical bar The marketing research process. Step 1. Define the problem, the decision alternatives, and the research objectives. Marketing managers must be careful not to define the problem too broadly or too narrowly for the marketing researcher. A marketing manager who says, "Find out everything you can about first-class air travelers' needs," will collect a lot of unnecessary information. One who says, "Find out whether enough passengers aboard a B777 flying direct between Chicago and Tokyo would pay $25 for ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service so we can break even in 1 year on the cost of offering this service," is taking too narrow a view of the problem. The marketing researcher might ask, why does Wi-Fi have to be priced at $25 as opposed to $15, $35, or some other price? Why does American have to break even on the service, especially if it attracts new customers? Another relevant question is, how important is it to be first in the market, and how long can the company sustain its lead? The marketing manager and marketing researcher agreed to define the problem as follows. Will offering ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service create enough incremental preference and profit to justify its cost against other service enhancements American might make? To help design the research, management should first spell out the decisions it might face and then work backward. Suppose management outlines these decisions. 1. Should American offer ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service? 2. If so, should it offer it to first class only or include business class and possibly economy class? 3. What price should be charged? 4. On what types of planes and lengths of trips should the service be offered? Now management and marketing researchers are ready to set specific research objectives. 1. What types of first-class passengers would respond most to ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service? 2. How many are likely to use it at different price levels? 3. How many might choose American because of this new service? 4. How much long-term goodwill will this service add to Americans' image? 5. How important is ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service to first-class passengers relative to other services, such as the power plug or enhanced entertainment? Not all research can be this specific. Some is exploratory. Its goal is to identify the problem and to suggest possible solutions. Some is descriptive. It seeks to quantify demand, such as how many first-class passengers would purchase ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service at $25. Some research is casual. Its purpose is to test a cause and effect relationship. Step 2. Develop the research plan. In the second stage of marketing research, we develop the most efficient plan for gathering the needed information and discover what that will cost. Suppose American made a prior estimate that launching ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service would yield a long-term profit of $50,000. If the manager believes the marketing research will lead to an improved pricing and promotional plan and a long-term profit of $90,000, he should be willing to spend up to $40,000 on this research. If the research will cost more than $40,000, it's not worth doing. To design a research plan, we need to make decisions about the data sources, research approaches, research instruments, sampling plan, and contact methods. Data sources: the researcher can gather secondary data, primary data, or both. Secondary data are data that were collected for another purpose and already exist somewhere. Primary data are data freshly gathered for a specific purpose or project. Researchers usually start their investigation by examining some of the rich variety of low-cost and readily available secondary data to see whether they can partly or wholly solve the problem without collecting costly primary data. For instance, auto advertisers looking to get a better return on their online car ads might purchase a copy of a J.D. Power and Associates survey that gives insights into who buys specific brands and where advertisers can find them online. When the needed data don't exist or are dated or unreliable, the researcher will need to collect primary data. Most marketing research projects do include some primary data collection. Research approaches. Marketers collect primary data in 5 main ways: through observation, focus groups, surveys, behavioral data, and experiments. Observational research. Researchers can gather fresh data by observing unobtrusively as customers shop or consume products. Sometimes they equip consumers with pages and instruct them to write down or text what they are doing whenever prompted, or they hold informal interview sessions at a cafe or bar. 18. Photographs and videos can also provide a wealth of detailed information. Although privacy concerns have been expressed, some retailers are linking security cameras with software to record shopper behavior in stores. In its 1,000 retail stores, T-Mobile can track how people move around, how long they stand in front of displays, and which phones they pick up and for how long. 19. Ethnographic research uses concepts and tools from anthropology and other social science disciplines to provide deep cultural understanding of how people live and work. 20. The goal is to immerse the researcher into consumers' lives to uncover unarticulated desires that might not surface in any other form of research. 21. Fujitsu Laboratories, Herman Miller, Steelcase, and Xerox have embraced ethnographic research to design breakthrough products. Technology companies like IBM, Microsoft, and Hewlett-Packard use anthropologists and ethnologists working alongside systems engineers and software developers. 22. Any type of firm can benefit from the deep consumer insight of ethnographic research. To boost sagging sales for its Orville Redenbacher popcorn, Conagra spent 9 months observing families at home and studying weekly diary of how they felt about various snacks. Researchers found a key insight: the essence of popcorn was that it was a facilitator of interaction. 4. Nationwide TVs followed with the tagline, "Spending time together, that's the power of Orville Redenbacher." 23. Ethnographic research isn't limited to consumer products. UK-based Smith & Nephew, a global medical technology business, used extensive international ethnographic research with patients and clinicians to understand the physical and emotional toll of wounds, developing Alavian Life, a new wound management dressing, in the process. 24. In a business-to-business setting, a sharper focus on end users helped propel Thomson Reuters to greater financial heights. 25. Thomson Reuters asked before it acquired Reuters, global information services giant Thomson Corporation embarked on extensive research to better understand its ultimate customers. Thomson sold to businesses and professionals in the financial, legal, tax and accounting, scientific, and healthcare sectors, and it wanted to know how individual brokers and investment bankers used its data, research, and other resources to make day-to-day investment decisions for clients. Segmenting the market by its end users, rather than by its corporate purchasers, and studying the way they viewed Thomson versus competitors allowed the firm to identify market segments that offered growth opportunities. Thomson then conducted surveys and, day in the life, ethnographic research on how end users did their jobs. Using an approach called 3 minutes, researchers combined observation with detailed interviews to understand what end users were doing 3 minutes before and after they used one of Thomson's products. Insights from the research helped the company develop new products and make acquisitions that led to significantly higher revenue and profits in the year that followed. The American Airlines researchers might meander around first-class lounges to hear how travelers talk about different carriers and their features, or sit next to passengers on planes. They can fly on competitors' planes to observe in-flight service. Focus group research. A focus group is a gathering of 6 to 10 people carefully selected for demographic, psychographic, or other considerations and convened to discuss various topics at length for a small payment. A professional moderator asks questions and probes based on the marketing manager's agenda. The goal is to uncover consumers' real motivations and the reasons they say and do certain things. Sessions are typically recorded, and marketing managers often observe from behind two-way mirrors. To allow more in-depth discussion, focus groups are trending smaller in size. 26. Focus group research is a useful exploratory step, But researchers must avoid generalizing to the whole market because the sample is too small and is not drawn randomly. Some marketers feel this research setting is too contrived and prefer less artificial means. Marketing memo, conducting informative focus groups, has some practical tips to improve the quality of focus groups. In the American Airlines research, the moderator might start with a broad question, such as, "How do you feel about first-class air travel?" Questions then move to how people view the different airlines, different existing services, different proposed services, and, specifically, ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service. Survey research companies undertake surveys to assess people's knowledge, beliefs, preferences, and satisfaction and to measure these magnitudes in the general population. A company such as American Airlines might prepare its own survey instrument, or it might add questions to an omnibus survey that carries the questions of several companies at a much lower cost. It can also pose questions to an ongoing consumer panel run by itself or another company. It may do a mall intercept study by having researchers approach people in a shopping mall and ask them questions. Or it might add a survey request at the end of calls to its customer service department. Marketing memo. Conducting informative focus groups allow marketers to hone in on issues not easily addressed by surveys. Key to using them successfully is to thoughtfully listen and carefully observe, leaving assumptions and biases behind. Although useful insights can emerge, questions also arise about focus groups' validity. Some researchers believe consumers are so bombarded with ads, they unconsciously, or perhaps cynically, parrot back what they have heard instead of what they really think. It's always possible participants are trying to maintain their self-image and public persona, engage in groupthink, or satisfy a need to identify with other members. They may be unwilling to acknowledge, or even recognize, their behavior patterns and motivations, and one highly opinionated person can drown out the rest of the group. Getting the right participants is crucial, but groups can be expensive too, $3,000 to $5,000 per group. It can be difficult to generalize the results, even from multiple focus groups. For example, within the United States, findings often vary from region to region. One firm specializing in focus group research claimed Minneapolis was the best city to get a sample of fairly well-educated people who were honest and forthcoming. Many marketers interpret focus groups in New York and other northeastern cities carefully because people there tend to be highly critical and generally don't report that they like much. Participants must feel relaxed and be strongly motivated to be truthful. Physical surroundings can be crucial. At one agency, an executive noted, "We wondered why people always seemed grumpy and negative. People were resistant to any idea we showed them." Finally, in one session, a fight broke out between participants. The problem was the room itself, cramped, stifling, forbidding. It was a cross between a hospital room and a police interrogation room. To fix the problem, the agency gave the room a makeover. Other firms adapt the room to fit the topic, such as designing it to look like a playroom when speaking to children. To increase interactivity among focus group members, some researchers assign pre-session homework such as diaries, photography, and videography. Online focus groups may cost less than a quarter of an in-person focus group. They are also less intrusive, allow geographically diverse subjects to participate, and yield fast results. Proponents of traditional groups maintain that in-person sessions immerse marketers in the research process, offer a close-up look at people's emotional and physical reactions, and ensure that sensitive materials are not leaked. In person, marketers can also adjust the flow of discussion and delve deeply into more complex topics. Regardless of the form it takes, the focus group is still, as one marketing executive noted, the most cost-effective, quickest, dirtiest way to get information in rapid time on an idea. Wharton's America's Reed might have said it best, "A focus group is like a chainsaw. If you know what you are doing, it's very useful and effective. If you don't, you could lose a limb." Sources: Sarah Jeffrey Kusner, Fistfights and Feng Shui, Boston Globe, 21st July 2001. Linda Tischler, Every Move You Make, Fast Company, April 2004, pp. 73-75. Dennis Rook, Out of Focus Groups, Marketing Research 15, Number 2, Summer 2003, p11. Pite Levy, In With the Old, In Spite of the New, Marketing News, 30th May 2009, p19. Pite Levy, 10 Minutes with Robert J. Morris, Marketing News, 30th May 2011. William Boughton, Evaluating the Efficacy of Focus Group Discussion, FGD, in Qualitative Social Research, International Journal of Business and Social Science 3. April 2012, pp. 54-57. Demetrius Madrigal and Brian McLean, Do's and Don'ts for Focus Groups, www.uxmatters.com, 4th July 2011. Marketers can unobtrusively observe focus groups behind two-way mirrors to gain qualitative insights from consumers. However they conduct their surveys, online, by phone, or in person, companies must feel the information they are getting from the mounds of data makes it all worthwhile. San Francisco-based Wells Fargo Bank collects more than 50,000 customer surveys each month through its bank branches. It has used customers' comments to begin more stringent new wait time standards designed to improve customer satisfaction. Of course, companies may risk creating survey burnout and seeing response rates plummet. Keeping a survey short and simple is one key to drawing participants. Offering incentives is another. Walmart, Rite Aid, Petco, and Staples include an invitation to fill out a survey on the cash register receipt with a chance to win a prize. 27. Behavioral research. Customers leave traces of their purchasing behavior in store scanning data, catalog purchases, and customer databases. Marketers can learn much analyzing these data. Actual purchases reflect consumers' preferences and often are more reliable than statements they offer to market researchers. For example, grocery shopping data show that high-income people don't necessarily buy the more expensive brands, contrary to what they might state in interviews, and many low-income people buy some expensive brands. As Chapter 3 described, there is a wealth of online data to collect from consumers. Clearly, American Airlines can learn many useful things about its passengers by analyzing ticket purchase records and online behavior. The most scientifically valid research is experimental research, designed to capture cause and effect relationships by eliminating competing explanations of the findings. If the experiment is well designed and executed, research and marketing managers can have confidence in the conclusions. Experiments call for selecting matched groups of subjects, subjecting them to different treatments, controlling extraneous variables, and checking whether observed response differences are statistically significant. If we can eliminate or control extraneous factors, we can relate the observed effects to the variations in the treatments or stimuli. Wells Fargo conducts thousands of consumer surveys to improve its banking services. American Airlines might introduce ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service on one of its regular flights from Chicago to Tokyo and charge $25 one week and $15 the next week. If the plane carried approximately the same number of first-class passengers each week and the particular weeks made no difference, the airline could relate any significant difference in the number of passengers using the service to the price charged. Research instruments. Marketing researchers have a choice of three main research instruments in collecting primary data: questionnaires, qualitative measures, and technological devices. Questionnaires. A questionnaire consists of a set of questions presented to respondents. Because of its flexibility, it is by far the most common instrument used to collect primary data. The form, wording, and sequence of the questions can all influence the responses, so testing and debugging are necessary. Closed-end questions specify all the possible answers, and the responses are easier to interpret and tabulate. Open-end questions allow respondents to answer in their own words. They are especially useful in exploratory research, where the researcher is looking for Insight into how people think rather than measuring how many think a certain way. Table 5.1 provides examples of both types of questions. Also see marketing memo, questionnaire DOS, and don'ts. Qualitative measures. Some marketers prefer qualitative methods for gauging consumer opinion because they feel consumers' actions don't always match their answers to survey questions. Qualitative research techniques are relatively indirect and unstructured measurement approaches, limited only by the marketing researcher's creativity, that permit a range of responses. They can be an especially useful first step in exploring consumers' perceptions, because respondents may be less guarded and reveal more about themselves in the process. Marketing memo, marketing questionnaires and don'ts. 1. Ensure that questions are without bias. Don't lead the respondent into an answer. 2. Make the questions as simple as possible. Questions that include multiple ideas or 2 questions in one will confuse respondents. 3. Make the questions specific. Sometimes it's advisable to add memory cues. For example, be specific with time periods. 4. Avoid jargon or shorthand. Avoid trade jargon, acronyms, and initials not everyday use. 5. Steer clear of sophisticated or uncommon words. Use only words in common speech. 6. Avoid ambiguous words. Words such as usually or frequently have no specific meaning. 7. Avoid questions with a negative in them. It is better to say, "Do you ever?" than, "Do you never?" 8. Avoid hypothetical questions. It's difficult to answer questions about imaginary situations. Answers aren't necessarily reliable. 9. Do not use words that could be misheard. This is especially important when administering the interview over the telephone. What is your opinion of sects? Could yield interesting but not necessarily relevant answers. 10. Desensitize questions by using response bands. To ask people their age or ask companies about employee turnover rates, offer a range of response bands instead of precise numbers. 11. Ensure that fixed responses do not overlap. Categories used in fixed response questions should be distinct and not overlap. 12. Allow for the answer, other, in fixed response questions. Pre-coded answers should always allow for a response other than those listed. Source: adapted from Paul Haig and Peter Jackson, Market Research, A Guide to Planning, Methodology, and Evaluation, London, Coggan page, 1999. See also Hans Baumgartner and Jan Benedict E. M. Steenkamp, Response Styles in Marketing Research, A Cross-National Investigation, Journal of Marketing Research, May 2001, pp. 14356, Bert Wagters and Hans Baumgartner, Misresponse to Rivers and Negated Items in Surveys, A Review, Journal of Marketing Research 49, October 2012, pp. 73747. Qualitative researchers have its drawbacks. The samples are often very small, and results may not generalize to broad populations, and different researchers examining the same qualitative results may draw very different conclusions. Nevertheless, there is increasing interest in using qualitative methods. Marketing insight. Getting into the heads of consumers describes pioneering ZMET approach. Other popular methods include 28. One-word associations. To identify the range of possible brand associations, ask subjects what words come to mind when they hear the brand's name. What does the Timex name mean to you? Tell me what comes to mind when you think of Timex watches. 2. Proactive techniques. Give people an incomplete or ambiguous stimulus and ask them to complete or explain it. In bubble exercises, empty bubbles, like those in cartoons, appear in scenes of people buying or using certain products or services. Subjects fill in the bubble, indicating what they believe is happening or being said. In comparison tasks, people compare brands to people, countries, animals, activities, cars, nationalities, or even other brands. 3. Visualization. Visualization requires people to create a collage from magazine photos or drawings to depict their perceptions. For brand personification, ask, if the brand were to come alive as a person, what would it be like? What would it do? Where would it live? What would it wear? Who would it talk to if it went to a party? And what would it talk about? For example, the John Deere brand might make someone think of a rugged Midwestern male who is hardworking and trustworthy. 5. Laddering. A series of increasingly specific why questions can reveal consumer motivation and deeper goals. Ask why someone wants to buy a Nokia cell phone. They look well built. Attribute. Why is it important that the phone be well built? It suggests Nokia is reliable, a functional benefit. Why is reliability important? Because my colleagues or family can be sure to reach me, an emotional benefit. I must you be available to them at all times. I can help them if they are in trouble, a core value. The brand makes this person feel like a good Samaritan, ready to help others. Marketing insight. Getting into the heads of consumers. Former Harvard Business School marketing professor Gerald Zaltman, with colleagues, developed an in-depth methodology to uncover what consumers think and feel about products, services, brands, and other things. The basic assumption behind the Zaltman metaphor elicitation technique, ZMET, is that most thoughts and feelings are unconscious and shaped by a set of universal deep metaphors, basic orientations toward the world that shape everything consumers think, hear, say, or do. According to Zaltman, there are 7 main metaphors. 1. Balance, just equilibrium and the interplay of elements. 2. Transformation, changes in substance and circumstance. 3. Journey, the meeting of past, present, and future. 4. Container, inclusion, exclusion, and other boundaries. 5. Connection, the need to relate to oneself and others. 6. Resource, acquisitions and their consequences. And 7. Control, sense of mastery, vulnerability, and well-being. The ZMET technique works by first asking participants in advance to select a minimum of 12 images from their own sources, magazines, catalogs, family photo albums, to represent their thoughts and feelings about the research topic. In a one-on-one interview, the study administrator uses advanced interview techniques to explore the images with the participant and reveal hidden meanings. Finally, the participants use a computer program to create a collage with these images that communicates their subconscious thoughts and feelings about the topic. The results often significantly influence marketing actions, as the following 2 examples illustrate. In a ZMET study about pantyhose for marketers at DuPont, some respondents' pictures showed fence posts encased in plastic wrap or steel bands strangling trees, suggesting that pantyhose are tight and inconvenient. But another picture showed tall flowers in a vase, suggesting the product made a woman feel thin, tall, and sexy. The love-hate relationship in these and other pictures suggested a more complicated product relationship than the DuPont marketers had assumed. Although many older consumers told Danish hearing aid company Oticon that cost was the reason they were postponing purchase, a ZMET analysis revealed the bigger problem was fear of being seen as old or flawed. Oticon responded by creating Delta, a line of stylish new hearing aids that came in flashy colors such as sunset orange, racing green, or cabernet red. ZMET has also been applied to help design the new children's hospital in Pittsburgh, PA. Remake the classic soup labels for Campbell, and improve letters to prospective undergraduate applicants for the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Sources: Gerald Zaltman and Lindsay Zaltman, Marketing Metaphoria, What Deep Metaphors Reveal About the Minds of Consumers, Boston, Harvard Business School Press, 2008, Glenn L. Christensen and Jerry C. Olson, Mapping Consumers' Mental Models with ZMET, Psychology and Marketing 19, June 2002, pp. 47502, Emily E. King, Penetrating the Mind by Metaphor, New York Times, 23 February 2002, An Eisenberg, The Hearing Aid as Fashion Statement, New York Times, 24 September 2006, Mackenzie Carpenter, The New Children's Hospital, Design Elements Combined to Put Patients, Parents at Ease, Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, 26 April 2009, Jennifer Williams, Campbell's Soup Neuromarketing Reduce. There's chunks of real science in that recipe. Fast Company, 22 February 2010, Jay Matthews. Admissions Office probes applicants' scary depths. Washington Post, 22 July 2010. A ZMET qualitative research study helped the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill improve its undergraduate admission efforts. Marketers don't have to choose between qualitative and quantitative measures. Many use both, recognizing that their pros and cons can offset each other. For example, companies can recruit someone from an online panel to participate in an in-home product use test by capturing his or her reactions and intentions, a video diary, and an online survey. 29. Technological devices. Galvanometers can measure the interest or emotions aroused by exposure to a specific ad or picture. The tachistoscope flashes an ad to a subject with an exposure interval that may range from less than 1/100th of a second to several seconds. After each exposure, the respondent describes everything he or she recalls. Many advances in visual technology techniques studying the eyes and face have benefited marketing researchers and managers alike. 30. Studying the eyes and face. A number of increasingly cost-effective methods to study the eyes and faces of consumers have been developed in recent years with diverse applications. Packaged goods companies such as P&G, Unilever, and Kimberly-Clark combine 3D computer simulations of product and packaging designs with store layouts and use eye tracking technology to see where consumer eyes land first, how long they linger on a given item, and so on. After doing such tests, Unilever changed the shape of its Axe body wash container, the look of the logo, and the in-store display. In the International Finance Center Mall in Seoul, Korea, 2 cameras and a motion detector are placed above the LCD touch screens at each of the 26 information kiosks. Facial recognition software estimates users' age and gender, and interactive ads targeting the appropriate demographic then appear. Similar applications are being developed for digital sidewalk billboards in New York, Los Angeles, and San Francisco. Facial recognition cameras and software are being tested to identify and reward participating loyal U.S. customers of retailers and restaurants via opt-in smartphone updates. In one commercial application, SceneTap uses cameras with facial detection software to post information about how full a bar is, as well as the average age and gender profile of the crowd, to help hoppers pick their next destination. Technology now lets marketers use sensors, brainwave scanners, and full-body scanners to get consumer responses. 31. For example, biometric tracking wrist sensors can measure electrodermal activity, or skin conductance, to note changes in sweat levels, body temperature and movement, and so on. 32. Marketing Insight, Understanding Brain Science, provides a glimpse into some of the new marketing search frontiers in studying the brain. 33. Marketing Insight, Understanding Brain Science as an alternative to traditional consumer research. Some researchers have begun to develop sophisticated techniques from neuroscience that monitor brain activity to better gauge consumer responses to marketing. The term neuromarketing describes brain research on the effect of marketing stimuli. Firms are using EEG, electroencephalograph, technology to correlate brand activity with physiological cues such as skin temperature or eye movement and thus gauge how people react to ads. Researchers studying the brain have found different results from conventional research methods. One group of researchers at UCLA used functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, to find that the Super Bowl ads for which subjects displayed the highest brain activity were different from the ads with the highest stated preferences. Other research found little effect on product placement unless the products in question played an integral role in the storyline. Several studies have found higher correlations with brainwave research and behavior than with surveys. One study found that brainwaves better predicted music purchases than stated music preferences. One major finding from neurological consumer research is that many purchase decisions appear to be characterized as a largely unconscious habitual process, as distinct from the rational, conscious, information processing model of economists and traditional marketing textbooks. Even basic decisions, such as the purchase of gasoline, seem to be influenced by brain activity at the subrational level. A group of researchers in England used EEG to monitor cognitive functions related to memory recall and attentiveness for 12 different regions of the brain as subjects were exposed to advertising. Brainwave activity in different regions indicated different emotional responses. For example, heightened activity in the left prefrontal cortex is characteristic of an approach response to an ad and indicates an attraction to the stimulus. In contrast, a spike in brain activity in the right prefrontal cortex is indicative of a strong revulsion to the stimulus. In yet another part of the brain, the degree of memory formation activity correlates with purchase intent. Other research has shown that people activate different regions of the brain in assessing the personality traits of other people than they do when assessing brands. Although it may offer different insights from conventional techniques, neurological research can still be fairly expensive and has not been universally accepted. Given the complexity of the human brain, many researchers caution that it should not form the sole basis for marketing decisions. The measurement devices to capture brain activity can also be highly obtrusive, using skull caps studded with electrodes or creating artificial exposure conditions. Others question whether neurological research really offers unambiguous implications for marketing strategy. Brian Knudsen, a professor of neuroscience and psychology at Stanford University, compares the use of EEG to standing outside a baseball stadium and listening to the crowd to figure out what happened. Other critics worry that to become successful, they will only lead to more marketing manipulation by companies. Despite controversy, marketers' endless pursuit of deeper insights about consumers' response to marketing virtually guarantees continued neuromarketing. Using sophisticated equipment and methods, neuroscience researchers are studying how brain activity is affected by consumer marketing. Sources: Carolyn Yoon, Angela H. Gutches, Fred Feinberg, and Thad A. Polk, A Functional Magnetic Resonance Imaging Study of Neural Dissociations Between Brand and Person Judgments, Journal of Consumer Research 33, June 2006, pp. 3140, Martin Lindstrom, Biology, Truth and Lies About Why We Buy, New York, Double the, 2008, Brian Sternberg, How Couch Potatoes Watch TV Could Hold Clues for Advertisers, Boston Globe, 6 September 2009, pp. G1-G3, Kevin Randall, Neuromarketing Hope and Hype, 5 Brands Conducting Brain Research, Fast Company, September 15, 2009, Todd S.E. The Future of Focus Groups, My Brain Knows What You Like, Forbes, 28 April 2012, Carmen Nobel, Neuromarketing, Tapping into the Pleasure Center of Consumers, Forbes, 1st February 2013. Technology has replaced the diaries that participants in media surveys used to keep. Audiometers attached to television sets in participating homes now record when the set is on and to which channel it is tuned. Electronic devices can record the number of radio programs a person is exposed to during the day, using Global Positioning System, GPS, technology, how many billboards a person may walk or drive by during a day. Sampling plan. After choosing the research approach and instruments, the marketing researcher must design a sampling plan. This calls for 3 decisions. 1. Sampling unit. Whom should we survey? In the American Airlines survey, should the sampling unit consist of only first-class business travelers, only first-class vacation travelers, or both? Should it include travelers under age 18? Both traveler and spouse? With the sampling unit chosen, marketers must next develop a sampling frame so everyone in the target population has an equal or known chance of being sampled. 2. Sample size. How many people should we survey? Large samples give more reliable results, but it's not necessary to sample the entire target population to achieve reliable results. Samples of less than 1% of a population can often provide good reliability, with a credible sampling procedure. 3. Sampling procedure. How should we choose the respondents? Probability sampling allows marketers to calculate confidence limits for sampling error and makes a sample more representative. Thus, after choosing the sample, marketers could conclude that the interval 5 to 7 trips per year has 95 chances in 100 of containing the true number of trips taken annually by first-class passengers flying between Chicago and Tokyo. Contact methods. Now the marketing researcher must decide how to contact the subjects: by mail, by telephone, in person, or online. Mail contacts. The mail questionnaire is one way to reach people who would not give personal interviews or whose responses might be biased or distorted by the interviewers. Mail questionnaires require simple and clearly worded questions. Unfortunately, responses are usually few or slow. Telephone contacts. Telephone interviewing is a good method for gathering information quickly. The interviewer is also able to clarify questions if respondents do not understand them. Interviews must be brief and not too personal. Although the response rate has typically been higher than for mailed questionnaires, telephone interviewing in the United States is getting more difficult because of consumers' growing antipathy toward telemarketers. In late 2003, Congress passed legislation allowing the Federal Trade Commission to restrict telemarketing calls through its Do Not Call registry. By mid-2010, consumers had registered more than 200 million phone numbers. Marketing research firms are exempt from the ruling. The increasingly widespread resistance to telemarketing undoubtedly reduces the effectiveness of telephone surveys in the United States. In other parts of the world, such restrictive legislation does not exist. Because mobile phone penetration in Africa had risen from just 1 in 50 people in 2000 to almost 80% of the population by 2014. Marketers use cell phones there to convene focus groups in rural areas and to interact via text. 34. Personal contacts. Personal interviewing is the most versatile method. The interviewer can ask more questions and record additional observations about the respondent, such as dress and body language. Personal interviewing is also the most expensive method, is subject to interviewer bias, and requires more planning and supervision. In arranged interviews, marketers contact respondents for an appointment and often offer a small payment or incentive. In intercept interviews, researchers stop people at a shopping mall or busy street corner and request an interview on the spot. Intercept interviews must be quick, and they run the risk of including non-probability samples. Online contacts. The internet offers many ways to do research. A company can embed a questionnaire on its website and offer an incentive for answering, or it can place a banner on a frequently visited site, inviting people to answer questions and possibly win a prize. Online product testing can provide information much faster than traditional new product marketing research techniques. Marketers can also host a real-time consumer panel or virtual focus group or sponsor a chat room, bulletin board, or blog where they introduce questions from time to time. They can ask customers to brainstorm or have a company's Twitter followers rate an idea. Insights from craft-sponsored online communities helped the company develop its popular line of 100-calorie snacks. 35. Del Monte tapped its 400-member, hand-picked online community called I Love My Dog when it was considering a new breakfast treat for dogs. The consensus request was for something with a bacon and egg taste and an extra dose of vitamins and minerals. Working with the online community throughout product development, the company introduced fortified, sausages breakfast bites, in half the time usually required to launch a new product. 36. Online research was a $2.4 billion business in 2011. A host of new online survey providers have entered the market, such as SurveyMonkey, SurveyGizmo, Qualtrics, and Google Consumer Surveys. Founded in 1999, SurveyMonkey has over 15 million registered users. Members can create surveys to quickly post on blogs, websites, Facebook, or Twitter. 37 Like any survey, however, online surveys need to ask the right people the right questions on the right topic. Other means to use the internet as a research tool including tracking how customers clickstream through the company's website and move to other sites. Marketers can post different prices, headlines, and product features on separate websites or at different times to compare their relative effectiveness. Researchers like Bluefin Labs monitor all relevant Twitter tweets, Facebook posts, and broadcast television stories to provide companies with real-time trend analysis. 38 Yet, as popular as online research methods are, smart companies use them to augment rather than replace more traditional methods. Like any method, online research has pros and cons. Here are some advantages. Online research is inexpensive. A typical online survey can cost 20% to 50% less than a conventional survey, and return rates can be as high as 50%. Online research is expansive. There are essentially no geographical boundaries, allowing marketers to consider a wide range of possible respondents. Online research is fast. The survey can automatically direct respondents to applicable questions, store data, and transmit results immediately. Responses tend to be honest and thoughtful. People may be more relaxed and candid when they can answer on their own time and respond privately without feeling judged, especially on sensitive topics, such as, how often do you bathe or shower? 39 Online research is versatile. Virtual reality software lets visitors inspect 3D models of products such as cameras, cars, and medical equipment and manipulate product characteristics. Online community blogs allow customer participants to interact with each other. Firms like SurveyMonkey make it easy to conduct online consumer surveys. Some disadvantages include: samples can be small and skewed. Some 28% of US households still lacked broadband internet access in 2014. The percentage is higher in lower income groups, in rural areas, and in most parts of Asia, Latin America, and Central and Eastern Europe, where socioeconomic and education levels also differ. 40 Although internet access will increase, online market researchers must find creative ways to reach population segments on the other side of the digital divide. Combining offline sources with online findings and providing temporary internet access at locations such as malls and recreation centers are options. Some research firms use statistical models to fill in the gaps left by offline consumer segments. Online panels and communities can suffer excessive turnover. Members may become bored and flee or, worse, stay but participate half-heartedly. Panel and community organizers can raise recruiting standards, downplay incentives, and monitor participation and engagement levels. A constant flow of new features, events, and activities can keep members interested and engaged. Online market research can suffer technological problems and inconsistencies. Because browser software varies, the designer's final product may look very different on the research subject's screen. Online researchers have also begun to use text messaging in various ways, to conduct a chat with a respondent, to probe more deeply with a member of an online focus group, or to direct respondents to a website. Text messaging is also a useful way to get teenagers to open up on topics. Step 3. Collect the information. The data collection phase of marketing research is generally the most expensive and error-prone. Some respondents will be away from home, offline, or otherwise inaccessible. They must be contacted again or replaced. Others will refuse to cooperate or will give biased or dishonest answers. Internationally, one of the biggest obstacles to collecting information is the need to achieve consistency. 41 Latin American respondents may be uncomfortable with the impersonal nature of the internet and need interactive elements in a survey so they feel they are talking to a real person. Respondents in Asia, on the other hand, may feel more pressure to conform and may not be as forthcoming in focus groups as online. Sometimes the solution may be as simple as ensuring the right language is used. Step 4. Analyze the information. The next to last step in the process is to extract findings by tabulating the data and developing summary measures. The researchers now compute averages and measures of dispersion for the major variables and apply some advanced statistical techniques and decision models in the hope of discovering additional findings. They may test different hypotheses and theories, applying sensitivity analysis to test assumptions and the strength of the conclusions. Step 5. Present the findings. As the last step, the researcher presents the findings. Researchers are increasingly asked to play a proactive, consulting role in translating data and information into insights and recommendations for management. Market insight, bringing marketing research to life with personas, describes an approach that some researchers are using to maximize the impact of their consumer research findings. Marketing insight. Bringing marketing research to life, personas to bring all their acquired information and insights to life. Some researchers are employing personas. Personas are detailed profiles of one, or perhaps a few, hypothetical target consumers, imagined in terms of demographic, psychographic, geographic, or other. Descriptive attitudinal or behavioral information. Photos, images, names, or short bios help convey how the target customer looks, acts, and feels so marketers can incorporate a well-defined target customer point of view in all their marketing decision making. Many software companies, Microsoft in particular, have used personas to help improve user interfaces and experiences, and marketers have broadened the application. For example, Unilever's biggest and most successful haircare launch, for Sunsilk, was aided by insights into the target consumer the company dubbed Katie. The Katie persona outlined the 20-something female's haircare needs, but also her perceptions and attitudes and the way she dealt with her everyday dramas. Specialty tool and equipment maker Campbell Horsfield relied on the many retailers it supplied, including Home Depot and Lowe's, to help it keep in touch with consumers. After developing 8 consumer profiles, including a female do-it-yourselfer and an elderly consumer, the firm was able to successfully launch new products such as drills that weighed less or that included a level for picture hanging. Although personas provide vivid information to aid marketing decision-making, it's important not to overgeneralize. Any target market may have a range of consumers who vary along a number of key dimensions, so researchers sometimes employ 2 to 6 personas. Using quantitative, qualitative, and observational research, Best Buy developed 5 customer personas to guide the redesign and relaunch of GeekSquad.com, its national computer support service. Jill, a suburban who uses her computer daily and depends on the Geek Squad as on a landscaper or plumber. Charlie, a 50-plus male who is curious about technology but needs an unintimidating guide. Daryl, a technologically savvy, hands-on experimenter who occasionally needs a helping hand. Louis, a time-pressed small business owner whose primary goal is to complete tasks as expediently as possible. Nick, a prospective Geek Squad agent who views the site critically and needs to be challenged. To satisfy Charlie, a prominent 911 button was added to the upper right-hand corner in case a crisis arose, but to satisfy Nick, Best Buy created a whole channel devoted to geek information. Sources: Dale Buss, Reflections of Reality, Point, June 2006, pp. 10-11, Todd Wasserman, Unilever, Whirlpool Get Personal with Personas, Brand Week, 18th September 2006, p13, Daniel B. Honigman, Personification, Marketing News, 1st April 2008, p8, Lisa Sanders, Major Marketers Get Wise to the Power of Assigning Personas, Advertising Age, 9th April 2007, p36, Paul Murray, Who Are They? Qamar, www.chiefmarketer.com June-July 2010, pp. 53-54, Lauren Sorensen, 6 Core Benefits of Well-Defined Marketing Personas, www.blog.hotspot.com 13th December 2011. The main survey findings for the American Airlines case showed that 1. Passengers would use ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service primarily to stay connected and receive and send large documents and emails. Some would also surf the web to download videos and songs. They would charge the cost back to their employers. 2. At $25, about 5 of 10 first-class passengers would use Wi-Fi service during a flight. At $15, about 6 would. Thus, a fee of $15 would produce less revenue. $90 is equal to 6 times $15, than $25. $125 is equal to 5 times $25. Assuming the same flight takes place 365 days a year, American could collect $45,625, is equal to $125 times 365, annually. Given an investment of $90,000 per plane, it would take 2 years for each to break even. 3. Offering ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service would strengthen American Airlines' image as an innovative and progressive carrier and earn it some new passengers and customer goodwill. Step 6. Make the decision. The American Airlines managers who commissioned the research need to weigh the evidence. If their confidence in the findings is low, they may decide against introducing ultra-high-speed Wi-Fi service. If they are predisposed to launching it, findings support their inclination. They may even decide to study the issue further and do more research. The decision is theirs, but rigorously research provides them with insight into the problem. See Table 5.2. 42. Some organizations use marketing decision support systems to help their marketing managers make better decisions. Mix John Little defined a marketing decision support system, MDSS, as a coordinated collection of data, systems, tools, and techniques, with supporting software and hardware, by which an organization gathers and interprets relevant information from business and environment and turns it into a basis for marketing action. 44. Once a year. Marketing News lists hundreds of current marketing and sales software programs that assist in designing marketing research studies, segmenting markets, setting prices and advertising budgets, analyzing media, and planning sales force activity. 45. Measuring marketing productivity. Although we can easily quantify marketing expenses and investments as inputs in the short run, the resulting outputs such as broader brand awareness, enhanced brand image, greater customer loyalty, and improved new product prospects may take months or years to manifest themselves. Meanwhile, internal changes within the organization and external changes in a marketing environment may coincide with the marketing expenditures, making it hard to isolate its effects. 46. Table 5.2. The 7 characteristics of good marketing research. 1. Scientific method. Effective marketing research uses the principles of the scientific method: careful observation, formulation of hypotheses, prediction, and testing. 2. Research creativity. In an award-winning research study to reposition Cheetos snacks, researchers dressed up in a brand mascot Chester cheetah suit and walked around the streets of San Francisco. The response the character encountered led to the realization that even adults loved the fun and playfulness of Cheetos. The resulting repositioning led to a double-digit sales increase despite a tough business environment. 43. 3. Multiple methods. Marketing researchers shy away from over-reliance on any one method. They also recognize the value of using 2 or 3 methods to increase confidence in the results. 4. Interdependence of models and data. Marketing researchers recognize that data are interpreted from underlying models that guide the type of information sought. 5. Value and cost of information. Marketing researchers show concern for estimating the value of information against its cost. Costs are typically easy to determine, but the value of research is harder to quantify. It depends on the reliability and validity of the findings and management's willingness to accept and act on those findings. 6. Healthy skepticism. Marketing researchers show a healthy skepticism toward glib assumptions made by managers about how a market works. They are alert to the problems caused by marketing myths. 7. Ethical marketing. Marketing research benefits both the sponsoring company and its customers. The misuse of marketing research can harm or annoy consumers, increasing resentment at what consumers regard as an invasion of their privacy or a disguised sales pitch. Nevertheless, marketing research must assess the efficiency and effectiveness of marketing activities. 2 complementary approaches to measuring marketing productivity are: 1. Marketing metrics to assess marketing effects, and 2. Marketing mix modeling to estimate causal relationships and measure how marketing activity affects outcomes. Marketing dashboards are a structured way to disseminate the insights gleaned from these 2 approaches. Marketing metrics. Marketers employ a wide variety of measures to assess marketing effects. 47. Marketing metrics is a set of measures that helps marketers quantify, compare, and interpret their performance. 48. The CMO of Mary Kay Cosmetics would focus on 4 long-term brand strength metrics: market awareness, consideration, trial, and 12-month beauty consultant productivity, as well as a number of short-term program-specific metrics like ad impressions, website traffic, and purchase conversion. The VP of Marketing at Virgin America would look at a broad set of online metrics: cost per acquisition, cost per click, and cost per 1,000 page impressions, CPM. She would also look at total dollars driven by natural and paid search and online display advertising, as well as tracking results and other metrics from the offline world. Marketers choose one or more measures based on the particular issues or problems they face. MindBody, a web-based business management software provider for the wellness and beauty industries worldwide, tracks numerous online analytics including landing page conversions, click-through rates for online ads, and rankings on Google search. In addition, MindBody monitors the following online metrics on a weekly basis: 1. Website analytics, details on site navigation and online interaction; 2. Social media presence, different demographic and geographic responses to social media channels across different markets; and 3. Permission marketing statistics, measures of interactions and engagement with consumers from auto emails. Marketing memo, measuring social media ROI, offers some insight into the thorny issue of measuring social media effects. Software provider MindBody uses a wide variety of online statistics to monitor its brand and assess marketing effects. Marketing memo. Measuring social media ROI. Industry expenditures on social media campaigns are expected to double in the next 4 years, but many marketers do not know what they are getting in return for their dollars. When Audi ran the first Super Bowl ad to feature a Twitter hashtag in 2011, it had no idea how much the high engagement of its Facebook fan base translated into sales of more cars. One report showed that 50% of Fortune 1000 companies did not benchmark or measure the payback of their social CRM projects. Initially, the focus of measuring social media effects was on easily observed quantities like the number of Facebook likes and Twitter tweets per week. These did not always correlate with marketing or business success, so researchers began digging deeper. Assessing social media value is not an easy task. Some marketing pundits compare social media to a phone. How would you assess the ROI of all the different calls you make? Josh Bernoff, Forrester Research's acclaimed digital marketing guru, sees short-term and long-term benefits of social media in 4 categories. 1. Short-term financial benefits, such as increased revenue or decreased costs. On the revenue side, when netshops.com added ratings and reviews to its site, sales increased 26% within 6 months. On the cost side, National Instruments, makers of sophisticated technical engineering products, found members of its user community answered 46% of other users' questions, saving its typical $10 service cost per call. Similarly, At&T's revamped online community saved the firm 16% in telephone customer support in 1 month. 2 short-term overall digital benefits. When Swanson Health Products improved the visibility of its product reviews, they became more accessible to search engines, and traffic to its product pages rose 163%. Online videos, communities, blogs, and Twitter can similarly boost search performance. 3 long-term brand lift. Social media can improve long-term brand performance measures. When P&G created a Facebook page to support ski jumper Lindsey Vonn, it solicited 40,000 signatures on a petition to make ski jumping an Olympic sport. Surveys of participating Facebook users found an 8% to 11% increase in brand preference and purchase intent. For long-term risk avoidance. Dealing with the crisis can cost a firm millions of dollars over time. It is better to avoid or avert a crisis before it creates any brand damage. Firms such as McDonald's and AT&T have customer service teams who monitor tweets about their products or services to nip any alleged problems in the bud. Forrester social media analyst Zach Hofershall believes mining actionable insights and measurable feedback from social media requires 1. The right people to interpret the data, 2. A business purpose to drive strategy, 3. The best social listening platform for achieving goals, and 4. A formalized process for analyzing data and taking action. The easiest way to create and measure social media's payoff is to include a contest, sweepstake, or promotion. Silicon Valley ad agency Wildfire created a promotion for Jamba Juice where the value of a lucky coupon was revealed only in store. Tens of thousands of customers entered. The promotion was successful, but social media results can still be unpredictable. Qamar and his colleagues suggest 7-step process to social media success with several helpful indices that could be developed for each step. P&G's online campaign to support ski jumper Lindsey Vonn produced benefits for its secret deodorant brand too. 1. Monitor the conversations. 2. Identify influential individuals. 3. Identify the factors they share. 4. Locate potential influencers who have relevant interests. 5. Recruit those influencers. 6. Incentivize them to spread positive word of mouth. 7. Reap the rewards. Research has also shown that our use of social media differs in significant ways. People tend to be more positive in one-way communications, such as blogs and Twitter, than in two-way forums where they share and discuss brand or product experiences with others. Sources: ROI lacking in social CRM, www.walk.com. 4th May 2012, Josh Bernoff, A Balanced Perspective on Social ROI, Marketing News, 28th February 2011, Pite Levy, 10 Minutes with Zach Hofershall, Marketing News, September 15, 2011, Fahad Manju. Social media have a return on investment, Qamar, Fast Company, July-August 2011, David A. Schwedel, Wendy W. Moe, and Chris Bodrioux. Social Media Intelligence, Measuring Brand Sentiment from Online Conversation, MSI Report 12-100, Cambridge, MA, Marketing Science Institute, 2012. An advocate of simple, relevant marketing metrics, the University of Virginia's Paul Farris draws an analogy to the way Boeing 747 jet pilots select information from the vast array of instruments in the cockpit. 49. Aircraft pilots have protocols. When they are sitting on the tarmac warming their engines waiting to take off, they are looking at certain things. When they are taxiing, they look at others. When they are in flight, they look at still others. There is a sequence of knowing when to pay attention to which metrics, which lets them have their cake and eat it too, in terms of the simplicity and complexity trade-off. London Business School's Tim Ambler believes firms can split evaluation of marketing performance into 2 parts: 1. Short-term results and 2. Changes in brand equity. 50. Short-term Results often reflect profit and loss concerns as shown by sales turnover, shareholder value, or some combination of the two. Brand equity measures could include customer awareness, attitudes, and behaviors, market share, relative price premium, number of complaints, distribution and availability, total number of customers, perceived quality, and loyalty and retention. 51 companies can also monitor an extensive set of internal metrics, such as innovation. For example, 3M tracks the proportion of sales resulting from its recent innovations. Ambler also recommends developing employee measures and metrics, arguing that end users are the ultimate customers, but your own staff are your first. You need to measure the health of the internal markets. Table 5.3 summarizes a list of popular internal and external marketing metrics from Ambler's survey in the United Kingdom. 52. Marketing mix modeling. Marketing accountability also means that marketers must more precisely estimate the effects of different marketing investments. Marketing mix models analyze data from a variety of sources, such as retailer scanner data, company shipment data, pricing, media, and promotion spending data, to understand more precisely the effects of specific marketing activities. 53. To deepen understanding, marketers can conduct multivariate analysis, such as regression analysis, to sort through how each marketing element influences marketing outcomes such as brand sales or market share. External 2. Internal awareness. Awareness of goals, market share, volume or value, commitment to goals, relative price, market share, value, volume, active innovation, support, number of complaints, level of dissatisfaction, resource adequacy, consumer satisfaction, staffing, skill levels, distribution availability, desire to learn, total number of customers, willingness to change, perceived quality, esteem, freedom to fail, loyalty, retention, autonomy, relative perceived quality, relative employee satisfaction. Source: Tim Ambler, What Does Marketing Success Look Like? Qamar, Marketing Management, Spring 2001, pp. 13-18. Especially popular with packaged goods marketers such as Procter & Gamble, Clorox, and Colgate, the findings from marketing mix modeling help allocate or reallocate expenditures. Analyses explore which part of ad budgets are wasted, what optimal spending levels are, and what minimum investment levels should be. Although marketing mix modeling helps to isolate effects, it is less effective at assessing how different marketing elements work in combination. Wharton's Dave Ribstein also notes 3 other shortcomings. 54. Marketing mix modeling focuses on incremental growth instead of baseline sales or long-term effects. The integration of important metrics such as customer satisfaction, awareness, and brand equity into marketing mix modeling is limited. Marketing mix modeling generally fails to incorporate metrics related to competitors, the trade, or the sales force. The average business spends far more on the sales force and trade promotion than on advertising or consumer promotion. Marketing dashboards. Firms are also employing organizational processes and systems to make sure they maximize the value of all these different metrics. Management can assemble a summary set of relevant internal and external measures in a marketing dashboard for synthesis and interpretation. Marketing dashboards are like the instrument panel in a car or plane, visually displaying real-time indicators to ensure proper functioning. Formally, marketing dashboards are a concise set of interconnected performance drivers to be viewed in common throughout the organization. 55 dashboards are only as good as the information on which they are based, but sophisticated visualization tools are helping bring data alive. Color coding, symbols, and different types of charts, tables, and gauges are easy to use and effective. Some companies are also appointing marketing controllers to review budget items and expenses. Increasingly, these controllers use business intelligence software to create digital versions of marketing dashboards that aggregate data from internal and external sources. As input to the marketing dashboard, companies should include 2 key market-based scorecards that reflect performance and provide possible early warning signals. A customer performance scorecard records how well the company is doing year after year on such customer-based measures as those shown in Table 5.4. Management should set target goals for each measure and take action when results get out of bounds. A stakeholder performance scorecard tracks the satisfaction of various constituencies who have a critical interest in and impact on the company's performance: employees, suppliers, banks, distributors, retailers, and stockholders. Again, management should take action when one or more groups register increased or above norm levels of dissatisfaction. 56. Table 5.4 Sample Customer Performance Scorecard Measures. Percentage of new customers to average number of customers, percentage of lost customers to average number of customers, percentage of win-back customers to average number of customers, percentage of customers falling into very dissatisfied, dissatisfied, neutral, satisfied, and very satisfied categories, percentage of customers who say they would repurchase the product, percentage of customers who say they would recommend the product to others, percentage of target market customers who have brand awareness or recall, percentage of customers who say that the company's product is the most preferred in its category, percentage of customers who correctly identify the brand's intended positioning and differentiation, average perception of company's product quality relative to chief competitor, average perception company's service quality relative to chief competitor. Marketing memo. Designing effective marketing dashboards. Marketing consultant Pat Lamont sees marketing dashboards as providing all the up-to-the-minute information necessary to run the business operations for a company, such as sales versus forecast, distribution channel effectiveness, brand equity evolution, and human capital development. According to LaPointe, an effective dashboard will focus thinking, improve internal communications, and reveal where marketing investments are paying off and where they aren't. LaPointe observes 4 common measurement pathways marketers pursue today. See Figure 5.2. The customer metrics pathway looks at how prospects become customers, from awareness to preference to trial to repeat purchase, or some less linear model. This area also examines how the customer experience contributes to the perception of value and competitive advantage. The unit metrics pathway reflects what marketers know about sales of product service units, how much is sold by product line and or by geography, the marketing cost per unit sold as an efficiency yardstick, and where and how margin is optimized in terms of characteristics of the product line or distribution channel. The cash flow metrics pathway focuses on how well marketing expenditures are achieving short-term returns. Program and campaign ROI models measure the immediate impact or net present value of profits expected from a given investment. The brand metrics pathway tracks the development of the longer-term impact of marketing through brand equity. Measures that assess both the perceptual health of the brand from customer and prospective customer perspectives, and the overall financial health of the brand. LaPointe feels a marketing dashboard can present insights from all the pathways in a graphically related view that helps management see subtle links between them. Tabs can allow the user to toggle easily between different families of metrics organized by customer, product, experience, brand, channels, efficiency, organizational development, or macro-environmental factors. Each tab presents the 3 or 4 most insightful metrics, with data filtered by business unit, geography, or customer segment based on the user's needs. See Figure 5.3 for a sample brand metrics page. Ideally, over time the number of metrics on the dashboard will be reduced to a few key drivers. Meanwhile, the process of developing and refining the marketing dashboard will undoubtedly raise and resolve many key questions about the business. Source: adapted from Pat LaPointe, Marketing by the Dashboard Light, Association of National Advertisers, 2005, www.marketingnpv.com. Vertical bar Fig. 5.2 Vertical bar Marketing Measure Pathway. Vertical bar Fig. 5.3 Vertical bar Example of a marketing dashboard. Sources: Klaus Nayle, World's Most Reputable Companies, www.forbes.com 6th May 2009, R. Morel Kenna, Ferrero won't make takeover bid for Cadbury to challenge Kraft. www.bloomberg.com, 25th January 2010, Ferrero, www.ferrero.com.au, Fleur Advisor, www.floweradvisor.com. Some executives worry that they'll miss the big picture if they focus too much on a set of numbers on a dashboard. Some critics are concerned about privacy and the pressure the technique places on employees. But most experts feel the rewards offset the risks. Marketing Memo: Designing effective marketing dashboards provides practical advice about the development of these marketing tools. Summary: 1. Companies can conduct their own marketing research or hire other companies to do it for them. Some of ways companies can creatively and affordably conduct research include: engage students or professors to design and carry out projects, use the internet, check out rivals, tap into marketing partner expertise, and tap into employee creativity and wisdom. 2. Good marketing research is characterized by the scientific method, creativity, multiple research methods, accurate model building, cost-benefit analysis, healthy skepticism, and an ethical focus. 3. The marketing research process consists of defining the problem, decision alternatives, and research objectives.